person. Ah, thank God. Okay, and of course, we love working with you guys, so we'll pay for today and yesterday too. We understand that mistakes happen. That's okay. Perfect. Let's split the cost. No, no, because we know we love working with you guys, and we don't want to put you out either. So let's split the cost. Let's just do that. That's not a problem. Okay, sounds good. No, no, no. I already talked to the CFO yesterday, and I explained everything and how we were working with you, and she said that it was okay to pay for yesterday and today, and then going forward, we know we're still going to use you guys. Like, we don't want to, put
Give me the good old host voice.
Hi, welcome to the KVIE art auction. Talking like Brenda Vaccaro. Bid high, bid often. Sure. Where's that? In here?
Are you seeing it on the camera?
No,
Oh, you're here.
I'm here. I'll go out there though if you want me to.
Are we ready for that, Alice? Yeah.
Sorry?
You ready for Dee to take position, do a run through, or?
I don't think
have
we're gonna
people
do that run throughs because we're live
Well,
streaming
I
right
mean,
now.
for her to like just go out and reprompt, right?
Sure, you
Yeah.
can go out there.
Oh, I can see it right there.
Yeah.
Welcome to the 41st annual PBS KVIE art auction. Join
Oh,
us all weekend.
This is the rolling.
That's not me. All weekend.
Live streaming?
Join us for the rest of today.
Here you go, Dee.
Oh, good morning.
Oh, darn it. All right. Good morning, everyone. Please watch out for right here. We have okay. Please watch your step. Please don't slip.
Do you want to seat us, or do you want us to just grab a spot?
You can grab
we'll
us.
Seat you.
We'll seat you.
Oh, yeah. Oh. Okay. So was here last night.
I'm gonna let Grace decide on how it's gonna go.
Yeah. Okay. Do you want to sit here, or do you want to sit over here?
Wherever you want me.
Okay, if you've been here, you didn't have any issues, no issues?
No.
Okay, perfect. Oh, and I got a real bell. Have you done this before? Last year. Okay, last year. Why don't you take that middle one right there?
Okay.
Grace, is it okay if I go back there? Oh, yeah, that's fine. Okay. You gentlemen want to take these two seats? That'd be great.
Gentlemen?
Yeah, you.
I haven't done it.
How many people do we have?
Just these are our last two.
I thought we had
Hey,
more.
Steve, just checking. You can hear me?
Unfortunately, no.
You're in the way. Oh, okay. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna move you since you were here last night.
Oh, yeah.
You wanna take the hot seat?
No, whatever.
Okay, because,
Let me
we've never
unload.
done it before.
Actually, get to
I'm
walk.
gonna put you.
Okay. I think it's all 6.
Okay, how do you ladies feel? Are you comfortable with all this computer and all that?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay.
This is my first time.
This one? Oh, Larry's gonna take that one.
Okay.
Take that, okay.
Absolutely.
This one? Okay. And then one of you can sit down. There is a person. Good, hanging in there. Oh, there is.
I need a second.
Do you know Larry?
Choose the lady with the yellow sweater.
Oh, okay, so you two ladies, will take my
Good morning.
Now, this is gonna be on TV a lot, so you just need to be aware of that. The TV is going to be, the camera's gonna be focused on you, so just so you're aware.
Yeah.
Okay. Great. All right. Okay, so get comfortable, put your headsets on, make sure you can, yeah. Oh, one more thing, everybody, while I have your attention. Do not use the caps lock. Yesterday, we had a number of issues with the caps lock. It didn't allow us to use the letters. So don't use the caps lock.
Welcome to the 41st Annual PBS KVIE Art Auction. Join us all weekend for a celebration of Northern California's visual arts. Over 270 works of art will be auctioned off to the highest bidder, and you can be part of the action by watching and bidding on your favorite artwork. View the entire collection online at kvie.org/art-auction. Then, when your favorite item appears, call 1-844-KVIE-ART to place your bid. Auction proceeds benefit the programs and services of your PBS station, KVIE. So thank you for watching and bidding. And now, let the auction begin.
Good morning and welcome to day 3 of the 2022 PBS KVIE Art Auction. I'm the art lady, Dee Neath, and we are pleased that you are joining us to celebrate another day of beautiful art from Northern California artists. If you purchased art on Friday or Saturday, you can pick it up today from 10 until 5 here at the PBS KVIE, located at 2030 West El Camino Avenue in Sacramento. Be sure to bring a photo ID and a blanket to wrap your artwork for loading into your car. We'll have a team here to provide curbside pickup service, and we'll bring your purchase right to your vehicle. You can preview the art online at kvie.org/art auction, and then when you see something you like, call 844-KVIE-ART to place your bid. It's that easy, and you can take it home, an amazing piece of art today. All right, the phone lines are open, so let's get started with our first segment of the day. Stay with us.
Coming up next is the photography category. Awards juried by Andres Alvarez, this category features a selection of photographs, limited editions, and etchings. View all of the art featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art auction.
So today we begin the auction with the photography category. This portion of the art auction is sponsored by Mansour's Oriental Rug Gallery, and we would like to thank them for their continued commitment to supporting the arts on PBS and KVIE. And now, here's an overview of the art that will be up for bidding during this next half hour. Item number 27A is Lesser Goldfinch in Spring Flowers by Michelle McCormick. This is a photo and it measures 16 by 20 and has a retail value of $5.25. Item number 27B is Great Egret Flying in the Rain, Costa Rica by Leonard James. This is a photo measuring 24 by 40. The retail value is $950. Item number 27C is Six White Dahlias by Dolores Frank. This is a photo measuring 22 by 18, and it was framed by Choice Framing. The retail value is $350. Item number 27D is Bonsai Rock Lake Tahoe by Jim West. This is a photo measuring 16 by 24 and has a value of $550. Item number 27E is The Birds of Goat Rock by Grant Kreinberg. This is a photo that measures 23 by 27 and has a retail value of $400. Item number 27F is Spring in a Vase by Susan Hamblinton. This is a photo that measures 16 by 20 and has a retail value of $320. Now, let's head over to see the art with our auctioneer and our art expert.
Hi there, I'm Christina Salerno, and thank you for joining us for this photography category. During this break, I am pleased to be here with Martin Christian. Martin's career spans nearly 30 years as a professional photographer, working as a photojournalist for network affiliates in 4 different states, and he's had numerous gallery shows in Sacramento. He's won 5 Emmy Awards for his work as a photographer and has served as an awards juror in the PBS KVIE Art Auction. We're happy to have him back again this year as a contributing artist and art expert. Welcome, Martin.
Hey, it's great to be here, Christina. Thanks for having me.
All right, well, let's get started. We are going to start with item 27A. It's called Lesser Goldfinch in Spring Flowers. It's by Michelle McCormick. This is photography. It's measuring 16 by 20 with a retail value of $525. I love this little bird, Martin. What can you tell us about it?
This is a great piece, Christina. It's very interesting in that she had another COVID story. We've heard a lot of COVID stories with the auction with artists who changed what they do a little bit. And Michelle, she mentioned that she, let me find it here. She has had a career of photographing our celebrity birds, the sandhill cranes, the egrets, and those larger birds. But with COVID, she stayed closer to home. So this is taken near her home at Sailor Bar on the American River. And so I just think it's really beautiful. Our camera is closing in on the lesser goldfinch there. What I love about that is you can see the beak is not bisected by the branch there. And so it doesn't disrupt the composition. I think that's an important part of this photograph. I will say, technically, the photographer has to shoot with a high shutter speed, low depth of field. And I know with this one in particular, you can see how the flowers, Christina, you see the flowers in the background, how they're blurry. So we know that there's very limited depth of field. But if our camera can pan up to the branch that the bird is sitting on, check this out. The branch itself is out of focus right here. Our camera's coming over. It's out of focus right there. So man, the window that she had for her focal length is so narrow. So she nailed it. And she's also got a streak of sunlight coming across this bird, which emphasizes the details and the color even more. This is a great photograph. It's very warm, very friendly. It's a great size. It could fit pretty much anywhere.
I love it. It's a great size. Like you mentioned, the warm colors could brighten up living room, bedroom. This is maybe for that bird lover in your house, in your family. Again, it's item 27A, lesser goldfinch, with a retail value of $525. The number to call is on your screen, and the current bid is on your screen as well. Martin, like you said, really great size, really nice composition, really cleanly framed. I love this white with the black around it. Just brings your eyes straight to that bird. I love that.
It's a classic style, the double matte, the brilliant white, the simple black metal frame, a classic style that adds emphasis. It doesn't distract from the image. I will say, Michelle, this image has been shown at Viewpoint Gallery, so it's had a lot of interested eyeballs on it. She's contributed to the KVIE art auction for many years, so thank you, Michelle, for your contribution. And she's won many awards in photography. She told me that she loves shooting birds so much that she developed a what did she call it? A daily avian image. She sends out an image to her followers every day of a bird, giving some information about that one, and she made sure to tell me that she's never missed a day.
Wow, that is some dedication. So this is for our bird lovers out there. You don't want to miss on this one, because if they go quick. So call the number on your screen and place a bid. Again, we're looking at item 27A, lesser goldfinch and spring flowers. Those beautiful spring flowers we were talking about. Michelle McCormick, photography measuring 16 by 20. Really nice size, in your room, in your home, with a retail value of $525. All right, we're going to keep this piece open for you to continue bidding on it, and we're going to move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 27B. It's called Great Egret Flying in the Rain, Costa Rica. It's by Leonard James. This is photography. It's measuring 24 by 40. It has a retail value of $950. Martin, what a large, beautiful statement piece. This egret really commands this piece. Can you tell us about it?
Yeah, Leonard says that my main objective in photographing wildlife is to show the beauty and detailed features that the casual observer may not be able to see. Leonard and I spoke on the phone. This was taken while on a trip to Costa Rica, but what's even more interesting, this was taken from a pontoon boat, handheld.
Wow.
So yeah, he was probably in the rain. Maybe he was covered a little bit. I don't know. You can tell from the raindrops, he's shooting at a very high shutter speed. He's got a low aperture. His background is crushed. Boy, he really lucked out with those black rocks. There's very little color, very little detail in the background, which brings out the image of that bird. And our camera is panning up right here, and you can kind of see these birds are kind of prehistoric. These are actually like bones in here. If you can take the feathers away, apparently you're supposed to be able to see like arms and a bunch of fingers there in the feathers. So this is a really incredible photograph. It's a great size. It's a metal print. A lot of metal prints have a high gloss to them. This one doesn't, which makes it even more inviting. There's even less glare to be distracted with this image. I love it. I love the fact that not only is this bird incredible, but that the background is so muted and blurry and a lot of the details disappear. It just makes that bird just fly off of that. Look at that. That is incredible.
I love that backstory that you told us about it. Wow, just catching the movement of this bird, the movement of the rain. He's on a boat. What a skilled photographer. We are so lucky to have such skilled original artists who are donating work like this to the KVIE art auction, all to support the mission of PBS KVIE. If you're interested in taking this piece home, the number to call is on your screen. The current bid is on your screen as well. A beautiful statement piece like this will go quick. Wow, what a beauty. I just love the look of that bird. Again, it's 27B, Great Egret Flying in the Rain, Costa Rica, by Leonard James. Photography measuring 24 by 40. Really good. That 40 inches is a really good size with a retail value of $950. What else can you tell us about it, Martin?
The camera is panning across the neck and you saw the beak there. What's so cool, all the colors that we have in nature, you know, that's the only orange. There's a little bit of yellow, a little bit of orange, a little bit of green in the beak. It's so cool that that's the only color in this entire image. It's a really great photograph. I have to tell you, I lost quite a bit of time on his website. He has so many cool images of birds and nature and wildlife. It was really, really amazing. He's won multiple awards in the region. He started shooting in 1965 while he was on R&R in Vietnam. He bought his first camera. So congratulations to him for making that switch from film to digital, like many of us have. This is a big, bold print. It's going to dominate the room that you have it in. It's going to need a little bit of light, you know, with the darkness. It's a beautiful, beautiful image. Boy, I would love to have this one.
And any viewer would be lucky to have it. All right, well, we're going to keep this open for you to continue bidding on it, and we're going to move to our next piece. Our next piece is item 27C. It's called 6 White Dahlias by Dolores Frank. This is photography. It's measuring 22 by 18. It was framed by Choice Framing with a retail value of $350. Martin, what can you tell us about this lovely piece?
This is taken with a macro lens in Fort Bragg at the Botanical Gardens in Mendocino. She was on a trip in Fort Bragg. She made a point to tell me how much she loves Fort Bragg over Mendocino, and I had to share with her how much I agree with her. Fort Bragg is just a wonderful place to visit. Her website, she has a lot of very highly stylized prints. She's very, very creative. I love the fact that we have, it's a double matted and you have this distressed kind of rustic looking frame. If our camera pans off to the left a little bit there, you can kind of see this treatment that the frame has. And these are called dinner plate dahlias, which are her favorite to photograph. And apparently, like as the sun changes, as the temperature changes, they sort of open and close a little bit. So it's really important when you're photographing something like this to have muted, even light. You know, if you have sunlight, things are going to change. You're not going to have this even intensity throughout the image, and you know the background falls away. I love how she's done that. You know, it's easy to go. I shouldn't say easy, but if you notice, like this flower is in focus, one in the lower left, and then the one in the upper right is also in focus. So with macro photography, you know, that's not easy to do. Macro wants to focus like on a point. So she obviously knows what she's doing. This is a very skilled photographer.
I love all the pops of white. It's such a clean, gorgeous photograph. What a lovely piece to have in your home, a living room, hallway, bedroom. A piece like this is going to just draw attention right to that. I could see it in kind of a house with a country theme, a rustic theme, kind of a vintage theme. Wow, with this beautiful frame, I want to point out again, was framed by Choice Framing. We're looking at item 27C. It's 6 White Dahlias by Dolores Frank, measuring 22 by 18. With that gorgeous frame we're talking about with a retail value of $350. The current bid is on your screen, as well as the number to call as well to take this piece of original artwork home. And I love how you pointed out how the background just makes those flowers pop. That's what pops to me, just seeing those flowers come right out of the photograph.
Absolutely. It's also a vertical, and I like to tell people you can find a place for a vertical anywhere in your house. Verticals are really easy to find a place for. So if you're wondering about where this can go, you have a place for it. Let's see, Dolores, she's a member of Viewpoint Gallery, and she's contributed to the KVIE art auction for many years, so thank you, Dolores. But what I found interesting, she told me she was a pharmaceutical consultant for 24 years, and now she's enjoying her second career as a photographer.
And what an amazing job she's doing. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much to all of our artists for their contributions. All right, well, we're halfway through the break, which means that we're going to keep this piece open, and we're going to go check in over at the recap station for bidding updates.
Welcome back to the recap station. I've got all these beautiful volunteers here. They're waiting for you to call. All you got to do is pick up the phone and call the number on your screen so you can place a bid on one of these lovely photographs. So, all right, we're off to a good start this morning with some beautiful pieces of photography. The winning bid is just a phone call away, so let us hear from you. I'm going to recap them really quickly. Item number 27A, Lesser Goldfinch in Spring Flowers by Leonard James, has a current bid of $300. It has a retail of $525. It's ready to go home today, so call in and make that bid. Oh, I'm sorry, by Michelle McCormick. Item number 27B, Great Egret Flying in the Rain, is by Leonard James. It measures 24 by 40. I have a current bid of $300. It has a $950 value. It's a stunning piece. Item number 27C, White Dahlias. It has a bid of $100. It's got a value of $350. It is beautifully presented in a great frame. It's ready to go home today. All you got to do is pick up the phone and call that number. Yeah, just call. All you got to do is call 844-584-3278. You're helping PBS. You're going home with a great piece of art. Are you looking for a special Christmas gift, or maybe somebody's getting married? What a beautiful gift to the bride. Those dahlias are just stunning. Once again, let me go over the bids. I've got $300 on 27A, Lesser Goldfinch by Michelle McCormick. We need to get that bid up. Number 27B, The Great Egret Flying in the Rain, Costa Rica, has a $300 bid. It's a $950 value. This piece is 24 by 40. It's a large statement piece. At 27C, we have 6 white dahlias. I've got a $100 bid. It's got a $350 value. Again, just a charming piece, would look great in somebody's guest room or maybe up in your cabin. But let's head back to see more art for this next break. And don't forget to call.
All right, we are back with the second half of this photography category, continuing with item 27D, Bonsai Rock Lake Tahoe by Jim West. This is photography. It's measuring 16 by 24 inches and has a retail value of $550. Martin, Lake Tahoe, iconic. People are going to love this one. What can you tell us about it?
This is on the east side of Lake Tahoe, Bonsai Rock. It's actually by Hidden Beach and Sand Harbor Overlook over by Marlette Lake. And Jim is a college photography professor at Cosumnes River College for 36 years. Christina, he was surrounded by students when he took this. He took a bunch of students up to Lake Tahoe to take exposures of the sunset. And he told me a funny story that when he did this image, and I'll tell you more about how he did it, his students were getting kind of bored and walking around, but when he took this photograph, they were really interested in what he was doing. What he did is called painting with light. So the camera is zooming in on Bonsai Rock there. Now the sunset is behind him, so in reality that rock was black. So he took high-powered flashlights. He had a 30-second exposure, so the camera was on a tripod. It was open for 30 seconds, and he got his students to help him paint those rocks with flashlights. So that's how you get the details. See the rock in the background there, how it's black?
Oh, yeah.
So the rock in the foreground would be black as well, the same light, same silhouette.
Wow.
Yeah, so he's exposed for the sun, he's exposed for the sunset, so that looks all good in the background. The lake looks good, but he had to hit those lights with those rocks with lights. I'll tell you a trick. If anyone's at home and you want to do this, just take your camera outside and point it against your house at night. And when you paint with your flashlight, you have to be careful to not hit one area too much because you'll have hot spots in that area. So you have to paint kind of evenly, if that makes sense.
What an interesting technique. This is what I love about the art auction. You learn new things all the time. Painting with light. I've never heard that term before, but I love it. And the result is stunning. It really draws your eye to all these rocks that our cameras are panning over right now. And Lake Tahoe, I know a lot of our viewers out there hold Lake Tahoe dear in their heart for recreation, cabins, vacations, time spent with family and friends. What an amazing piece of original artwork that you can take home to remember those times. This is a large piece. It would be an excellent statement piece on any wall in your home, bedroom, or office. Again, it's item 27D, Bonsai Rock Lake Tahoe by Jim West, with that really cool painting light technique Martin was talking about. Photography measuring 16 by 24 with a retail value of $550. Martin, what else can you tell us about this beautiful piece?
Jim has really done this image proud. He's printed it on metal, which gives it this contrast and its vibrancy. And he's also has this sand sort of colored very light, gentle wood frame, and you can't really see it from the side, but it sticks out, you know, 1.5 inches. It's a good size frame. It's almost like a window. It's like we're standing in a cottage looking out at Lake Tahoe. Lots of people enjoy Tahoe for all different kinds of reasons, so this would be a great image. I will say, Jim has an Eastman Kodak Photographer of the Year twice. He's been exhibited in Times Square, the Epcot Center, at Disneyland. He was just named Photo Educator of the Year. This is a very, very skilled and accomplished photographer of a wonderful place. I would love to have this in my home.
Absolutely, as would I. All right, well, we're going to keep this piece open for you to continue bidding on it, and we're going to move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 27E. It's called The Birds of Goat Rock, and it's by Grant Kreinberg. This is photography measuring 23 by 27 with a retail value of $400. I love this piece. It is so cool. We've all, you know, Bodega Bay is such a neat place. Goat Rock's not too far from there. But this is a different image than we normally see. Martin, what are we looking at here?
Grant told me he thought it was kind of funny that Goat Rock is just up the coast from Bodega Bay and the movie The Birds.
Oh.
So he was there to photograph this rock and the waves, and he told me he turned around and saw all these birds and quickly nailed his settings and got this image. The first question I asked him was about the colors, the tones. Did he treat that, you know, in post-processing? And he said, no, it was just a really kind of a gray, bluish day. It seems like it's kind of a painting. It gives it this very cool, very, you know, oceanic, if that's the correct term. The colors just make it seem like we're just right there at the ocean. How many birds do you think there are, Christina?
Oh, there's got to be hundreds in there.
Hundreds.
I mean, what an amazing moment in time that this photographer captured. That's not something that you see every day. But what a different approach to a seascape photograph. We see a lot of seascapes, but wow, this one has a different point of interest. And where does your eye go when you look at this? Because I keep jumping from bird to bird.
I go right to the rock, and then
Yeah.
I kind of go in a big circle with all these birds. And what's fun about this is the more you look at it, the more you just keep finding different birds to look at. It's 23 by 27, but in person it feels like a square. You know, squares are so much fun to find a place in your home. Has a nice, brilliant double matte, a very tasty black frame, so it really doesn't detract from the image. And that blue, look at that wide shot there. You're just really hit with the blue. It just makes me want to go to the ocean and escape the Sacramento heat.
It does. Well, if you are someone who's spent time in Bodega Bay or Goat Rocks, wow, what an amazing piece of original artwork that you could have in your home to remind you of those amazing times you've had with your friends or your family. Or maybe you just like some cool artwork. Wow. I mean, what a neat photograph of birds that this artist has captured. Again, we're looking at item 27E, The Birds of Goat Rock by Grant Kreinberg. Photography measuring 23 by 27 with a retail value of $400. The number to call is on your screen. The current bid is on your screen as well. Martin, I love that you keep talking about the colors in this, because it does kind of set a mood. It makes me want to grab a cup of coffee and a shawl, and it just kind of gives me that cold, ocean breeze. What do you get from it?
Yeah, and all that blue doesn't distract us from the birds, because really we want to look at the birds with this image.
Right.
So that's kind of what that blue does. You know, it's sort of, instead of having a bunch of greens and oranges and all that sort of thing in the background, or a sunset, it really takes us back to the birds. Grant is a member at the Riverfront Art Gallery, the Artist Collaborative in Old Sacramento, and he's a past contributor to KVIE, so we want to thank him so much for that. And he's shown in the city of Vacaville, Petaluma, Guerneville. He's an accomplished photographer. Anyone that enjoys our coast, we take this image home.
Absolutely. All right, well, we're going to keep this piece open for you to continue bidding on it, and we're going to move on to our next piece. All right, our next item is item 27F. It's called Spring in a Vase by Suzanne Hambleton. This is photography. It's measuring 16 by 20 with a retail value of $320. Martin, I got to say, when I first saw this one, I almost thought it was a painting because it's got such almost saturated colors. Wow, it's stunning. What can you tell us about it?
Isn't that incredible? I had the same reaction. Suzanne has been shown at the Crocker Art Museum, of all places, and the Viewpoint Gallery, and this is her first entry in the KVIE art auction. So thank you so much for joining the family. Suzanne is a master still life photographer. This is what she does. And there we're coming down on the vase. I have to tell you about this vase. She uses a variety of vases in her creations, and she wanted to use a vase from another artist who uses a very special glazing technique, crystalline glaze. It's an ancient Japanese art form in which crystals are formed inside the kiln. So this is a collaboration. She wanted to feature that vase. This is done in her studio in Auburn. She has a bunch of fancy lights set up and strobes and creating that background. You can see on the image that just came up, you know, that's not done in Photoshop. She's lit the background there, which makes the flowers really stand out. This is an incredible photograph. I have to say, I'm a photojournalist by trade. I'm envious of this sort of thing. I have no idea about the patience and dedication and the creativity behind something like this. It's really, really incredible. She loves warm colors. Who doesn't? So this would be a great piece for a nice, put this in an area of your home that has some good light. It would really liven things up.
I was just thinking about where to put this in your home, and gosh, next to a window or, you know, your kitchen, maybe overlooking your garden in your living room or a bedroom. There's so many places you could have this piece, and wow, I love the bringing the outside in and those soft muted colors. Really a gorgeous piece, a real piece of art that we're so lucky to have here in the art auction. Again, it's item 27F, Spring in a Vase by Suzanne Hambleton, measuring that nice 16 by 20 size. You could really fit just about anywhere with a retail value of $320. You'll see the current bid on your screen as well as the number to call. Martin, what else can you tell us about this?
It's printed on metal. Again, it's 16 by 20, but sometimes these dimensions give us kind of a square feel, and which I love. And it's almost like it's been matted a little bit with the black border on the edges. Sticks out about an inch. It's a very unique metal printing. It's not high glossy. It has kind of a matte finish, which is really important. Anytime you have a matte finish, you know, it doesn't distract you with all the reflections and all the glass. Look at that little flower down there all by itself.
That detail is really neat with the flower laying on the rocks and the vase as well.
She's assembled some black stones down there. It's really incredible. It'd be so much fun to hang out with someone like this when they're making this photograph.
Oh, the incredible skill and talent that went into this is really incredible. She really painted a photograph in my view, and our viewers would be lucky to have a piece like this. All right, well, Martin, any final thoughts on this piece?
This is a master still life photographer. It's beautiful. This is just a great entry for your first entry into the art auction. We're so grateful that it's here. It's really beautiful. It's one of those pieces that I noticed when it was hanging up in the collection, people just go to. It just really kind of
draws you
sucks
right
you
in. Yeah, absolutely. All right, well, we're nearing the end of this break, which means that now is your last opportunity to bid on the art like this one featured in this half an hour. Now let's head back to the recap station for an update.
There's just a few moments remaining in our first segment this morning, so don't miss your opportunity to take home one of these stunning photographs. You just got to call that number on your screen, and I've got all these great people waiting to take your bid. Let's go over the last three items. Number 27D is Bonsai Rock, Lake Tahoe by Jim West. This is a stunning photo. It measures 16 by 24. It's got a retail of $550. We are currently sitting at $175. This is the perfect thing to put in your office if you have a home up in Tahoe, so when you're at work, you don't miss it. Anyway, you can pick it up right now. I just need to let's get a $200 bid on that. Item number 27E is the Birds of Goat Rock by Grant Kreinberg. I love this piece. I go up to Bodega all the time, and it's just got that kind of misty Bodega feel. It has a retail value of $400. Right now, I need a bid of $100. You could take this home tomorrow. Anyway, call that number and bid. Goat Rock number 27E. Number 27F is Spring in a Vase by Susan Hambleton. This is a photo on metal. It almost looks like a painting. It just really has a nice Renaissance feel to it. It has a value of $320, which I think is too low, and we have a current bid of $125. What a beautiful piece to brighten your kitchen or your living room, and it's a really nice size. But you can't get it if you don't call. Let's go back and review everything in this half hour that's still open for bidding. Number 27A is Lesser Goldfinch in Spring Flowers by Michelle McCormick. It's a photo that measures 16 by 20. It's got that great little finch. I raise finches, so I'm kind of partial. It's got a retail of $525. We're sitting at $300. Let's get that to $350. Item number 27B is Great Egret Flying in the Rain, Costa Rica by Leonard James. This is a large format photograph, absolutely stunning. It has a retail of $950. I'm only seeing a bid of $325. Let's get that up to $425 or make it a bell ringer. Item number 27C is 6 White Dahlias by Dolores Frank. Again, what a lovely piece. It's got a great frame on it. Thank you, Choice Framing. It's 22 by 18. It has a retail of $350, and right now it's sitting at $100. Let's get that up to 2. Item number 27D, Bonsai Rock, Lake Tahoe by Jim West. We've got a bid of 200 on Bonsai Rock. Let's get it up to 3. It's got a $550 value. Item number 27E, the 27E, the Birds of Goat Rock. That's that great bodega piece. I am looking for a $100 bid on that piece. It's got a retail value of $400. If you've got a house in Bodega Bay, you need that piece. Item number 27F is Spring in a Vase. I have a bid right now of $125. It's got a value of $320. Like I said, looks like a painting. It's a great little piece. So stay with us. There's more art coming up in the next half hour of the PBS KVIE art auction.
How many people see what I see? In the symbolic patterns, I see the flowing water of the Tigris. In the hand-woven knots, I see an artist's fingers play a loom like a harp.
Mansour's Oriental Rug Gallery, celebrating over 40 years.
With locations in Roseville and Sacramento.
For a beautiful home in a beautiful world.
PBS KVIE is committed to the visual and performing arts through national productions like All Creatures Great and Small and Endeavor, to our local productions like KVIE Art Showcase in the PBS KVIE Gallery, exhibiting award-winning art auction artists and California masters. PBS KVIE's commitment to the arts stays strong because of your participation as a donor and art buyer. Thank you for being a part of the PBS KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today. Coming up next is the photography category. Awards juried by Andres Alvarez, this category features a selection of photographs, limited editions, and etchings. View all of the art featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art auction.
Hello, I'm the art lady, Dee Neath, and we're back for another round of photography. And now here's an overview of the art that's coming up next. Item number 28A is California Poppies by Alan Ashenfarb. This is on metal, and it measures 20 by 30 and has a retail value of $400. Item number 28B is A Little Conversation by Kathy Trulio. This photograph measures 26 by 30 and has a retail value of $300. Item number 28C is Lily's Fantasy by Anna Barber. This is a photograph measuring 24 by 24 and has a retail value of $450. Item 28D is American Avocet by Gilbert Gutierrez. This is a photo and it measures 16 by 20 and has a value of $200. Item number 28E is Workin' Bee by Jody Weber. This photo measures 16 by 20 and has a retail value of $150. Item number 28F is The Darling Dragonfly by Mike Boyle. This photo measures 16 by 20 and has a retail of $150. Now let's head over to the art and see the art with our auctioneer and art expert.
Hi there, I'm Christina Salerno, and thank you for joining us for another round of photography. During this break, I'm pleased to be back once again with our art expert, Martin Christian. Thanks for joining us here, Martin.
Thanks for having me, Christina.
All right, well, let's get started with our first item, which is item 28A. It's called California Poppies, and it's by Alan Ashenfarb. This is a metal measuring 20 by 30 with a retail value of $400. California Poppies, our California state flower. I love it. What can you tell us about it, Martin?
Yeah, I love how some of the poppies are open and some of them are closed. It's 20 by 30, my favorite size. If you have a small house, it can dominate the wall. If you have a big house, you can get 2 or 3 of these. I love this size. It's printed on metal. Which we're seeing every year, Christina. We see more metal, more canvas as photographers, or some photographers moving away from paper and mats and frames. So I love that. You can tell this was painted. You can tell where this was shot at the very first light of the day or the very last light of the day. I'm not really sure because you get these bright orange light coming through the horizon there on top of the river. This was taken near Boyle Wineries in Clarksburg. He He's returned to this spot many, many times waiting for these poppies to be there. And so he scouted this area. He kept revisiting it until it finally produced the light and the magic that he was looking for. It's a really great photograph.
I like how the orange and the poppies kind of complement the orange of the sunset. So my eye kind of goes back and forth between the two. I can't decide which detail I like more. But wow, what a neat little piece. Clarksburg, such a beautiful part of the Sacramento greater region. And this is a beautiful statement piece to take home to remind you of some of those amazing pieces. And you were talking about how it was printed on metal. Now, why would an artist choose to put an image like this on metal? What does that bring out in the photograph?
Well, there are lots of different reasons. I'll give you my reasons. One of the things that I love about metal is it removes the barrier, so there's no glass between you and the image, so sometimes that's beneficial. But it also, more importantly, it rewards contrast and rewards color, so you can get deeper blacks, maybe, deeper rich colors. You can see right there the blues, the dark tones that we have. Metal sort of rewards that, whereas, say, canvas moves in the opposite direction. Canvas prints soften things, gives it a nice, warm, friendly feel. So it depends on your image, what direction you want to go. I love metal prints. It's my preferred style preferred material to print on, simply for those reasons. It rewards contrast, rewards color, and it removes that barrier.
You can really see the color pop, and I think it is because of that metal. We're looking at item 28A. It's called California Poppies by Alan Ashenfarb. It's metal, as we've been discussing, measuring 20 by 30, which Martin was talking about as a really great size for pretty much any large or small space, with a retail value of $400. You'll see the current bid on your screen, as well as the number to call to place a bid and get in the bidding. What a great piece to take home, very representative of not only California with the California poppies, but also the oaks. So that's Sacramento and Clarksburg. So what a great piece of local, landscape. And Martin, final thoughts on this piece?
He also had our last camera shot showing the clouds in the sky there, which we don't get a lot of clouds in Sacramento in the summertime. So it's so cool that he factored that into this image. What a great photograph.
All right, well, we're going to keep this piece open for you to continue bidding on it, and we're going to move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 28B. It's called A Little Conversation, and it's by Kathy Triolo. This is photography, and it's measuring 26 by 30 with a retail value of $300. So, Martin, I got to say, this one is so cool. It grabbed my attention right away. How did the artist do this?
Me too. This was one of the first images I went to look at when I looked at the gallery. Kathy, we spoke on the phone last night. She told me that my passion is to transfer a photo to her computer and then let the muse in me take over. Interestingly enough, Christina, she got this image of the pelican, which it includes the water and the pelican, and then she added the fish later. She shot the fish in it's a catfish, a separate shoot, and then she added the flowers in the upper right.
Oh, wow.
And that's what she does. She captures photographs, she gets them in her computer, and she just lets her creativity run wild. We talked on the phone at length about this. She removes all that detail from the background, which gets that bird become so striking. Look at the flowers. Look at the feathers on its head there. If you had any detail in the background, that would take away from that. It's so incredible. This is an incredible photograph. She likes to have fun with her images, and she hopes that the people that enjoy her artwork feel the same way. She just likes to have fun with these images and see where her creativity takes her.
Oh, it's so cool. It's almost like a painting because it's got so many fun images, yet it's a photograph. Wow, I love that backstory that you told us. And as our camera's panning in on this fish and the bird, I'm not sure which one I like more. They're kind of facing each other. It's almost like a face-off. It's just a really fun image that any bidder would be lucky to take home. Again, 28B, A Little Conversation. Maybe they're having a conversation between the bird and the fish right there by Kathy Triolo. Photography measuring 26 by 30 with a retail value of $300. The number to call is on your screen, as well as the current bid. Martin, take it away. What else can you tell us about it?
That's exactly what Kathy mentioned to me. Maybe the pelican isn't going after the fish. Maybe they're having a conversation.
They're talking.
And hence the title. This is it's wrapped on the side, so the image goes around the side, which we don't see that a lot. A lot of times we'll stop the image on the border of the canvas. This one wraps around, which kind of draws you in. She says that The pelican was taken in Ventura, California. The fish was taken in Seattle, and she has a love for Asian art, and that was the inspiration here to create something with some of the Asian art that she appreciates.
Oh, I can see the Asian influences, and there's these beautiful orchids up in the corner, if our cameras are able to go over there too, which is kind of a really subtle detail, but once you look at them, I mean, that's a gorgeous image of orchids as well, Martin, so it really brings a lot of different elements together.
And she created those. She created the orchids, and she created the splash. It's so cool. This is such a fun piece. I really, really like this one.
Absolutely. All right. Well, the number to call is on your screen. The current bid is on your screen, too. If you love this piece as much as Martin as I do, then you want to call now and you want to get in the bidding, because these pieces go quick. Once they're closed, and you don't want to miss out. You want to have original art in your home within a matter of days. All right. Well, we're going to keep this piece open for you to continue bidding on, and we're going to move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 28C. It's called Lily's Fantasy, and it's by Anna Barber. This is photography. It's measuring 24 by 34 with a retail value of $450. Now, Martin, when I saw this one, I was just stunned by the purple colors. The colors in this were what drew me in immediately. What was it that drew you in?
The same thing, the color, but also, doesn't it kind of give you like this powerful feeling? It has this really intense, powerful feel. It reminds us of how awesome nature is. She considers herself a fusion artist. She used that term several times as we were speaking about this powerful, awesome image. So she takes photographs, gets them in a computer. She uses her tablet and pen tool and she's a trained watercolor artist. So she uses techniques that she's learned over the years as a watercolor artist, and she now translates that into digital software, digital programs, and she creates these beautiful images. It's so cool. This is such a great image. I know for macro photographers, you can go into the, what do they call it, the pistil, the stamen in the center of the photograph, and you can find all kinds of neat things inside of these flowers. So if you're at home and want to dabble in macro photography, this is a place to go. Go inside these flowers. You know, it's purple, it's lavender colored, which we don't see a lot of. We see a lot of primary colors in nature, blues and greens. You don't see purple very often. It has a very interesting gray matte with a white border, black frame, very unique. This would be good in a formal setting, I think, if you had like an office or if you had a home office or at your workplace. It would also be at home in your living room as well. It's funny, the composition, doesn't it make it seem like you want to kind of turn it maybe, like maybe the flower is upside down or something? A lot of creativity with the way that Anna has created this. It's very interesting.
It is, and I like the layers too, because I'm looking at multiple flowers. It's not just one, but there's a lot more hidden in there. So she's really captured a lot of detail, and you keep using the word macro photography. And what does that mean exactly when you're looking at an image like this?
Well, macro means you're going to focus on something very small, and it's also going to be a very low depth of field, so you're going to have a lot of blurring on the edges, and so it kind of keeps you on your toes. You have to control the elements, and so she's captured something here with her camera and then taken it into the computer and made something incredible. Look at the lower left, how we have blues down in here. Isn't that neat? To have all the purples and everything up, up above, and obviously this is the focal point here. But man, your eye just goes everywhere with this. This is for
really
you.
does.
If you're a nature lover, this is for you.
Nature lover, flower lover, gardener, pretty much anyone. This could be a fantastic piece, as Martin said, maybe in an office, formal room, near a dining room, over a sofa. There's a lot of places you could put this in your home. Again, we're looking at 28C, Lily's Fantasy by Anna Barber, photography measuring that really nice size, that 24 by 34 with a retail value of $450. The current bid is on your screen. The number to call is on your screen as well. You want to get in on the bidding before it is too late. So, all right, well, we're halfway through the break, which means that we're going to keep this piece open and we're going to go check in over at the recap station for bidding updates while you call in and place your bids.
We've got 3 bell ringers in a row. And what that means is somebody's paid retail price for the artwork, which is what the artist intends. It just thrills the artist. All it takes is a call and a bid, and a piece of art can be in your home today. Here's a recap of the pieces we've looked at so far in the break. Starting out with 28A is California Poppies by Alan Aschenbarb. That's our bell ringer for this break. It has a retail value of $400. We are currently sitting at 500. So you can still bid on it, but thank you for that bidder who brought it over the top. Item number 28B, A Little Conversation, has a retail of 300. I'm looking for a bid of 150. It's a fun piece. Item number 28C is Lily's Fantasy by Anna Barber. This is photography measuring 24 by 34, has a retail value of $450, and we are currently at $170. So let's get that up to $450. Let's make these all bell ringers. Again, you just call the number on your screen, and you can take one of these beautiful photographs home today or tomorrow. And all the proceeds go to PBS, KVIE. That's what the artist intended. Remember, the artists don't get paid for these works. They're donating too. So support KVIE, support the artists, and please bid high and bid often. Let's go through them one more time. Item number 28A, California Poppies, is our bell ringer at 500. We're still taking bids on that. 28B, A Little Conversation, is a $300 value. We are looking for 150. We'll take an opening bid of 100 on that. It's got a $300 value. 28C, Lily's Fantasy, 450. I've got a bid of 170. Let's get that up to 270, and let's get some more bell ringers before this break closes. They close fast, and once we close it out, you can't buy it. All right, more art to come with Christina and Martin.
All right, we are back with the second half of the photography category. Up next is item 28D. It's called American Avoset by Gilbert Gutierrez. This is photography. It's measuring 16 by 20 inches and has a retail value of $200. Martin, what stands out to you with this beautiful photograph?
I love how he's captured this moment in time. These birds, the Avoset, Christina, are found all throughout North America. So we know he took this here in California, but photographers are shooting these birds, not literally, but with their cameras all throughout America. I found an interesting little tidbit as our camera zooms in on that beautiful bird. During the breeding season, the Avoset's head turns orange, and then after breeding season, it goes back to white and gray. So we know that this was taken during the breeding season. And their call is a distinctive shrill or bleat. And I think we've all probably heard these as we've been visiting the shore. Look at the background there, how blurry it is. So this photographer knows what he's doing. He's got a moment in time. The little droplets of water in the beak are sharp. The background is blurry, so he really captured a moment in time. This bird was probably hauling, you know what? It was probably moving really quickly on the shoreline, and he was sitting there with his camera and captured this great image.
It really is a beautiful image. Maybe for the bird lover out there, what a great present. This could possibly be a present. We have got Christmas coming up, or maybe you are an admirer of birds, of nature, of hiking. What an amazing piece of nature photography to have in your home. As Martin said, this could really be anywhere in North America with that bird, but we've taken a bird that you see everywhere and we've really drawn attention to it, which I really like. This is item 28D. American Avoset by Gilbert Gutierrez, measuring 16 by 20, a really nice size to put just about anywhere in your home with a retail value of $200. I do like that size because we can put that anywhere, maybe near a window, kitchen, dining room, and just kind of bring that outside inside, especially if you are a nature photographer or somebody who loves and appreciates birds.
You combine that great size with the classic white mat, the classic black frame, and this will go anywhere with any. If you have other artwork on the wall, other decor, other colors, this will fit in just fine.
And what can you tell us about the composition of this photograph? What did the artist choose here?
Well, you can see that on the beak there, it's looking off to the left, so he's left the negative space here on the left. You know, he's using that rule of thirds, so great composition. This is Gilbert's first time in the KVIE art auction, so we want to thank you so much, Gilbert, for contributing this, and we hope there's a big auction. We hope we get people on the phone to bid for this. So thank you, Gilbert.
Absolutely. And I just want to remind our viewers out there that all of the artists in the KVIE art auction have donated original pieces of art. Support PBS KVIE. The proceeds that are raised for the art auction go to support the programming that you love on PBS KVIE, whether that's news, Frontline, Washington Week, maybe it's the dramas, maybe it's the nature shows. Maybe you are a nature lover. Here's a piece of nature photography we're looking at. Maybe it's the nature shows that you watch with your family, Nova, whatever it is that you love on your local PBS station. All of the proceeds from the KVIE art auction go to support that mission, and artists like Gilbert here who donated art to support that mission. So we're very grateful to the artists and for you for placing bids on original artwork like this. And all you have to do to get involved in the bidding is call the number on your screen and place a bid. You'll see the current bid on your screen as well. Again, this has a retail value of $200. You'll see the current bid on your screen as well. All right, well, we're going to keep this piece open for you to continue bidding, and we're going to move on to our next piece. All right, we have item 28E. It's called Working Bee, and it's by Jody Weber. This is photography, and it's measuring 16 by 20 with a retail value of $150. I love this bee. She really captured that bee at work, right, Martin?
Yeah, it's a honeybee, and Jody says, I have a fascination with bees. They look so cute and fuzzy, but pack a wicked punch if you anger them. I'm an ex-beekeeper, so I kind of know what you're talking about, Jody. This is a lavender field. She says her camera, she's actually in a parking lot, but she's drove by this over and over and over and finally went back and revisited those lavender fields and was lucky enough to get that bee right there. It's so cool. It's looking right at her saying, don't you dare get too close to me with that camera.
I like that.
So cool.
He's staring right at the camera right there. And I love how the bee is in focus, and the flowers are, but we got a lot of out of focus in the back. Can you talk about the composition the artist chose for this photograph?
Yeah, she's got to use a fast shutter speed, load up the field, so she knows what she's doing. She made a point to tell me about she only prints on canvas, and I give you the reason why, which you'll probably never guess. She says, I have small children, and the canvas prints, I don't have to worry about them falling off the wall and breaking.
As a mother of two, I can appreciate that. Thank you so much, Jody, for all those families out there. Well, that goes to say a piece like this could be great in a family home. Thank you for pointing out that. A living room, a hallway, maybe a children's bedroom, kind of a whimsical, fun piece with those great purples, maybe a girl's bedroom. I love it. All you have to do is call the number on your screen and get involved in the bidding. This is item 28E, Working Bee by Jody Weber. Photography, measuring 16 by 20, really nice size, with a retail value of $150. Martin, what else do you want to tell us about this?
Yeah, as the bee moves along and does its work, sometimes you'll see little pods of pollen on its legs. So this one probably just landed. It's not a very deep canvas, so you could put this in a hallway, for example, because we don't like to have deep images, deep artwork in hallways because you might brush up against them. Not so much with this one. It's a little thinner on the canvas, so you can place this pretty much everywhere. I love how the background is not only blurry, Christina, but it's also kind of bright. So it has this white, sort of hot background, really makes the bee stand out. Look at that wing on the left side. It really stands out. It's so cool.
I want to draw attention to the colors too, because these lavender colors, as somebody who loves lavender, what a beautiful calming kind of sense I get from this, from the purples and the greens and the whites. An image like this could really bring some calming sense to wherever you place it in your home. And like you said, it's really lightweight, so you could try it out in different places in your home and really find the right spot that this picture could go in.
It's almost like smell-o-vision, I can smell the lavender just by standing here next to it. It's really, really cool.
It absolutely is. All right. Well, we're going to keep this piece open for you to continue bidding on, and we're going to move on to our next piece. Our next piece, item 28F, is called The Darling Dragonfly, and it's by Mike Boyle. This is photography. It's measuring 16 by 20 with a retail value of $150. This is such a cool piece, Martin. Wow, there's a lot we can talk about here. Where do you want to start?
Mike told me he did not have his camera. He was on the back patio and saw this dragonfly land, and he ran out, grabbed his camera, and came back and was so glad that it's still there. I will tell you that there's no way our cameras can give justice to this image. When you see this one in person, it has that steampunk look. It kind of looks like a metal sculpture, like it's a toy or a piece of metal. It's so incredible. All the details, all the different sections of this animal, this insect. It's so incredible. I love this photograph.
The blues, the electric blues are what drew me in. So he's got this dragonfly on the blue, but then this cool frame. I mean, he just popped these colors. So no matter where you're at, you could be across the room. Wow, is your eye going to go to this piece? Can you talk a little bit about the framing choice of this artist?
He's got an interesting charcoal gray mat that you can see, and he's found the perfect blue bevel here. You can see the perfect blue. It kind of matches I don't know what this is, this blue stem, this plant. It matches, everything matches. So he's really chosen to emphasize this blue which sure enough, it's going to make the gold of that insect really stand out. That is so incredible. I hate to have favorites, but I think this is the favorite of the images that we're showing you today. I love this image. I asked him a lot about his technique, and you know, Christina, he wanted to tell me all about dragonflies. He told me that if a dragonfly lands on your head, it's good luck. So maybe don't swat it away if it lands on your head. Try not to, at least.
Try not to. You know, they move so quickly. I don't think I've ever seen one in this much detail. And so it's so neat to actually see it with its wing spread. It's looking the other way. There's a lot of really cool detail in this one. If this is a piece that speaks to you, you want to get in the bidding now. This one will go quick. I can guarantee you of that. The number to call is on your screen. This is item 28F. It's called the Darling Dragonfly by Mike Boyle. Photography measuring 16 by 20 with a retail value of $150. You'll see the current bid on your screen as well. That's so cool. I mean, look at when we get really up close. Wow. I mean, it almost looks like a neon electric drawing, maybe, or, you know, something out of a sci-fi book.
Sculpture.
A sculpture.
It's really incredible. He told me that dragonflies eat 1,000 mosquitoes a day, so don't shoo them away from your yard. I had no idea. It's so cool. Look at that. It looks like that's made out of foil or metal or something. It's just amazing.
Quite a talented photographer to capture that moment in time, that insect right there. And we're so grateful to have it here in the KVIE art auction. As you can tell, we both love this piece. We both want to take it home. So if you want to take it home, all you have to do is call the number on your screen and place a bid. The current bid is on your screen as well. Martin, final thoughts.
I love the square. He says it's, again, 16 by 20, but it feels like a square. It's an incredible image. Please, when all of you that are out there bidding on this, put this in a well-lit area of your home. It's just begging for light. It's just so incredible. It looks
absolutely.
It's both warm and friendly, but it's also kind of awesome, like it's a science fiction movie or something.
Totally.
It's just, there's a lot going on.
Absolutely. All right. Well, we're nearing the end of this break, which means that now is your last opportunity to bid on the art featured in this half an hour. I'd like to thank our art expert, Martin Christian, for sharing his expertise in the field of photography. So great to have you with us, Martin. All right. Now let's check in over at the recap station for an update.
Some great artwork awaits you in this break, and it is so busy in here taking bids and getting bell ringers. You only have just a few minutes remaining before it's gone, so let's take a look at these pieces that are still open. Item number 28D is American Avocet by Gilbert Gutierrez. It's a photo that's 16 by 20. It has a retail value of $200, and it is currently sitting at $150. All it takes is a $50 bid to make that a bell ringer. Item number 28E is Working Bee. Ring the bells. We've got a bell ringer at $150, but we're still taking bids. It's a great piece. Item number 28F, the Darling Dragonfly. Also a bell ringer at $200, but let's get that up to $300. It's got a beautiful frame job on it. It would look great anywhere, ready to go home. Let's go over everything that's still open really quick. Item number 28A is California Poppies by Alan Ashenfarb. Bell ringing. It currently is sitting at $500, so let's just keep that hopping up. Item number 28B is A Little Conversation by Kathy Trulio. It's a photograph, and it's got a value of $300. Another bell ringer. Thank you, Kathy Triolo. Item number 28C is Lily Fantasy by Anna Barber. It's got a retail of $450. We're sitting at $170. Let's make that one a bell ringer as well. We can't do it unless you call. Item number 28D, American Avocet by Gilbert Gutierrez, is 16 by 20. It's got a retail value of $200, and we are sitting at $150, so close to getting what Gilbert wanted the station to get when he donated that piece. And remember, it's his first auction, so let's encourage him and get it up to $200. 28E, Working Bee, is another bell ringer at $150, but it can still go up. And remember, all the proceeds go straight to your PBS station. Item number 28F, the Darling Dragonfly. Fabulous piece, super bright, also a bell ringer. It's got a $150 value. It's at $300. It's nice to see that people see the value of a good photograph these days. Let's make every one of these pieces a bell ringer. 28D American Avocet is at $150. I just need another $50 so we can encourage the artist and we get the retail value. When we get the retail value on the piece, that tells the artist that you care about the art in Sacramento and its surrounding areas. and it also helps out KVIE. One more time, let's go through them really fast. 28A, California Poppies is sitting at 500. 28B, A Little Conversation, is sitting at 400, both bell ringers. 28C, Lily Fantasy, is at 250. It's got a 450 value. Let's make them all bell ringers. All you got to do is call that number on your screen. Number 28D, American Avocet, is at 150. It's got a $200 value. Let's bump it up by 50. Even if you're the bidder that's sitting at 150, just give me 200 and we'll ring the bells for you. Number 28E, Working Bee, is another bell ringer at 200. It's still open, so call now. 28F, the Darling Dragonfly, is sitting at 300, also a bell ringer. All you got to do is call that number on your screen. You can pick up the piece tomorrow. You can pick it up tomorrow. We're going to be here tonight until 8 p.m. So there's lots of art coming up, but once you see the piece is gone. It's just gone. You'll never see it again, and it just breaks my heart when I miss a piece. So please stay with us. There's more art coming up in the next half hour of the PBS KVIE art auction.
Welcome to the 41st Annual PBS KVIE Art Auction. Join us all weekend for a celebration of Northern California's visual arts. Over 270 works of art will be auctioned off to the highest bidder, and you can be part of the action by watching and bidding on your favorite artwork. View the entire collection online at kvie.org/art-auction. Then, when your favorite item appears, call 1-844-KVIE-ART to place your bid. Auction proceeds benefit the programs and services of your PBS station, KVIE. So thank you for watching and bidding. And now, let the auction begin. Bidding on items in the art auction is quick and easy to do. First, explore the collection online at kvie.org/art-auction, or keep watching PBS KVIE. When a piece of art catches your eye, call 1-844-KVIE-ART and a volunteer will assist you. KVIE accepts all major credit cards for your art purchase, and a member of our accounting team will confirm your payment within 5 minutes of item sale. Thank you for being a part of the PBS KVIE art auction and for making art a part of your home today. Coming up next is the Contemporary category. Awards juried by Faith J. McKinney, this category features abstract and non-objective works in a variety of media. View all of the art featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art-auction.
Hello, I'm Dean Ethan. Welcome. Thank you for joining us for this Contemporary category. This portion of the art auction is sponsored by Mansour's Oriental Rug Gallery, and we thank them, and we'd like to thank them for their continued commitment to supporting the arts on PBS KVIE. And now let's look at what's coming up next. Item number 28C, Lily's, sorry about that. 29A, A Cacophony of Color by Marcella Bambola. This is a watercolor that measures 24 by 20 and has a retail value of $500. Item number 28B is Embellish by Barbara Florentine. It is acrylic on paper and measures 11 by 8.5. It has a retail value of $325. Item number 29C is Voluptuous by Eric Ostrander. It's mixed media and it measures 48 by 48 and it's $800 and $840 is the retail value. It was the first place in the Contemporary category of this year's auction. Item number 29D is Ponzi Stew by Sally Shapiro. It's acrylic on canvas. It's large. It measures 77 by 39 and has a retail value of $3,000. Item number 29E is Silk Snake by Pat Calabro. This is a digital illustration measuring 22 by 17 and it has a retail value of $350. Item number 29F is Aurora Borealis by Lindsay Platts. Little play on words. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 20 by 16, and it was Professionally wired and ready to hang by University Art Center, it has a retail value of $150. Now let's take a look at art in this next break.
Hi there, I'm Christina Salerno, and thank you for joining us for the contemporary category. During this break, I am pleased to be here with fine artist Kelly Rains. Kelly is known for her work with pastels and acrylics and often exhibits her artwork at Archival Gallery in East Sacramento. We're so glad to have her back with us this year, both as a contributing artist and as an art expert. Okay, Kelly, let's get started. This is item 29A. It's called Cacophony of Color by Marcella Bambola. This is a watercolor measuring 24 by 20 with a retail $1. Wow, I love the colors in this one. What about you, Kelly?
I love the colors. And when you said that, I got goosebumps. And when I talked to Marcella and I asked her about her painting, and she said her paintings are all about color. So that you notice the color, then she is successful in what she's doing, and she's very successful in doing a lot of things. I love the color. She pointed out to me, and I noticed it as well, that she's got a lot of pen and ink lines throughout the painting. And what that does is she says it gives structure to what she calls the colorful chaos. And if chaos is always as colorful, I think it's a beautiful thing. So you can see the really fine detailed pen lines throughout the flower petals and around the different parts of the painting. But another thing I want to point out are there little hidden treats in here. It's not just flowers, but there's little butterflies.
Wow, look at that.
There's a little ladybug. And so there's all kinds of surprises. Every time you look at it, you're finding something new, and it's beautiful.
Oh, I love it. Well, it is called Cacophony of Color, so that explains her love of color, why we're seeing so much amazing color. The purples, the blues, the yellows, the greens. Wow. A painting like this could go in any room of your house, and boy, is it going to brighten up that wall, Kelly.
It's going to brighten up the wall. It's going to brighten up conversations. It's just such a colorful, masterful piece. And I love how she's laid colors next to each other that are very contrasting. So you got that beautiful, beautiful royal purple next to the yellow, and you've got some fuchsia kind of reds next to the green, and those oranges are popping in there for contrast as well. So it's composed beautifully. The colors are really saturated, which is something that I love, and it's gorgeous.
It absolutely is. Again, this is item 29A, Cacophony of Color by Marcella Bambola, a watercolor measuring a really nice 24 by 20 size. I mean, so that's really going to fill a wall with some beautiful color with a retail value of $500. The current bid is on your screen, as well as the number to call. You don't have a lot of time, so if a piece like this, which I imagine is going to go very quick, you want to call now to get in on the bidding and get this piece in your home. Kelly, what else can you tell us about it?
So she has been experimenting with watercolors for about a year now. This is about the 20th painting in this style of hers. So she's experimenting with a lot of color in watercolors. And watercolor is not a very forgiving medium, because once you lay down the pigment, it lives with you forever. So she's a real master at laying down the pigment and also letting it kind of do what it wants to do. Here you probably see what's probably some wet on wet work in the lower left-hand corner. And then there's some very more controlled places where she's laid down the color, and it's just gorgeous.
An extremely skilled artist. Last year, she donated a piece that was actually a sculpture, an award-winning sculpture, and we're so grateful for her donations to go to support PBS KVIE and the programming that you love. And wow, thank you so much again for this contribution, because this is going to go to some lucky bidder. Could be you, but you got to call the number on your screen. You got to place a bid now. All right, Kelly, where would you put a piece like this? Would you put this in your bedroom?
I would put it anywhere that I wanted an explosion of color.
Oh, yeah.
Anywhere that I wanted just to brighten up the room. Again, it is a cacophony of colors. And what I love about it is she's brought nature inside for us. And these are colors you see in nature, but she's heightened them. There's a sense of drama in the way that she's laid down the colors and the colors she's chosen and how she's laid them next to each other. So it's a very dramatic piece as well.
Dramatic is the perfect word for that. All right, well, we're going to keep this piece open for you to continue bidding on it, and we're going to move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 29B. It's called Embellish by Barbara Florentine. This is an acrylic on paper. It's measuring 11 by 8.5. It has a retail value of $325. Kelly, this one's really interesting because it's almost two pieces, or a piece mounted on another. Tell us a little bit about the style here.
So it's really, really cool. I'm going to read from my notes a little bit. So the artist really wanted to represent, and she's influenced by mid-century modern style. And the mid-century modern style it's characterized, you know, basically from the mid-1960s with lots of clean lines, organic and streamlined forms, and a lack of embellishment. So you can see these really clean lines that she's used in the character that's in the center of the work, and it's just got a beautiful flow to it, and it's got a minimalist, elegant quality to it.
Really elegant. That's a perfect word to describe it. Are we looking at a rabbit or a cat? There's kind of open to interpretation.
I think you're looking at what your imagination wants to see.
There you go. I see an animal maybe.
I see an animal. I see a sly fox who's kind of looking up at the wind or the birds and in the trees. So what I love about her work is it's open to your own narrative.
It absolutely is.
Absolutely.
So whatever you see in this painting, that's exactly what it is, and you get to bring it home and turn it into your own story. Again, this is item 29B, called Embellished by Barbara Florentine, an acrylic on paper, but it's mounted in such an interesting way. So it's measuring 11 by 8.5, actually, when you look at the full piece, with a retail value of $325. So acrylic on paper, but then we also have a lot more going on here, Kelly.
So it's mounted on the board back here, and it's got a very structural kind of element, you know, feel to it. So it's multi-dimensional, and depending on wherever you are in the room looking at it, it might cast really cool shadows, which is kind of cool. But I do want to point out again these beautiful, luscious curves, which the artist is known for. She loves painting curves and animals, so this is very reminiscent and idealistic of her work. And I love the color combinations with that kind of muted blue and the pale, pale orange.
Beautiful colors. Kelly, what else can you tell us about it?
It's a fun piece. She loves to draw, and she's, again, focused on slow curves and natural objects and animals and their shape-shifting ways, and that's another thing I love to point out, shape-shifting. It's kind of got a storybook feel to it, fairy tale feel to it a little bit. So, you know, the animal is got the curves that are echoed up above into it. So it's almost like there's a cycle of life. And what I love that she's done with the composition is some of the curves go outside of the pane of the painting. So it tells us that the curves in nature are continuing on beyond it.
Oh, I love that. All right, Kelly, what else can you tell us about this?
So I want to talk about the materials and the process. So she did all of this from start to finish at her dining room table, like many artists do. They find a place to create. And also just a really fun biographical note. She is a past contributor to the art auction, and she shared with us actor Vincent Price asked for a drawing she did when she was 10 or 11 years old in Joplin, Missouri. Ooh. So I love that she has stayed with her art, and she's continuing to evolve as an artist, and the beautiful, beautiful colors and curves and animals that she's drawing.
Such a neat piece. All right, well, we're going to keep this piece open for you to continue bidding, and we're going to move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 29C. It's called Voluptuous by Eric Ostrander. This is a mixed media. It's measuring 48 by 48 with a retail value of $840. And I want to point out this was the first place prize winner in contemporary. So really exciting. We'll get to talk about a first place prize winner. And wow, what a lucky bidder is going to be able to take this piece home. It's huge.
It's huge. It's voluptuous.
It is voluptuous, just like the title.
Just like the title. I'm really jealous and very excited for whoever gets to take this home. I want to read from my notes because I don't want to miss a thing. Eric shared with us that this piece is inspired by the abstract expressionism, also known as action painting, in the work of Willem de Kooning. So he's very inspired by that artist's work. And in this style, generally, and you can see in this painting, the paint is spontaneously dribbled. There's not necessarily like a plot and a graph that some artists use. So it's dribbled, splashed, smeared on the canvas, and rather than being very carefully applied, and you can kind of see that here. The resulting work often emphasizes the physical act of painting itself as an essential aspect of the finished work. And you can really see that there was a lengthy process that the artist went through in creating this over months period of time, and it's energetic. There's a lot of movement. There's even some structure. He's got some impasto work here. Some of there's some scumbling work, and it's just really impressive.
Right now, our camera's kind of zoomed into what I think looks like an eye. And I almost feel like that eye just captures me and pulls me into this beautiful canvas. What do you see when you look at it, Kelly?
I definitely, for me personally, I see an eye. I see a swoop of the dramatic hair here. I see a lot of movement. I kind of see some energy kind of below here. There's a tidal wave I mean, there's so many different ways to interpret art. Always approach it with your own narrative and your own open mind and get out of it what you enjoy. I'm getting out of it the movement and the energy and the voluptuousness, not just of the subject matter, but also the paint that he used in his process.
Absolutely. Item 29C. It is called Voluptuous, as we keep repeating, by Eric Ostrander. This is a mixed media measuring 48 by 48, that really large size. Wow, would that dominate a wall, with a retail value of $840. This is a first place. I want to again mention it's a first place contemporary award winner, which means this is going to be a popular piece. It's going to go quick. You don't have a lot of time. If you are interested in bidding on this piece, you want to pick up the phone, call the number on your screen. You can see the current bid on your screen as well. Such an amazing piece to have in your home, to have in your office, to have on that large wall where you really want a statement piece to draw the eye, Kelly. And again, it's such open to interpretation. It's whatever you see in this piece. What else can you tell us about it?
It's a great conversation starter. I'll talk a little bit about his process and materials. The base canvas was first covered with a very fluid alcohol ink pattern. The piece then employs mostly acrylic paint with a narrow strip of enamel along the right edge, very reminiscent of de Kooning. And the texture comes from a spackling paste and chunks of charcoal added throughout the few stages of scraping and knife work. So there's not a lot of thought in, oh, I got to make this brushstroke right here, and it's very planned and methodical. But there is a lot of thought in his process and how he's staying with the painting until it's done, and it absolutely shows.
It is so lovely. Love this piece. We're going to keep this piece open for you to continue bidding, and we're going to go check in over at the recap station for some bidding updates.
Thank you. That's right. We're midway through this contemporary break, and it's your opportunity to bid. Call the number on your screen and get involved now. I'm going to recap the three that we just saw. Item number 28A is a cacophony. 29A is a cacophony of color by Marcella Bambola, also known as the KVIE Cookie Lady, because she's been bringing us cookies all weekend. It has a retail value of $500. It's at $400. Let's show her our appreciation and make that into a bell ringer. Item number 29B is Embellish by Barbara Florentine. It's acrylic on paper. It measures 11 by 8. It's got a retail of $325. We're currently sitting at $100. Let's do those bell ringers again. Item number 29C, Voluptuous, is a big, gorgeous painting. It has a retail of $840. We are currently at $650. All you've got to do is call that number on your screen. I've got all these people on the phone. The last one, 29C Voluptuous, just went up to $800. I only need $40 more on that to make it a bell ringer. If you're the person bidding on that, just bump it up $40 and show your appreciation to the artist. You can do it by calling that number on your screen, and you can pick it up this weekend. And we've got the bell ringer. Thank you for the person that just upped that on 29C. 29A is a cacophony of color by Marcella Bambola. It is got a $500 retail. We've got a bid of $400. I just need another $100. 29B is Embellish. I've got a current bid of $100 on that one. 29C Voluptuous is up to $1,000. Ring those bells. I love it when somebody falls in love with a piece of artwork. Remember, you can trade the artwork around in your house. I do it all the time. Bring something new home this weekend and freshen up your living room. We're just getting started for this break, so let's go back and take a look at a few more with Christina and the lovely Kelly.
All right, we are back for the second half of this contemporary break. Up next, we're looking at item 29D, Ponzi Stew by Sally Shapiro. This is an acrylic on canvas. It's measuring 77 by 39 inches, and it has a retail value of $3,000. Kelly, this is one of the biggest pieces in our collection, just looking at it.
It's one of the biggest paintings I've ever seen, and I absolutely am in love with it. And I'm going to start off with a little bit of bio information about the artist and kind of that feeds into the genesis of this piece. So Sally feeds and advocates for the homeless. And in April 2020, at the height of COVID, beginning of COVID, she was homebound and made this painting to show how people are left out of the social equation.
Oh, wow.
So there's a lot of social commentary that's also just coming from personal experience that she's sharing with us. She said her homeless friend Daniel was on crutches, but she put a woman in the place to show how nurturers also feel helpless. So when I approach almost any kind of art, I approach it from a narrative standpoint. And there's so much storytelling going on in here that's also open to each individual's interpretation. I love the composition that she's done with the colors she's chosen. It starts from, however you want to read it. Is it starting from the bottom up, climbing, or is there something happening from the top where I want to point out at the very top, there's some bell ringing going on, and we don't see who's ringing that bell. We don't see who's in charge of that situation. We do see the character that's on the ladder, that's kind of controlling the hook, and is the hook going down to this phoenix-like figure? And is that phoenix going to rise from some ashes? So there's so many different things to talk about and look at and appreciate, and I love it.
Oh, wow. What an amazing statement piece, a great contemporary piece to have in your home or office that'll really, I mean, you could stand and look at this and have it be a conversation starter for just about anyone. As our camera pans down, we can see even more detail down there below. A reminder, this is 29D. It's called Ponzi Stew by Sally Shapiro. It's an acrylic on canvas measuring that really large 77 inches by 39 across. 77, that's so large, with it's a beautiful piece with a retail value of $3,000. The number to call is on your screen, as well as the current bid on your screen as well. This is a piece that is going to go quick. Kelly, what else can you tell us about it?
So the artist has been painting for several years, but she's also worked in very large bronze and aluminum life-size sculptures. So I think that's influencing a little bit the size of the painting. So it's got a very sculptural feel to it too, which I love. Again, things I point out that I'm just going to love. I love this phoenix-like figure, that the wings, are they created out of brick concrete, brick walls? There's a little bit of dripping of the figure's wings onto the concrete. What does that mean? I don't know. I'm excited to find out. The top rung of the ladder, the hook, where's it going to? What is this tower leading to, and who's controlling it? Are those rockets in the background? And the clouds are close to the mind of that other character. So there's so many different ways to approach this painting from a narrative standpoint, and it's expertly composed and beautifully painted.
Kind of got a sci-fi feel to me. That's what I think when I look at it, because you kind of wonder, what are these things? Are they from Earth? Are they from not? I just love the
It does have a very sci-fi, almost kind of dystopian feel too. So some sci-fi is very dystopian. So, and she's just expertly laid it out. And again, I love that one of my favorite things is when an artist has things going off the canvas. The wings at the bottom are going off the canvas, as is the creature's foot. So not really settled in one place. So there's so many things to talk about. I could talk about it forever.
We could, but we are actually going to keep this item open so that our folks can continue bidding on this item again, 29D Ponzi Stew by Sally Shapiro, and we're going to move on to our next piece. All right, our next piece is item 29E. It's called Silk Snake by Pat Calabro. This is a digital illustration, and it's measuring 22 by 17 with a retail value of $350. Silk Snake. Ooh, that title gives me chills. I love looking at this. Is it a snake, Kelly? What are we looking at? Tell us about it.
I'm going to share with you what the artist shared with us. So the genesis of this for her, and I'm going to read from my notes because it's so interesting. She was reminded of the old Irish tale of the woman who adopted a snake. The woman gave the snake her love and home, but eventually the snake bit her. The woman looked at the snake in shock, but the snake said, "Silly woman, you knew what I was when you took me in." So there's a story and a genesis behind that. What I love about her work is that it's a completely digital painting done in Procreate, which is one of my favorite things to work in. And this is all out of her imagination. Sits down with her iPad, opens up this beautiful digital program, and she's created this just surreal, ethereal, very emotional painting. Definitely there's some snake connotations with the curves of the elements inside. And what I love is that she's printed it out on paper, and you can see a deckled edge here, which gives it a very structural feel, and it's affixed to this beautiful wooden board. It's really stunning. Love it.
It is such a beautiful piece. I love the imagery that she's chosen and the colors, and wow, what a neat piece to have. If this is a piece, this really unique piece that speaks to you, you want to call the number on your screen and place a bid now. You can see the current bid on your screen as well. This is item 29E, Silk Snake. What a neat title for such a piece by Pat Calabro, a digital illustration, as Kelly was describing, measuring 22 by 17 with a retail value of $350. Quite a conversation starter, whether that's in your house or your office or your bedroom, with some really Emotional? I get the word emotional when I look at it.
It's very
colors
emotional.
in it.
It's very almost emotionally charged too, depending on how you're coming at the piece. I love some of the things I love. She's got different, even though it's a digital painting, which I absolutely love, she's created all kinds of different depths and textures in how she's laid down things in the foreground. The snake itself, if indeed that is the snake, maybe these are the shedding skins of that metaphorical snake that's in here, and is it creating another landscape as it's shedding. I love the right-hand side of the painting where it's got some very charged red colors at the very top, almost like it's reaching a zenith. And to me, I see even little structures and animals. In the top right-hand corner, I see personally a little bird up here. So I see different organic kind of representations within the painting. And again, you can find so many different things to look at and appreciate about it.
It's really kind of a moody piece. And those colors kind of bring out different moods, I think, as you look at it. So if this is a piece that speaks to you, something that you can see different things in, want to use it as a conversation starter in your home or your office, all you have to do is call the number on your screen. The current bid is on your screen as well. Again, this is item 29E, Silk Snake by Pat Calabro, a digital illustration with a retail value of $350. We're going to keep this item open for you to continue bidding on it, and we're going to move on to our next item. All right, our next item is item 29F. It's called Aurora Borealis by Lindsay Platts. This is an acrylic on canvas measuring 20 by 16. It is professionally wired for hanging by University Art Center with a retail value of $150. Well, first of all, that title, Aurora Borealis, I think they've got a little play on words to what we're looking at. What do you think, Kelly?
There's a little play on words. So instead of the Aurora Borealis, which is the beautiful light show, usually in the Northern Hemisphere, so there's some bears, and there's a beautiful light show behind these bears. So I'm going to talk about, and I just love the sparkles, I'm going to talk about her process so people can really appreciate the stunning work that's here. So she starts by using Photoshop to plan her project. She prepares the painting by covering the canvas with a matte color of acrylic. She then uses tape or a stencil to block out her image, like she's done here with the trees and the little bears and the two little cubs. And then she mixes acrylic colors and adds latex paint additive. Next, she adds a drop of silicone in one of the colors, and basically she uses what's called a hole in the cup. So this is kind of the acrylic pour kind of method, and so she does that with just found materials, a cup and a hole, and then it's layers upon layers, a canvas, stencil cut, and this beautiful acrylic paint.
It's so cool. It could have been a painting of just bears, or it could have just been a painting of the lights, but she combines them both to bring two really cool elements together, which I love. And I love that the bears are just walking by as if they don't even notice that this amazing light show is happening behind them. Wow, what creativity. I see creativity when I look at it. What do you see,
There's so
Kelly?
much creativity, and what I see is an artist who isn't afraid of her materials.
Right.
I love that she has the confidence to work with the materials, because an acrylic pour like this is going to kind of do what it wants a little bit, shepherded, very much by the artist, but she lets it kind of do its own thing, and she does kind of make the art along with the materials, and I love that confidence.
Oh, it's such a neat piece. Again, 29F Aurora Borealis. It has a retail value of $150. You'll see the current bid on your screen as well as the number to call. Oh, a perfect little piece like this is going to go quick. You don't have a lot of time. That when the break's over, when the lines close, that's it. So you want to get in, and you want to get in on the bidding now. This is such a great piece. You could put it in a bedroom, kind of got a whimsical, maybe a child's bedroom, maybe your bedroom, really anywhere in the home. But it really sets a mood, doesn't it, Kelly?
It's very enchanting. I kind of think of fairy tales and fables, and I could look at these color combinations forever. Just the little tiny speckles in here. There is some iridescent paint that's in here, so it's something that I personally want to stare at all the time. I would love to go to sleep looking at it, waking up to it, and just having it in my home.
I love that you mentioned the speckles. The camera's panning up on that right now because it really sparkles. And so when you have some light on this, no matter where you're walking to, it's got sparkles. So it really brings those lights to life in a way that's almost like you almost kind of feel like you are there. I wish we were.
I wish we were too. It's beautiful. And again, the movement she's got with the paint accentuated by the sparkles, it's a very energetic piece as well.
Extremely energetic, beautiful piece. Call now to get in on the bidding on this lovely little piece. All right, well, we're nearing the end of this break, which means that now is your final opportunity to bid on the art featured in this half an hour. Now let's check in over at the recap station for an update on auction bidding.
That's right, we're down to the final couple minutes before this break is over, and these are great pieces. They will all be gone at the end of this half hour. We are in break number 29, so I'm going to recap the last three. 29D is Ponzi Stew by Sally Shapiro. It's a $3,000 painting. This is a centerpiece in your home. It's a really great size. It's a $3,000 value. I'm looking right now at our current bid of $500. Item number 28E, Silk Snake, is at $100. It's got a $350 value. Pat Calabro donated it, and I love a woman who owns a snake because I own one too. So if you know a reptile person, this piece is definitely for them. That's item number 29E. Item number 29F, Aurora Borealis, is sitting, that's our bell ringer. It's got a $150 value. It's at $350. That doesn't mean you can't call the number on the screen and keep bidding on it. It's got a lovely sparkle to it. It's now up to $375. Let's go back and look at all of the ones in this break. Item number 29A by Marcella Bambola is got a value of $500. Ring those bells. Item number 28A is currently sitting at $625. 29A is still it's at $650. So it looks like we have a bidding war. So if you're the two people on the phone, just up that bid fast. Item number 29B, Embellish, is sitting at $150. That's a $325. Let's get another $200 on that and show the artist how much you appreciate their hard work. Item number 29C, Voluptuous, is a big bell ringer at $1,600. Thank you, whoever put in that bid. What a way to encourage art in Sacramento. Item number 29D, Ponzi Stew, is a $3,000 value. That is a big, beautiful painting. We currently only have a bid of $500. Let's get it up to $750. Item number 29E, Silk Snake, is sitting at $100. It's got a $350 value on it. It could be yours tomorrow. All you got to do is call that number on your screen. Item number 29F, Aurora Borealis, is at $475 now. Looks like we got a bidding war going there. It's got a $150 value, but somebody is making a commitment to giving money to PBS KVIE, and we totally appreciate that. Yeah, all you got to do is call that number on the phone. Then one of these lovely volunteers can talk you through the process. If you've never bid before, you got to call early because it takes a little while to set up. Once you're in the system, you call and we get your bid in like that. But if you don't bid, you're not going to go home with a new piece of art. So please stay with us. There's more art coming up in the next half hour of your PBS KVIE art auction.
How many people see what I see? In the symbolic patterns, I see the flowing water of the Tigris. In the hand-woven dots, I see an artist's fingers play a loom like a harp.
Mansour's Oriental Rug Gallery, celebrating over 40 years. With locations in Roseville and Sacramento.
For a beautiful home in a beautiful world.
Picking up your purchased artwork is quick and easy to do. Visit PBS KVIE Studios Sunday through Tuesday during these posted hours for this year's curbside pickup. For your convenience, PBS KVIE representatives will carry your artwork to your vehicle when you arrive. All purchased art must be claimed within 30 days of auction closure. For questions, location, and hours, visit kvie.org/art auction. Thank you for being a part of the PBS KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today. Coming up next is the landscape category. Awards juried by Leslie Toms, landscapes celebrate the natural beauty throughout our region and beyond. View all of the art featured in this year's collection at kvie.org/art auction.
Hello, I'm the art lady, Dee Neath, and thank you for joining us for the landscape category. And now here's an overview of the art that will be up for bid during our next half hour. Item number 30A is Lone Palm by Susan Whitley Brady. It's a beautiful mixed media measuring 30 by 20 and has a retail value of $900. Item number 30B is California Vineyards by Sherry DeLulo. It's acrylic on canvas measuring 16 by 20 and has a retail value of $700. Item number 30C is Another Time by one of our favorites, Vicky Foote. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 22 by 28 and has a retail value of $4.50. Item number 30D is Skyline Sacramento by Barbara Gill. This is a watercolor measuring 16 by 23 and is $600, one of our favorite landmarks. Item number 30E is Soda Springs in the Fall by Paulette Passavento. It's oil on canvas, it's 20 by 16, and it has a retail value of $600. Item 30F is Silver Linings by Nina Thompson. This is an oil on canvas measuring 16 by 20 and has a retail of $3.50. The phone lines are open and they are ringing. We are ready to take your bids. So now let's see all the art with our auctioneer and our art expert.
Hi there, I'm Christina Salerno, and thank you for joining us for this landscape category. During this break, I am pleased to be here once again with Kelly Rains. Thanks for being here, Kelly.
Thank you.
Lots of great artwork to explore this half an hour, and let's get started with item 30A. This is called Lone Palm. It's by Susan Whitley Brady. This is a mixed media. It's measuring 30 by 20 with a retail value of $900. Stunning colors in this one, Kelly. Wow, what can you tell us about it?
It's electric. I love the color combinations. I love the composition. I'm going to share a little bit about the materials and the artist. So Lone Palm, this is a mixed media paper on canvas with oil paint, gold leaf, and acrylic wax. So you can see there's little tiny pieces of paper that are affixed to the canvas that gives it a very textural feel. I love that in some places the paper's sticking up much like a cloud does. It just brings it off the surface a little bit more and makes it a lot more active. It is gallery wrapped, so much like a sky, it doesn't stop at the edge of our view. The sky keeps going on. And then she's got these beautiful different organic materials in the horizon down here, at the horizon line. That are just, it just adds a beautiful texture in what she's done with how she's laid the color and the materials that she's using. I also want to show or point out that she studied at UC Davis, where she got her art degree while Wayne Thiebaud was teaching there as well. So she's got this beautiful, beautiful pedigree in her art history and her evolution as an artist and this beautiful landscape that she's given us.
Oh, I love it. It's so pretty. And it's got such vibrant, vivid colors. And I love the texture that you're talking about. What an amazing piece. Kelly, what is it that draws your eye to this piece? I think I go straight to the sunset, but there's also that Lone Palm, which is the focus. So which one is it for you?
I go straight to this beautiful teal, deep aqua, maybe cobalt blue kind of maybe water that's below the horizon line down here. For me, that's where everything emotional starts for me.
Gorgeous.
And that's where I'm kind of living at. But what I love about this piece is that there's some place for everyone to live at a different kind of vantage point. She works from different photographs in the very close vicinity of where she lives, because I want to point out she really wants people to experience the landscape and the location of where they're at in the moment. So local is hyper important to her, and I love that this local artist is focusing on our local landscape in such a beautiful way.
It really is, and this is a piece of our local landscape you can bring home by calling the number on your screen. The current bid is on your screen. A reminder, this is item 30A. It's called Lone Palm, with that one little palm right there, by Susan Whitley Brady, with that mixed media, with that neat, technique that Kelly was talking about. Is really layered and textured, measuring 30 by 20. Great size for any room in your home. This is going to bring a pop of color to that with a retail value of $900. This is a piece that is going to go very quickly. Get your bids in now. Additional thoughts, Kelly?
It's a very emotional piece. It's very energetic, and the tone of it is just pitch perfect.
It absolutely is. A piece like this could really bring a lot of color to a room. It's a good size, so this is going to really brighten up the living room, bedroom, hallway, office, wherever you put this. A piece like this is really going to bring some color, but also bring some real calming energy, I think.
To me, it's an emotional landscape, an emotional escape that you can dive into when you need a break from anything else.
Absolutely. All right, well, we're going to keep this piece open for you to continue bidding on, and we're going to move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 30B. It's called California Vineyards by Sherry DiLullo. This is an acrylic on canvas. It's measuring 16 by 20 with a retail value of $700. Oh, it's so pretty, Kelly. And I love California vineyards. It's one of my favorite things about California. What about you?
It's one of my favorite things too. And this is one of those paintings that I wish I could just kind of jump into the painting, much like a Van Gogh haystack or something.
Right.
And just experience the world, because she's created this lush, beautiful, vibrant world for us. This is acrylic. And I'll point out just kind of the genesis or the inspiration for her as an artist. She often drives through the vineyards on her way back home from visiting her son. And depending on what is around the next corner, she's always inspired by the corner or the colors of each season that approach her as she's driving. So you can see this beautiful, what I see are harvest colors, and harvest time at the wineries and the vineyards in California are one of the most special, magical times in our region.
It's summer. I can feel the heat. I can feel the glass of wine in my hand. This is a perfect piece. If you are somebody who greatly appreciates, loves California agriculture, California wine. We're so lucky to live in California with this kind of agriculture and commodities here. This is a piece for you to take home and have at your home. This is item 30B, California Vineyards by Sherry DiLullo, acrylic on canvas, measuring 16 by 20, really nice size to fit in any room, any wall, with a retail value of $700. Kelly, what else can you tell us about it?
Well, share about the artist that she has exhibited. Also, she's been a past contributor to the art auction, so thank you, Sherry. She's also been seen at Crocker Art Gallery events and the Blue Line Art Gallery. But back to the painting, the world. I love that she's given us a little bit of thoroughfare, as if we can, immediately go walk into the painting. I love the electric oranges that she's kind of got at the corners, and it very much has this Golden State feel that's rising up to the golden hills of California. And I love that the sky is the least part of the painting, and it's really focusing on these beautiful vineyards.
You can just see this scene unfold as you're driving through the hills of California. And what I love is that she just made this moment in time so real and so pretty. And this is really probably a piece maybe for the wine lover in your family, or if you yourself have driven through these fields, it reminds you of some amazing times you've had with friends or family. Wow, we are so lucky to live in California and have vistas like this wherever we go. This is a piece you want to place a bid on and take home. The number to call is on your screen. The current bid is on your screen as well. A reminder, these go pretty quickly, so you want to get into the bidding now. Kelly, final thoughts?
I love her expansive color. She's got a huge breadth of color knowledge, and when you look at nature, it's not just green or it's not just blue sky, but she's got almost every color in the rainbow that really does make up nature, and it's beautiful.
It does, absolutely. We're going to keep this piece open for you to continue bidding, and we're going to move on to our next piece. All right, our next piece is item 30C. It's called Another Time by Vicky Foote. It's acrylic on canvas, and it's measuring 22 by 28 with a retail value of $450. Another time, what does that mean to us, Kelly?
Another time, well, this is a portrait of the Twin Towers.
Oh, wow.
In New York. So the artist wanted to pay tribute to the time when the buildings were majestic architecture and to the outstanding people who worked there. So it's a very emotional piece. It's got a very ethereal quality in the colors that she's chosen and how she's laid down the paint. It's almost like a misty memory that we all collectively share, because I think it is a shared moment in history. So it's paying tribute to that. And what I love also just about the emotion is that there's a lot of beautiful light behind these towers and behind this landscape that we're looking at. So it's a very hopeful, thoughtful, and emotional piece.
Oh, it really is. And Kelly, I can see you getting emotional just talking about it, because it is another time represents before this became a traumatic memory for us. And this is the time when that didn't exist.
Well, it's also a moment to celebrate the memories that we do have. So I think if there's any kind of sadness, but you always celebrate what you did have and appreciate for what it was and honor what you've had. And it's also just a beautiful, beautiful painting. Right. I love just the colors and the reflection below of the towers in the water below, and just the movement of the ocean and the beautiful red kind of peaking sunset that's coming in, and it's gorgeous.
As we're talking about this, it's just a reminder how emotional art can be. It can bring you joy, it can bring you sadness, moments of thought. It is really personal, and art is what it brings to you. And if you want a piece like this in your home, gosh, there's so many emotions that this could bring out. The number to call is on your screen. The current bid is on your screen as well. What a stunning piece, and just lovely. Really, she did a great honor to this scene.
What I love about it is I visited New York post 9/11, so I never had the firsthand view of the towers. So what I love is that she's given me a memory through her art. And what artists also do really well is they document history. So this is a moment in history. It's a thought, it's an emotion, it's a memory, and it's beautiful. It's beautifully composed and painted.
The camera's panning through the reflections in the water, which I want to point out because that's such a beautiful detail. And the thing that you do notice are the Twin Towers as you are panning through that reflection. Can you talk a little bit about the reflection and the kind of the composition this artist did?
Well, she's just done really, really well at capturing light and how she's composed it. And I think there's very much a metaphorical intention there. Anytime we're talking about people that we love or cherished memories, there is a light that's involved with that. So I think she's captured that light metaphorically, but she's also just captured the light of this beautiful, beautiful sky that a lot of us will always remember.
We will, and that is such a stunning piece. We thank the artist for her work and for bringing such a beautiful emotional piece for us. All right, this is item 30C, called Another Time, as we've been talking about, by Vicky Foote. It's an acrylic on canvas measuring 22 by 28 with a retail value of $450. Current bid is on your screen, as well as the number to call. All right, well, we're halfway through this break, which means that we're going to keep this piece open, and we're going to go check in at the recap station for bidding updates.
Thank you. Our volunteers are eager to take your bids, and the phone lines are lighting up. So you need to call now so you can make sure to get the piece you want. Let's recap those first three. Item number 30A, Lone Palm, is a bell ringer. It has a $900 value. We are sitting at There are two people bidding on this. This is what an auction is. It just went up to $950. Lone Palm number 30A, let's get that up to $1,000. Thank you for your bid. Item number 30B, California Vineyards by Sherry DeLulo, was on the cover of our art auction catalog. It has a retail of $700. It is sitting at $500. Everybody loved this image, so let's get that up. It's on the cover of the catalog, which means we all liked it too. It's sitting at $500. We're looking for a bid of $700. Item number 30C, Another Time. This is a beautiful piece by Vicky Foote. She has been in the auction for 30 years. It has a retail of $450. We're sitting at $300. Let's make these three into bell ringers and show those artists how we appreciate their work and their donation to KVIE. And you can only do it if you call. Like I said, the phones are buzzing, so you want to get in before your piece comes up. And this is a great hour to buy a piece of California gold. Let's go over those bids again. Number 30A, Lone Palm. That's our bell ringer. We're now at $1,000. It has a $900 value. Item number 30B, California Vineyards. We're up to $500. It's got a $700 value. Let's just bump that one up. Item number 30C, Another Time, is at $300. It's got a $450 value. What a great piece. I loved New York and go all the time, and I do miss those Twin Towers. But now we're going to take a look at more art in the second half of this break with Christina and Kelly.
And we are back for the second half of this landscape segment. Up next, we're looking at item 30D, Skyline Sacramento by Barbara Gill. This is a watercolor. It's measuring 16 by 23 and has a retail value of $600. Kelly, one of the most iconic sites of Sacramento, and you could have it in your house.
You could. Now, I'm absolutely in love with this from many different vantage points. I have attempted watercolor. I'm nowhere near as skilled as the artist is. So she's got really, what I'm going to point out, the things that I love and draws me in, really saturated colors, which I love in watercolor. It just adds a more vibrant kind of lush depth feel to it, and I love that she's done that. So we all know the Tower Bridge here. What I love that she's done here is she's used very pen straight lines to kind of give the feel of the bridge to make it seem a little bit more structural. And then in the background, if we all know Sacramento's landscape as well as I know it, these structures here, they've got more of a magical feel to it. They're in a different place in time, and I absolutely love that she's kind of she's meshed together different places and times, and it's given it just such a much more magical feel and glowing feel than it typically is.
What I also like is it's at nighttime So it's something, typically you'll see things during the day, but this is almost a different time of day when everything comes to light and has a different perspective.
It's got a different perspective. The bridge just glows. What I love at nighttime is she's probably used maybe some salt drops or a different kind of medium where she's laid down the salt starry night sky. So in watercolor, the white that you typically see is the paper that's shining through. So you have to be super patient and very disciplined to choose where you let that white paper show through. And I loved that it's the starry night here that we see. There's all kinds of little things to discover here. It's a landscape. There's little tiny tugboats. Little tiny structures here on the side near the riverbank. When I look at this, I see Sacramento meeting Dubai or Sacramento meeting Shanghai with the very different kind of structures in the background, and I'm in love with this painting.
It's kind of a different take on a classic scene that we all know and love so much. This artist has donated a couple years in a row, and her pieces are always bell ringers. We're so grateful for that. So this is a piece, if you're interested in bidding on, you want to get on the bidding now, the number to call is on your screen. The current bid is on your screen as well. Her pieces always go so quickly because they are those iconic Tower Bridge images that we all know and love so much. What a great piece to have in your home or have your office, to have that piece of Sacramento, but with a twist. Sacramento, but maybe if we were a little more, metropolitan.
We're very worldly now, and she's given us that landscape. Other things that I want to point out that I love, that she's lowered the skyline below the bridge, that makes it look a little bit more of a suspension bridge, and it adds a little bit more drama to it, and I love that. I could look at her waters forever, the way she's reflecting light, and that's hard to do at night, to reflect light and capture light at night, and it's done beautifully. I also love that the lights emitting from our ethereal background city here are reminiscent of the lights that are coming off the top of the tower bridges. So there's an echo from structure to structure to structure, from something that we don't know to something that we do know. And I love that transition back and forth.
That's a great word that you use, drama, because I feel trauma and I feel emotion. And I want you to get on the bidding on this item, which is item 30D, Skyline Sacramento by Barbara Gill, watercolor measuring 16 by 23 with a retail value of $600. All right, Kelly, we're going to keep this piece open and we're going to move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 30E. It's called Soda Springs in the Fall by Paulette Pesavento. This is an oil on canvas. It's measuring 20 by 16 with a retail value of $600. Oh, what a lovely place, Kelly. I want to go for a hike here. Can you tell us about it?
Here. So from across the room, the first time I saw it, I actually thought it was a photograph. So it's got a somewhat of a photorealistic quality to it. So I love the colors that she's used. I love the composition. I'm going to start with the thing that I love the most. I'm obsessed with painters who can capture light and water. So this beautiful kind of aqua green that's in the center of this body of water is really echoed in the foliage that's in the foreground, and somewhat in the light captured in the bushes in the background. So she's created drama and composition with her colors, along with her artistry and how she's laid out the rocks and the landscape.
I love how you talk about how real that is, because it really captures a moment in time. If you're a hiker, if you spent time in Soda Springs or up in the Sierra Mountains, what an amazing piece of original art for you to have in your home to remind you of those times, your living room, bedroom, office, with this beautiful wood frame that really brings that natural look to this piece of art.
It really does. It reinforces the subject matter. And I want to point out that Paulette is very much influenced by our very own beautiful California foothills. And she started this painting plein air. So she started out with her group, plein air group took it up to Soda Springs. She started painting this on site, and then she took it back home to her studio to finish it. So I love when paintings start on location, because it really does capture the majesty of the location. And it takes a very strong imagination from the artist to then recreate it and finish it at home. And again, these colors, I could live in this body of water forever. And the beautiful misty center of those beautiful trees in the background.
We really appreciate this artist. She's a longtime contributor to the art auction. And just a reminder that these artists are donating their work with all the proceeds going to benefit PBS KVIE. All of the programs that you love, the drama, the kids shows, the news programs, Frontline, everything that you love on PBS KVIE, The bids and nature, as we're looking at here, the bids all go to support the programming that you love on PBS KVIE. So pick up the phone and call the number on your screen. The current bid is on your screen as well for this beautiful piece of original art. 30E, Soda Springs in the Fall by Paulette Vento, oil on canvas measuring 20 by 16 with a retail value of $600. What are your final thoughts, Kelly?
There's a lot of drama here. There's little tiny nooks and crannies. Like I can imagine, sitting on these cool rocks and looking at the water below. There's some shadows behind the trees, what's beyond in the forest. So there's a story that's told here, and you can bring your own story or wishes and escapism to it when you look at it.
Absolutely. This is going to be a perfect piece for that person who remembers, who's been on these hikes, who remembers these trees and these lakes and these rivers in our beautiful corner of California. All right, we're going to keep this piece open for you to continue bidding on, and we're going to move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 30F. It's called Silver Linings, and it's by Nina Thompson. This is an oil on canvas. It's measuring 16 by 20 with a retail value of $350. Oh, it's so pretty, Kelly, so moody.
It's so moody. That was the word I was going to use. I got goosebumps for this one. I love the sky. Okay, there's so many things to talk about. I'm going to go a mile a minute probably. So I'm going to share that Nina lives near Garden Highway. And so talk about a local artist. This is hyper local for the area. She loves watching the changing landscapes throughout the year, and she marvels at the magical light created by winter storms and surrounding local fields. So this definitely has a moody, stormy kind of feel to it. But I love that the storm hasn't quite gotten down to the horizon line yet. So it's there for us to appreciate, but it's not threatening. So it's one of those storms that you look out the window and you just marvel at. And the colors are exquisite.
The gold, well, I don't know. Maybe it's the frame is the gold, but to me, I get so many gold colors popping out of this. It's just gorgeous colors that this artist chose. Can you talk a little bit about that, Kelly?
Well, I love that the frame is reinforcing the colors that are chosen in it. So
absolutely,
you can see some of those hints of gold behind the trees and everything, which is capturing some light as maybe the sun is trying to get out in front of these clouds or not. So, and you've got this beautiful gold quality in these clouds here that is maybe capturing the light shimmering on the water that's maybe about to fall to them. And you actually can see some of the gold muted in the dark, stormy clouds up here. When we look at a storm, it's not just black, dark clouds. There are purples, there are grays, there are roses and golds for sure. And I love the movement of the clouds. And she's even got some texture right here in the center. So this cloud, the storm, it's its own organic thing, composed with this beautiful, serene, very linear kind of landscape.
Mm-hmm. It's called Silver Linings, and I do think you keep talking about the clouds and the imagery there, so you can kind of see where the artist got that title from. Again, it's item 30F, Silver Linings by Nina Thompson, an oil on canvas measuring 16 by 20. Really lovely size for any room in your house. Really solid size here with a retail value of $350. What I love about this, I mean, besides the colors and the moods, is the composition where you have these big clouds, and then she's kind of got the grass and the trees here. So your eye kind of goes all over this painting, Kelly. I love it.
Well, I love that you mentioned that, because the storm itself kind of is a metaphor for how tiny we kind of are when nature kind of takes over and is in charge. And I also love that most of her paintings, she paints landscapes that are within a mile of her home. So I think that's really a testament to there is art wherever you go. You walk out your door, there is something to see and appreciate. And she's really capturing that for us in this very emotional, moody, energetic painting.
And you can capture that mood and that energy yourself by taking a piece of original art donated by local artists, as we've been talking about home. All you have to do is call the number on your screen. You'll see the current bid on your screen as well. These pieces don't have a lot of time. Once they close, they're gone. And so if you want to place a bid on this item, you need to pick up the phone and call now, and you can have this piece of original artwork in your home within a matter of days. All right, well, we're nearing the end of this break, which means that now is your final opportunity to bid on the art featured in this half an hour. A big thank you to Kelly Rains, who shared her expertise with us as an art expert. Now let's go ahead and check in over at the recap station for an update on auction bidding.
Thank you. There are still works open in this break, but time is running out and all of these people are on the phone, so you need to call now. You have time to take home those beautiful landscapes that are coming up, but you got to call and bid. By doing that, call the number on your screen. Let's go over the last three that just came up. Item number 30D is Skyline Sacramento by Barbara Gill. It's a watercolor that measures 16 by 23. It is currently at $8.50. We got our first bell ringer. That doesn't mean you can't keep bidding, though. Item number 30E is Soda Springs in the Fall. We're sitting at $300. It's got a $600 value, so there's a lot of room to move on that piece. Item number 30F is Silver Linings by Nina Thompson. That's a bell ringer as well. It's got a $350 value. We've reached that. This piece is in a beautiful gilded closed corner frame. I mean, it's just stunning. The frame is gorgeous, the piece is beautiful, and it's just the perfect size to put anywhere. Let's go over all of the pieces that are still open since the lines are so busy. Item number 30A is a bell ringer at $1,000. That's Lone Palm by Susan Whitley Brady. Thank you for your donation, Susan. Item number 30B is California Vineyards by Sherry DeLulo. That has a retail of $700. We're sitting at $600. I only need $100 more. Call that number and make that artist happy so she can be a bell ringer too. Item number 30C is Another Time. That's a bell ringer as well. We're sitting at $450, and somebody's going to take that home today or tomorrow. Item number 30D is Skyline Sacramento, such an iconic image. We're at $850. It's got a retail value of $6. That's another bell ringer. Thank you. Item number 30E is Soda Springs in the Fall. We're sitting at $300. That's got a $600 value. That is an absolutely beautiful oil on canvas. Needs to go home with somebody today. Item number 30F is Silver Linings, another bell ringer at $400. Again, this piece is stunning and can go home with you today, but not if you don't call that number on the screen right now. I've got a whole studio full of volunteers. They're very helpful. They can talk you through the process. They can answer questions. If you want to know how big something is or how you're going to pick it up, or is it a pastel or is it a photograph, these people can answer those questions for you, and they're waiting for your phone call at that number on the screen. So all you got to do is call them. I'm going to go through these one more time really quickly. Item number 30A is Lone Palm. We have a bidder on that one at $1,000. Again, 30A Lone Palm. Item 30B by Sherry DeLulo is California Vineyards. This was on our art auction cover. It has a retail of $700. We've reached the $700, and we're still looking for another bid. Item number 30C is Another Time by Vicky Foote. This piece is at $450, which makes it a bell ringer as well, but we're still taking bids. Item number 30D is Skyline Sacramento. What a great image of the bridge. It's sitting at $850. It has a $600 value. Thank you for that bell ringing bid. Item number 30E is Soda Springs in the Fall. It's got a $300 bid. Let's make this into a bell ringer. Get that up to $400 or $500. It's a $600 value. Item number 30F, Silver Linings by Nina Thompson, is sitting at $650. It's got a $350 retail value. People are bidding on these pieces right now, so if you don't want to miss your piece, call that number on the screen. It goes so fast. Stay with us. There's more art coming up in the next half hour of your PBS KVIE art auction.
Welcome to the 41st Annual PBS KVIE Art Auction. Join us all weekend for a celebration of Northern California's visual arts. Over 270 works of art will be auctioned off to the highest bidder, and you can be part of the action by watching and bidding on your favorite artwork. View the entire collection online at kvie.org/art-auction. Then, when your favorite item appears, call 1-844-KVIE-ART to place your bid. Auction proceeds benefit the programs and services of your PBS station, KVIE. So thank you for watching and bidding. And now, let the auction begin. Bidding on items in the art auction is quick and easy to do. First, explore the collection online at kvie.org/art-auction, or keep watching PBS KVIE. When a piece of art catches your eye, call 1-844-KVIE-ART and a volunteer will assist you. KVIE accepts all major credit cards for your art purchase, and a member of our accounting team will confirm your payment within 5 minutes of item sale. Thank you for being a part of the PBS KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today.
Stay tuned for the Viewpoint Photographic Arts Center, coming up next on the KVIE Art Auction. Located in Midtown Sacramento, Viewpoint focuses on the thriving, energetic, and supportive photographic community through exhibits, lectures, and events. View all of the galleries featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art auction.
Hello, I'm Kelly Rains, and thank you for joining us for the Viewpoint Photographic Art Center break. This portion of the art auction is sponsored by Mansour's Oriental Rug Gallery, and we would like to thank them for their commitment to supporting the arts on PBS KVIE. And now here's an overview of the art that will be up for bid during the next half hour. Item 31A is Water Lily at Land Park by Ed Nordstrom. This is photography measuring 18 by 24. Retail value is $300. Item 31B is Peter Iredale by Roger Lieberman. This is photography measuring 22 by 18. Framed by Blue Bus Framing at Hanley Gallery. Retail value is $350. Item 31C is Olive Tree Tunnel by Alan Fishleader. This is photography measuring 37 by 46 inches. Retail value is $500. Item 31D is Boots and Shoes by Rhonda Campbell. This is encaustic measuring 16 by 16 inches. Retail value is $450. Item 31E is Solitude by Jim McMahon. This is photography measuring 13 by 26 inches, framed by Choice Framing. Retail value is $150, and this is a Juror Award in photography. Item 31F is Nautilus Shell by Dave Kent. This is photography measuring 18 by 24 inches. Retail value is $375. These are the artworks available to bid on this half hour. Now let's see the art with our auctioneer and art expert.
Hi there, I'm Michael Sanford, and thanks for joining us for artwork from Viewpoint Photographic Art Center. Today I'm pleased to be here with art expert Rebecca Gregg. Rebecca is a photographer, retired arts educator, one of the founders of Viewpoint, and continues to serve on the board of directors as secretary of the organization. Rebecca, it's great to have you back again this year. Let's get started with piece 31A, Water Lily at Land Park by Ed Nordstrom. Photography measuring 18 by 24 inches with a retail value of $300.
Well,
great piece of work, isn't it?
Isn't it? It's very dramatic. I think the isolation, that the flower against that dark background is really very theatrical in look, and it picks up all through it a very subtle, almost monochrome kind of image, but the yellows that just dance through here to this final lid up here, you know, where to me it seems like icing on the cake or a birthday candle or skaters at the park. You know, it's so indicative of this flower, and you have really no content about the surrounding, but it is a local scene that everyone is familiar with. And I think there also one other kind of subtle thing that the photographers would know of, the value of shooting into shadow instead of having light pick up that background. It's that's what's causing this backlight and the forward-looking shadows. It just adds to the drama.
It really does. The drama is enhanced by the light versus dark, and the contrast is not in any way unpleasant. It actually makes it, the fact there's a little bit of pink at the edge of one of the leaves, and that the center is yellow and green, and then you go off into darkness. It makes it stand out and appreciate the flower even more.
Right. It's very magnetic almost, the way it turns in, you know, to it. And I think the little tips of the flowers, of the leaves, which I also noticed, are kind of like even more celebratory, you know, that it's a very happy, kind of uplifting image. I have to point out one thing. See this right here, where that rolls back?
Yes.
Look at how translucent the leaf actually is, and then it's acting like a little reflector back in there. So it has such subtlety. You could enjoy studying this image for quite some time.
Yes, it's subtle, it's vivid, and yet it's also precise. What do you think, Rebecca, about the decision to frame it with such a bright color? Does that draw you in as well?
Yes, it does. That I think that surround is a kind of like a metaphorical corral around this. You know, it's almost like the curtains are opening to that. And of course, the yellow is so reminiscent of morning breakfast table or something. It starts the day off, right, to see this kind of image, or closes it, because then when you get to the dramatic black surround, it's like the sun going down, you know. So it's a good choice. And then the richness is added to by that black frame.
Now is the time to bid on piece 31A, Water Lily at Land Park by Ed Nordstrom. The number is on your screen. We know this is Land Park. Our own Rob Stewart did a wonderful story about the water lilies at Land Park. We hear, sadly, that most of them appear to be removed for some kind of environmental reason. So this is a moment in time that may not be with us, and perhaps another reason to really invest in this beautiful photograph.
And it is such a gorgeous kind of subject matter, because classically the mixture of all these curves as the flower is isolated is really a beautiful, and it's offset, you know, asymmetrical in the way that it's outlined.
All right, we're going to keep this one open and move on to our next item, which is 31B, Peter Iredale by Roger Lieberman. This is photography measuring 22 by 18 inches, framed by Blue Bus Framing at the Hanley Gallery. Its retail value is $350. My gosh, Rebecca, this is something ancient and something deteriorating, but somehow beautiful.
Beautiful. I think that this is classically the compositional style that's called frame within the frame. And of course, then when you have the surround of a mat and the frame on the outside, you've got frame within a frame within a frame, so that you're really drawn in. There are a couple things that I think are just spectacular here. The motion on the water, so that it's contrary to the stillness of this arc, you know, that's there. This is the wreckage from 1904. It's been disintegrating, and so it's the wreckage of the Peter Iredale and at the Olympic Peninsula. So it's been slowly, slowly, slowly returning to the sea, you know, in full. And the way the colors there, from greens to the rich, and there's yellow and rust, it's very, very beautiful, almost cathedral-like, I think.
Well, there's something so poignant, I think, for all of us about humanity's struggle with the sea. We rely on it. We love the sea. We get our sustenance from the sea. We travel the sea, and yet the sea ultimately always prevails, as indicated in this beautiful photograph.
And it was an iron four-masted ship, and then just ran aground, and so there was, you know, no salvaging it. And so then we've been able to, I'm sure it's been painted many times, photographed many times, and it just changes each time.
A poignant beauty, looking at something from the past. And as you suggest, Rebecca, your eye is drawn through that center part that has broken down and disappeared to what's beyond.
You're exactly right. You're stopped by the gate itself. It looks like a gate to me, and yet your eyes can leak on through and catch a glimpse of the Columbia River.
Talk to us about the lighting. Obviously, Roger really picked the right moment in time to take this photograph.
I think so, because it's side light, and that's giving us the texture of this old wreckage. But also, Roger's done another thing that is subtle here. Look at the horizon line. See how it's not exactly straight? You know, it's going a little bit, like this is the point of view, this is a vanishing point, but it's going a little down here. And I think that subtly speaks to this, you know, the shifting sea, you know, the shifting waters. It adds to the action, I think.
The endless ocean continues its work on the Peter Iredale, but this moment in time, captured so beautifully by Roger Lieberman, can be yours. Bidding is ongoing right now. The number is on your screen. Once again, item 31B, Peter Iredale by Roger Lieberman. Another great photograph by Roger. He's known for such great, evocative photographs like this. Retail value $350. Call now, get your bid in. We're going to keep this open and move on to item 31C, which is Olive Tree Tunnel by Alan Fischleder. Photography measuring 37 by 46 inches. Retail value of $500. Don't you just want to be here, Rebecca? Don't you want to
Yes.
walk that gorgeous lined path?
And at the size that this is, you actually can, where we're standing, feel that you are seeing in life this image. You know, it's very beautiful, I think. And there are some subtle alignments here too, that the light at the end of this olive tree tunnel is just off center, and that adds to the diagonal interest. But when you look to the sides, look at the sunflowers coming through over here, our local stars out there. And I love the grace and motion of the trees. They've been touched by time in and out, and the size is quite large, very dramatic. And I think the canvas also adds to the feeling of that all the leaves give us. The leaves are a myriad of colors, but the canvas lets that show through and kind of helps to handle the range of light from shadow to that highlight.
That's a very good point. And the fact that the image actually goes around the edges of the frame, I think even adds to its expansiveness. We are so blessed here in Northern California with our Mediterranean climate to be able to see beautiful olive trees like this. Obviously, as you say, these are mature. This perhaps is a well-worn path. And you can just almost smell the olive trees as you walk down the path. It draws you down the paths so easily.
And I think that the light here too, look at the shadows that are on the left side of those trees. So the light's obviously coming from the right and striping up the road. You know, there is the mix of the dappled light, but that side light is also what makes the right side so alive and the left side beginning to give over to the night. Yeah.
Now is your opportunity to get this item 31C Olive Tree Tunnel by Alan Fischleder. A one-of-a-kind photograph. The fact that it's so large, I think it would dominate a space in such a good way. It would draw everybody to it. They'd want to talk about it. They'd want to experience and share their own times spent walking through olive trees.
And you nailed it, I think, with it feels very European, you know, because we have that same climate, you know, as Italy and some parts of France.
Yeah, as you follow the road up, you wonder what's beyond. You have sunflowers on the left. You have some sort of vegetation, some sort of produce perhaps growing on the right. What's at the end of the path? That's what it invites you to explore, doesn't it?
It really does. And there are two limbs at the back, or two somethings way back there. And it almost, when you glance at it, looks like people. You know, so then you're suddenly making the story about your family walking ahead of you or something. You know, but it's not. It's just an illusion.
It can evoke memories from the past, and you can create your own memories as you enjoy this wonderful piece, item 31C, Olive Tree Tunnel by Alan Fischleder. All right, well, we're halfway through the break, which means we're going to keep this piece open and check in over at the recap station for bidding updates.
We're looking to hear from you right now with your bids on this great photography from Viewpoint. Quick recap of bidding activity, and here we go. Item 31A is Water Lily at Land Park by Ed Nordstrom. Photography measuring 18 by 24 inches. Retail value is $300. We have a high bid of $100. We're looking for a bid of $150. Item 31B is Peter Iredale by Roger Lieberman. This is photography measuring 22 by 18 inches. It is a bell ringer, but we don't want the bell to stop ringing. We're looking for a bid of $600. Framed by Blue Bush Framing at Hanley Gallery. Item 31C is Olive Tree Tunnel by Alan Fischleder. This is photography measuring 37 by 46, and it is a bell ringer. We want a bid of $550 to keep the bells ringing in perpetuity. So call the number on your screen right now. Support local artists by supporting your local PBS station, KVIE, and enjoy all of the programming that you love all year round, including all of the local arts programming and national arts programming. Call the number on your screen. We are looking for bids to keep the phones ringing, to keep the bells ringing, and you can take home some beautiful, beautiful art. Item 31A, Water Lily at Land Park. We have a bid of $100. We're looking for a bid of $150. It's a retail value of $300. Let's make that a bell ringer. Let's make these first three all bell ringers. Item 31B, Peter Iredale. Retail value is $350. It is a bell ringer at $550. We're looking for a bid of $600. Let's keep it going. Item 31C, Olive Tree Tunnel. And there's a bidding war on item 31B, so get involved in that. Item 31C is Olive Tree Tunnel. We have a bid of $525. It's a bell ringer, but we want it to go up higher. Let's get a bid of $575. And we are loving all of the bells ringing. We want to have more music in the studio, and you're making that happen by supporting local artists on your local PBS station, KVIE. Call the number on your screen, and we will love talking to you. And let's take a look at some more great photography from Viewpoint.
All right, we are back with the second half of this collection featuring artists affiliated with Viewpoint Photographic Art Center. Up next is item 31D, Boots and Shoes by Rhonda Campbell. This is photography measuring 16 by 16 inches, has a retail value of $450. Rebecca, take it away.
Well, this is truly one of a kind, Michael, because it's encaustic by the method, and though it is photographic in nature and the look of the imagery there, it was created totally on the computer by Rhonda using images that she's collected of her own and multimedia pieces. The far right are sales, receipts. So it's a very wonderful. Square is not always easy to break away from the square in terms of composition. And she's created this walking through by an unidentified headless female, but obviously that's her boots that you can see, and the sense of energy that goes. And then as the reds travel through, it's like skipping stones, kind of, you just go and you can create quite the drama. She seems to be shopping, he's trying to keep up. I know we can't relate to that, but look at the way she also breaks this side with the circle there, and another wonderful kind of compositional factor.
This is photographic art that really invites you to make up your own story about what you're seeing here. And what you suggested, there's a lot going on here. The more you look at it, the more you see, the more you appreciate. Obviously, yeah, the boots and shoes walking by quickly, the guy in the background looking. Talk to me more about the encaustic method.
It's a method by which the print is initially, Rhonda prints on silk paper. So the images are on this silk paper. Then you coat it with beeswax. That's the result of in the honey. That's where I got that. Beeswax and resin. And when that is painted on, brushed on, then you begin to heat it so that it's not just in clumps. It will ooze together. And it's very delicate. That becomes your brush. If you go too much, it'll make a shiny area that usually is not favored. So your technique has to really be careful with this heat gun that's used.
That is fascinating. Another unique piece at the KVIE art auction, and this can be yours if you bid now. Again, item 31D, Boots and Shoes by Rhonda Campbell, 16 by 16, encaustic. I'm learning so much just listening to you talk about this particular style. It's really an evocative piece that just invites you to immerse and enjoy.
Rhonda is always telling stories with her images, and you can almost write a mystery story, a new meeting story, or I want to meet you, I want to get away from you. The story is endless. You can put it together yourself.
As a photography expert, maybe you could explain more about the color temperature here.
Oh, well, the temperature... Do you mean the color temperature that's in there that we react to, the reds?
Yes, exactly.
So reds and yellows are always... everything from passionate love to passionate anger, and that's why the story can go different directions. And red is that kind of, not just a stop sign, it's a go sign too, especially in the passionate thing of love. And the stride on her legs, that stepping out.
Yeah, it's a very purposeful stride.
Very purposeful. So the blacks also here anchor this.
It's really, and it's signed on the side here, so obviously you can remember the exact great work that this artist has done. Again, Rhonda Campbell, item 31D. We're going to leave the bidding open on this and move on to our next item, 31E, Solitude by Jim McMahon. Photography measuring 13 inches by 26 inches. It's framed by Choice Framing. Retail value of $150. And Rebecca, worth pointing out that this won a Juror Award in the photography category.
It's wonderful, isn't it? The shape of it is like, I don't know, looking through a little slot window down to our magnificent Sierra Nevada. I think the the tonal quality here for black and white. Black and white has the unwritten rules of good whites, meaningful blacks, you know, with texture throughout. And I think that while this is a very sky-reaching kind of image, it's elongated and also works in layers, so that there's that front layer of the high desert kind of grasses that are there. And they are really almost, in this case, like a necklace to the background, or, you know, something that's setting off the ridge of those mountains, which are still draped with a little bit of snow appearing through. But the richness of Jim's work, you know, the translation to working digitally, some people have been able to do what you can do in the darkroom, and Jim is one of those. He prints with a special ink that's very archival and also carries the tonal range. It's a piezoography. And the other thing I really love here is the motion and delicacy, the music that's in all those clouds.
There is music in the cloud. We go to the mountains and we look for cloud formations like this because it makes the experience so memorable. Does Jim's work remind you in any way of the work, say, from Ansel Adams, or at least his shared appreciation of the Sierra Nevada?
Yes, it certainly does. And in fact, you know, this is a long 395. And so Jim says of his work that he waits for the best light. I think that's a lot of tension, wondering, is this it? Is it next to the next moment or the next moment? But he takes pictures with a lot of solitude for himself while being there looking for the light. This is side lighted, and so you have the texture showing so strongly.
A unique, beautiful photograph, and yet another example, I think, of why we're so blessed to be living in this part of the world, in California, where there's such incredible scenery that great artists like Jim McMahon can capture. It's really something. I think this is something that would just enhance anybody's home, don't you think?
Oh, I think so. That's one of the beauties of black and white. It can go in many places and always be a standout.
One of a kind. Again, this is item 31E, Solitude by Jim McMahon. Photography, 13 by 26 inches. Choice framing, again, retail value of $150. One of a kind. Final thoughts?
Well, I love the frame. It's bespeckled, and the speckling is slightly grayish, but it isn't a matching gray. It's a gray-blue, kind of to imply the color.
Now is the time to bid to get this wonderful piece of photography. Let's move on to the next item. We'll leave this one open. Next item is 31F, Nautilus Shell by Dave Kent. Photography, measuring 18 by 24 inches. Retail value of $375. Nautilus is a favorite topic for many artists and photographers, but certainly Dave has brought his own unique interpretation and really succeeded.
Really succeeded. I think this is, you know, the spiral is one of the classic studies in proportion, and here we have it stretched out for us in so beautifully, laying on glass. I'm not sure how it was lighted because it has an evenness to it, and the background of the glass introduces the green color, but also further extends that yellow. The motion as the line, the stripes that are coming around are like stair steps into this spiral. So it's quite a magical sense of proportion. And I think not only is he showing us proportion, his image is about the proportions of the golden spiral.
Yeah, it's really a brilliant decision by Dave Kent to put this on glass, and because your eye is naturally drawn maybe from the center, spiraling out, and then you get to enjoy the colored glass and back, and then you see it all just kind of blends together. It complements one another.
It certainly does. I think sometimes our eye might enter here and keep going, and other times, just as you said, you will be drawn right to the heart where the camera is now.
Yeah.
You know, it's a very lovely image. Jim is. He was a teacher for 35 years, I think, and he taught ceramics. That was his primary medium. But he also has degrees in music, history, English, and art. And so he brings all of that profuse study to his background.
Dave Kent, obviously a Renaissance man, in addition to being a great photographer. And what he's done with this, I think, is just remarkable, Rebecca. Again, now's the time to bid on this. Again, Nautilus shell by Dave Kent, 31F, 18 by 24 inches, retail value of $375. I like the fact that the frame is simple.
And subtly has a little bit of that yellow
Yes.
tone to it, so that it doesn't take away, but it doesn't draw attention. Look at me, you're wrapped up in the image.
I was thinking that the colored glass in the background almost reminds you of the ocean from which this came.
Oh, good point. Yeah, I agree. And in fact, it looks beach-like, doesn't it?
It does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very nice pickup.
Really nice piece of work. Again, 31F Nautilus shell by Dave Kent. Well, we're nearing the end of this break, which means that now is your last opportunity to bid on the art featured in this half hour. Let's head back to the recap station for some updates.
We are in the studio with some dedicated volunteers on the phones right now. We want to thank them. They're ringing the bells, so while you ring the bells and calling them, so please keep them busy. Call in now, call the number on your screen, and support PBS KVIE with your calls to keep our wonderful volunteers. Listen to that excitement. Keep them busy. And we have lots of excitement here in the recap station. Here's an update on all the open items for this break. Item 31D is Boots and Shoes by Rhonda Campbell. This is encaustic, measuring 16 by 16. Retail value is $450. Let's make it a bell ringer. Let's get a bid of $275. Item 31E is Solitude by Jim McMain. This is photography, measuring 13 by 26 inches, framed by Choice Framing. Retail value is $150. We are looking for a bid of $650. It is a bell ringer, so let's make all of these bell ringers. Item 31F is Nautilus shell by Dave Kent. This is photography, measuring 18 by 24 inches. Retail value is $375. Let's get this up there. We've got a bid of $100. Let's get a bid of $150 to make all of these bell ringers. And when you're calling in right now, you're supporting local artists who are creating this beautiful artwork for you to take home and enjoy and live beyond the broadcast and all of the broadcast shows that you love on PBS KVIE, whether you're watching them on your television or your phone or your tablet, wherever you are. And let's just support all of the programs that you love. Let's go all the way through all of the items. Item 31A is Water Lily Land Park by Ed Nordstrom. We have a bid of $100. Let's get a bid of $150. Item 31B is Peter Iredale by Roger Lieberman. It's got a bid of $550. It is a bell ringer. Let's get all of these to be bell ringers. Let's get a bid of $600 on that one. Item 31C is Olive Tree Tunnel. Retail value is $500. It is a bell ringer at $950. Let's make it $1,000. Let's make it an easy, even $1,000. Item 31D is Boots and Shoes. It's a retail value of $450. Come on, give me $200 more to make that a bell ringer too. It's a little lonely with all the other items that have bells. Let's get a bid of $300 for item 31D. Item 31E is Solitude. It is a bell ringer at $600. We're looking for a bid of $650. I love the sound of those bells. Item 31F, retail value is $375. You've got a bid of $175. Let's make it $225 and creep it up towards being a bell ringer. Again, call in the number on your screen for all this beautiful artwork. They don't last long. This is your opportunity to take some art home with you, spruce up your home and your office, or give it to an art lover as a gift. Call the number on your screen. Item 31A, we want to make that a bell ringer. Let's get a bid of $150. Item 31B, let's get a bid of $600 for Peter Iredale. Item 31C, Olive Tree Tunnel. I love the majesty of that tunnel with the trees. Let's get a bid of $1,000. $1,000 for the beautiful tunnels and trees. Item 31D, Boots and Shoes. This is a beautiful encaustic piece. Let's get a bid of $300, or if you really want to make this a bell ringer, let's get it up to $450. Item 31E, Solitude. What a majestic photo. Let's get a bid of $650. Item 31F, Nautilus shell. Let's get a bid of $275. Let's get it closer to being bell ringer and make it a bell ringer. Call in right now and stay with us. There's more art coming up in the next half hour of the PBS KVIE art auction.
How many people see what I see? In the symbolic patterns, I see the flowing water of the Tigris. In the hand-woven dots, I see an artist's fingers play a loom like a harp.
Mansour's Oriental Rug Gallery, celebrating over 40 years. With locations in Roseville and Sacramento.
For a beautiful home in a beautiful world.
PBS KVIE is committed to the visual and performing arts through national productions like All Creatures Great and Small and Endeavor, to our local productions like KVIE Arts Showcase in the PBS KVIE Gallery, exhibiting award-winning art auction artists and California masters. PBS KVIE's commitment to the arts stays strong because of your participation as a donor and art buyer. Thank you for being a part of the PBS KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today.
Stay tuned for the Viewpoint Photographic Arts Center, coming up next on the KVIE Art Auction. Located in Midtown Sacramento, Viewpoint focuses on the thriving, energetic, and supportive photographic community through exhibits, lectures, and events. View all of the galleries featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art-auction.
Welcome. Hi, I'm Kelly Rains, and we are back with another break from Viewpoint Photographic Art Center. And now, here's an overview of the art that will be up for bid during the next half hour. Item 32A is Broccoli Grove by Judy Yema. This is photography measuring 22 by 28 inches, framed by Skyline Picture Framing. This earned an honorable mention in this year's framing competition. Well done. Retail value is $550. It also has a curator award in photography. Item 32B is Homage to Gregory Kondos by David Ruderman. This is photography measuring 20 by 30 inches. Retail value is $700. Item 32C is Feather and Shells, Lake Tahoe by Gay Kent. This is photography measuring 18 by 24 inches. Retail value is $375. Item 32D is After the Model Departs by David Robertson. This is photography measuring 20 by 16 inches. This is professionally wired for hanging by University Art Center. Retail value is $600. Item 32E is Synchronicity by Jan Lightfoot. This is photography measuring 18 by 24 inches. Retail value is $425, and this has a juror award in photography. Item 32F is Open Door by Wendell Minshew. This is photography measuring 21 by 17 inches, framed by Midtown Framing. Retail value is $650, and this is first place in photography. The phone lines are open for bidding. Now let's take a look at the art with our auctioneer and art expert.
Hi there, I'm Michael Sanford, and thank you for joining us for another half hour of artwork from Viewpoint Photographic Art Center. I'm back with our art expert, Rebecca Gregg, and we're going to begin this break with 32A, Broccoli Grove by Judy Yema. Photography measuring 22 by 28 inches. It's framed by Skyline Picture Framing. This earned an honorable mention in this year's framing competition, so congratulations to them. Retail value of $550, and this photograph won the Curator Award. Rebecca, I can see why. Many accolades around this piece of work.
That's true. And isn't it wonderful? Judy talks often about seeing the personality of vegetables and plants. And here she's not only seen that in the clarity and jumble of this forest that she's created along the riverbed, it's a very interesting image, very playful. Looks like it should be in any room in the house, from the formal living room to a formal dining room. This would be a statement piece. And I can understand why Skyline won an award, because the edging here, where there are bumps along the road, match the bumps of the broccoli. It's a very unique piece. So this is Judy's conception. It's a new body of work she's working on. She does other, Judy's food photography is like no one else's. That is not water. That's a mirror that she's then blurred so that the reflection is giving the illusion of wind movement on the water. It's a very magical kind of piece.
It's magical, it's unique, and most of all, it's fun. It takes you a moment, maybe just a few seconds, to realize, hey, that's broccoli. This is not a scene along the American River that we see often in some of this artwork. These are, and you're right, her expertise as a food photographer comes through instantly. But what she's done with it, how she's interpreted a riverbank and a river, and the bushes beneath it. It's fun and it's evocative. It just draws you in.
And the lighting, her choice to light from the side accents the texture that's there. And I think that the placement of everything, you know, the skyline, it isn't really blue, but it's a grayish, and it pulls you back to the front. You know, you don't wonder what's beyond the grove of broccoli. You're just content to, pretty soon you would see a child swinging up the tree, perhaps. You know?
Exactly. Again, item 32A, Broccoli Grove by Judy Yema, 22 by 28 inches. You can see, as you mentioned, honorable mention for framing by Skyline Picture Framing and the Curator Award for Photography. I don't think you can find another picture like this. No. Certainly not in most auctions and not in ours, but that's what makes it so attractive.
And the addition of the yellows among that rich green, look at how there's a little bit of yellow going on, and then that comes to the frame. So it's a complete piece, it really is.
You mentioned the side lighting, which I hadn't noticed until you mentioned it, but it really illuminates the broccoli and makes it even brighter and more vibrant, which is, it kind of adds to the attractiveness.
And depth, you know, the volume kind of look on the broccoli, it's as we would see it in our vegetable drawer, but instead it's on a riverbank.
I never would have guessed that that was a mirror beneath there and not water.
Judy is very adept at both in concept and in performance of what she imagines.
All right, we're going to keep the bidding open on this item 32A, Broccoli Grove by Judy Yema, and move to the next one. Item 32B, Homage to Gregory Kondos by David Ruderman. Photography measuring 20 by 30 inches. Its retail value is $700. I can certainly see, Rebecca, why this is an homage to Gregory Kondos. It's so reminiscent of some of his work.
It is, and beginning with, you know, the seeking out of the actual kind of riverbank that we've come to associate with his style. Isn't it interesting to see this just juxtaposed to Judy's work and two different kind of ideas and treatment, but similarities, you know, and that's the beauty of art, where you have something that will look slightly different. And so here you have the rhythm of our palm trees. I think this is such a Sacramento statement. Look at all the variety of trees that we have. Not only do we have the river, we have the variety of trees, and then the elongation, just as Kondos would do. You know, this is such an homage that David's pulled off here.
Well, and the thing is, you look at it at first glance, it's, oh, this is a painting. And that has to be the photographic style, which is unique. Can you explain that?
It's very different from David's usual work. He is typically a black and white, a very fine black and white photographer, but he believed that because this was an homage to an artist who worked in color, that he should also then use reminiscent colors. What I think he's done, I don't know this for sure, but I think the texture along the water has been added with Photoshop or an overlay from another image. And so what that's created is rhythm, and that mimics brush strokes as he would put it down. And when you step away from it, it of course does even more. Very linear, but...
Yes, I completely agree. It does remind you of dabs with a brush, which is exactly what you would expect from a piece of art and not photography. But whatever he has done here, however he has done it, the result is unique. It's a really great image of something so familiar to all of us right along the river here. Again, this is item 32B, Homage to Gregory Kondos by David Ruderman. Photography 20 by 30 inches, retail value of $700. What a nice addition that would be. If you enjoy collecting art that reflects our region, you couldn't find a better example.
And David Ruderman is very collectible. He is an award-winning photographer and oft celebrated. Just this last year, he was in a show in Monterey, and you know, it was that he was selected to be shown actually in the photographic gallery down there in Carmel. So
what a great homage to Gregory Kondos, too. Obviously one of our region's most beloved artists, such a generous donor to our art auction and to the community at large. So really amazing that David would think of him and interpret his work and come up with something that's so beautiful. Let's keep this one open and move on to our next item, which is 32C, Feather and Shells, Lake Tahoe by Gay Kent. This is photography measuring 18 by 24 inches, a retail value of $375. We love Lake Tahoe. It's so close by. There are so many beautiful images that we enjoy from photographers all over the world. never seen anything like this, and Gay's interpretation of this beautiful lake.
And it may surprise you. It surprised me. You know, here we are essentially looking at a feather that could be at our feet, you know. But so Gay photographed this using a telephoto lens, which we would usually think of as, you know, to get the distant mountains or the sports figure or something long. But what it's done is create this enormous feather, you know, that the feather is now larger than life. She also, placing it diagonally in the frame, is such an energetic kind of line, so that though it's a still life and not moving, it has a sense of flight because it's on the diagonal. And aren't the colors spectacular?
The colors are amazing. I don't think I've ever seen shells that were so vibrant and diverse in their coloration. And it's something that you may not see as you walk the beach. Maybe you have to have a photographer's eye, but certainly the colors just make the entire image pop out.
It's a beautiful complementary color, the yellows and blues coming together. And I think the blue from the sky is partly reflecting down on this image, you know, adding to that in the cleaner atmosphere of Tahoe up high. You get that blue reflection because even the spine of the feather is bluish. But also the secret is that she photographed this using a technique called HDR, high dynamic range. And so all of our eyes see that way all the time as our pupil adjusts, but it is combining different exposures, and so that brings out all the richness that we might not see ordinarily.
Well, photographic artists have so many tools at their disposal now, and as they become adept at them, they bring us images that are even more and more evocative.
I think that this one, wouldn't this make a great puzzle?
It would. It would make a great puzzle. Again, item 32C, Feather and Shells, Lake Tahoe by Gay Kent, 18 by 24, retail value $375. It is a beautiful photograph. The bidding is ongoing, and the number is on your screen, so now is the time to call if you'd like to add this. If you love Lake Tahoe, if you live at Lake Tahoe, if you visit Lake Tahoe, this would be a unique addition to probably the other images that you have of Lake Tahoe. Yeah, it's quite nice.
The close detail of Lake Tahoe.
Absolutely. All right, well, we're halfway through this break, which means we're going to keep this piece open and check in over at the recap station for bidding updates while you call in and place your bids right now.
Here is your chance to win a fabulous photograph featured in this break. Our volunteers are standing by ready to take your calls right now. Let's review the first three items. Item 32A is Broccoli Grove by Judy Yema. I love this photograph. It is a photograph measuring 22 by 28 inches, framed by Skyline Picture Framing. Honorable mention in this year's framing competition. Retail value is $550. Let's make it a bell ringer. We've got a bid of $200. Let's get a bid of $250. Item 32B is Homage to Gregory Condos by David Ruderman. Photography measuring 20 by 30 inches. Retail value is $700. Let's get the bids up there. Let's get a bid of $250 for this beautiful homage to Gregory Condos. Item 32C is Feather and Shells, Lake Tahoe. Beautiful photograph by Kay Kent, measuring 18 by 24 inches. Retail value is $375. Let's do it justice. Let's make it a bell ringer. Let's get a bid of $200. Call the number on your screen. Support all of the programs you love, like Masterpiece, all the mystery programs, Nova, Nature, science programs, Frontline, local programs like Rob on the Row. Call the number on your screen. Support a local artist who donated their art to support all of the programs and mission on PBS KVIE that you love. And again, item 32A is Broccoli Grove by Judy Yema. It's got a bid of $200. Let's get a bid of $250. Let's inch it up to being a bell ringer. Item 32B, Homage to Gregory Condos. What a majestic photograph. Look at that on your screen, all those beautiful trees. Let's get a bid of $250. Item 32C, Feather and Shells, Lake Tahoe. Beautiful photographed, stunning blues. It's got a retail value of $375. Let's get a bid of $200. Let's make all of these bell ringers, support all of these wonderful photographers, and let's head back to the art for the second half of this Viewpoint break with Michael and Rebecca.
All right, we are back with the second half of the break, continuing with item 32D, After the Model Departs by David Robertson. This is photography measuring 20 by 16 inches with a retail value of $600. I looked at this, Rebecca. Your reaction's probably the same. It's like, this is a wow photograph.
It is a wow photograph. The whole spot of color just in the center. And this is the kind of image that tells a story by the evidence of people, and there are no people there. The prop that the model just laid down on the chair as she's taking a break, because David has a studio that he is creating with light and models all the time. And this was just a break, but he was ready for the break and saw the photograph because the model was being lighted by the same kind of light that the hat is now there. So I think it's really stunning, and the clarity of it, the beauty of the side light, that little edging that comes to the back of the chair. And what I think is so terrific about this is that I think he didn't do any other arranging. His vision was that he saw it was there. But look at the way the rose ends with the hat. And then that little off-kelter that happens by the long stem creates so much kind of tension, you know, like it's going to fall off, but it doesn't. And I love the upturned brim. It just is so subtle, makes that chair almost float like someone's rising up, you know.
There really is so much to compliment here. Obviously, the composition, the contrast in the lighting, it's almost Rembrandt-like in terms of his use of light and darkness together.
I think so.
And what also sticks out to me is that the concept behind the photograph, as manifested in the title, After the Model Departs, there's a sense of something has ended, and look what is left behind.
And the photographer wasn't worn out by that. He was still working and alive, you know, and still seeing this. And it's a stunning image, it really is. The subtlety of the light on the bottom of the chair, just the way it kind of floats in space. I hadn't seen it as Rembrandt until you said that, and then now I really see that. It's very dramatic light with a sense of people.
It really is. And now is the time to bid on 32D, After the Model Departs. David Robertson, again, the size on this is 20 by 16 inches. It is professionally wired for hanging by University Art Center, and again has a retail value of $600. The framing is remarkable. It's simple, and yet it draws you in to the bright colors in the center. And I also like, Rebecca, the subtlety of the wood in the chair behind.
Yeah, because the lightness in the back, and then this rim light is what this is called, you know, so it gives the edging to that back. It's almost as if it were like bars, but that's so beautiful that you don't feel that. You just feel the warmth of the chair.
A beautiful photograph and a wonderful conversation piece. We're going to leave the bidding open on this. Again, 32D, After the Model Departs by David Robertson, 20 by 16. What an addition it would make to any home. What a conversation piece. Let's leave the bidding open and go on to 32E, Synchronicity by Jan Lightfoot. Photography measuring 18 by 24 inches. Retail value is $425. And as you know, Rebecca, this won a Juror Award in the photography category.
Yes, and as well it should, because, you know, photographers, there is a saying that Ansel Adams popularized, but it predates him by hundreds of years, about luck favoring the prepared mind. So Jan is there. You can't get this kind of photograph without being there, you know, and so she's there. She has her long lens. She sees these white-fronted geese doing their pre-flight kind of ritual, and so she changes direction, you know, in what she was looking at and starts to see them. And then the instant that they came into flight, she captured them. So it's really very, very beautiful. I think the detail of it, the sharpness of it, I can tell you I am envious as a photographer.
Well, and I think the title is so appropriate because the synchronicity of these two waterfowl, exactly at the same moment in flight with their wings in the exact same positions. It's an amazing capture of a moment in nature.
It really is. And this echoes back to Muybridge, who's, you know, not from California, but in California, did this kind of stop action in the 1870s, showing us what we can't see with our eyes, because we would never be able to see this without the aid of a camera to stop that action, arrest that moment, because the clarity, you know, the brilliance of his feet tucked back and the angle of this as the wings get swept up, I swear, it's just stunning, and that we get to see it.
We do. And now is your time to capture this moment and bring it to your home. Item 32E, Synchronicity. Jan Lightfoot is the photographer, 18 by 24 inches, retail value, and again, a juror award, and well deserved. You know, after you finish appreciating the moment captured, you begin appreciating the colors, just the colors of the birds themselves.
And the subtlety of that little white that's in the sky going, and they're also lit, they're flying into the light, and so their chest is lit. And there is another subtle thing that, to follow your lead there, Michael, that the second bird isn't quite as sharp as the first bird. And so what that does is create depth up in the sky, which is so infinite, you don't usually have that. That's the beauty that clouds give us, you know, is an ability to see depth. But that slightly different use of focus there on that second bird's head, again, brings our attention back to the pairing and to the differences between them.
And I love the fact that there's just a slight hint of clouds in the sky behind them, because I think it creates even more of a contrast. If it was a bright blue, perhaps we wouldn't be focused on the birds as much.
Right, because I think that's true. It's much more subtle. Yeah.
Yeah. Wonderful piece of work. Again, this is 32E, Synchronicity by Jan Lightfoot. We're going to keep the bidding open on this and go to our next item, which is item 32F, Open Door by Wendell Minshew. Photography measuring 21 by 17 inches, framed by Midtown Framing. Retail value is $650, and this one first place in the photography division.
And it is so beautiful, I think. And one of the things about it is we've been talking about sizes, and with a small image, and also this is a square image. And so again, how do you make a square image break some of the formal block, can't get away from a certain edge? Well, here, open the door and don't have the doors be even with one another, offset so that they're not quite in the middle. There's a light behind, a window behind that's over on one side. So he's done some very subtle things here to make this inviting. You know, did someone just leave? Is someone about to enter? I feel entering it because you're moving toward the light, but it's having an image to be this size, this small, simply is an invitation to come closer to look at it.
It really is, and it invites your curiosity to say, what is between those doors? Is that a bathtub back there? Who's in there? What should I?
In there?
And in a way, it's surprising to learn that it's a photograph. It almost looks like a wonderful pen and ink or charcoal
Yes,
drawing.
I think that it could be even, you know, a graphite, very particular kind of drawing, like charcoal, that might be very subtle. Well, I can tell you that it's printed on vellum. And so that gives texture to the image. You can see some of it at the top. And then on the back side, he has painted, because it's somewhat translucent, he's added a gold paint, you know, a gold leaf kind of painting stroke behind there, and so then that reflects the light back to us.
That's fascinating.
It's a very beautiful image, and it's archival because in these days all of the color in black and white is actually more permanent than it ever was prior to digital because of the materials that are being used. So it's an archival print on vellum with this gold leafing added to it.
A lot of thought and planning and contemplation put into this photograph by Wendell Minshew on a very contemplative piece. Again, item 32F, Open Door, photography 21 by 17 inches, retail value $650. Yeah, there's so much going on in the preparation and the execution of this work.
I think so, and the subtlety of it, I think Wendell is an exquisite photographer, but the subtlety of having this door touch the edge, it brings us closer to the image because it's right there, you know, it's right at our feet, right there. And they're just spectacular little places in it.
I assume you're not surprised that this won first place for photography.
No, I'm not. Not at all. If I can have a moment, the vellum, see this little almost cloud-like up here? Well, it's reminiscent of another photographer that we all know, Jerry Ilsman, who would have added that from another image. But Wendell manages to put that kind of feeling of sky just by the quality of the materials that he's added together.
Great job, Wendell, and thank you for donating this, and it can be yours if you call now. We're nearing the end of this break, which means that now is your last opportunity to bid on the art featured in this half hour. I'd like to thank Rebecca Gregg for sharing her expertise with us as an art expert and for representing Viewpoint Photographic Art Center. Now let's check in over at the recap station for an update.
Thanks, Michael. We have some wonderful volunteers here in the studio. You can hear them. They want to hear you. Call their phones. Keep them busy. They are giving their time to support PBS KVIE, and you can give of your support when you call the number on your screen. Keep them busy. Keep the bells ringing. Let's recap some of the items. Item 32D is After the Model Departs by David Robertson, photography measuring 20 by 16. It is a retail value of $600. We're looking for a bid of $450. We have a goal to make all of these bell ringers. You can start with this item right here. Item 32E is Synchronicity by Jan Lightfoot. It is a retail value of $425. We have a bid of $300. Let's make it a bid of $350. Make it a bell ringer too. Look at those beautiful, beautiful birds in flight. Item 32F is Open Door by Wendell Minshew. This has got a retail value of $650. It's got a bid of $300. Let's make it a bell ringer. Let's get a bid of $350. Look at that beautiful, romantic, very private photograph. It's beautiful. It's first place in photography, and this is your opportunity to get a first place photograph in your home or office. And call the number on your screen. Let's get a bid of $525 for item 32A, Broccoli Grove. I love this photograph. It is so much fun. It earned honorable mention in this year's framing competition. Look at that. It's just so much fun, so inviting. There's something to look at. Let's get a bid of $525. Call the number on your screen. Item 32B, Homage to Gregory Kondos, and it is a wonderful homage. A photograph by David Ruderman. It's got a retail value of $700. Let's get it up, being closer to a bell ringer, and make it a bell ringer. Let's get a bid of $450. Look at that beautiful, beautiful, serene vista. Item 32C, Feather and Shells, Lake Tahoe. I just love the blues and the detail in this photograph. Retail value is $375. Let's get a bid of $200. Let's get it closer to being a bell ringer. Remember that noise at the top of the break? Let's get that noise happening again. Item 32D, After the Model Departs. This is a very private, really majestic, very romantic photo. It's got a retail value of $600. Let's get a bid of $450. Get it closer to being a bell ringer and just have this beautiful photograph in your home or your office. Item 32E, Synchronicity, these majestic birds in flight. It is so close to being a bell ringer. Let's get a bid of $400 and do it justice. Call the number on your screen. Keep the volunteers busy. Item 32F, Open Door. The open door for you to have a chance to get this photograph is very, very short. So call the number on your screen right now. Let's get a bid of $450. Let's get it closer to being a bell ringer. I just love, there's like a view of the doors and you go in and there's all these little private little moments and it's just very romantic and inviting and intimate. And this is your opportunity to get a first place photography winning photograph in your home and to support PBS KVIE. It is a wonderful item. Wendell is a past best of show winner. So support this local artist. Let's get a bid of $450, get the phones ringing, and support all of the programs that you love. Support all the programs you love. Masterpiece, Mystery, Frontline, Nova, Nature, your local programs like Studio Sacramento, Rob on the Road, who goes to all these wonderful places and meets really great people. You're supporting local arts at the same time that you see on KVIE Arts Showcase. So go beyond the broadcast, bring some art home, support all of those programs you love. And Item 32A, Broccoli Grove. Let's get a bid of $525. So close to being a bell ringer. Item 32B, Homage to Gregory Condos. Let's get a bid of $500. Inch it up there. Let's get it to be a bell ringer. Item 32C, Feather and Shells, Lake Tahoe. Look at those blues. Let's get a bid of $200. Item 32D, After the Model Departs. Let's get a bid of $450. Retail value is $600. Item 32E, Synchronicity. It's a bell ringer at $425. Let's get a little bit more. Let's go up to $475. And item 32F, Open Door. This is your chance to go through the door. $400. Let's get a bid of $450. And stay with us. There is more art coming up in the next half hour of the PBS KVIE art auction.
Welcome to the 41st Annual PBS KVIE Art Auction. Join us all weekend for a celebration of Northern California's visual arts. Over 270 works of art will be auctioned off to the highest bidder, and you can be part of the action by watching and bidding on your favorite artwork. View the entire collection online at kvie.org/art-auction. Then, when your favorite item appears, call 1-844-KVIE-ART to place your bid. Auction proceeds benefit the programs and services of your PBS station, KVIE. So thank you for watching and bidding. And now, let the auction begin. Bidding on items in the art auction is quick and easy to do. First, explore the collection online at kvie.org/art-auction, or keep watching PBS KVIE. When a piece of art catches your eye, call 1-844-KVIE-ART and a volunteer will assist you. KVIE accepts all major credit cards for your art purchase, and a member of our accounting team will confirm your payment within 5 minutes of item sale. Thank you for being a part of the PBS KVIE art auction and for making art a part of your home today. Coming up next is the photography category. Awards juried by Andres Alvarez, this category features a selection of photographs, limited editions, and etchings. View all of the art featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art-auction.
Good afternoon, I'm Kelly Rains, and thanks for joining us for this photography bake. And now here's an overview of the art that will be up for bid during the next half hour. Item 33A is Encounter in Paris Flea Market by David Goldenberg. This is photography measuring 18 by 22 inches. Retail value is $500. Item 33B is Left Behind by Joey Johnson. This is photography measuring 21 by 27 inches. Retail value is $300. Item 33C is Horse with No Name by Michael Randolph. This is photography measuring 30 by 24 inches. Retail value is $500. Item 33D is Still Life by George McCamey. This is photography measuring 24 by 18 inches. Retail value is $375. Item 33E is Snowy Egret Heaven by Nancy Lee Woody. This is photography measuring 20 by 30 inches. Retail value is $450. Item 33F is Lazing Along the South Yuba by Rachel Rosenthal. This is photography measuring 18 by 24 inches. Retail value is $350. Now let's head over to see the art with our auctioneer and art expert.
Hi there, I'm Michael Sanford, and thanks for joining us for the photography category. I'm pleased to be joined once again by Rebecca Gregg. Rebecca is a photographer and retired arts educator and co-founder of Viewpoint Photographic Art Center, where she continues to serve on their board. Rebecca, great to have you back with us again this year, and let's take a look at our first piece, 33A, Encounter in Paris Flea Market by David Goldenberg. This is photography measuring 18 by 22 inches. Retail value is $500. It just invites you, Rebecca, doesn't it, to what's going on here? What are these people talking about?
Exactly. There is an intensity in her face, and I like the angle between them where he's looking down at her and listening pretty strongly, I think. And she's not talking, you know, her mouth's not open or anything, but there's an intensity in her expression that this kind of photography is in the genre of street photography, that it's quick, you see something happening, and your camera's with you, and you're kind of there at the Paris flea market searching for photographs as well as any other finds you might make. And it has, is in Paris, as you can kind of tell from the flag, obviously, but also the ubiquitous scarves that they are wearing. But it's a universal story.
It really is. And I think as we look back through the history of photography, the images that we most vividly recall are moments in time where people are encountering one another, something is happening around them. You can see their reactions to it. Those images really resonate with us, don't they? And we remember them more vividly than almost any other.
It's quite interesting that you should say that, because one of the most famous French photographers was Cartier-Bresson, who called it the decisive moment. So this didn't last but a moment, you know, and she turns or he lets go of her hand, something changes. But for a moment, this is stopped, you know, and caught, and it is then the decisive emotional moment between them. And so it fits that very famous Frenchman's photographic style of street photography and seeing what's happening. I think the muted sort of colors and the intensity of light on her face is also important here.
Again, item 33A, Encounter in Paris Flea Market by David Goldenberg, 18 by 22 inches. It invites your interpretation. It invites your curiosity. But really, I think you could almost add any storyline to this that you want.
And I love getting to go to Paris, and I feel Paris when I see this. You know, that oftentimes I'm intrigued by how much people in Paris walk along touching one another, holding hands, and here it's there at the flea market, you know.
It's so interesting. This is what we appreciate about all artists, is how they take the world around us, they take the people that we encounter, and offer us ways to interpret them and enjoy them in just such unique ways. And I think David Goldenberg has done this here.
I do too. And I think there are things that he sees subconsciously, has to see very quickly. And partly there are things that just draw you to her, you know, to seeing it. And the fact that we don't see very much of his face, enough to identify him a little bit, but there's a connection that we connect with.
Yeah, and I think you make a good point there. Even though it's a spontaneous moment, the framing and the background, it does have a tendency to draw you into the center of the action. Looking beneath the flag, the subtle thing here that just says, look at what's happening in the middle, look at the flower behind to identify that this is a place where flowers are sold, most likely, and try to figure out what's going on.
Yep. Write that story yourself. You know, it has the story within it, and you expand upon it.
All right, we're going to keep the bidding open on this. 33A, Encounter at Paris Flea Market, and move on to our next item, 33B. Left Behind by Joey Johnson. Photography measuring 21 by 27 inches. Retail value of $300. This reminds me of another piece we looked at earlier where we see the passage of time, the deterioration of man-made things, and my goodness.
The reclaiming of the environment.
By nature, yes.
This is a place on the Russian River, you know, by Goat Rock, part of our coast in Jenner that I'm very familiar with and probably have seen this very piece of equipment, but I've never taken this image, nor would I have seen it in this way. I think I really like what Joey Johnson did here of having, it's almost as if this piece of equipment it's a sand and gravel quarry that was abandoned in the 30s. And it's almost like it's driving into the ocean, you know. And if you've been to our coast and the enormous waves we get, I'm sure it gets some wave action at times. I love the color tones, you know, that are here. They're very subtle. It's picked up, this is picked up back here even, and I think she has very subtle use of the depth of field here. This is slightly out of focus to draw your attention here, and then slightly out of focus here to make sure that you don't miss the star of this, you know.
Well, I think you would agree, Rebecca, that all photography, really all artwork, tells a story. That story can be overt. The artist knows what it is and wants you to know that story, or you can interpret it as you wish. What I like about this is that the equipment is in the foreground. It's quite prominent, and it's moment in time, it's frozen, and yet behind the ocean, there's movement, there's life. Life is going on.
And it gives you context.
Exactly.
You know, anything is going to deteriorate left outside, but this gives you the context of the rusting away. You know.
Yeah, and you know, as you say, even the colors of the beach itself. This is obviously a beach with larger pebbles, and there's coloration there, and there's debris down to the right. So there's just so much going on that you can be drawn in, enjoy, interpret.
As you look closer, there are all kinds of faces in there too. There are faces in here. Becomes very animated. It's quite interesting to look at.
It really is. Again, item 33B, Left Behind by Joey Johnson. Photography, 21 by 27 inches. Retail value of $300. I like the simple framing. It draws your eye in. It invites you to look at the dark rocks behind, and then perhaps down to this.
Anchors, yeah.
Yeah,
it does.
It anchors, yeah. Any final thoughts on this?
I think that you're pointing out the frame is really important to the darkness of the water above, or of the rocks in the water, because that's how it's pushing you back to the image.
Now is your opportunity to bid on this unique photograph. We're going to leave the bidding open on this and move on to the next item, which is item 33C, Horse with No Name by Michael Randolph. This is photography measuring 30 by 24 inches. Its retail value is $500. Wow. This is a photograph that just has so much going on, and yet it is so beautiful to look at every part of it.
Can you even say the title without hearing the song?
That's right. You know, America.
Yeah, it's really it's a very important image, I think, in terms of the technique and what he's created. You know, very often I think photographers get their inspiration from traveling, and I think it's partly from the newness and, you know, a break from your other life, and you start to feel energized by the new things you're seeing. So he's after the lupin, the wildflowers there that are in spring, and this horse appears, you know, so this horse is kind of following up the path as if Roy Rogers lost the Palomino there or something. And so what is happening? You know, that in itself would seem magical with just that many lupin, the way he's handled the atmospheric perspective in the hills behind get so much bluer, so you have a sense of the receding line, the vanishing point that's going on. You also have some subtleties. On the rock, there is seemingly a sign of a petroglyph, you know, some kind of marking of another people that were there. This is actually a composite image of 3 images that he took at this same site, and then I'm not sure what 3 those were, but he composited the image to create this rather magical and therefore then slightly surreal image, you know, that is going on, because the horse enough would be surreal to me if I were.
I agree. I mean, it would be a magical photograph if we just had the lupin in the sky. And then you add the possible hieroglyph on the rock to the right. And then you add the horse. You've just got so many elements that invite you to enjoy.
Backwards to another people who were here, or forwards to wherever your fantasy might take you about how this happened.
And if you love horses, what a great, beautiful horse that's added to this. Again, this is item 33C, Horse with No Name by Michael Randolph. Photography measuring 30 by 24. Retail value $500. Now's the time to bid on this unique photograph. The clouds in the background, Rebecca, the dark, dark clouds, and then the way that the lighter clouds above them just sort of ascend into the heavens, really remarkable.
The path that you're stepping on is so narrow, it has to be an animal path practically, instead of, you know, people tend to wander a little bit more than that. And so you're just drawn into the image. It's very exciting.
Yeah, and there's even a little bit of light behind the horse that perhaps is coming from the far horizon that even adds to its luminescence.
And that's partly that cloud looks backlighted, doesn't it? And so that's from that same direction.
All right, we're going to leave the bidding open on this. Now is the time to call. We are halfway through the break, which means we're going to keep this piece open and check in over at the recap station for some bidding updates.
This is your chance. Don't miss your opportunity to take one of these beautiful photographs featured in this half hour. The number to call is on your screen. Let's recap bidding activity. Item 33A is Encounter in Paris Flea Market. I love that title, by David Goldenberg. Photography measuring 18 by 22 inches. Retail value is $500. We're looking for a bid of $150. Call the phone number on your screen. Item 33B is Left Behind by Joey Johnson. This is photography measuring 21 21 by 27 inches. Retail value is $300. We're looking for a starting bid of $100. Don't be left behind. Call the number on your screen. Item 33C is Horse with No Name by Michael Randolph. Measuring 30 by 24 inches. Retail value is $500. It is so close to being a bell ringer. Call the number on your screen. Let's get a bid of $525. Make it a bell ringer. Support all of the programs you love on PBS KVIE year-round, whether you're watching at home on your television or on your phone or on your tablet, wherever you are. All the great local programs you love, like KVIE Arts Showcase, Rob on the Road, Yes, We're Open, Studio Sacramento, and all of the national programs. Great concerts that you can watch on PBS KVIE. Frontline, Nova, Nature, Masterpiece. Again, 33A, Encounter in Paris Flea Market. We're looking for a starting bid of $150. I love the characters in this photograph. If you've traveled to France or you want to go to France or you just love interesting people, this is the item for you. Item 33B, Left Behind. There is a segue here. Do not be left behind and miss out on this photograph. It's got a beautiful melancholic kind of feel to it. We're looking for a bid of $100. Make it a retail value bell winner. Get it up to $300. Item 33C, Horse with No Name. It is a bell ringer at $500. Let's get a bid of $550. Horse lovers everywhere, landscape lovers. You love all the nature programming on PBS KVIE. This is a testament when you bring it home. Call the number on your screen. Keep the volunteers busy. Item 33A, Encounter in Paris Flea Market. I love flea markets. I love the people in this photograph. Let's get a bid. We've got a bid of $100. Let's get a bid of $150. Item 33B, Left Behind. We're looking for a starting bid of $100. I'm jealous of whoever gets this. I love the composition and just the detail in this beautiful, melancholic, gorgeous photo. Item 33C, Horse with No Name. It's got a bid of $600. Let's get a bid of $650. All of the great programs you love on PBS are supported when you call in right now and make your donation and get this beautiful art. And that's the news from the recap station. Let's see some more art when you call the number on your screen. Call now. PBS KVIE.
All right, we are back with the second half of the break, continuing with item 33D, Still Life by George McKay-Me. This is photography measuring 24 by 18 inches with a retail value of $375. Rebecca, take it away. What a beautiful photograph of nature.
Very graphic image, isn't it? It's so simple. There's not even any sense of what the background is, and so I don't know exactly how George accomplished that, but being this close to an image will make the background go out of focus. And of course, working with your camera in a wide open aperture or a long lens will also do that. But the result, however it happened, the result is that it's a very graphic image and very beautiful in terms of the cone flower and that very big bee. You know.
Well, I think what George McKay-Me has captured, and you can comment on this, is that he's found a bee that is so colorful, or at least found a bee that was illuminated such that the colors really jumped out. And then, as you say, the flower, there's a dimensionality to it, a 3D dimensionality to it that I think is partly a result of the great lighting that he's done.
And I think he thinks that he speculated that the bee didn't leave because the temperature wasn't high enough for the bee to fly. It's a male longhorn bee. He knows this from its long horns there, the antenna. I'm a Texas girl, so we think of longhorn not as longhorn bees, but
as cattle. Yes.
So I was surprised to learn this, and thank you, George, for teaching me that. I also think that this, in its graphic quality, is presented so interestingly. The frame, that the mat is curved, and so that goes to the sort of sensuous kind of shape of the flower,
right,
as that seed pod is coming up. It's reminiscent or echoing the shapes around the side, and it certainly draws you in its narrowness and tallness, the slenderness of that one stalk, and then his downward antenna. It's very graphic, as I said, I think several times now, because that's the way I feel about it. It is so strong in its presentation of nature, as well as the color, which you mentioned, the blue and yellow.
Again, item 33D, Still Life by George McKay-Me, photography 24 by 18 inches. Rebecca, how do you think he achieved that yellow background to make the colors in the foreground pop out so beautifully.
And that's a green yellow, so I think it's probably a green that's there with a yellow that's there. Maybe perhaps I don't know, the youngness of the season or the lateness of the season where those two colors get mixed. And he could have, without, I don't want to talk too technical here, but he could have selected the front, the subject matter, and then blurred the background some, or you can do that in camera too. And I don't really know how he did it, but I suspect that the colors were there in greens and yellows, and then more vibrance added to that.
What do you think about the decision to make the frame just sort of a subtle color, nothing that pops out?
And wooden, with brown, so that you are moving back to earth again. You know, you're coming back to the ground, back to soil, while this is really a very upward feeling image.
Excellent. 33D, still live by George McCain. We're going to keep the bidding open on this and go to our next item, 33E, Snowy Egret Heaven by Nancy Lee Woody. Photography measuring 20 by 30 inches. Its retail value is $450. Again, a nature moment captured in time, Rebecca, but wow, what a great capture, I guess.
What a great capture. And this is one of those that, for me, didn't translate as well online. You know, I hate to talk about the way digital and all has left us to see things in yet another generation. And I thought, I'm not sure I understand this. Then I came to see it. And seeing it on screen here, it translates better than on my computer at home. I love this. I hope you're all picking up at home the scattering of the light that is here, which on my computer looked like pebbles. You know, it didn't come off of the water. And so it enlivens this. There's so much water in the air that it's like a snowstorm. And then this snowy egret is so positioned by Nancy that it's like he's late for lunch or something, because
he's got someplace to go. That's the
he
secret.
Is barely in the frame. You know? Yes, and you can see that they're known for their black legs and yellow feet, and it's almost as if he forgot to put one shoe on. You know, he's in such a hurry. But it's a very, very animated, a wonderful capture as you began this conversation.
Well, it's always a treat when you're driving down, say, Highway 37 near the wetlands, and you see a snowy egret, and you think, wow, what a beautiful bird in our region. What are they up to? They're waiting to catch a fish or something. This captures a moment in time. This egret has got someplace to go. There's water splashing in front of him. We don't know where that water is coming from, but it adds an element of action to the picture, don't you think?
I do, and that's the intrigue. Where is the water coming from? Is someone really making a splash over here and he's investigating? I'm just not sure what's going on, but it is. And it's on metal, too. I think that the print on metal, kind of that slickness of the aluminum is... it's the perfect surface for this water image.
Great local nature photograph. It's yours for the bidding. Again, item 33E, you should call now. The number is on your screen. Snowy Egret Heaven by Nancy Lee Woody. It must be heaven for this egret because food is nearby, I would guess.
It is a I'm late to supper kind of look, isn't it? Yeah. The intensity, I mean, look at the hairdo, you know, as the feathers fly up, and the intensity of it. It's very beautiful.
Yeah, all these works are ready to hang. You can take it home. The contrast between the water, the stippling water, and then the water that's flying in the air, and then the green background, it just gives you so much to look at.
And the colors are kind of muted so that he really stands out.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, we're going to keep this one open. Again, item 33E, Snowy Egret Heaven by Nancy Lee Woody. We'll move on to our next item, which is item 33F, Lazing Along the South Yuba by Rachel Rosenthal. Photography measuring 18 by 24 inches, retail value of $350. The South Yuba is one of our local treasures. Anybody who's been there appreciates that river, and certainly Rachel has shown her own appreciation by taking this wonderful photograph.
It's I probably, perhaps, use the word magical too often, but this has a very magical feeling. Rachel is also a Viewpoint member, and so I've known her outside of Viewpoint as in education circles, and she is an avid photographer, and just growing in her ability to translate what she sees in the world. So she's perched on a rock and wasn't able to go any further, and that led her to be able to see the strips of water that, as the kind of foam is the energy of the water makes, and then it slides on around like ribbons around the rock. I think that as she sat there, there's a waterfall just to the upper left of this image, but she's in the cooling pool here where you can see the river rock underneath. And actually, I know that I'm a person that sees animals and faces and things, and I can't really help doing it. They just speak to me. But I see this figure in the center, the rock in the center, that's been made curved by years and years of erosion, and so it becomes very animated. And of course, the water line that goes around it, and then the color of green and yellows that she's managed to capture, I think, are really to have turned what we are familiar with into a place with water and rocks that really could be anywhere in the world, but is made more special by being our Yuba.
Yeah, and there's so much to appreciate here, as you suggest, Rebecca. Obviously, a key element of a successful photographer is patience, framing, waiting for the right lighting, and she has achieved this so beautifully because obviously the light, a little hint of shadow in that center rock, opens it up to interpretation. You can see it as almost an animal of some kind. The current bid is on your screen for this wonderful piece of photography, Lazing Along the South Yuba, item 33F by Rachel Rosenthal. The water, as you suggest, going underneath, you can see the rocks beneath. And I hadn't noticed the waterfall in the upper left until you mentioned it, but it just adds to the sense of flow and movement.
And it also picks up their 3 points of lighter, and her sense of composition is quite strong here.
Yeah. This is a photograph that would be so beautiful, I think, in your home, in your office, any workspace. What a conversation piece. The fact that you can say it's a local photographer, a local gem of a destination, I think makes this one of the strongest pieces of art that you could possibly have in your home. We're going to leave the bidding open on this. We're nearing the end of this break, which means that now is your final opportunity to bid on all of the art featured in this half hour. Now let's check in over at the recap station for an update.
Okay, you've now seen all of the artwork for the break. Here's an update on the bids for our remaining items. Item 33D is still live, but George McCamey. It is photography measuring 24 by 18. It has a retail value of $375. We're looking for a bid of $175. Let's get it closer to being a bell ringer. We want every item in the auction to sell, and we want them to all be bell ringers. Item 33E is Snowy Egret Heaven. Retail value is $450. We have a bid of $150. Let's get a bid of $200. We had a egret item earlier in the auction. If you missed out on that one, here's your chance. Item 33F, Lazing Along the South Yuba. This is a bell ringer, but let's keep the bell ringers going. Let's get a bid of $775 and this beautiful, beautiful item. And we want all of the items in the auction to, one, be bell ringers, but we would just want them to go to great homes and offices or wherever art lovers are. So call the number on your screen. Let's go through all of them in this break. Item 33A, Encounter in Paris Flea Market. I love this. I'm a student of French right now. I'm learning French. So if I could take this home and immerse myself in the culture of France, I would love to look at this photograph as I study, but also just great, great people to look at. Let's get $150 for item 33A. Item 33B, Left Behind. Retail value is $300. Let's get it to be a bell ringer. Let's get a bid of $150. This is a beautiful, beautiful item, melancholy, gorgeous detail, and call the number on your screen. Item 33C, Horse with No Name. This is a bell ringer, but let's keep the bells ringing. Retail value of $500. Let's get a bid of $775. We love that noise. Item 33D, it's on its way to being a bell ringer, and it's on its way to going to a great home. This is still life. Let's get a bid of $175. Call the number on your screen. Item 33E, Snowy Egret Heaven. $150 is the current bid. Let's get a bid of $200. I love it. It's got a very meditative quality to it. Any place you want some serenity and just kind of relax and chill out. Look at this photograph. This is the perfect photograph for that. Item 33F, Lazing Along the South Yuba. It is so close to being a bell ringer. Let's get a bid of $225 for Lazing Along the South Yuba, item 33F. Call the number on your screen. Keep our wonderful dedicated volunteers busy on the phones. All of these artists, there's a bell ringer challenge for this break. Come on now. Make all of the bells ring on the phones by making all of these items bell ringers. The artists donated their time and their efforts and their talent, and all for the benefit of you at home and PBS KVIE. So call the number on your screen. Item 33A. Encounter in Paris Flea Market. You want to encounter this piece at home. Let's get a bid of $150 right now, $150. Item 33B, Left Behind. Don't be left behind. Get this wonderful piece. Get a bid of $150 in there. Item 33C, Horse with No Name. Great title. Let's get a bid of $775. Item 33D, Still Life. Let's get a bid of $200. It's so close to being a bell ringer. Look at that beautiful little bee. Item 33E, Snowy Egret Heaven. Beautiful, relaxing, serene photograph. Let's get a bid of $200. Item 33F, Lazing Along the South Yuba. It is a bell ringer. Let's keep the bells ringing though. Let's get a bid of $400 and stay with us. There's more art coming up in the next half hour of the PBS KVIE art auction.
Picking up your purchased artwork is quick and easy to do. Visit PBS KVIE Studios Sunday through Tuesday during these posted hours for this year's curbside pickup. For your convenience, PBS KVIE representatives will carry your artwork to your vehicle when you arrive. All purchased art must be claimed within 30 days of auction closure. For questions, location, and hours, visit kvie.org/art auction. Thank you for being a part of the PBS KVIE art auction and for making art a part of your home today. Coming up next is the figurative category, awards juried by Patrice. This category celebrates the human form and representations of animals. View all of the art featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art auction.
Hi there, I'm Kelly Rains, and thank you for joining us for this figurative break. And now here's an overview of the art that will be up for bid during the next half hour. Item 34A is The Gathering by Janet Elaine Kopp. This is oil on canvas measuring 24 by 25 inches. Retail value is $1,100. Item 34B is Koi Party by Christine Springer. This is oil on canvas measuring 16 by 40 inches. Retail value is $1,200. Item 34C is Madrigal by Aditi Saxena. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 20 by 20 inches. Retail value is $250, and this was the People's Choice Award winner in this year's auction. Item 34D is Delta Ducks by Sue Clanton. This is watercolor measuring 22 by 30 inches. Retail value is $350. Item 34E is Movie Night, New York City, 1967 by Francesca Schomburg Solano. This is oil on canvas measuring 36 by 24 inches. Retail value is $375. Item 34F is Earth Mother by Kanika Marshall. This is mixed media measuring 18 by 14 by 14 inches. Retail value is $400, and this has a juror award in sculpture. This is your time to call in the auction, and let's keep the phone lines busy and open for bidding. Now, let's head over to the art with the art auctioneer and expert.
Hi there, I'm Michael Sanford, and thanks for joining us for the figurative category. I'm pleased to be joined again by Rebecca Gregg. Let's take a look at our first piece, 34A, The Gathering by Janet Elaine Kopp. This is oil on canvas measuring 24 by 25 inches. Retail value is $1,100. The Gathering of Flamingos. What a bright, interesting, fun piece of work.
Positive, uplifting. It's conversational as the first two birds are kind of not just feeding, they're feeding close together. It's a very pleasant piece to look at, I think. I was impressed when I read about Janet Elaine Kopp that she was an artist as a child. She was, by the age of 5, she said, able to draw quite well, began doing oil paintings under 10, and was very accomplished at this. And she has a technique that she describes here that actually goes back to Seurat in Paris, of the pointillism technique of having the brightness show through by not really exacting kind of dots, but the colors, you can see the underlying yellows that are combined with the pink and then white, so that it has a very glowing kind of feel. When she begins the painting, she sketches in the outlines of her subject. In this case, the very, as she described them, awkward but beautiful, kind of graceful, not only the spindly legs, but their curving necks. And I think all of us are intrigued by flamingos. So.
We all love flamingos. That's why some people put plastic versions on their lawns. But I like your observation, Rebecca, that the pointillism in the background, I think, really helps the colors come out even more strongly. Creates a bit of a contrast with the flamingos themselves, but in a very good way.
Yes, I think so, and it is more subtle than I would have thought from just reading her description. When I then saw it in person, as you will when you buy this, that you'll see the running yellows through there that enhance. And you know, this isn't a realistic portrayal, and yet we all recognize it as part of the reality of the flamingos gathering together. So she took it from images that she photographed in Puerto Vallarta and Hawaii, and then added her own imagination. So it's called The Gathering, and that, I think, is a fitting title.
Well, the current bid is on your screen, and the number to call is right there as well. Again, 34A, The Gathering by Janet Elaine Kopp. I like the fact that the painting itself is set back. There's a bit of space between that and the frame.
Yes, this kind of floating frame is often used, you know, as a way of enveloping the thickness of canvas as it's stretched canvas. And here, because the surrounding frame is white, it adds so much to the whiteness and brings out that kind of light and airy feeling of the image. But that floating frame is a spectacular choice, I think, for almost every canvas approach.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to leave the bidding open on this one and move on to our next item, which is item 34B, Koi Party by Christine Springer. This is oil on canvas measuring 16 by 40 inches. Its retail value is $1,200. Rebecca, we all love koi. We see them in ponds and we're just amazed by their color variation, and that's so beautifully captured here.
And their personality and,
yes,
and their tenacity, you know, as they, but and you know what, to go back to something we were just talking about, this is also a floating canvas within the gold that is around the edge of this one instead of the white in the previous one. But it sets the painting off to have that floating frame like that. And there's a drama then that's created by the shadows in the back of it. This is an elongated picture. It's a painting. It's 40
inches wide, yes.
Wide. And so the way she's attracted your attention to the center is that it's lighter and also a punchier yellow, golden yellow from the bottom, yellow and orange, so that she's really pulling you into it. I didn't know until reading from her notes that these are the ancestors of, or their ancestors created the goldfish. I had no idea that koi and goldfish were connected. I'm sorry for my ignorance, because we all like seeing these magnificent animals, you know, and they're part of our water world that really are decorative, seem almost sacred. They're really the name in Japanese is as if it's a symbol of love.
They are living art, and we enjoy koi so much. The coloration is so amazing. Now's the time to bid on this beautiful piece of work. Again, it is Koi Party, item 34B by Christine Springer. It looks like it's feeding time, Rebecca.
It does.
The way these, we've all been around koi when they're throwing fish food in the water, and this is how they react. And the action is exciting to watch. But you're enjoying the colors as they're thrashing about.
And their personalities, I think, you know, you don't really, I think of fish as having that much personality, but they show their aggression, their cooperation. It's they're gathering together for feeding and otherwise, but their markings are also individual too, and are part of their single separation of the breeding.
Do you think the decision to make such a horizontal painting helps kind of draw you towards the center? You look at the fish on the outside; they're not in the middle of the action, but they're beautiful. And then you go in; there's all kinds of things going on in the center.
And she doesn't present the ones on the edge quite as definite as the ones in the center. So she's really helping us move toward the center conversation that's going on.
Yeah, it's quite nice. It's really, any parting thoughts on this one before we move on?
I like the blues here. This blue is more toward a cyan and turquoise, and I think that with the richness of the orange is so complementary. It's part of the energy.
Yeah, the vibrancy of this is just amazing. Again, it's item 34B, Koi Party by Christine Springer, 16 by 40, retail value of $1,200. Bidding is going on right now. Get your bid in. The number is on your screen. We're going to leave this open and move on to item 34C, Ma Durga by Aditi Saxena. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 20 by 20 inches, retail value of $250. What has Aditi achieved here, Rebecca?
Well, she has expanded my knowledge and my interest in another cultural experience through this. And there are things that are uniform in our culture about how art is presented, and this one, it would be easy to talk about its line, its graphic qualities, the colors that go together, but it's also a rendition of a goddess from India that is an inspiration to Aditi and has been since she was a child. And what you see, she's using a style that is so particular to a region of India that's up by Nepal, and the dark edges of the graphic, the gold that she's used, and then the positioning. I've never seen this before, where the eye is so close to the edge, and as we in a bit pull back, you're going to see the third eye that's right at the edge, and that the left eye and the right eye have different meanings, and of course the third eye to the inner knowledge and the wisdom that comes from that. The goddess that she is portraying is an image of a woman that has the feminine strength, but also the strength of the warrior, which is a wonderful polarity and balance in any of our lives, to go through all the things that sometimes challenge us.
Well, you would appreciate this amazing piece of art without knowing all that background, but I think the background that you've shared with us, that Aditi has shared with us, makes this even more intriguing and attractive.
It does. The graphic quality, the detail. I cannot imagine how meditative this must be for the artist to create, and then that translates to the viewer when they see the forms that she has used, and the peacock kind of there, and the feathers, the colors, the way that just the shape of the repetition, repetition being one of the hallmarks of art, the way the reds run through, the energizing. So it's a very spiritual piece and a very thoughtful piece, and one that I think you would enjoy for years.
Absolutely. Well, it's meditative. It's spiritual, it's brilliant.
Yes.
And it's such a pleasure to look at. Again, bidding should be going on right now. Put your bid in for item 34C, Ma Durga by Aditi Saxena. Again, acrylic on canvas. Again, a floating frame, interesting, 20 by 20. We're going to keep the bidding open on this one, and we're halfway through the break, which means we're going to keep this piece open. Check in over at the recap station for bidding updates while you call in and place your bids.
Thank you, Michael. Some amazing figurative pieces up for bid this half hour, and they can be yours with a quick call to the number on your screen. If there's a piece of art that you want this break, let us hear from you right now. And here we go. Item 34A is The Gathering by Janet Elaine Kopp. Oil on canvas measuring 24 by 25 inches. Retail value is $1,100. We have a bid of $250. Let's get it up there. Let's get a bid of $300. Call the number on your screen. Item 34B is Koi
Party by Christine Springer. This is oil on canvas measuring 16 by 40 inches. Retail value is $1,200. It is so close to being a bell ringer, and it needs to be a bell ringer. Let's get a bid of $950. Item 34C is Ma Durga. This is the People's Choice Award winner in this year's auction by Aditi Saxena. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 20 by 20 inches. Colorful. Look at the color on that. It's just gorgeous. Retail value is $250. It's close to being a bell ringer. Let's get $150 for this item right now. Call the number on your screen. Support all of the lovely programming that you love on PBS KVIE by supporting these artists who have donated their time and their talent. Item 34A, The Gathering, $250. We need a bid of $300 right now, and that's up to you. It's a little quiet in the studio. We need it to be a little louder, and we can do that with your help. Item 34B, Koi Party. It is so close to being a bell ringer, as it should be. Look at the vibrant and the energy and the movement in this beautiful painting. Let's get a bid of $1,100 right now. $1,100, item 34B. Item 34C, Ma Durga. People's Choice Award winning. It's spiritual, it's colorful, it takes you to another time and place. Let's get a bid of $150, halfway there to being a bell ringer. Call the number on your screen. These items don't stay open for very long, and this is your opportunity to go beyond the broadcast and go home with some beautiful art that supports your PBS station, KVIE. Call the number on your screen, item 34A. Let's get a bid of $300. 34B, let's get a bid of $1,100. And now we're going to go back to head over to the art for the second half of this break with Michael and Rebecca.
All right, we're back with the second half of our break, continuing with item 34D. This is Delta Ducks by Sue Clanton. It's watercolor measuring 22 by 30 inches with a retail value of $350. Rebecca, you were sharing with me that Sue lives on the Delta, so this is home base for her to capture these images.
Yes, and because she's lived on the water for 45 years, she says that her life is filled with all kinds of animal life and bird life, and that she saw these ducks and then photograph them, and then from change, you can, and you're a painter, you can use your imagination, you can create conversation between them, but she enjoyed that their behavior was in a row, but so different that they were seemingly not paying much attention to one another. They're all about life on the river. And I think the subtlety of how she's added some little pieces here of that have a richness of red and then carries that through. Of course, the yellow pulls us all the way through. She's very much interested in watercolor, though, has done other media, but watercolor she enjoys for the translucent, which fits water. When you are here and you're seeing how transparent this is, it gives you the feeling that the water is actually there. And of course, watercolor is a wet medium, and so it's perfect for this.
There is a tranquility in this painting that is just remarkable. I mean, obviously the ducks are relaxed. Mm-hmm. They're not fearful. There's no predators mm-hmm. nearby. They're cleaning themselves, they're enjoying themselves, perhaps there's food nearby. And as you suggest, the translucency of the water just helps the image resonate and glow even more. You see a subtle hint of the sun, perhaps, reflecting off the water behind them.
And the blue sky. There's a subtle line that pulls you back as a diagonal in there. And see how the greenery is falling off of that, almost like it's a necklace. It's a decoration for there. The framing, I think, is very beautiful. The implication on the edges of bamboo, and then the matting is two different colors of green, so that you are repeating the greens that are in the image. And I think this makes a complete package. Sue said that she has, in the last 2 years of the KVIE auction, had bell ringers, and that it was thrilling to her, and her biggest goal is to have another bell ringer for this image.
3 in a row for Sue. Well, now's the time to help achieve that for KVIE and for our artist. Now's the time to bid. The number is on your screen. Again, this is item 34D, Delta Ducks by Sue Clanton. It's a beautiful watercolor, 22 by 30, retail value $350. One of the things I noticed, Rebecca, is in the background above the sun reflection, mm-hmm. very distinct set of weeds. or river grass. I
Yeah,
guess you
river
would say.
grass,
Yeah.
and the way they're shaped, what their function as line in, if we were doing a critique for the end of class, you know, we would say that those lines bring you back to the ducks. You know, these lines take you up there, and this brings you back. You know?
Wonderful piece of artwork on a cherished part of our region, the Sacramento Delta. Let's keep the bidding open on this and go to our next item, which is 34E, Movie Night, NYC 1967 by Francesca Schomburg Solano. This is oil on canvas, measuring 36 by 24 inches. Its retail value is $375. Movie night in New York City. They're waiting in line for a movie. Perhaps they're discussing a movie they've just seen.
Yes, I wondered, are they in line as the people are behind to buy their ticket, or are they, are they talking about it? If they're talking about it, the woman in purple is not as happy. But I think that the gathering here, there's such, it's impressionistic in a way, and that they're not over detailed pictures, but there are things that you pick up, the cane that the first woman is having and is using, and the man is off to the side, with his hands in his pocket, not as engaged in the conversation, and the woman with her hand on her hip. Isn't that an interesting kind of gesture that entices you about the conversation?
Yeah, and my eyes are drawn also to the background where there's the box office window. Someone's buying a ticket, someone else is waiting in line. So there's a lot going on here, and it really captures a moment that we've all experienced, going to the movies, talking about it, anticipating it, who knows? But there's so much that you can just enjoy and create your own story around.
I think that this is the way that she has directed our attention around it, to notice how the yellows and blues, which we've said before are complementary colors, but the blues particularly take you from all over throughout the image. And then what's your explanation of this figure? Is somebody sitting on the curb? It reminds me of someone counting their change, as I do it through my purse, at the counter. But they're looking at something, but they're so much lower at the feet of the others. So I don't know how to unravel the mystery of this figure at the bottom.
They are very engaged in whatever they're doing.
Whatever they're doing.
Obviously, yes. 34E, Movie Night, NYC 1967, again by Francesca Schomburg Solano. It's oil on canvas, 36 by 24 inches, retail value of $375. Lots of great colors here.
Oh, great colors.
Subtle, but very distinct.
And the center color of the green in the center just pulls you to the center, as the koi earlier, that light color pulling you. Francesca sketched this and saw it happen. So it's as if what we would in photography do as street photography, she does street sketches and then paints from those. And these are several different sketches.
It's subtle, but it's also dramatic. And it's something that I think just invites interpretation, invites conversation. If it hangs in your home, now's the time to bid on this item. 34E, Movie Night, NYC 1967 by Francesca Schomburg Solano. We'll keep the bidding open on this and move to our next item, which is item 34F, Earth Mother by Kanika Marshall. Mixed media measuring 18 by 14 by 14 inches. Retail value is $400. And Rebecca, as you know, this won the Juror Award for sculpture. And I can see why.
I can too. What do you see first? And then
I see a very interesting person with a very expressive face. I can't quite understand if they're contemplative, if they're sad, perhaps both. But the fact that the long neck is coming out of the base just leaves me so much to look at. I'm only starting to really absorb this, but I could spend an hour looking at it.
And longer, I think. And I think you could look at it every day. One of the things that impresses me is that her face is about the size of our face, that it is, when I measure my face and her face, and I'm looking, so it's as if I'm looking at the person, and it is Mother Earth. So you see the rocks at the base as earth. This is African fabric down here here, and in her throat is the emerging female that is coming up from the tree. You know, it's her neck, and also I see it as a tree shape. The earrings that she's having, that she's wearing, are silver and have a shape that is very mechanical kind of looking in the little details. Mussel shells here on the back. And
Rebecca, I'm going to turn it all the way around so we can really appreciate this. She seems to be emerging from the tree of life almost.
Yes, this, and the leaves here that are carved, the sgraffito technique used to carve away in clay that is often used in clay and plaster and other things. That's the technique that's being used here. But it is so animated in every way. And back to what Michael was saying at the beginning of looking at this, when you're trying to decipher her expression, it's not easy. It's a directness and straightforward quality in her eyes, but there's also a bit of pain, perhaps a pain for the earth.
Look at the muscles in her hair.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, it could be a reflection of the artwork in her community. It's absolutely gorgeous. The detail is remarkable. What a unique piece.
So human, ocean, and earth.
34F, Earth Mother by Kanika Marshall. A one-of-a-kind piece of work. I just love looking at it.
And Kanika is a very accomplished, very exhibited artist too, so this would be a lovely piece.
Now is the time to bid on this wonderful work, 34F, Earth Mother by Kanika Marshall. Well, we're nearing the end of this break. It means now is your last opportunity to bid on this wonderful piece and all the art featured in this half hour. I'd like to thank Rebecca Gregg for sharing her expertise with us in this and previous categories today. Thank you, Rebecca. Now, let's check in over at the recap station for an update on the bidding.
We have some volunteers on the phones who are hard at work and waiting for your phone call. Listen to the noise they're making when you make the noise of ringing the phone calls. They are having a blast and they want to talk to you and get some art to you in your possession right away. So call the number on your screen. And there is a piece for everyone in this auction. And if you see the one you want, do not hesitate. Let's review the bids. Item 34D is Delta Ducks by Sue Clanton, watercolor measuring 22 by 30 inches. Retail value is $350. It is a bell ringer. Let's keep the bells ringer. There was a lull in the noise. We don't want that. Item 34E, Movie Night, New York City, 1967. It's close to being a bell ringer. We have a bid of $200. We want a bid of $250. Wonderful painting. I love the colors in that painting. Item 34F, Earth Mother. This is such a majestical piece. Retail value is $400. It needs to be a bell ringer when it goes home with you. Let's get a bid of $350. Call the number on your screen and get all of these beautiful, beautiful works of art in your home. Let's go to the top of the break. Item 34A is The Gathering by Janet Elaine Kopp. We have a bid of $250. Let's get a bid of $300. Retail value is $1,100. Look at these wonderful, majestical flamingos. You want that in your home. Item 34B, Koi Party. It is a party in the studio when we ring the bells, and it is so close to being a bell ringer. Let's get a bid of $1,100 and get it close to that retail value of $1,200. Item 34C, Ma Durga. This is the People's Choice Award winner. It is so close to being a bell ringer too, and it deserves to be one. Let's get a bid of $175 when you call the number on your screen. Item 34D, Delta Ducks. I love this. It is a bell ringer. We want all of them to be bell ringers. Let's make it a bell ringer challenge. You can see Kenny on your little screen. And you need to call the number on the screen, talk to our volunteers. They want to send some art home with you. Let's get a bid of $400 for Delta Ducks. Item 34E, Movie Night, New York City, 1967. It's a moody, wonderful conversation piece. I love this. Let's get it to be a bell ringer too. Let's get a bid of $250. You make that happen when you support PBS KVIE by calling the number on your screen. Item 34F, Earth Mother. This is just a transformative piece for me. I love it. There's so much detail, and it's just absolutely gorgeous. So close to being a bell ringer, which it deserves. Let's get a bid of $350. Support all the programs you love on PBS KVIE. Call the number on your screen. Support all the local artists who are donating their time and their talent to you and PBS KVIE so you can keep watching all those programs that you love. And you hear the phones ringing, we want you to do that. You're giving us the music. You are the soundtrack to all of this art. Item 34A, the gallery. We're looking for a bid of $300. It deserves $300 and more. Item 34B, koi party. It's a party in here. We want more of a party. Keep those bells ringing. Let's get a bid of $1,100. Look at those koi on your screen. Item 34C, Ma Durga, $175. Let's get a bid of $225. This is the People's Choice Award winner. Look at the detail in the headdress and those energetic, enigmatic eyes just drawing you in. You want to look with that and engage with that at home all the time. Let's get a bid of $225. Item 34D, Delta Ducks. It is a bell ringer. We want all of the pieces to be bell ringers. There is a bidding war on this, so you want to be involved. Get a bid of $475 on there. Don't let the ducks go to another home. Item 34E, Movie Night, New York City, 1967. This is a period piece. This is engaging. It's like a storytelling piece. Let's get a bid of $250. Item 34F, I am in love with this piece. Earth Mother, $300 is a bid. Let's get a bid of $350. It's a three-dimensional piece, and you can enjoy it from any angle, and it's a storytelling and a conversation starting. And let's get all of these items to be bell ringers. There is a challenge this half-hour break. Let's do that. Hear that noise? It needs to be a lot louder in here. I need to not be able to hear myself think. Call the number on your screen and support all of these local artists who donated their time and their talent for you to enjoy, so PBS KVIE can bring you more programming to enjoy throughout the year, however you watch us, on television, on your tablet, on your phone. Call the number on your screen. The bells are ringing. We need them to ring a lot louder. And stay with us. There's more art coming up in the next half hour of the PBS KVIE art auction.
Welcome to the 41st Annual PBS KVIE Art Auction. Join us all weekend for a celebration of Northern California's visual arts. Over 270 works of art will be auctioned off to the highest bidder, and you can be part of the action by watching and bidding on your favorite artwork. View the entire collection online at kvie.org/art-auction. Then, when your favorite item appears, call 1-844-KVIE-ART to place your bid. Auction proceeds benefit the programs and services of your PBS station, KVIE. So thank you for watching and bidding. And now, let the auction begin. Bidding on items in the art auction is quick and easy to do. First, explore the collection online at kvie.org/art-auction, or keep watching PBS KVIE. When a piece of art catches your eye, call 1-844-KVIE-ART and a volunteer will assist you. KVIE accepts all major credit cards for your art purchase, and a member of our accounting team will confirm your payment within 5 minutes of item sale. Thank you for being a part of the PBS KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today.
Coming up next is artwork from Solano Town Center Gallery. Established in 2015 and located in Fairfield, the gallery is the centerpiece of the Fairfield-Suisun Visual Arts Association, providing an exhibition space for the visual arts of the region. View all of the art featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art-auction.
Hi there, I'm Michael Sanford, and thanks for joining us for the Solano Town Center Gallery segment. Here's an overview of the art that will be up for bid during the next half hour. Let's begin with item 35A, North Table Wildflowers 2 by Dennis Ariza. This is photography measuring 32 by 44 inches. Its retail value is $500. Next is item 35B, Nebraska Sunset by Philip Venable. This is photography as well, measuring 18 by 24 inches. Its retail value is $325. Item 35C is War Horses Old Cameras by J. Terry Whitaker. This is photography measuring 20 by 30 inches. Its retail value is $220. Item 35D is Covered Bridge by Laura Klein. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 24 by 36 inches. Its retail value is $500. Item 35E is Oak Woodlands by Carol Brent Levin. This is a woodcut print measuring 14 by 16 inches. Its retail value is $400. And item 35F is Mythical Transporter by Jo-Renee Donnell. This is glass measuring 13 by 12 inches. Its retail value is $275. These are the pieces up for bid this half hour. Now let's take a look at the art with our auctioneer and art expert.
Hi there, I'm Rob Stewart. Thanks for joining us for the Solano Town Center category. I'd like to welcome Dennis Ariza, who will be joining me and you for this half hour as our art expert. Dennis is here representing the Fairfield-Sassoon Visual Arts Association and currently serves as the president of the board of directors there. Dennis is also an accomplished photographer and is the director of the Solano Town Center Gallery in Fairfield. Welcome, Dennis. Good to see you.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, love having you. And guess what? This is your creation. We're starting off with Dennis Ariza's piece of art. 35A is North Table Mountain Wildflowers by Dennis Ariza. This is photography measuring 32 by 44. Retail value is $500. Dennis, great job.
Well, thank you very much.
It's beautiful. Tell me about it. Tell me about creating this.
North Table Mountain, it's one of my favorite places to go for wildflowers. This last year we had a super bloom, as you can tell by all the lupin there. It's a Fish and Game Botanical Preserve, and I'm not sure the size of the area, but
It's gorgeous.
It's just beautiful there.
What time of day did you take this?
That was probably like 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
In the afternoon. Boy, you did a phenomenal job with the light and capturing the beauty of the moment. How did it make you feel when you were there, and why did you want to take this particular image?
I love the canyon and the stream running through the center of it. It kind of divided it up into two groups. There's the oak tree in the background, and then the trail that the cows have left on the far side of the stream. But mainly the colors of the flowers.
Oh, this is from the cows?
Yes.
Wow. And you know what else I love? I love the horizon line here and how you made the sky pop so vividly in here. And it's equally just as beautiful as a lupin.
It is. It's just an amazing place when you have a super bloom, because you go through and you'll see a 10-acre place that's just like all white flowers.
Is that rare?
During the super bloom, yes. They vary. We had this year, most recently this last spring, because of the drought, it was very dry. But the last 2 years before that were super blooms.
And that's typically in the spring?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
This is a beauty, and it can be yours by picking up the phone and calling the number on your screen. I'll tell you again that this is 35A North Table Mountain Wildflowers 2 by Dennis Ariza, and it's a capture of the super bloom, I think, like none other. I think you're phenomenal. Photography measuring 32 by 44, retail value is $500. And what did you do to ensure such vivid color when it came to printing?
Well, I adjust my camera in the field for the colors. Yes, I try to do my photography for what you view is what comes out of the camera.
That sounds difficult, because you probably have to think about all the future process.
Changing it, what it's going to be like on the next photo, and that. I have to say, in my camera, I did adjust for some color saturation to make it more vivid. You kind of lose that when you transfer it to printing.
Well, you didn't, because it really does look just like it would be during a beautiful nature super bloom here at the North Table Mountain Wildflowers 2. It's the second of this one, and I have to tell you, it's gorgeous.
Well, thank
and
you.
We love it. Everybody's been talking about it. We're going to keep this piece open. They go so fast, and as you see, yours is going very fast too. So we're going to keep this piece open and move on to the next piece. The next one is 35B, Nebraska Sunset by Philip Venable. This is photography measuring 18 by 24, and it looks like it's printed on metal, which is beautiful. This retails at $325. Again, Nebraska Sunset. Take it away. What are your first impressions, Dennis?
the colors of the sunset,
Yeah.
the openness of the road, you know, the difference between the lower part, the plains, and then the horizon above the sunset, the colors there, to me, is just amazing. I've known Phil now for about 12 years.
Oh, wow.
He retired from the Marin County Sheriff's Department, always carried his camera while he was on duty.
Nice, nice.
And now he's done some traveling, cross country, and come back with some amazing images every time. So,
Tell me about, and as you pick up the phone, by the way, don't get too engrossed in watching in the beautiful art because it goes so fast. Pick up the number and call the number on your screen. Pick up your phone and do that quickly because they go so fast. Look at those colors just popping through there. Do you want to talk about the composition?
well, as far as how it was composed, I was like, you know, it's just, the horizon is just a little bit lower than center, which is great. The road, I like it coming out of the corner, and that, but still, it's just, to me, it's just the amazing colors. And then when you print it on aluminum, it also makes the colors pop even more than I think than normal. So,
I just love the color of the fence too.
so,
I don't know why,
yeah,
that just pops out as just so beautiful. That sky is absolutely exquisite right there. You see Nebraska sunset. It reminds me of many of our beautiful California sunsets as well. The number is on your screen as well as the current bid. This is item 35B. The retail value is $325, and this is Nebraska Sunset by Philip Venable. You said you've known him a dozen years. Have you guys shot pictures together?
a couple times, but not recently. So.
Great. Do you think this is typical of his work?
For landscapes, yes. He does some detailed work. I've seen like a headlight off an old truck. He's done some abstract where he's moved the camera during his photographs and that, and has a triptych of 3 pieces, which were actually some trees. You would have never have known it if he didn't tell you. But just, he does some amazing work and likes to experiment.
I love that he brought his travels and a beautiful capture from his traveling back home and to us, and to give to us to showcase the beautiful work that frankly he could have sold, but wanted it to go to PBS KVIE so that all the money that we raise here during this art sale can go to continuing our programming. This is a gorgeous piece, and we want to thank Philip Venable for this. We're going to keep this piece open and move on to the next piece. Great to see the excitement. 35C is War Horses Old Cameras by J. Terry Whitaker. A beautiful piece. Photographer, measuring 20 by 30. This is photography. War Horses, which are old cameras. And I love this piece. Retail value is $220. Take it away.
All right. This piece is one of my favorites of Terry's.
Really? Why?
I love the detail of the cameras. I like the old cameras. He's had it on display in the past in our gallery, and it's always been one that draws attention, people's attention.
I'm looking at it, and wow, has he captured the detail in such a beautiful way. Look at that leather on top of the Brownie Target camera. It's just exquisite. This can be yours by picking up the phone and calling the number on your screen and getting involved in the auction. There you see this beautiful one-of-a-kind creation by the very talented J. Terry Whitaker. This is photography measuring 20 by 30, and it's photography of something that has told many photographic stories. What else would you like to say about this piece?
This was a collection of cameras that his father brought back from World War II.
Wow.
And I guess he found them in the garage while cleaning out the house after his father passed.
That is so special. And that's why he calls it War Horses.
Yes.
How interesting. It's a special print on canvas done for the auction. And I love that you just shared with us that these were his father's cameras. I love the special story that we have. Art tells a story, and this does that. Where would you put this?
I have an office where I do my work, and that's probably where it would go, most likely. So,
I think it's also a great gift idea for anyone of any age, because especially someone of a younger age who would not know that these were actually
It's history.
Cameras, it's history on canvas, yeah. I love this piece, and it can be yours by calling the number on your screen. And this is War Horses, Old Cameras by J. Terry Whitaker, a wonderful photographer and celebrated photographer, measuring 20 by 30, retails for $220. Tell me your final thoughts on this piece.
It's an award winner.
Oh.
It's just an amazing piece. He created it during a photography class in a studio.
I love that.
Yeah, it's been one of my favorites of his because of the details of it. And the Browning camera was one of the first ones I used. I remember using that as a kid for our family events.
Fantastic. You know, if you're a photography lover, this is your chance to take home a piece of history. And normally the cameras are taking the pictures, but in this case, you get to have a wonderful photograph of these wonderful history pieces. Cameras right here that the photographer brought back, that his father brought back. Fabulous piece of art. Thank you so much for this piece. J. Terry Whitaker. Okay, we are halfway through this break, which means we're going to keep this gorgeous piece open and check in over at the recap station for bidding updates.
That's right. We're halfway through this break. Thank you, Rob and Dennis. That means the bidding is live. It's going on right now. It is your opportunity to pick up the phone and win the piece you want. Here we go. Let's start with item 35A, North Table Mountain Wildflowers. We love bell ringers, and we've got one already. Dennis, thank you so much for this fantastic photograph. Retail value of $500. The high bid is currently $800. Bidding is still continuing on this one. It's very lively. Let's keep it going. How beautiful and rare to have a photograph of a super bloom, which doesn't happen that often here in California. So gorgeously captured in our larger region of North Table Mountain, around this Northern California region. Absolutely beautiful photograph. The bid is $800. The number is on your screen. Let's keep the bidding going. 35B, Nebraska Sunset. Again, this is by Philip Venable. Photography measuring 18 by 24 inches. Retail value of $325. We have a current bid of $125. Let's get that up to $200. A beautiful Nebraska sunset. If you've ever been out to that part of the Midwest, Nebraska is really a beautiful state. And again, a retired Marin County law enforcement officer who's traveling the country and taking these great photographs. You're supporting the artists, you're supporting PBS KVIE by bidding on this wonderful piece of photography, Nebraska sunset. The next one, 35C, War Horses, Old Cameras. It's a photograph about photography, and it's a beautiful one. A lot of us have collected old cameras over the years. What a great way to capture this image of old cameras without cluttering up your house with actual cameras. But they're beautiful. What a great photograph this would be for your home or office. The fact that this was the artist's own collection or his father's own collection is really quite remarkable. He's captured it beautifully. The shading, the lighting, it's wonderful. The current bid on War Horses Old Cameras, item 35C, is $150. The retail value is $220. Let's make this one a bell ringer as well. Let's keep that going. Let's go back to, all right, let's see some more art from Solano Town Center Gallery with our friends Rob and Dennis.
Some really beautiful art in this break, and it can be on your wall before you know it. The current bid is on your screen, as well as the number to call to place your bid. The piece we're looking at right now is item 35D, Covered Bridge by Laura Klein. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 24 by 36 inches and a retail of $500. Dennis, I love this piece. Tell me first impressions.
The winter trees, winter cold, the detail of the trees. One of my favorite parts are the trees on both sides, how she balanced it. But just the detail, the colors of the trees for the winter and that, just to me, it's the balance, both sides, the bridge in the middle with the stream, and then you have the trees covering the ends.
It's really, really beautiful. And, you know, this is the gallery. You represent this gallery, and you've seen this artist do their work before.
Yes, I've seen her paint. She teaches one of our our children's classes. She's done some adult classes for us.
Nice.
I've known her now for I think, close to 10 years.
It's fantastic. Pick up the phone and call the number on your screen. Get involved in the PBS KVIE art auction. If you love this piece, then you might want to act quickly because you're not alone, and you want to make sure you have the winning bid to take home the piece of art that you love the most. And in this case, we're talking about Covered Bridge by Laura Klein. Acrylic on canvas measuring 24 by 36, retails for $500. Current bids on the screen. And tell me about the technique. How does Laura paint?
Laura does not use a brush. She uses a palette knife, different size knives. So everything is applied with the knife, and then it's smeared, or she'll do cuts into it to run the edge with, like the tree. She'll do it in the gray, and then she'll use the black on the edge of the palette knife to bring in some of the details. And then same thing with the other ones, using the different colors.
Yeah, you see it there beautifully right there with the blue and the red that you see, as well as the yellow. These colors are finely cut in and laid in with a palette knife, not a brush, but a palette knife. I find that so interesting. And the detail is just exquisite. This piece is by Laura Klein, Covered Bridge, item 35D, acrylic on canvas measuring 24 by 36. I'd love to talk about the color selection. Tell me about the colors. I mean, the red just pops, the red barn.
Well, how she did the trees kind of framed in this bridge, which just makes it stand out. The red and the blue pop out off the
Look
canvas.
At that on the monitor, how beautiful. You can see what you're talking about. You're describing how the trees really all make everything just perfectly positioned. And the blue roof. I love that.
Yeah, it's a great color for the roof. Separated, you separate the red, the white for the snow and the ice, and then the lighter blue for the sky with some clouds and that. But just the red and the blue are, primary colors, and they just pop on this. So.
I love the texture here that you see as well along the banks of what would be the river that the Cover Bridge is going across. We're going to keep this piece open. It's a beauty by Laura Klein, Covered Bridge. We will stay open with this piece and move on to the next piece in this half hour. And the next piece is 35E. Oh, how beautiful. This is Oak Woodlands by Carol Brent Levin. This is woodcut, and it's a print measuring 14 by 16, and let me say that again a little differently. Come on in a little bit more. It's a woodcut print. It's not a print, it's a woodcut print. So I want to make sure you hear that. And this is a retail value of $400. What's a woodcut print? Well, if a woodcut, cut.
Yes, they did. and she did. You take a plank and end up multiple planks, and you carve in, say, the tree.
Okay.
All right. Then they roll the paint onto that and print it. Then they do another plank, and you could do the animals on it and use the different colors on it, and then print it over the first one with the tree.
So you have to be a sculptor too.
Yes. Yeah.
My
it's a long
goodness.
process.
What a beautiful piece of art. And this is just beautiful when you start to really study and hear what you said about cutting into the wood and pressing it in to printing it, and then the figures as well. And is the tree portion still on there when the animals are done?
Well, it's a different board.
Okay, completely.
Completely.
Well,
So
they've got them lined up perfectly.
They have to line them up, to when she does it, she'll sketch it out and probably sketch out, I haven't seen this done, but sketch out the tree.
Right.
So she knows where to put the animals and carve them out. So.
This is from your gallery, so I want to ask you, is this something that is stylistically something that you would see Carol do? Is this typical of Carol's work?
She does mostly printmaking, and she has done shows all up and down the West Coast, and
I see why.
Very popular, very good at her work.
I see why. Her color choice is exquisite, and so are these beautiful animals. Look at that. the animals that are in this piece, each of them telling their own story. This can be yours to tell a story to friends to as well by picking up the phone and calling the number on your screen. And right now I do want to tell you that this retails for $400. You have your current bid on the screen. A woodcut print is this to me is just beautiful, and I love how it is signed at the bottom, as well as this is the very first print from this edition, 1 out of 4. That's just spectacular. What a kind gesture, Carol. We thank you. Final thoughts on this piece?
I just love the animals, the selection of the animals.
I do too.
It's the color that she used for them, it really stands out.
I feel like I see deer, I see a bird, I see a crow, a coyote, butterflies, yes.
Even a frog.
Even frogs in the tree, yeah. It's such a fun piece, and you can hear all of them as we talk about them. Thank you, Carol. I love your artwork, and we're so grateful to have it here in the auction. We'll leave this piece open and move on to the next. Item 35F is Mythical Transporter. Check this out, by Joe Renee Donnell. This is glass, measuring 13 by 12, and the retail value is $275. Look at this beauty. I'm going to spin this while you talk about it. Tell me first impressions and what you'd like to say.
Kind of, to me, it's almost like a sailboat, a futuristic sailboat with the different layers being different sails.
Well, that fits the title, Mythical Transporter.
Yes.
Yeah.
So she uses can't remember the name. It's a specific type of glass that has a extra sparkle in it. There's many different types of glass that you can buy for artwork.
This is a beautiful piece of art. Is it fused?
Yes, and it's done in layers. She'll have to take each piece individually and layer them and then assemble them. Some are epoxied together.
Isn't that pretty?
Yeah, and once it starts getting bigger and bigger, you have to be more careful that make sure that you do have all the same type of glass, because the different types of glasses have different heat requirements.
Okay.
And they can crack as they cool.
So have you seen Jo Renee work?
I have not seen her actually work.
I wonder if each of these pieces, you said that it's in layers, right? Does that mean it's fired each time?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a lot of work. And all these pieces, we just talked about the woodcut print and this piece. I mean, this is some serious hours of work.
Yeah.
A lot of time. This you see on your screen right now is beautiful. It's Mythical Transporter, 35F by Joe Renee Donnell. This is glass, measuring 13 by 12, retails for $275, and it is on. I don't know if you can see the bottom portion of this underneath this cylinder, but it is exquisite. You can see it right there, the base of it. It's all attached, it's beautiful, it's one piece, and I'm gonna turn around right here so you can see this R. I'm not sure if you can see right there where it's signed, but it is exquisite. Final thoughts about this piece?
Well, I love, the boat part, this mystic boat, of transporting people or whatever, she had in mind on this, but I just like, she's done some great work. It's something that I would have in my home.
Absolutely. A very creative person. And if it's a Mythical Transporter, it will not just transport into your house. You have to pick up the phone and call and get involved in the auction and make sure you're the winning bidder for this beautiful piece by Joe Renee Donnell. Mythical Transporter is the name. 35F is the number, and the retail value is $275. Okay, we're nearing the end of this break, which means that now is your final opportunity to bid on the art featured in this half hour from the Solano Town Center Gallery. Thank you again to Dennis Ariza for representing the gallery here today. Let's check in over at the recap station for an update while you pick up the phone and get involved.
Thank you, Rob and Dennis. There's just a couple of minutes left in this break, so let's review all of the open items, starting with item 35A. North Table Mountain Wildflower Stew. 35D, Covered Bridge by Laura Klein. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 24 by 36 inches. Retail value is $500. Current bid is $200. This is a beautiful, who doesn't love covered bridges? We all love covered bridges. This is a beautiful rendering of one of the most iconic American treasures. And we definitely need a higher bid. Let's keep it going. How about a $250 bid? The number is on your screen for Covered Bridge 35D by Laura Klein. 35E Oak Woodlands by Carol Brent Levin. This is a bell rigger, folks. $450 is the current bid. The bidding is still open, so get your call in now. What a popular item this is. Beautiful woodcut print measuring 14 by 16 inches. Again, the retail value is $400. Current bid is $450. Bidding is ongoing. What a beautiful, unique woodcut print, and it can be yours as you support PBS KVIE. Next item, 35F, Mythical Transporter by Jo-Renee Donnell. This is glass measuring 13 by 12, retail value of $275. As Robin Dennis just showed you, this is such a unique piece. It's beautiful, it's one of a kind. The effort that went into it, the iridescent glass is absolutely gorgeous. It really deserves more bidding. It's currently at $80. We'd like to see $150. Call in right now. The number on your screen, $150 bid would be perfect at this point in the bidding process for Mythical Transporter, item 35F. All right, let's go back to the top of this half hour. Item 35A, North Table Mountain Wildflowers 2 by our art expert in this half hour, Dennis Ariza. It is a bell ringer, a big one. This is fantastic and well deserved. What a beautiful photograph of a super bloom here in our Northern California region. The current bid is $800. The bidding is still open. So call the number on your screen. Item 35B, Nebraska Sunset by Philip Venable. Photography measuring 18 by 24 inches. The current bid is $125. Let's make the next bid $175 for this gorgeous sunset. Item 35C, War Horses Old Cameras by J. Terry Whitaker. Photography 20 by 30. The current bid is $150. Let's get up to $220 and make this a bell ringer. Item 35D, Covered Bridge by Laura Klein. 24 by 36 acrylic on canvas. Current bid is $200. Let's make the next bid $250. Call that number on your screen. Item 35E, Oak Woodlands by Carol Brent Levin. Again, this one is a bell ringer, but the bidding is still open. All right, 35F, Mythical Transporter by Jo-Renee Donnell. Again, the bid is currently only at $80. This is a steal, folks. Call the number on your screen and call now. Stay with us. There's more art coming up in the next half hour of the PBS KVIE Art Auction.
PBS KVIE is committed to the visual and performing arts through national productions like All Creatures Great and Small and Endeavor, to our local productions like KVIE Art Showcase and the PBS KVIE Gallery, exhibiting award-winning art auction artists and California masters. PBS KVIE's commitment to the arts stays strong because of your participation as a donor and art buyer. Thank you for being a part of the PBS KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today. Picking up your purchased artwork is quick and easy to do. Visit PBS KVIE Studios Sunday through Tuesday during these posted hours for this year's curbside pickup. For your convenience, PBS KVIE representatives will carry your artwork to your vehicle when you arrive. All purchased art must be claimed within 30 days of auction closure. For questions, location, and hours, visit kvie.org/art-auction. Thank you for being a part of the PBS KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today. Coming up next is the photography category. Awards juried by Andres Alvarez, this category features a selection of photographs, limited editions, and etchings. View all of the art featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art-auction.
Hi there, I'm Michael Sanford, and thanks again for joining us for this photography break. Here's an overview of the art that will be up for bid during the next half hour. Let's start with item 35A, Foggy COVID Morning, Rufus Appeared by Michio Watanabe. This is photography measuring 16 by 20 inches. Retail value is $400. Item 36B, A Real Lemon in Dixie Valley by Larry Angler. This is photography, Larry Angier. This is photography measuring 20 by 20. Its retail value is $400. Item 36C is Seaside Bliss by Mary Ann Carrasco. This is photography measuring 16 by 22 inches. Retail value is $325. Item 36D is Flamingo 2 by Claude Duplat. This is photography measuring 30 by 30 inches. Its retail value is $800. Item 36E is Dogwood Portrait 2022 by Alessandro Chavez. This is photography measuring 16 by 24 inches. Its retail value is $350. And item 36F is Sunflower by Kenneth Bittencourt. Photography measuring 16 by 20 inches. Its retail value is $130. The phone lines are open. Now let's see the art with our auctioneer and art expert.
Hi there, I'm Rob Stewart. Thank you for joining us for this photography collection. During this break, I'm so pleased to be here again with art expert Dennis Ariza, and it's so good to have you here to discuss the artwork featured in this half hour. And again, Dennis, we love having you here. Let's get started with 36A, Foggy COVID Morning, Rufus Appeared. And this is Rufus by Michio Watanabe, photography measuring 16 by 20. Absolutely beautiful hummingbird. Retail value is $400, and I'll tell you coming up, there's a surprise with this piece, but you have to wait to see what that is. Okay, first of all, just your first impressions on this.
I love the color. I love that she was able to freeze the hummingbird and get the red of its throat.
Yes.
That's sometimes very difficult with these to do, is to get the full red of the throat. If they move their head a little bit, it goes away.
It is so hard. I constantly try, and I never can get this. Of course, that's why a professional photographer did this, as you are. How difficult is this?
Fast shutter speed and a lot of patience.
Yeah.
As a photographer, I've gone out and photographed many hummingbirds. There's even a hummingbird festival in Santa Cruz. And
wow.
I go there every year. They have a hummingbird walk that attracts a wide variety of hummingbirds there.
How beautiful. This is a Rufus hummingbird, by the way, hence the, in the name, Foggy Morning, Rufus Appeared. And this is a Rufus hummingbird with that gorgeous red throat. And you can see its eye, that cute eyes right there just popping through. Pick up the phone, call the number on your screen, get involved, and make sure if you want this piece that you act quickly, because they will fly away just as fast as a hummingbird does. And you want to make sure that you zip in and get your call to the number on the screen and make sure that you are involved in the auction and get this piece for you or for a friend, a gift, or for your home or office. Tell me about, first of all, the neat detail that we see. That must be difficult.
Well, the clarity of the eye, how she froze the wings and that, the individual feathers of the red, you can see that detail up close. And then also, when you put it on canvas, to me, you can get a nice sharp picture, but then it softens the overall picture also. The limb there that the bird is on, you have some lichen on it, and that's got some detail to it also.
It's beautiful.
But just the outside, the background of it, it's just nice how it's out of focus and brings the attention to the bird.
Right to the bird. So. Okay, I promised you a surprise, and this is the surprise. So Michio wanted us to have two pieces of art. And so as I turn this around, I want you to know that you have a bonus photograph right here. And my gosh, look at this one. I mean, come on, this is 2 for 1. And this beautiful hummingbird, look at its precious little feet. How cute. And this bird is just captured so exquisitely, this hummingbird. I love the little red there you see as well. Final thoughts.
This one is just amazing because the clarity of all the feathers from the head to toe on this, it's the very good detail.
Absolutely. 2 for 1, huh? That's fantastic. Okay, we are going to keep this piece open and move on to the next piece here in the PBS KVIE art auction. We're going to the next piece right now, which I said reminds me of something that we'll tell you about in a second. This is a real lemon in Dixie Valley, and it's by Larry Angier. This is photography measuring 20 by 20. Retail value is $400. A real lemon in Dixie Valley. Take it away.
It took me a minute to look at this to figure out exactly what it was. I consider this an abstract with all the different pieces because to me it reminds me of a porthole on a ship. And then the lemon's at the bottom of it. But I'm not
I see.
sure.
Here's
Yeah.
the lemon. Okay, I was thinking this was a lemon cut in half. I also thought it was bump as hell, but that's why you're the art expert and I'm not.
Yeah, it took me, I kind of looked at the overall thing and I was trying to figure out where's the lemon, and then I realized it was at the bottom of the porthole.
Or a petri dish. I mean, it can be anything. Yeah. It's the interpretation, right? Tell me more.
The other thing I liked about it is the small pieces, which I wasn't sure if they were glass, but there's another picture broken up in the individual pieces.
I see that.
So there's several layers in this piece. And then there's also the rusted screws that hold the portal in place. Just a lot of detail. Some of these pieces, these holes might even be bullet holes that have gone through, like up in the top right, trying to figure out what everything is.
There are so many different elements to this amazing piece of art that can be yours. If you are the winning bidder in the auction, pick up the phone, call the number on your screen. Look at that detail that you see on your screen, and there you see the lemon in Dixie Valley by Larry Angier. Photography, I'll tell you that it's 20 by 20. It's a perfect square, and it retails for $400. Your current bid is on the screen. I love how that color looks. It's just such a neat piece. And as you said, abstract. It's just an interesting photograph, a multi-layered. Tell me your thoughts about the mood that this creates for you.
I really enjoy it. It makes me happy. I was like talking about the small pieces, and while we were looking at this, I realized that in the dead center, just above the lemon, could be another window in the background. But every time I look at this, I see something more to it.
It's one of those things where you look at it, the longer you look at it, the more you see, and it constantly reveals more. It's a deeper look into
It's like a lot of layers were used in creating this.
That's what I love about PBS KVIE is that we explore all the layers that go into telling a story. And I want to tell you that this is 36B. This is a real lemon in Dixie Valley by Larry Angier, and this is photography, measures 20 by 20, and the retail value is $400. I do think the detail is fantastic on this piece. We're going to keep this open. It's great to see the action here at the auction, and we're going to move on to the next piece in this half hour. Item 36C is Seaside Bliss by Mary Ann Carrasco. This is photography measuring 16 by 22. Retail value is $325, and it is ready to go and hang in your home or as a gift or your office. And I just have to say, before we get into the detail, tell me your first impressions as a photographer, too.
Well, as a photographer, I love the beach and I love the shorebirds. I'm always looking for something, and along the shore. I love this because of the foam, the waves in the background. She's got a great composition here with everything. The birds.
They're so sweet.
Yes, I'm not a birder, but I think they're plovers. I like how she's got them on the right-hand side and they're traveling to the left. The way she photographed it, she gave room for them to go someplace.
Yes, absolutely. I hope that you feel like this could go someplace in your home too, because this is the piece right now that is live and open for your bids. Call the number on the screen, and this beautiful, and there you see it right now, the Seaside Bliss. You see the waves and the foam, the beauty of the sea, right there by Mary Ann Carrasco. Can you tell me about how, like exposure for taking the photograph? Is that something that is, how would this have happened?
To me, it seems like it might be early morning or late afternoon. It could be cloudy.
A cloudy day.
Cloudy day. The background seems to be very soft, where from the middle down, it's very sharp.
Yes.
So.
That's a beautiful, beautiful piece of art, and it can be yours by calling the number on your screen and make sure you are the winning bidder. You have to hang on and make sure you are the winning bidder, and you will be told you are the winning bidder by our volunteers who are in the phone recap station as well as the phone bank for all the action. This is an exciting piece, Seaside Bliss by Marianne Carrasco Photography, measuring 16 by 22. And you know, you mentioned how you love that they're going somewhere and it leaves the room for that. There's a soft focus in the background. I'd love to ask you about what it makes you feel, the mood.
To me, it's a lazy day. Just for a stroll on the beach, just like the birds are strolling. You know, they're
and just like the name, Bliss.
Yes.
Yes.
It's you know, relaxing. Just a walk on the beach.
That is a nice way to spend the day along the Seaside Bliss. I have to say that this is a beauty by Marianne Carrasco, and she wanted all of the funds that are spent on this piece of art to go directly to the mission at PBS KVIE to bring you the programming that you depend on. And we are able to do that by this exciting auction, which is happening all weekend long. This is a fun piece. The photography is always a great half hour. We're so glad that you're here with us for that. All right, we are halfway through the break, which means that we're going to keep this piece open and check in over at the recap station for bidding updates.
All right, thank you, Rob. But before we recap the art you've just looked at, another opportunity to thank Friends of KVIE, our volunteer phone banks doing such a fantastic job, taking your call, ringing those bells when we hit our retail bid numbers. They are truly people that help keep us on the air and bringing you the great programming that you enjoy. It's that same commitment to quality television and quality online content that you look for when you watch PBS KVIE, and what a better way to support us than through this art auction and bringing home some great art. As Rob said, we're halfway through the break, looking at some beautiful artwork that is available for you right now. All the proceeds benefit PBS KVIE, and your purchase also shows your support for one of the many artists in our region. Let's review the bids, starting with 36A, Foggy COVID Morning, Rufus Appeared by Michio Watanabe. I wonder if that is the hummingbird that she named Rufus. Whatever the reason for the title, it's a beautiful photograph, and don't forget it's a 2-for-1. There's another beautiful photograph of another hummingbird on the other side. Retail value is $400. The current high bid is $200. This is a 2-for-1, folks, so call the number on your screen and let's get a $300 bid on this beautiful piece, 36A, Foggy COVID Morning, Rufus Appeared. 36B, A Real Lemon in Dixie Valley by Larry Angier. Photography, 20 by 20. Retail value is $400. We're still awaiting our first bid on this one, folks. Let your bid be the first one. Maybe you can get a steal here. Call us right now. We're looking for $75 as our opening bid. Again, item 36B, A Real Lemon in Dixie Valley. Call now, put in your bid of $75. Item 36C, Seaside Bliss, as Rob and Dennis were describing, a beautiful photograph at our nearby seashore by Marianne Carrasco, photography, 16 by 22 inches. The retail value is $325. The current high bid is $150. Let's get a $200 bid going. Call in now with your $200 bid and you can take home this fantastic photograph, put it in your home or office. It would make a great gift for the holidays. All right, 1, 2, 3, one more time. 36A, Foggy COVID Morning by Michio Watanabe, 16 by 20. Current bid is $300. Call now on that one. 36B, A Real Lemon in Dixie Valley. Still awaiting that first bid. Let's call in at $75. And 36C, Seaside Bliss. Current bid again is at $150. Call the number on your screen and bring home this beautiful photograph for your home. And now we're going back to the art for the second half of this break.
That's right. The number to call is on your screen, and when you do, you'll be supporting PBS KVIE as well as the arts right here in our region. We're moving on now to item 36D, Flamingo 2 by Claude Duplat. This is photography, measuring 30 by 30. We thought it was a painting. It has a retail value of $800, and I guess I just took away your initial thought. But I thought it was a painting.
Yeah, first time I saw it when I was walking up to it, I thought it was a painting.
It's exquisite. Tell me about what you feel about Flamingo 2.
The brightness, to me, it brings a smile to my face.
Yeah, it does. It's a really happy picture.
It's a happy image. I love the colors. It's like a contrasting colors to me. The background is great. It's been digitally enhanced to blur it.
Artistic interpretation.
There you go.
Is what we were talking. Yes,
Yeah.
I love that. And this is a beautiful piece by Claude Duplat. It is 30 by 30. And look at the eyes of the flamingos. I love that. Pink and orange. Interesting.
Yeah.
Tell me, this is a huge color saturation too. As a photographer, what do you think?
I love it. I love the detail of the heads. I didn't know there were orange flamingos.
Well, there are in this photograph.
Yes, there is.
There are in this one. And this can be yours by picking up the phone and calling the number on your screen. Look at the eye right there. I love that. This retails $800. You see your current bid right there on the screen. And the contrast of colors is just exquisite. What else would you say, photography-wise, about the style?
Very creative using the close-up of the heads. I know I went to his website and he likes to photograph flamingos. He has a variety and he's done some abstract work. One of them almost looks like a clock with
the flamingos.
Yes.
Oh wow, how cool.
But on these, the details of the heads, how clear they are, and that they really stand out.
And since it's Flamingo 2, part of a series, and it is really something, even though it is part of a series, the series pieces stand alone because they have to individually tell their own unique story. And this one does. I tell you, Claude always does something fun every single year, and it's just always great to get Claude Duplat for us as well as for you in your collection. And there you see it right now, the retail value $800 for this beautiful 3060 Flamingo 2 by Claude Duplat. Photography measuring 30 by 30. The colors are spectacular. The statement is spectacular, and this can be yours if you pick up the phone and you are the winning bidder for this beauty. Final thoughts. We've got about 10 seconds.
It's just beautiful. This is something that I would want in my family room, somewhere in my home that I spend a lot of time, that I would see it. It's just something, like I said, it brings a smile to my face. It's something to perk up the day.
Happy, happy, happy. 4 happies for this piece right here, for 4 flamingos. Okay, we're going to leave this piece open and move on to something else that I think is incredibly joyful as well. And that is item 36E. We're talking about dogwoods. This is Dogwood Portrait 2022 by Alessandra Chavez, and this is photography measuring 16 by 24, and the retail value is $350. What a beauty. Take it away. What do you think?
She's done a great job with the lighting and showing the detail on this piece. I have known Alexandra now since about 2005. She joined my photography group.
Oh, wow.
And we've gone out to different sites to photograph in my group. Sometimes, 30, 40 people go. She's from Davis, and I know she works for the university. She's originally from Brazil.
Beautiful piece of art.
Yeah, just amazing.
What do you think about her style?
Her style, I did find some information about her, and because I haven't seen her in a while, but she's done a lot of individual flowers. And she does a kind of a studio setup with the lighting to show the detail of the flowers. And she has really succeeded with this one. I love it.
Dogwoods are one of my favorite flowering trees, and I have to say that as many hours as I've spent with them and staring at them, they were even the boutonniere at my wedding, just dogwood blossoms. I have to say that I've never seen the detail of the center so vividly, and I've stared at it with my own eyes. That's exquisite.
Yeah, it really stands out in this one. She's done an excellent job. I have photographed dogwoods in the past. I've always been in the distance. Nothing close like this, and this is just amazing work she's done.
Beautiful. This is on canvas. It is ready to go, ready to hang in your home or office or as a gift for someone. It is a gorgeous statement piece of art. Dogwood Portrait 2022 by Alessandra Chavez. And its photography, again, we want to remind you, measuring 16 by 24. Retail value is $350. Look at that. There's that detail I was talking about that's right at the center of the dogwood. And, you know, this is a black and white. I do believe this was a white dogwood. There are also pink and then every color in between pink and white. How would you have captured that as a photographer? Technique-wise?
Technique-wise?
Close?
Very close. Using a macro lens to possibly even get closer. I don't know, I might have used just the center of the flower myself. But this is perfect. I mean, she represented the entire flower and did a great job with it.
I mean, clearly a lot of skill involved, as you are pointing out. We're going to leave this piece open. It's so exciting to see the excitement on these pieces. And this is Dogwood Portrait 2022 by Alessandra Chavez. Photography, 16 by 24. Retail value is $350. We're going to leave this piece open for you. Make up your mind quickly because they go fast, and head on to the next piece in the half hour. Item 36F. This is so beautiful. Sunflower by Kenneth Bittencourt. Photography, measuring 16 by 20. I believe we had Kenneth's work last year as well. Retail value is $130. And the sunflower and Northern California go hand in hand. The sunflowers grow the best, some of the best in the country in Davis. And they're grown for their seed because they're just such powerful flowers and such good crops and land there. Tell us about what you feel here. First impressions. Look at the color on the screen.
It's
beautiful.
Another beautiful flower. The brightness of the colors, the sun hitting it. Just a great job photographing this flower. As a photographer, I always stop when I see fields of the sunflowers. There's a large variety. You know, I always look to photograph one myself with a bee.
Yes, okay. I love how they're always also turning no matter what.
Facing the sun.
To face the sun, and it's a good reminder. I love the extra meaning, if you will, in art, and the deeper meaning in the stories they tell, and it is a good reminder that no matter what, to always try to face the sun. This is item 36F, Sunflower by Kenneth Bittencourt. Photography measuring 16 by 20. It is a beauty, framed, ready to go into your home, and this could be yours if you are the winning bidder. Look at that color that you see, Dennis, right there on the monitor on the screen. What are your additional thoughts on this beautiful sunflower?
Well, I like that he printed it on canvas.
Me too.
And the canvas, the texture of the canvas, to me, brings out more of the center of the flower, gives it a little more detail.
It really is beautiful. And I'm looking at it as it was just on the monitor there, and the background. That is really interesting how it does stand out so vividly, just so vividly from the background there. And this piece can be yours by calling the number on the screen. I love the green in the middle too. Wow. That's just exquisite. There you see on your screen 36F Sunflower by Kenneth Bittencourt. Photography measuring 16 by 20. Retail value is $130. And this can be yours by calling the phone number on your screen. Don't wait long because the pieces move so fast in each half hour. We're only talking about 3 to 5 minutes for each piece. So you have to act quickly or the bloom will be missed. We're nearing the end of this break, which means that now is your final opportunity to bid on the art featured in this half hour. I'd love to thank Dennis Ariza. Thank you, such a great person, for sharing his expertise with us as the art expert. It's been great having you here, Dennis. Now let's check in over at the recap station for an update on auction activity.
Thank you, Rob. Thank you, Dennis. And as Rob says, we have just a few minutes remaining in the break, which means if you don't call right now, you're going to miss out on your bid. The process is pretty simple. Just call the number on your screen. If you see some art you like, call in, make your bid. The volunteer will stay with you as the bids come in, and maybe you'll be the winner and bring home a beautiful piece of art while supporting PBS KVIE. All right, let's recap the few that we just saw, starting with 36D, Flamingo 2, by Claude Duplat. What a vibrant, beautiful image of flamingos. 30 by 30, retail value of $800. And the current bid is $400. Let's make a $500 bid appear on that screen. $500 should be the next bid. Call the number on your screen for Flamingo 2 by Claude Duplat. Item 36E is Dogwood Portrait by Alessandra Chavez. What a beautiful image of a beautiful flower. Photography measuring 16 by 24 inches. Retail value of $350. Current bid is $150. Let's get that bid up to $200. Call in now and put in your $200 bid, and maybe you'll be taking home this gorgeous piece of photography. Item 36F, Sunflower by Kenneth Bittencourt. This is photography, 16 by 20 inches. It's a bell ringer. Just as I was speaking about this gorgeous photograph, it hit a bid of $150. Now let's keep in mind that is not the final bid. It's still your opportunity to call the number on your screen. If you'd like to bid higher than that, you could still bring that one home. All right, let's go through all of the items in this half hour, starting with 36A, Foggy COVID Morning, Rufus Appeared by Michio Watanabe, photography 16 by 20. Turns out Rufus is the kind of hummingbird and not a nickname, so I stand corrected. Current bid is $300. Let's make this one a bell ringer, $400. The phones are ringing now. Let that be you calling in to bring home this 2-for-1. There's a photograph on the other side. 36B, A Real Lemon in Dixie Valley by Larry Angier. 20 by 20 photograph, current bid of $75. Let's get a $150 bid in on this beautiful photograph. 36C, Seaside Bliss by Marianne Carrasco. Photography 16 by 22, retail value of $325. Current bid is $225. Let's make it $250. Call in now. All right, it just went up to $250. Let's make it $300. Keep it going. 36D, Flamingo 2 by Claude Duplat. Beautiful photograph of 4 flamingos. Retail value of $800. Current bid is $400. How about 36E, Dogwood Portrait 2022 by Alessandra Chavez. Retail value of $350. Current bid is $200. Let's make it a $250 bid. Call in now and get this beautiful photograph. And item 36C, Sunflower by Kenneth Bittencourt. That's a bell ringer, $150. Again, the bidding is still open at this moment, so call now and bring home this beautiful sunflower to your home. Stay with us. There's more art coming up in the next half hour of the PBS KVIE Art Auction.
Welcome to the 41st Annual PBS KVIE Art Auction. Join us all weekend for a celebration of Northern California's visual arts. Over 270 works of art will be auctioned off to the highest bidder, and you can be part of the action by watching and bidding on your favorite artwork. View the entire collection online at kvie.org/art-auction. Then, when your favorite item appears, call 1-844-KVIE-ART to place your bid. Auction proceeds benefit the programs and services of your PBS station, KVIE. So thank you for watching and bidding. And now, let the auction begin.
Bidding on items in the art auction is quick and easy to do. First, explore the collection online at kvie.org/art-auction, or keep watching PBS KVIE. When a piece of art catches your eye, call 1-844-KVIE-ART and a volunteer will assist you. KVIE accepts all major credit cards for your art purchase, and a member of our accounting team will confirm your payment within 5 minutes of item sale. Thank you for being a part of the PBS KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today. Coming up next is the Contemporary category. Awards juried by Faith J. McKinney, this category features abstract and non-objective works in a variety of media. View all of the art featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/artauction.
Hi there, I'm Michael Sanford, and thank you for joining us for this contemporary break. Now, here's an overview of the art that will be up for bid during this next half hour. Let's start with item 37A, Lost in Thought by Carlena Brown. This is ink on paper measuring 20 by 16 inches. Its retail value is $250. Item 37B is Mountain Valley by Lori Franz. This is a watercolor measuring 22 by 28 inches. Its retail value is $400. Item 37C is Wild Mustangs by Lila Pakkanen. This is digital illustration measuring 20 by 30 inches. Its retail value is $700. Item 37D is Aquarium by Ronaldo Papa. This is acrylic on board measuring 24 by 36 inches. Its retail value is $350. Item 37E is Reflecting on Existentialism, Rabbit by Jacob Lacour. This is oil on canvas measuring 24 by 25 inches. Its retail value is $400. Item 37F is Sounds of the Wild by Annie Hughes. This is an acrylic on canvas measuring 48 by 24 inches. Its retail value is $3,000. All of this artwork has been donated generously by these artists, and when you buy art, you are supporting all the programs you love on PBS KVIE. These are the works available during this break. Now let's see the art with our auctioneer and art experts.
Hi there, I'm Rob Stewart, and welcome back for our next category, Contemporary. During this break, I'm so pleased to be joined by Sandy Lindblad. Sandy's an accomplished fine artist known for her figurative pastel work. She exhibits widely in our region, and her work can be seen at the Auburn Old Town Gallery. She's been a multi-year contributor to the PBS KVIE Art Auction, and we're so happy to have you back this year. Thanks for being here, Sandy. Love having you as our art expert and contributing artist as well. She has the really cool cap. All right, so Sandy, welcome. Let's get started with our first artwork. I mentioned your cap. That's your painting this year. It's beautiful. Let's talk about this piece right here. It is 37A. You see it on your screen. Lost in Thought by Carlena Brown. And this is ink on paper measuring 20 by 16. And the retail value is $250. And wow, what a deal, because that is a great piece of art. Tell me about it.
Well, what I really like about this piece is that it's very, very intuitive. The paint looks like it flows. Like when the artist put that paint down, it flowed the brush strokes. And the thing of it is when you look at it, you can imagine lots of different things in it. You know, it doesn't spell every little detail out. And it's done in such a contemporary way that it's exciting. And if you love color, this would be the one for you.
It's beautiful. You're good at this. You should just take this and run, because I like what you say a lot better than me. Pick up the phone and call the number on your screen to get involved. This is an exciting piece of art. The Contemporary half hour is always a treasured half hour as well. What do you feel is the inspiration for this?
You know, when I'm looking at this, it just shows that she used a lot of washes of color. The inspiration could be like something coming down, like when you see those red brush strokes going into the yellow, something's coming down from the top, and you're not really sure where it's going, you know. And
highly creative.
Yeah, like real creative. And it goes down into the bottom of who knows what, you know, a Never Land or something. And you can, you know, be sitting there looking at it, imagining different things.
It's magic looking.
You could be doing lots of stuff looking at this piece, imagining all sorts of cool stuff.
Do you know anything about the technique on what Carlena uses, like how this is done? It's all ink? I thought it was watercolor. It's ink.
Yeah, what she did was lots of brush strokes, lots of layering of material.
Wow, it's
So-
such a beautiful piece. This is one of those that you and I stare at and we can get lost in it because there's so much interesting detail. Pick up the phone and call that number on your screen right now. And it's always a good time to phone a friend and have them join as well because you never know which piece is going to move you to the phone. And once it hits, there's only about 3 minutes to 4 minutes to do so. Pick up the phone and call the number on your screen. Retails for $250 for Carlina Brown. Look at that incredible detail, Sandy.
Yeah, I love it.
See how pretty that is on there? And the monitors just make this pop. It almost looks like there is something going on in the sky coming down into a fenced-in area, but breaking all the rules.
Yeah, you could imagine a lot of interesting stuff looking at that painting.
Absolutely. We're going to leave this open and keep this up for bid right now. So exciting to see the movement on it, and we are going to leave this open and move on to the next piece in this half hour. Let's go to the next one, which is 37B, and this is Mountain Valley by Lori Franz. This is watercolor measuring 22 by 28. What an interesting piece of art. Retail value is $400. I want to talk to you about what this piece makes you feel. Tell me what you think about Lori's creation.
When I look at Lori's creation here, I see that what I suspect that she used some sort of pencil. And then, she did her drawing, and she used a lot of translucent colors onto it. I pay attention to a lot of techniques in paintings, and when I look at that, I see that that's probably what she might have done. And what a lot of artists can do is they could make watercolor very opaque. But in this case, it's very translucent, which shows lots of layers of color, one on top of the other.
Do you think that the watercolors are done first or after the drawing, the ink drawing?
That's a good question.
It's hard to tell.
That's a really good question. Because some artists will put, pen and ink, or in this case, pencil of some sort on it after they put the paint to accent things. This artist could have put the pencil on first, and then she's decided to keep the watercolor like really loose on top. It's very, when you look at this, you could see a lot of interesting things on it. You could visualize yourself out in the mountains, camping somewhere possibly.
I love the take on color. I love the color interpretation of the mountains and the skies, and it almost looks like it could be part of the American River, where you see some of the roaring rapids, and then after the season, it starts to go down to the rocks, and you can see all that in here.
Yeah, and you're sitting on the edge of the water, on those rocks, looking out into the mountains.
It's beautiful.
Yeah.
And, I love that art tells a story and that it's open to interpretation. And whatever this art piece says to you, we hope it says, pick up the phone and call and buy it by picking the phone up and calling the number on your screen right now. And I want to tell you that every single dollar raised goes to support the mission of PBS KVIE. And this is something that we take very seriously here, connecting with the arts community and bringing everybody together for the largest art sale in Northern California for this weekend. It is fantastic. We have 270 pieces. This is Mountain Valley by Lori Franz, and this is watercolor measuring 22 by 28. Retail value is $400, and the watercolor is beautiful. We're gonna keep this piece open, okay, Sandy? And we're gonna move on to the next piece in the auction. Item 37C is Wild Mustangs by Lila Pakkanen. Wow. That's beautiful. This is digital illustration measuring 20 by 30, and Sandy's going to tell us what that means. This is retail value of $700. What is digital illustration?
Digital illustration would be, say you could go into Photoshop or some sort of computerized program. You could take a photograph, you could take a painting, and you can digitalize it. In other words, you can choose a filter and make it look like a painting. In this case, this looks like an acrylic painting to me. It really does. And so when you do digital illustration, you can, as I said, with using that filter, you can change it in accordance to the way you want. You can make it, you can posterize it. Looked like this artist might have possibly used, as I mentioned, Photoshop and put a filter on it.
So it starts off as a real photograph.
That would be my guess.
Yeah, and then it goes into the artistic interpretation and manipulation to be what they want it to be.
Yes. Yeah, you can take things as far as you want. For all of you horse lovers, all of you people that love Mustangs, this probably would be a painting for you.
Yeah, they're running. It's so beautiful. Pick up the phone, call the number on your screen, and get involved in the auction. This is a beautiful piece by Lila Packinen. It's digital illustration, as Sandy was explaining to us. Wild Mustangs on the run. And tell us about what do you feel about the colors?
I like the colors. I really do. You can, it shows realism, but yet it looks like a painting. When I first saw this, when I came here today and first saw this from life, I thought it was a painting. And then I'm like, oh, wait, no, it's not. So it gives you that illusion that it's a painting. I
thought the same thing. I really did think it was a painting until you explained to me what it was. This is an awesome piece that you yourself can buy and take home by picking up the phone and calling the number on the screen. And if you are the winning bidder, it is yours. Look at those beautiful Mustangs on the run there. 37C retails for $700. What else strikes you about this that you want to say?
Well, when I look at it, the first thing I think is, because I used to have a horse years ago. But I look at this, I see that the horses are all en route, going somewhere. They're on a mission. I see a lot of action going on in this thing. I see a variety of the horses. We have the dark horse, the lighter one.
Is movement hard to capture in a piece? Movement?
It can be, or it could also be very fun.
Okay.
Very fun, where you have to learn to not spell everything out. So learn to let the brush that you're, when you're painting something, let it fly, and that can be really fun to do.
Yeah, this is a very fun piece. Martin, who's on the other side of the camera, and I have been at a location where wild Mustangs have been running towards us, just like this, and it was very exciting. We are halfway through the break, which means we're going to keep this piece open. It's a fantastic one, and check in over at the recap station for bidding updates.
All right, thank you, Rob. All you need to do is call the number on your screen when you see the piece you want and bid. Bid now, it's that easy. Okay, let's review what we've just seen. First is 37A, Lost in Thought by Carlena Brown. Ink on paper, measuring 20 by 16. What a fascinating piece. Beautiful, colorful, and really interesting. The retail value is $250. The current bid is $75. Let's get the next bid. Let's get that $100 bid in. This is what a conversation starter this will be in your home or office. 37B. This is a bell ringer, folks. We have hit the retail value. Mountain Valley by Lori France. A beautiful watercolor measuring 22 by 28. Keep in mind, the bidding is still open on this. So if you'd like this piece for your home, call us now. 37C, Wild Mustangs by Lila Packinen. Digital illustration measuring 20 by 30. Retail value of $700. As Rob expressed, if you have horses, if you just love horses, what a great addition to have to show your love for these amazing animals. The current bid is $200. Let's get a $300 bid. Call the number on your screen right now and put in your bid for this wonderful piece. It's quite simple. All you have to do is call the number on your screen. The auctioneer will stay with you, tell you what the current bid is. If you want to top that bid, go ahead and do it, and she or he will stay with you until the bidding is over, and you will find out if you have won this wonderful piece of art to take home. And let's not forget that all of the bidding and all of the revenue that comes from this auction helps support the programming that you love here at PBS KVIE. Let's review one more time. 37A, Lost in Thought by Carlena Brown. 20 by 16 ink on paper. Current bid $75. Let's get that to $100. 37B, Mountain Valley by Lori France. Current bid $450. As I said, it's a bell ringer, but let's keep the bidding going. And 37C, Wild Mustangs by Lila Pakkanen, digital illustration, beautiful image of horses running through the wild. Each horse is drawn individually, which makes this even more amazing. High bid is $200. I know there are horse lovers out there that want this, so call the number on your screen right now. All right, let's take a look at some more artwork coming up this half hour with Rob and Sandy.
Lots more artwork to come. Up next, we're looking at item 37D, Aquarium by Ronaldo Papa. This is acrylic on board, measuring 24 by 36 inches and has a retail value of $350. Sandy, shall we begin with the colors on this fantastic piece?
Colors are very fantastic, yes. And the artist was inspired by the sea adventures in the islands of the Philippines.
Oh, wow. That's interesting. It also reminds me of some of the seahorse that I've seen at Monterey Bay Aquarium.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, if you look at this, we have a seahorse, we have another seahorse.
A shark.
Yeah, shark. There's several seahorses in here. And it looks like they're swimming through different things. It could be seaweed, we're not sure. The artist wants to preserve the fish by not endangering them. And what does that mean? That means that instead of having a fish tank where you buy this fancy schmancy fish and you hope that it lives, you have a painting here that has lots of different fish in it.
Well, yeah, and you know what it is? It is a celebration of aquatic life in a different way, in a way where it lives forever.
Yes, forever. And you could have this above your fish tank.
Empty fish tank or real fish or full of fish?
That's
now
correct.
You're
That's
stuck.
very,
now we're torn.
Yeah, because people aren't purists. You know, we have a bunch of fish. You know,
I'll
now
tell
we
you,
don't.
this is a 37D aquarium. Colors are spectacular by Ronaldo Papa. Acrylic on board, measuring 24 by 36. Retail value is $350. And can you take me through some of the artist's thought process?
All right, some of the thought process. Again, it was the adventures in the islands of the Philippines, okay? The origin from the image of the fish tank in his wife's physical therapy clinic.
Oh, wow.
Interesting. Yeah, little trivia.
It really made an impression on him. Look at the colors that are used and all of the different surroundings on the outside of the artistic creation of an aquarium. And I love these animals. They're just spectacular.
Yeah.
Can you talk to me what you think about the use of space and how they're interacting?
Well, the use of space is pretty interesting because it looks like you see some of these fish are swimming through.
Greek letters.
Yeah, they're swimming through some of these. I'm not sure what they are. They could be letters. They could be Aztec artifacts underneath the mysterious sea. You can see a lot of stuff. And then I also, when I look at the seahorse in the middle, the green seahorse, I almost see stairs.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, and I think of the Aztecs because they used a lot of bright colors.
This is exquisite. I love this piece of art and all the colors that are showcased, all the colors of the sea in their majesty right here on this beautiful piece of art that you see right there on your monitor. This is 37D Aquarium by Ronaldo Papa. Acrylic on board, measuring 24 by 36. Retail value is $350, and I love the color in this. We're going to keep this piece open and move on to the next piece in our half hour. And that piece is one that I adore. Geez, look at this. Oh, those are eyes too. Okay, sorry, let me get to the business of this. It's reflecting on existentialism, and it's Rabbit is what it's called also. Jacob Lacour, oil on canvas, measuring 24 by 25, a fun piece. Retail value is $400. First impression, Sandy?
Well, I look at this and I wonder, what's in the rabbit's mind? How many eyes does this rabbit have? You know, it's like you can visualize, hallucinate different things about this painting. And the reason why I said that word is you look at this and you see different things. It's like, why is the rabbit around all of these flowers? Why do I see multiple eyes? You know
what it says to me? that even though it has like 6 eyes, that its third eye is the most important of all. And that's the one up top.
Yeah, you know, I'm looking at that too. That's the third eye, you know, and it's like, so you have this on, you know, above your couch.
Looks like a kaleidoscope effect too.
Yeah, yeah, you know, and you look at it, you know, it's like, okay, let me think, what am I going to do today? And you look at the rabbits, and will the rabbit kind of tell you what's going on?
This is beautiful, and I love how it is signed here at the bottom as well by Jacob LaCour, a beautiful oil on canvas measuring 24 by 25. I love the frame. I love how it really makes the beautiful painting jump out. And talk about the sunflowers are beautiful in and of themselves. And then you've got this really fun rabbit with so many eyes. And it's a reminder to keep your eyes open and look for different things, maybe.
Yeah, you know, I like that thought. Keep your mind open and look for different things.
The number is on your screen to call to get involved in the KVIE art auction. Look at the beautiful flowers and the beautiful rabbit created by Jacob LaCour. It's oil on canvas measuring 24 by 25. Retail value is $400. All of the artwork raises money and brings in funds for PBS KVIE to support our mission here at PBS KVIE. This retails for $400, and once we have more than one person on the lines, we have a full-fledged auction, all of the art sales, and the largest art sale in Northern California right now. Do you see those highlights in the petals? As an artist, how would you do that?
Well, first thing I would do would be put all the green on the leaf, okay? And then once you have the green on the leaf, then you put in your details. You do the whole thing at the same time. I teach, and I always hammer into the art students.
Yeah, how would you teach this?
To do the whole thing at the same time. So basically, what does that mean? It means you block in the yellows, all the yellow for the sunflowers. You block in the major big shapes.
When you say block in, you just kind of mark out where it's going to be, or do you draw it?
Well, you loosely draw it with a brush.
Okay.
And then you clean it up.
Including the rabbit?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All
then
of it at once?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
The whole thing at the same time.
I really love talking to you about how you teach. That's fascinating to me. We can bring that up on some other pieces as well. But we're out of time on this one, so I want to tell you that we're going to keep this one open. It's by Jacob LaCour. It's oil on canvas, and it's reflecting on existentialism, and it's rabbit, 24 by 25, and it could be yours. Retail value is $400. We're going to keep this piece open and move on to the next one. 37F, Sounds of the Wild by Annie Hughes. Acrylic on canvas measuring 48 by 24, a tall, beautiful piece with so much color. Acrylic on canvas measuring 48 by 24, as I said. Retail is $3,000. Okay, this is beautiful, and what a power piece. It's tall, it's bold. Take me through this.
When I look at this piece, I see how big it is. I see how colorful it is. You know, I look at it, I can imagine different little things going on with this. This particular artist used some oil pastel on it, and they also used acrylic.
What do you think the inspiration is for this?
Inspiration is the garden and using the artistic tools, mediums, paint, and pastels, and color.
Wow, that's interesting. It's Sounds of the Wild by artist Annie Hughes. The retail is $3,000 for this piece of art. It is a tall piece, 48 inches tall and 24 wide. And you see the current bid now on your screen. Pick up the phone and call the number to get involved as well. How would you teach this type of art or expression?
Well, something like this, I would first tell the artist to do a little color rough, a little thumbnail rough, you know, like 3 inches by 2 inches. And do that, make your mistakes there before you move into a large piece and figure out where your center of interest is.
Do you do that? You do small little mock-ups, or are you beyond that?
I talk to people about doing that.
Okay.
And some artists will do it, and a lot of artists won't.
Translation, Sandy said, I don't need to do that.
You know, but you can learn a lot. You can do the same painting 3 different times, and each time, the third time you do it, either it loses its freshness or it's much better.
Oh, Okay, all right. The number is on the screen to pick up the phone and call and place a bid on this beautiful Annie Hughes creation. Retail value is $3,000. Again, this is 37F, Sounds of the Wild. It's acrylic on canvas and it measures 48 by 24. This is a big, bold piece, and it's just one of those, you know, you said it earlier, it's one of those wow pieces.
Yes. Yes, very contemporary for somebody that likes color, wants a lot of color in their house, but they don't want to paint their walls red or blue. They can use this painting and put this in there to give it a big, nice splash of color.
Okay. I'll tell you what, this is so exciting. This is a fun piece. This almost looks like a lake or Tahoe, the sky. I know it's called Sounds of the Wild, but use your wild imagination and let it tell you the story that it makes you feel. Call the number on the screen. Thank you, Annie Hughes, for this beautiful piece of art. What a donation to KVIE PBS. Now it's your turn to buy it. We are nearing the end of this break, which means that now is your final opportunity to bid on the art featured in this half hour. Thank you so much, Sandy Lindblad, for joining us during this segment. And we'll head over to the recap station for a bidding update.
All right. Thank you, Rob. Thank you, Sandy. Great overview of some of this great contemporary art. You have been looking at some great art this half hour, and now is your opportunity to take one home. The bidding is ongoing right now. I can hear our volunteers behind taking bids. Call in now if you want to take home one of these beautiful, colorful pieces. Let's start with a review of item 37D, Aquarium by Ronaldo Papa. Again, acrylic on board, measuring 24 by 36. Retail value is $350. The current bid is $100. Think about this in your... It's $200. Just jump to $200. That's fantastic. All right, but think about this as something that would just enliven your kids' room or your kitchen or your living room, whether you have an aquarium or not. You can have live fish underneath this, or perhaps just this will suffice to be your representation of sea life within your home. It's colorful, it's beautiful. Current bid $200. 37E, Reflecting on Existentialism, Rabbit by Jacob Lacour. Oil on canvas, 24 by 25. Retail value of $400. The current bid is $200. Let's see a bid of $250 for this unique, beautiful, interesting piece that, as Rob said, you can interpret any way you like. 37F, Sounds of the Wild. What an impressive piece, both in size, complexity, color, and creativity. Sounds of the Wild by Annie Hughes, 48 by 24, acrylic on canvas. The current bid is $400. It has a retail value of $3,000. So what a great opportunity for you to bid right now. Let's go through them all very quickly. 37A, Lost in Thought by Carlena Brown, 20 by 16 ink on paper. Current bid $275. That is a bell ringer, folks. 37B, Mountain Valley by Lori France. Retail value of $400, current bid $500, another bell ringer. 37C, Wild Mustangs by Lila Packeniff. This is individually hand-drawn horses. Beautiful. Current bid of $300, retail value $700. Call in now if you love horses, if you just love great artwork. 37D, Aquarium, $350 retail value by Ronaldo Papa. Current bid is $200. 37E, Reflecting on Existentialism, Rabbit by Jacob Lacour. Current bid is $200. Retail value is $400. Call now. Let's make that a $300 bid. And 37F, Sounds of the Wild by Annie Hughes. Acrylic on canvas, 48 by 24. Current bid $400. Stay with us. There's more art coming up in the next half hour of the PBS KVIE Art Auction.
Picking up your purchased artwork is quick and easy to do. Visit PBS KVIE Studios Sunday through Tuesday during these posted hours for this year's curbside pickup. For your convenience, PBS KVIE representatives will carry your artwork to your vehicle when you arrive. All purchased art must be claimed within 30 days of auction closure. For questions, location, and hours, visit kvie.org/art-auction. Thank you for being a part of the PBS KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today. PBS KVIE is committed to the visual and performing arts through national productions like All Creatures Great and Small and Endeavor, to our local productions like KVIE Art Showcase and the PBS KVIE Gallery, exhibiting award-winning art auction artists and California masters. PBS KVIE's commitment to the arts stays strong because of your participation as a donor and art buyer. Thank you for being a part of the PBS KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today. Coming up next is the landscape category. Awards juried by Leslie Toms, landscapes celebrate the natural beauty throughout our region and beyond. View all of the art featured in this year's collection at kvie.org/art auction.
Good afternoon. I'm Michael Sanford with you again, and thank you for joining us for this landscape break. And now, here's an overview of the art that will be up for bid during the next half hour. Let's start with item 38A, Reflections at Dusk by Kathy Donna. This is oil on canvas measuring 18 by 36. Its retail value is $400. 38B is Sierra Temple Vista by Kathy Freevert Levinson. Oil on linen measuring 30 by 24 inches. Its retail value is $650. Item 38C is Ethereal Sunrise with Great Blue Heron by Nora Goff. This is a watercolor measuring 24 by 18 inches, retail value of $350. Item 38D is Aiming High by Diane Matar. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 24 by 20 inches, retail value is $600. Item 38E is Big Sur Magic by Carol Quinn. This is oil on canvas measuring 24 by 30 inches. Its retail value is $875. And item 38F is Wild Pacific by Naomi Hyde. This is a watercolor measuring 20 by 24 inches. Its retail value is $550. All right, the phone lines are open and busy right now. They're ready for your bids. Now let's see the art with our auctioneer and art expert.
We purposely dressed to match this painting. I'm Rob Stewart, back with art expert Sandy Lindblad, and thanks for joining us for the landscape category. Always a great category. Sandy, it's great to be with you again. Thanks for being here. I want to start off with this beautiful 38A, Reflections at Dusk by Kathy Donna. Oil on canvas, measuring 18 by 36. Retail value is $400. Tell me about the inspiration for this piece.
Well, the inspiration, this piece was painted from a photograph by Daniel Thomas with his permission.
Okay.
Okay. And the focus of her paintings have been about animals and people portraits along with abstract landscapes. Although this doesn't look abstractive to me, it looks very realistic. I look at this and I think an obvious inspiration would be the sunset and the way the water, reflects the sky. I mean, that would be breathtaking looking at something like this.
And I love, and this is something that I truly believe feels unique to where we live, and that is the reflections on water of the gorgeous sunsets that we have in California. How would you do this? Can you tell me how this would be done?
Well, I would block in the major shapes initially.
You said block in, or like put them in there?
Yeah,
okay.
Really translucent color. You got to figure out where your horizon line is, which the artist did. You have to pay attention to the reflections of the sky, how that hits the water. That part is really important.
Would you do a top part first and then the reflection?
That's personal preference.
Okay.
There's no cookie cutter ABC.
For reflections.
With anything, realistically, it's whatever the artist feels that they need to do, but ideally the horizon line. And the horizon line will decide a lot of things as far as how high the sky is, how much of the water.
It's a beautiful piece. This is the landscape category, and this is an exquisite start. 38A, Reflections at Dusk by Kathy Donna. Oil on canvas measuring 18 by 36, and the retail value is $400. You see the current bid on your screen. You also see that horizon line that Sandy was just talking about. Look at that, how pretty it is on the monitor.
Yeah.
Tell me, by the way, I would like to say this is the 5th year, I believe, 5th year that Kathy has donated, so we thank you for that. What mood does it make you feel?
Probably in the evening, very soothing. You're having a glass of wine, you're looking at that painting, or you're looking at the scene in this case.
We're serene.
Thank you. Very serene, And also, to talk a little bit more about the technique, this artist used large and small paintbrushes and palette knives. She must have been used the paint very thin when she used a palette knife, but you can do that. You could see a little richness of color in here. It looks like a little bit of alizarin.
Yeah, it takes you almost where you felt like she was painting from.
Yeah.
So we're going to leave this one open. So much excitement for the landscape category, always is, and it's great to see. We'll keep this piece open. We thank you, Kathy, for your 5th year here at the auction. We'll leave this one open and move on to the next piece in this half hour. It's 38B Sierra Temple Vista. Take a look at this beauty by Kathy Frevert Levinson. And this is oil on linen, measuring 30 by 24. The retail value is $650. My goodness, I love this one, and I love the mountains and the water. Where is this? You said Eastern?
This is Eastern Sierra.
It's beautiful. Oh, and I just saw this and did not earlier. Look back here at how there's an entire, another layer of mountains and water.
Yeah, it's like you're hiking along, or you're backpacking along, and you see these trees, you start, wrapping around, hiking along some trail around the lake, and then it goes off into the vista. The painter, the artist.
What's the origin of it?
Yeah, the origin of this is Big Pine in the Eastern Sierra.
Big Pine in the Eastern Sierra. Okay, absolutely beautiful.
They were hiking up in the switchbacks, and they came across this beautiful lake, and this artist had to paint the scene. Kathy was very inspired of it. She did a lot of photographs and sketches of the scene. And when you're going out being an artist, it's nice to do that. So then when you go home into the art studio, you can use those sketches and use your photographs, and it brings you back to the moment where you could put more inspiration into your painting.
And interpretation.
Yeah.
Some of the artist influence on such a beautiful creation. And nature is such a beautiful creation in and of itself. And then look at what you have here. This is Sierra Temple Vista by Kathy Frevert Levinson. It's oil on linen, measuring 30 by 24. Gorgeous frame as well, I might add, on this. Retail value is $650. And I'd love to hear more from you about how do you create that depth as well as those beautiful colors?
Well, looking at this.
Does the linen have anything to do with it?
No, linen can be fun to work with. Linen is very archival.
Okay.
It'll last for a long time. To push things to go back, you can make things darker in the foreground, which is what she did. Things fade in the background. Again, to push things further back, you might not make things as clear in the background, such as what she did up going towards the sky. But then in the foreground, you could see more detail. You could put in more vibrancy of color, which is what she did. You got to use atmospheric perspective. This artist has been exhibiting for about 20 years.
Wow. Wow,
Yeah,
that's fantastic.
yeah.
This piece right now is on your screen, retails for $650. The current bid is on your screen, as well as the phone number to the PBS KVIE art auction. Call someone who you think would enjoy this piece and have them jump in as well. These pieces go so fast, so you have to act quickly. If you are on the fence or on the ridge, you better get down from there and call the number on your screen. We're going to keep this piece open and move on to the next piece in the half hour. And that one is 38C. Wow. This is gorgeous. Ethereal Sunrise with Great Blue Heron by Nora Goff. This is watercolor, measuring 24 by 18. I did not expect to say watercolor, and there it is. Retail value is $350. What a beauty. I don't know why I didn't think this was watercolor, but tell me about it.
Well, generally, watercolorists, pastelists, those paintings have to go under glass. But this person, what she did, she protected it by using gloss acrylic spray.
Okay.
Yeah.
After she was done.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, definitely, after she was done. So therefore, if you put that acrylic spray on it, this is protected. It's a little shiny, just a little bit, like kind of matte, so to speak.
Look at that jump through the screen. I love that Great Blue Heron. It's beautiful, by Nora Goff. Ethereal Sunrise is what it's called, and it is just a beauty. That beautiful bird standing there. Waterfowl, of course, right here we see this in our region, and it is a great thing to see because they really do take your breath away. This is a way to make your beautiful scenery last forever in your home or as a gift. I think it's a great gift. Tell me about the composition.
I like the composition. I like the fact that the bird is looking into the scene. I like the fact that you could see all these little, green, they're not water lilies, but, green grass growing around in there. I think that's really nice. The blue heron is a very majestic bird.
We've had a lot of sunsets, and this is a sunrise, which I love. And many of these birds, believe it or not, during the night will be here in the water, and you can hear them. It sounds like a snore, but it's not. It's like it's almost like a purr, but I don't know how else to describe it. We've heard them on shoots, and it's just beautiful.
Yeah.
This can be yours by calling the number on your screen, Ethereal Sunrise with Great Blue Heron by Nora Goff. Watercolor measuring 24 by 18, retails for $350. And there you see that beautiful California sunrise. Final thoughts on this piece?
Yeah, she did this wet onto wet. So the areas that's wet onto wet, you don't have a sharp line, okay? But then the areas that you let the paint dry, you have a sharp line.
Okay.
Yeah, which is pretty neat, pretty interesting. And then what Nora did was she did a lot of trips to woodland to see sandhill cranes, and this reminded her of that as well.
It's a beautiful painting, and it can be yours by picking up the phone and calling the number on your screen. We are halfway through the break, which means we're going to keep this piece open and check in over at the recap station for bidding updates and more.
Thank you, Rob. You and Sandy do such a great job of explaining the thought process and how the actual art is created. Really enhances, I think, the excitement and the value and the fun for you to call in, bid right now on your favorite piece of artwork as we look at this beautiful landscape section. Some gorgeous work just waiting for your bid. Let's review them, and let's start with a bell ringer. 38A, Reflections at Dusk by Kathy Donna, oil on canvas. The retail value is $400. We have a bid of $425, which is fantastic. The bidding remains open, though. So if you love this piece, and I think you will, call in right now. 38B, Sierra Temple Vista by Kathy Freevert Levinson, oil on linen, 30 by 24 inches. Retail value of $650. We have a current bid of $400. Let's see a bid of $450. This is a gorgeous piece of art reflecting our region, the Eastern Sierra. What a wonderful piece of work. Imagine how it would look in your home. All you have to do is call that number on your screen. Current bid, $400, Sierra Temple Vista, item 38B. 38C, another bell ringer, Ethereal Sunrise with Great Blue Heron. We love those. Thank you, Nora Goff, for donating this wonderful watercolor, 24 by 18. Again, the current bid is $350. Call in if you'd like to bid more than that. Let's go through them again one more time. 38A, Reflections at Dusk, $425 is the current bid. Oil on canvas measuring 18 by 38. 38B, Sierra Temple Vista by Kathy Freevert Levinson. Oil on linen 30 by 24. Retail value of $650. Current bid is $400. Let's get a $500 bid. Let's go ahead and call now. Bring that bid in, and let's make this a bell ringer. Let's make all three of these a bell ringer in this section. Finally, Ethereal Sunrise with Great Blue Heron, $350. Let's head back to see some more beautiful landscapes with Rob and Sandy.
All right, we're back for the second half of this landscape break, continuing on with item 38D, Aiming High by Diana Mutter. And this is acrylic on canvas measuring 24 by 20 inches with a retail value of $600. And I will have to tell you that Diane Mutter's beautiful creation is something that really catches my eye. It caught it from across the studio, and I'm curious for your first impressions.
It's almost expressionism.
Which you like?
Yeah, I do like that, and I also like impressionism as well. But the expressionism, the reason why I say that is you've got like really bright colors, and she almost used cross complements. In other words, you have the purple, and then she has put some blue. She's got a little bit of orange, subtle orange in the painting. It's like you have to look at this where maybe she painted it early sunrise or early sunset. I'm not really sure which for this particular painting.
But look at the beautiful light hitting on the side of that ridge. That is absolutely beautiful, and making that green just pop. I will tell you that this Aiming High piece has a very tender softness to it, and I love how you can see right there on your monitor that beautiful ridge at the edge of that mountain is just exquisite. Diana Mutter has done a beautiful creation here, acrylic on canvas, again measuring 24 by 20, retail value is $600. And can you tell me about the technique and the inspiration?
Well, when I look at the technique, what she might have done was, right where raw this purple is, she probably put a very translucent color of purple right here, and it looks like she splattered some like light blue over it right here.
I see, like Diane would have done that right in here. Yeah, I see that.
Yeah, right in there. And then the mountain in the background, we have the green. That one, she looks like she painted that. Now, one thing about this painting is that when she did it, we did this painting, she did it as a sketch while exploring the South American county of Peru.
Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. And this is, it blows my mind doing that from a sketch and then coming back and going wherever she's going to paint and putting her own memory and also imagination in it.
Yeah, and that part is important. What she was doing is she was hiking and exploring the wonders of Machu Picchu. Yeah,
Machu Picchu.
Yeah, she was exploring that. Her work is mostly free-flowing, it's joyful and impressionistic.
It's beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. Machu Picchu inspired this beautiful piece when she was taking a nice walk. I also want to tell you that Diane Mutter's piece is a beauty. We're standing right next to it, and I can tell you that this piece just leaps off of the wall and hopefully into your belonging. This is Aiming High, acrylic on canvas measuring 24 by 20, retail $600, and all of the money that is raised when you buy the art goes to PBS KVIE to support the mission here at the station. A beautiful piece. Did you just say you had one quick thing?
Yes,
real quick.
I did. One thing, she was inspired by the ancient people who did aim high but didn't quite make it. But they let their surroundings limit them in their thinking goals. So that's something to think about.
So that's maybe that's the reasoning. Aiming high.
Yes.
Aim high. All right, we're going to leave this one open and move on to the next piece. Thank you for that inspiration. I like that. This next piece is beautiful. It is a gorgeous piece of art. 38E is Big Sur Magic. Wow. By Carol Quinn. This is oil on canvas, measuring 24 by 30. Retail value is $875. This looks like a masterpiece to me.
Yes, me too. Yeah, you look at this. I mean, I love the way she painted it. I love she put detail where it belongs. She kept things simple where they needed to be kept simple. This painting looks like the artist has a lot of experience in painting this type of scene. Because this is hard. It's hard to do. I could have something like this in my home, but I don't need any more paintings.
This is absolutely gorgeous, and if you look, you can see in the distance, this looks exactly like something you would see
Big Sur
in real life at Big Sur. Yeah, I mean, this is a masterpiece landscape, and it can be yours by picking up the phone and calling the number on your screen. Carol Quinn did a gorgeous job with this oil on canvas, measuring 24 by 30. Retail value is $875, and this is a piece that would be highly collected, in my opinion, and it celebrates the region, which is something that we do here at PBS KVIE as well. All of the money raised goes to help continuing the programming that celebrates our region. Look at that. What else do you see in this? Tell me about technique, or anything that's on your mind.
Technique it's very well rendered. She puts detail where it belongs. She doesn't put detail where it doesn't belong. She puts thicker paint for the lights, translucent for the shadows, and that gives it more of a 3D dimension to this.
And the shine is just exquisite.
Yeah.
It just feels like it's shining brightly and beaming right from Big Sur to you. This is one of those pieces that takes you to the location. And I have to tell you, I know how it makes me feel, but what is the mood that you get from it?
Oh, very, very serene, very calming. It reminds me of, parts of Pacifica, which is a lot of coastal community.
And just like the name says, Big Sur magic.
Yeah.
And this captures the magic of the mighty Big Sur and the coast. We're going to keep this piece open. I love this piece. Carol, thank you so much for what you do. It is absolutely gorgeous. We'll move on to the next piece in this half hour. 38F is Wild Pacific, a beauty by Naomi Hyde. This is watercolor, measuring 20 by 24, and the retail value is $550. Wild Pacific. Tell me about it.
Very wild. You look at this, you see the water is rushing. You see the spray of the water going out into the sea. You see the bright colors. She's got a little nuance of the birds up towards the sky.
It feels very active. It feels very alive. Like there's so much life in this piece. And I love where the sun is on this. It looks like it would be late afternoon.
Yes, yeah, definitely late afternoon.
Wild Pacific by Naomi Hyde is beautiful. 20 by 24. I got to throw this in again. Retail value of $550. You see the current bid on your screen, and call the number. Pick up your phone and call that number to get involved in this auction. Whether you want this for you or a gift or an office or for your home, it's ready to go. What else do you have to say about this?
It's just a beautiful piece. Lots of action, lots of spray of water. For you ocean lovers, here's your chance.
Some of these strokes here on the bottom actually look like little dolphins. I know they're not, but the way the artist has done these beautiful, beautiful brush lines here makes it look like you can see sea life.
Yeah, and speaking of brush lines, she has the brush strokes going with the form, which again is a tool that an artist can use to show more dimension for their paintings.
So is that where you would start? Like, where would you start on a watercolor?
You're always trying to pin me down for it. No,
I'm trying to learn.
Yeah. Sorry, I don't get pinned down. Basically, I would do some really loose, light, translucent lines. Or just indications to show where the horizon line would be, the spray of the water.
And do you know where it's going when you start?
Sometimes.
Sometimes, okay.
Sometimes,
That's part of developing the technique.
Yes.
And also just letting it come alive.
It's like having a piece of clay that you're molding. You start with a big clunk and you slowly build up to it. She's got mostly a lot of blue where the spray of the water is. Okay, so she probably did a little indication whether it was a pencil and then she erased it later. For the spray of the water, she's got to know where the horizon line, over there and where the water starts over here. You know,
And the
you start-
rock, where it's hitting something to just blow up in the air. It's so
yeah,
beautiful.
you start like with big shapes.
This
you know.
is Wild Pacific by Naomi Hyde on the screen right now. This is watercolor measuring 20 by 24. Retail value is $550. Current bid is on the screen. Okay, we're nearing the end of this break, which means that now is your final opportunity to bid on the art featured in this half hour. I'd like to thank our art expert, Sandy Lindblad. Thank you for being here. We love having you, for sharing your expertise with us today. Sandy is a wonderful friend, and we love having you here at the recap station. Okay, we'll go across the way for an update.
All right, thank you, Rob and Sandy. Obviously, both of you love landscapes, and so do all of us. If you love landscapes, now is the opportunity to call the number on your screen and put your bid in, take home one of these beautiful landscapes, many of which reflect the beauty of our region, northern, central California, the coast, it's all there. Some really nice works in this break, available to you right now when you call now in the final few minutes of this half hour. Let's recap the few that we just saw, starting with item 38D, Aiming High by Diane Matar. Acrylic on canvas, measuring 24 by 20. Retail value is $600. The current bid is $175. Let's see a $250 bid for this beautiful piece. The colors, the depth, absolutely gorgeous. Think about that in your home or office. Item 38E, Big Sur Magic. Who doesn't love Big Sur? Who wouldn't appreciate this gorgeous view of Big Sur by Carol Quinn? Oil on canvas, 24 by 30 inches. Retail value is $875. The current bid is $400. Just jumped to $400. Let's see a bid of $450 for this Big Sur Magic, item 38E. Item 38F, Wild, we have a bell ringer for Wild Pacific by Naomi Hyde, watercolor, 20 by 24. I got to hear some bells here. All right, there are the bells. They have a retail value of $550. The current bid is $575. Still time to get in your bid if you want this beautiful piece that reflects our gorgeous Pacific off the coast of California. All right, let's take another look from the top. Item 38A, Reflections at Dusk. This is by Kathy Donna. Oil on canvas, measuring 18 by 36 inches. Hey, how about that? Another bell ringer. Retail value of $400, current bid of $450. You can still bid on Reflections at Dusk, 38A. Call now. 38B, Sierra Temple Vista by Kathy Freevert Levinson, oil on linen, 30 by 24 inches. Retail value of $650. The current bid is $400. Let's get a $500 bid. It's certainly something that'll enhance your home or your office. What a gorgeous piece reflecting our region. 38C, Ethereal Sunrise with great blue heron. Another bell ringer. All that money supports KVIE. Thank you. The bidding remains open. 38D, Aiming High by Diane Matar. Retail value of $600. Current bid is $175. Let's see $250 on this one. Call now, put in your bid at $250, and you might be able to bring home this wonderful, beautiful acrylic on canvas, Aiming High, item 38D. Item 38E, Big Sur Magic, once again, by Carol Quinn. Oil on canvas, 24 by 30, retail value $875. Bidding is lively on this one. It's at $600. How about a $650? How about a $700 bid? Call now. And each time you go to the coast, you can bring it home. And finally, another bell ringer, Wild Pacific, $675 is the current bid on a retail value of $550. All right, keep them coming. It's time to wrap up this break. Stay with us. There's more art coming up in the next half hour of the PBS KVIE Art Auction.
Welcome to the 41st Annual PBS KVIE Art Auction. Join us all weekend for a celebration of Northern California's visual arts. Over 270 works of art will be auctioned off to the highest bidder, and you can be part of the action by watching and bidding on your favorite artwork. View the entire collection online at kvie.org/art-auction. Then, when your favorite item appears, call 1-844-KVIE-ART to place your bid. Auction proceeds benefit the programs and services of your PBS station, KVIE. So thank you for watching and bidding. And now, let the auction begin. Bidding on items in the art auction is quick and easy to do. First, explore the collection online at kvie.org/art auction, or keep watching PBS KVIE. When a piece of art catches your eye, call 1-844-KVIE-ART and a volunteer will assist you. KVIE accepts all major credit cards for your art purchase, and a member of our accounting team will confirm your payment within 5 minutes of item sale. Thank you for being a part of the PBS KVIE art auction and for making art a part of your home today. Coming up next is the landscape category. Awards juried by Leslie Toms, landscapes celebrate the natural beauty throughout our region and beyond. View all of the art featured in this year's collection at kvie.org/art auction.
Hi there, I'm Rob Stewart. Thank you for joining us for the landscape break. We have an active phone bank. That means they're waiting on you to call. Here's an overview of the art that'll be up for bid in the next half hour. It's great to see you this afternoon. Okay, let's start with 39A, and that is The Pandemic by Richard Herrera. Acrylic on canvas measuring 18 by 36, professionally wired for hanging by University Art Center. Retail value is $750. We're looking for an opening bid on this piece of art. Next is a 39B, which is American River Nimbus Area by Mary Therese Kobashagawa. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 24 by 18. Look at that. Retail value $800, and we have a bid for $300 on this piece already. Item 39C, The Path Ahead by Art Livingston. This is pastels measuring 26 by 22. Retail value is $350, and we have an opening bid of $100 on this. Item 39D is Storm Shadows by K.W. Moore Sr. Oil on canvas, 22 by 26 are the measurements. The retail value is $1,125. 39E is Monastery Beach by Vance Vasu, acrylic on board, measuring 16 by 20. Retail value is $600. And item 39F is California Street by Susie Hoffman. This is oil on canvas, measuring 20 by 16. Retail value is $350. If you are looking to get in on some auction items, I would say this is your chance right now because we have a lot that we need opening bids on. So that is fantastic. These works are available right now for this half hour. Now let's see the art with our auctioneer and art expert.
Hi there, I'm Christina Salerno, and welcome back for the landscape category. During this break, I am pleased to be joined by fine artist Kelly Rains. Kelly is known for her work with pastels and acrylics and often exhibits her artwork at Archival Gallery in East Sacramento. We're so glad to have her back with this year, both as a contributing artist and as an art expert. Let's get started, Kelly. All right, item 39A is called The Pandemic by Richard Herrera. This is an acrylic on canvas. It's measuring 18 by 36. It's professionally wired for hanging by University Art Center with a retail value of $750. Let's get started, Kelly. Well, the pandemic, something obviously that's been on people's minds for the past couple of years. Tell me about this painting.
Well, I approach art as an artist and as a viewer from a storytelling place, an entry point. So there's some very literal storytelling going on in the painting. In the background, there's a phrase that says, "Silence kills, Corona's the virus, capitalism is the pandemic." That's a narrative storytelling kind of device that the artist has used. But when you look at the painting, it's a commentary on the world as a lot of people see it right now. But everything in here is there's a little clue that the artist wants us for the story. Do not enter. Is it just the space that we're going into that we should not enter? Is that a bigger commentary? The do not enter is juxtaposed on the right side of the painting with the speeding car on the overpass that's going by really quick. He's definitely created some motion and fast moving motion with the way he's painted the taillights. And then you go deeper into the painting with different commentaries and narratives. And I really love that about this work.
Absolutely. He really captures a moment in time with this piece. And I like that you pointed out the car. It almost draws your attention across the painting as you're looking. I really like that. And our cameras are focusing in on some really interesting details here. I mean, this is a scene that sadly a lot of people see every day, and that could be a reflection of the moment in time. Can you kind of describe a little more about what he chose to paint in here?
So you're seeing what is probably obvious to a lot of people are some transient or maybe makeshift dwellings that people are in. There's a car that's over kind of underneath the tree that's far right. There's some shadow figures, and I think that's a very interesting device that the artist has used to not put a lot of detail into the people, that it could be any person that's in this setting. And then down into the foreground, there's maybe some debris and what some might see as maybe animal tracks or something.
I thought they were gloves,
or
maybe.
gloves or the remnants of a tree roots or something. I think that's open to interpretation. That's what I love that the artist has done. He's put some very identifiable objects and some objects that are up for interpretation to the viewer.
Absolutely. So just a reminder to our viewers, the number to call to place your bid is on your screen right now. You want to call fast. These pieces go so quickly, and during this break, I'll be reminding you of that. You want to get on the phone and place your bid as we're up here, because once these pieces are closed, they're closed. And so if this piece in particular speaks to you, the pandemic, all these images that remind us of the last couple of years, and I noticed he even put the date in here, it's 2020, so that's definitely right in the heart of pandemic when he painted this. Please call now and place a bid on this item. Again, it's 39A, it's called The Pandemic by Richard Herrera with a retail value of $750. Final thoughts, Kelly?
I do love that he's juxtaposed the very green of what could be grass or anything with the very stark concrete that's right behind it. And there's like an intersection of nature and civilization that's present in the painting.
A lot of detail to talk about. We're going to keep this painting open for you to continue bidding, and we're going to move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 39B. It's called American River Nimbus Area by Marie-Therese Kobishigawa. This is an acrylic on canvas. It is measuring 24 by 18 with a retail value of $800. Lovely piece. I love this piece, Kelly. It brings me instant peace when I look at it. What is your first impression?
It's very serene and very peaceful. I want to talk about where this piece comes from, the setting. The artist discovered this landscape while she was walking near the Nimbus Fish Hatchery and Nimbus Dam in the Lake Natoma area. And she was struck by the reflections of the landscape reflected in the currents of the American River at this particular place in the river. And as she painted this artwork, she thought of how Monet depicted land reflections in the water. So you can see that kind of influence in the painting, and it's so beautiful.
I love that Monet reference, and you can really see that when you're looking at. This is really a celebration of a place, I think, and a lot of our Sacramento residents have been here, Nimbus Dam, and this place reminds you of somewhere where you find peace. It would be a lovely painting to place a bid on. The number is on your screen, and the current bid is on your screen as well. Kelly, what else can you tell us about this piece?
What I love about it is the process. She went out into the location, and this is a location a lot of people in this viewing area can visit and go to. And she took notes and sketches, and then she went back to her studio and painted, from those source materials, but also from her own reflections on being in that space. So I love that. I love the composition that she's given us, from the reflections in the very bottom to the little inlet of water that's kind of going back to the right of the painting, and then the cascading foothills that are right behind it. It's just lovely and peaceful.
And I have to point out, too, I love the frame and kind of how it says gold and it reflects on the colors in the painting. That's the first thing that drew my eye to it, too. It kind of makes it pop.
It's very much the Golden State when you look at that. I mean, I remember when my grandmother used to visit, and she always talked about how brown and golden the hills of California were. And so it reminds me of that. And the frame definitely does give that more impact. And it's just a very soft, ethereal, peaceful painting to be in.
It really is. To remind you guys, this is 39B. It's called American River Nimbus Area. It's an acrylic on canvas measuring 24/18 with a retail value of $800. The current bid you can find on your screen right now, as well as the number to call. If this piece would be really lovely in any room of your house, living room, office, bedroom. I mean, wherever you put it, it's going to bring you that sense of peace and maybe remind you of that place that you love so much.
Absolutely. It's bringing the inside or the outside in, and you can go there at any moment that you want to. I want to point out that she paints in an impressionistic manner. She's influenced by the French Impressionists, Monet, Renoir, Manet, and some early California Impressionists like Guy Rose and Edgar Payne. So you can see that impressionistic quality in there. And again, we keep talking about how ethereal and serene it is, and it is.
It really is. She's a longtime donor as well, which we greatly appreciate. And just a reminder that all of the artists have donated their work to benefit PBS KVIE. And when you call and place a bid, all of that funds that we raise go to benefit PBS KVIE and the programs that you love, whether it's the children's programs, the dramas, frontline news, whatever it is that keeps you coming back to PBS KVIE. This is your chance to support the station. All right, we're going to keep this piece open and we're going to move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 39C. It's called The Path Ahead by Art Livingston. This is a pastels, and it's measuring 26 by 22. It has a retail value of $350. First of all, that title, The Path Ahead, it's so obvious when I see this piece. I say, that's exactly, I want to be on that path. What does it say to you, Kelly?
It's so, I mean, I instantly think of a fairy tale kind of path,
Yes.
and so it's got this magical, special kind of place to it, and I absolutely love the colors. Pastels, I have a strong affinity for pastels. He loves to paint landscapes and seascapes. Those are his favorite subjects to paint, and you can see definitely the love that's there. He felt compelled to paint this particular scene because of the moody feelings that it evoked. And it's definitely got a mood and an atmosphere to it, and I think that's really enhanced by the deep, dark, almost cobalt blues that are at the top. In the background, that are also reminiscent also in the foreground in the granite that's lining this path. It's a rocky path, but it's a path that's going somewhere.
It reminds me of a misty morning. Maybe it's early morning. Maybe that's mist. Maybe it's the sun coming through the trees. What I like about it is that it's kind of open to your interpretation about where this is and what you're walking through. What else can you tell us about this piece?
Well, I want to share what the artist shared. The meaning behind the title, The Path Ahead, comes from his journey on the path from a known point where he feels comfortable and warm. So the beginning of the path is painted with warm reddish colors and brown colors. The path ahead, or the future path, is unknown and creates anxiety or fear. So he used cool blue-green misty colors to represent the unknown. So any journey that we take in life, you know, there's the known, you feel a little bit safe, and then you're going on into the unknown. It gets a little darker and a little bit more rich.
It's a lovely piece. Again, a reminder, this is 39C, The Path Ahead. It's pastels with a retail value of $350. Great piece to have in your home. Maybe you're a hiker, you love nature, outdoors. Maybe it just kind of reminds you of your path ahead. But the number to call is on your screen. The current bid is on your screen as well. You've got to call now. We're halfway through our break, so there's not a lot of time to place your bid on these items. So if this is a piece you'd like to take home or maybe give to somebody as a gift, again, that nature lover in your life, now is the time to call. Again, the number on your screen and the current bid are there as well. Kelly, what other thoughts do you have about this piece?
I'm obsessed with the colors that he used. I love pastels. They're very lush. Pastels are such an earthy element to work with anyways, and so it's kind of got a meta feel to it that you're using very earthy material to create this gorgeous and lush and vibrant. And it's got a lot of depth in this scene, and I absolutely love it. Mood. It's got a lot of mood.
I love that you pointed out the depth, because you almost feel like you could go on a walk on that path and you don't know where you would end up, but it's a very imaginative piece. It kind of draws the viewer in. I almost feel like it kind of leads me through the path. It's my eye. Is that an intentional, thing the artist did?
It's very intentional. And even, the very background at the end of the path, or maybe what's the beginning of another journey, there's got that mist that you talked about. It's a little more, not say fuzzy, but a little bit more ethereal in its landscape. And it's absolutely beautiful.
It really is. All right. Well, we're halfway through the break, which means we're going to keep this piece open and check in over at the recap station for bidding updates while you call in and place your bids.
Thank you so much, Christina and Kelly. You've seen the first three pieces in the landscape break, and we want to get those phones ringing. We need the phones to ring, so pick up the phone and call the number on your screen. And you too can be involved in the auction right now. The number is on your screen. All the pieces coming up in this half hour are online as well. Let me start with 39A, The Pandemic, which is Richard Herrera. We have a bid of $300 for this piece that retails for $750. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 18 by 26. And there you see the pandemic. You could say this is a humanitarian pandemic illustrated in this beautiful painting as well by Richard Herrera. Definitely capturing a moment that could go either way, really. That's $300 right now. We need a bid for $350. Next is 39B, American River Nimbus Area by Mary Therese Kobashagawa. This is acrylic on canvas. We have a bid for $300 right now, and we have another one that just came in for $350. Acrylic on canvas measuring 24 by 18. It is a beauty. Retail value is $800, and the auction is live on this piece and all of the ones that you are seeing in this break. Item 39C is The Path Ahead. And guess what? We have a bell ringer. Yay, awesome. This is now, it was at $350, now it's at $375. We're calling for $400. Once we hit bell ringer, we do not stop, we keep going. But I'd like to say that the path ahead is by Art Livingston Pastels, a gorgeous piece of art measuring 26 by 22. Like I said, the retail's $350, and we're up to $375 on this piece right now. So pick up the phone, call right now. This is how it works. You see the piece you want, hopefully early online, or you call someone and say, you'd love this piece, be watching at this time. Well, this time is now if you're trying to get one of these pieces. So pick up the phone, call the number on your screen. Check out our online site as well. You can also go back and see what each piece has sold for during the weekend, but you've got to call to bid. You cannot bid online, but you can see the pieces you want online and then call because you'll be able to see the time they're going to be up for auction. Phone a friend and have them join anywhere in the world for the PBS KVIE art auction. Now we're going to head over to the art for the second half of this break with Christina and Kelly.
All right, we are back with the second half of the landscape category. Item 39D, Storm Shadows by K.W. Moore Sr. This is oil on canvas. It's measuring 22 by 26 inches and has a retail price of $1,225. Kelly, what stands out to you right away when you see this piece?
Well, the majesty of the mountain behind these majestic trees. I absolutely love it. And then it's somehow enclosed, or it's trying to be enclosed by this little tiny delicate wire fence that's down in the foreground. I think it's a commentary on how man and people try to capture and hold nature in its place. But it can't be held in its place. It's absolutely beautiful. I love the colors. I love the composition. I want to point out that a friend sent the artist some photos on a trip through Canada, and he used those photos as he painted this scene in his studio. The rain clouds forming over a range of mountains in Canada cast a shadow that created a contrast between the cool and warm colors. And you can see the beautiful warm colors of the mountain rocks peeking up above, and then the cool colors of the foliage beneath.
Oh, I love it. And I was going to ask you where this was. So Canada, that answers that question. I love that you pointed out that fence, and it kind of gets brighter as our camera's moving up. It kind of starts dark and goes light. I just love the colors that you mentioned on that.
I just got goosebumps as you talked about that. So yeah, so in the foreground, say we're standing down here in this, little warm kind of grassy area, and we're looking over at this fence, and we're kind of being tempted to cross that fence. And it gets into that majestic, deep, lush forest that's there. And then, what's on the other side of that forest, this beautiful, majestic mountain.
I love it. And I love the wood frame. That's something that just jumped out to me right away because it's also bringing that outdoors in. Really lovely framing on this piece. Really brings you to nature.
It's echoing what's happening within the painting, and it's also, bringing the woods kind of out of the painting. And again, the artist has focused on this one little tiny section of forest, but the way that he's structured it and composed the painting, that that there's more landscape beyond it, and that's something that I love about when artists do in their composition.
Absolutely. A reminder, this is item 39D. It's called Storm Shadows. Kind of explain some of the little clouds up top there by K.W. Moore Sr. It's an oil on canvas measuring 22 by 26 with a retail value of $1,225. What a fantastic piece to have in your home, your office, maybe a study, maybe your reading nook, because it really brings that warmth that you're talking about, sitting by with a book. Maybe you're a hiker, a nature lover. Maybe you've been to this part of Canada. It reminds you of some of those wonderful travels. There's so many things that a painting like this can do for you and for your home. The number to call is on your screen. The current bid is on your screen as well. Just a reminder, we don't have much time for these pieces. Once they close, they close. So you want to get in on the bidding now and call that number on your screen. Additional thoughts, Kelly?
I love the composition. Again, the parallel kind of up and down, forgive me for losing my words, but with the fence posts and the trees and then that mountain, everything just keeps rising up for us.
Oh yeah, it draws your eye, like straight down the middle, almost with this tree right in the middle.
It's beautiful. I love it a lot.
I do too. And if you love it a lot, call the number on your screen, place a bid, and you can be taking this piece home. What a lovely piece. We're going to keep it open for bidding, and we're going to move on to our next item. Our next item is 39E. It's called Monastery Beach by Vance Vasu. This is an acrylic on board. It's measuring 16 by 20 with a retail value of $600. Monastery Beach. Oh, there's a lot to talk about here. It's such a different kind of painting, lots of texture. So excited, so much to talk about, Kelly. Where do we want to start?
So excited. Let's talk about the location. So this is in the Carmel area, and this is Monastery Beach. It's a famous beach near Carmel. It's especially dangerous beach with several kind of mishaps that's happened there. But there are deep undertows in the water. And so what he's done with the medium to kind of inform the landscape that is very maybe volatile sometimes and very alive and active is that he's used an acrylic medium layered with brush and palette knives. So it's got that texture that's just jumping off of the board and canvas that he has it on.
It really is. Our camera's getting some of that close-up detail, but you can almost like reach out and touch. It's so thick, the paint that he has on the canvas here. Can you talk about this method that the artist is using?
So there's a lot of material that's in with the medium, basically. So it makes it a lot thicker in texture, and you can manipulate it with palette knives and what have you, and you can continually to layer it. So you can see on the landscape here, the sand, it's got that grainy feel. You can feel the earth moving under you. You can feel the waves and the motion of the waves, and you can feel the volatile sky up above it. So he's created a lot of texture in this landscape that he so masterfully captured for us.
He really did. And it's a good size. I want to point this out. It's a really great size because it could fit in just about any place in your home, maybe the bedroom, hall. This would be a great hallway piece. Really anywhere in your home. Such a lovely piece. Maybe this is a part of the coast that you and your family have visited. And what a neat reminder of those times you spent together. Let this piece inspire you. It's item 39E. It's called Monastery Beach by Vance Vasu. It's acrylic on board with that really neat texture that Kelly's been talking about, measuring 16 by 20 with a retail value of $600. The current bid is on your screen, as well as the number to call. Kelly, what other things, what feelings and moods does this evoke from you?
It's got just a lot of energy in the piece. I wanted to point out some of the colors. On the very right part of this cliff that's kind of going to the horizon, there's a lot of just tiny, fine red lines. And it's kind of interspersed a little bit where land is meeting water, where land is meeting sky. So it kind of gives it a little bit of a dangerous, volatile feel to it, but there's also that inviting sound of the ocean that I can hear when I look at the texture he's employed.
Oh yeah, I want to go for a walk right along that beach right there. Safely at a safe distance, of course, given the landscape. But what a neat piece. If this piece speaks to you, the number to call is on your screen. The current bid's on your screen as well. Oh, I love it. I really am happy to see this end up in somebody's home. Final thoughts, Kelly?
I love the texture of it. It's a very tactile looking piece. And again, that speaks to the environment that he's taking us to.
Tactile is a great word for that. Okay, we're going to keep that piece open for you to continue bidding. We're going to move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 39F. It is called California Street by Susie Hoffman. This is an oil on canvas, and it's measuring 20 by 16, and it has a retail value of $350. I want to start with that title, California Street, because this is a very obvious California painting, right, Kelly? What are we looking at?
We are looking at California Street in San Francisco.
There we go. Okay, very explanatory.
And it's a very unique perspective of this street. If anyone knows San Francisco at all, California Street has, at some points of it, very steep vistas. So there's different angles and everything that you can look at. I used to live in San Francisco, so I always have an affinity to anything that's San Francisco. I want to point out that the artist took this photo while she was visiting the city, and the Bank of America building that's featured here, her family used to call Daddy's Castle because the father worked there. So there's a little bit kind of a quaint family story there, but anyone who's ever visited San Francisco or wants to visit San Francisco feels the mood that's in this piece.
Oh, I love it. Yeah. And I know we have a lot of viewers who've maybe spent time in San Francisco. They came from San Francisco. What a fantastic reminder to have in your home. And it's just a peaceful, scene. Sometimes you think San Francisco, you think busy, but I love the kind of the lights and the peaceful feeling that it brings to me. Can you tell us about the colors that she chose?
Well, definitely. She's got the very warm kind of electric orange that's up there in the building that's above. You've got the Golden Gate that's kind of behind it, which is known for its being orange, but interestingly enough, that's not the orange piece that's popping out to us. And then you've just got these beautiful glows of pink and warm colors that's down low, a little bit lower, where the sun is slowly setting on this beautiful California street scene.
I love that you use the word electric orange, because that's exactly what that color is. So many different, kind of pastel colors in there. I just love the colors. Just a reminder, this is item 39F. It's called California Street by Susie Hoffman. It's an oil on canvas measuring 20 by 16, a really good size, perfect for just about anywhere in your home, can kind of slip in anywhere, with a retail value of $350. If you're interested in taking this piece home, the number to call is on your screen, and the current bid is on your screen as well. For all of our San Francisco lovers out there, you don't want to miss out on this piece. You want to call now and make sure you take it home. We're almost at the end of the break. Kelly, final thoughts.
Beautiful colors. It's evocative of San Francisco, and it's a unique angle that you don't always see of San Francisco.
I like the angle. That's a good point. You're almost looking up at these large buildings.
It's beautiful. And it takes you right to the city. You can hear the noise, but you can also feel that there's a magic about San Francisco, and it comes across in the painting.
Absolutely. Item 39F, California Street by Susie Hoffman, oil on canvas, measuring 20 by 16, retail value $350. Call now, place your bid. The number to call is on your screen. The current bid is on your screen as well. Take this piece home with you. Well, we're now ending the end of this break, which means that now is your last opportunity to bid on the art featured in this half an hour. Let's check in over at the recap station for an update.
Okay, thank you so much, Christina and Kelly. And you can get in on the bidding this half hour by calling the number that you see right here on your screen. And taking home a beautiful piece of landscape collection can happen for you today. In fact, we're open until 5 o'clock for art pickup. I've been running out there and talking to people as they pick up their art. So many happy people. It's great to see. That can be you by picking up the phone. And here are the pieces that you can get right now, because we've got some that have just a couple of bids on them. That's great. Item 39D is Storm Shadows. Is this your introductory piece to art? It's by KW Moore Sr. It's oil on canvas measuring 22 by 26. The retail value on this would be $1,225. We have bid right now for $325. So get on the phone and get involved. Item 39E is Monastery Beach by Vance Vasu. This is acrylic on board measuring 16 by 20. You heard Kelly Raines talking about this piece. It is a retail of $600. We're at $175 right now. A beautiful piece of art. This is again acrylic on board by Vance Vasu. And 39F is California Street by Susie Hoffman. That is a San Francisco famous view. Put this in your home or office or as a gift. It's a great way to start someone on art, because this is a high bid right now of $125. This is a retail of $350. Again, this is item 39F. Call the number on your screen and you can take that piece home with you right now. Let's zip through the entire half hour that we have open right now. 39A is The Pandemic, and that is a $300 bid that we have right now. Retails at $750. So all these pieces, we need to get more calls. Call someone that you know to join with you in the auction and watching and bidding, and they too can join and maybe fighting with you over a piece. 39B is American River Nimbus area. $500 is the high bid right now. It retails for $800. That one's climbing. That's great. The path ahead has leaped over bell ringer status, which is great. Ring the bells. Yes, $575 for a $350 retail. That's a fantastic piece by Art Livingston. Thank you, Art. Also, the next piece coming up is 39D. That's Storm Shadows by KW Moore Sr. And this is oil on canvas, 22 by 26. Retails at $12.25. The bid right now is at $325, so that's a great way to get in. Also, Monastery Beach 39E retails for $600 right now. We have a high bid of $175. We're looking for two, and we just got it, $200. That's great. Can we get $225? Let's get the auction going live right now. More than one person, when we have two or more, which we usually always do, that's when we have an auction going live. Last piece is California Street 39F, and that's at $275, so that one is climbing as well. There you see it on your screen, and that is a beautiful piece of art. I have to tell you that if you know someone who loves San Francisco or is from San Francisco, this is a piece of art that they would love forever, because it is such a famous spot in San Francisco, California Street, and it shows both the busyness of the city as well as the quiet times, which you can get. Let me zip through these again really quickly. 39A is at $300. 39B is at $600. 39C is a $575, and that is the one right there that you see on your screen, which is absolutely beautiful. 39D is right there, and that is $325. That has a retail of $1225. Someone's going to get a really great piece. 39E Monastery Beach is $225 right now. Value is $600. California Street is at $300. Come on, let's get $350 for California Street. Make it a bell ringer. All right, stay with us. There's more art coming up in the next half hour of the PBS KVIE Art Auction.
PBS KVIE is committed to the visual and performing arts through national productions like All Creatures Great and Small and Endeavor, to our local productions like KVIE Art Showcase and the PBS KVIE Gallery, exhibiting award-winning art auction artists and California masters. PBS KVIE's commitment to the arts stays strong because of your participation as a donor and art buyer. Thank you for being a part of the PBS KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today. Picking up your purchased artwork is quick and easy to do. Visit PBS KVIE Studios Sunday through Tuesday during these posted hours for this year's curbside pickup. For your convenience, PBS KVIE representatives will carry your artwork to your vehicle when you arrive. All purchased art must be claimed within 30 days of auction closure. For questions, location, and hours, visit kvie.org/art auction. Thank you for being a part of the PBS KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today. Coming up next is the figurative category. Awards juried by Patrice. This category celebrates the human form and representations of animals. View all of the art featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art auction.
Hi there, I'm Rob Stewart. Thanks for joining us for the figurative break. How exciting. Here's an overview of the art that'll be up for bid during the next half hour. Let's go through this. If you're following along online, you see the address right here at the bottom as well as the phone number if you want to get someone else involved. Item 40A is The Pond by Diana Johnson, a beautiful watercolor measuring 22 by 30, framed by Skyline Picture Framing. The retail value is $950. We have an opening bid of $300 on this piece. Item 40B is Standing Colt. Look at that. Robin Kaminsky's creation. This is pencil color, measuring 20 by 16, and the retail value is $300. We have an opening bid right now of $100. Item 40C is Confetti Girl by Linda Kleeman. The acrylic on canvas piece measures 24 by 16. Retail value is $525, and we're about halfway there with a bid at $250. Item 40D is Cleo. Look at that. How sweet, by Carol Seibelman. And this is a ceramic measuring 9 by 5 by 12 by 24 piece. Carol has a retail value of this on $250, and we are looking for an opening bid on this piece right now. Item 40E is Ileton by Randy Wan, and this is mixed media, measuring 32 by 26 by 5. Those are beautiful birds there on that branch. This is a retail value of $400. We have a starting bid at $200. And item 40F is Bowling Queen. What? By Alexandra. Say it again. Oh, I'm so sorry. Bowing Queen. That's Bowing Queen. And it's Bowing Queen what? By Alexandra Yakovleva, and it's oil on canvas. I can't believe I got their last name right and messed up bowling, okay? Wait till you hear the story on this one. It's fantastic. Retail value is $1,100. 36 by 48 is the size. Okay, the phone lines are open for bidding right now, so pick up the phone, call the number on your screen, and you too can be involved in the KVIE Art Auction. Let's head over to the auctioneer and the art expert.
Hello there, I'm Christina Salerno, and we're back to discuss another round of amazing art. I'm here once again with art expert Kelly Rains. We're going to talk about some beautiful figurative works this half hour, beginning with item 40A. Item 40A is called The Pond. It's by Diana Johnson. This is a watercolor. It's measuring 22 by 30. It was framed by Skyline Picture Framing with a retail value of $950. I love these fish. Kelly, what can you tell us about these fish?
I love these fish. What I love is that this is the first time she's painted fish.
Wow, you can't even tell looking at that.
I feel like she was born painting fish. Yes. Absolutely beautiful, very masterful. It's watercolor and gouache. So watercolor is a transparent paint that that when you lay down on the paper, you can always usually see the whites of the paper shining through. But she's added white gouache to it, so you can see some opaque marks that you've got the movement of the water here. You see that white gouache. You see some of it on the fins a little bit on the fish. So she added that as the gouache as kind of a challenge for herself, and it adds a lot of depth and energy to the piece and a lot of movement.
Oh, I love that. I love learning something new with art auction. You just taught me something new about white gouache. I love it. This is such an energetic painting. When I see it, I just see the movement, as you mentioned, of the fish. What else does this bring to you when you look at it? What kind of emotions does it stir up?
Well, you mentioned motion and energy, so it's got so much motion and energy, and it's very vibrant. The colors that she used, I love saturated watercolors that she's got here, and I want to point out that she created this composition from many different photos she took while she was just sitting by this pond, relaxing and really enjoying. So I love that the artist took this very personal moment, took some photos, and then created this beautiful piece based on multiple different photos, and that's hard to do.
That is hard to do. Watercolor is hard to do as well. I want to remind the viewers, this is 22 by 30. It's framed by Skyline Picture Framing. Beautiful frame here with a retail value of $950. The current bid is on your screen, and the number to call is on your screen as well. This is a really large painting. It's a good size. I think it could be a really strong focal point in maybe a larger living room, a dining room, because it can really command a wall, especially with these beautiful colors.
It's very impressive, and you talked about the framing. I want to point out that this is on watercolor paper, and the edges of it are what you call a deckled edge, so it's not like a crisp, clean cut. So you can see the texture of the watercolor paper, the way it's floated inside this frame, and the frame itself is kind of got that reflective quality of a body of water, and you can kind of see the reflective quality when you're looking in the water. So I love the colors, I love the energy, the composition is absolutely beautiful too.
Oh, so many little details that you just pointed out. That's so exciting. This is your chance to own this piece, 40A, The Pond by Diana Johnson. Just a reminder that once these items are closed, they're closed. So if you're interested in this piece, the time to call is now. The number is on your screen. The current bid is on your screen as well. This has a retail value of $950. Place that call, make your bid, pick up this beautiful piece of art, and put it in your home or your office. Anywhere that this piece really speaks to you. Final thoughts, Kelly.
Well, I wanted to share that Diana, she loves KVIE's programming so much that she feels it's quite an honor to be able to give back to the station by donating her art because she loves the programming so much.
Oh, we love that. Thank you so much to the artist for that. All right, we're going to keep this item open, and for your to continue bidding, we'll move on to our next item. Our next item is 40B. It's called Standing Colt by Robin Kaminsky. This is pencil color, measuring 20 by 16 with a retail value of $300. Well, Standing Colt, that just tells you what you need to know about this piece, right, Kelly?
He's just so proud. I love this piece. The artist draws horses to relax, and as somebody who's viewing it, I feel relaxed looking at this, but I'm also envious of the artist in the beautiful just details and fine work that she's done with the horse. She singled out this horse out from a larger photo with his mother. She says he was a lot of fun to draw, and he's a lot of fun to look at.
Oh, he's so much fun to look at. He's got such a proud stance. He's like he's looking right at you. No matter where you stand, he's looking right at you. And I love that you can see his shadow down there. There's so much detail. What really jumps out to you about this piece?
Well, I mean, my favorite thing is his little tail, the way it's just curling up. He's just so proud. He's ready to prance for you, and he's like, look at me, look at me. I want to point out the Colt was done with Prismacolor colored pencils on a cream-colored Canson drawing paper to bring out the sun-stroked richness in his coat. And he really does look like he's been kissed by the sun, and she's captured that in the materials that she's used.
Beautiful sunny day with that horse. So this is for our horse lovers out there. Maybe this is a gift for somebody in your life who is a horse lover. Maybe you live on a ranch or you've ridden horses as a youth or as an adult. What a great piece to take home to remind you of those times. I know we have a lot of animal lovers who watch the art auction. We always have some great animal pieces in the auction. The number to call is on your screen, and the current bid is on your screen as well. Kelly, what else can you tell us about this piece?
Well, the artist really loves drawing fine details. So the musculature of the animal, you can see the ligaments and the tail. You can see the fine hairs in the tail and on his mane and everything. So she really takes a lot of great care in giving us the detail of this beautiful animal, and she's done it expertly. So I also love the way it's framed and matted. The double matte here shows the beautiful colors off in his coat and on the paper.
I'm just so impressed by the detail. It could almost be photographic to me. She has got every hair and muscle just dialed in, and it's such an impressive job by this artist.
Well, she's done such justice to this proud young colt.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And is this typical of her style and pencil
It is
drawing?
typical of her style. She does a lot of illustrations and drawing of horses. She's won several awards. To name a few, the Draft Horse Classic, first place several times, Best of Show, and a few others, and the California State Fair and Western States Horse Expo. So she is a master horse artist.
She really is. Okay, just a reminder, this is item 40B. It's called Standing Colt by Robin Kaminsky. Thank you so much, Robin. This is a pencil color measuring 20 by 16 with a retail value of $300. Your current bid on this piece is on your screen, and the number to call is on your screen too. So we're calling all of our horse lovers out there. Now is the time to place your bid. These pieces go so quickly. If you're interested in this piece, now is the time to call before we end this break. Okay, we're going to move on to our next break and keep this item open. Our next piece is item 40C. It's called Confetti Girl by Linda Kleeman. This is acrylic on canvas, and it's measuring 24 by 16 with a retail value of $525. Confetti Girl. She's almost hidden in the confetti, Kelly. Tell us a little bit more about what's happening here.
So I'm going to read from my notes because I love the genesis that the artist shared with us. She says that she was having both a happy day and a bad hair day, and the piece seemed to address both issues. She was influenced by a drawer full of ribbons and some new oil-based water paints that she wanted to use. So I love bringing in a personal experience that the artist was experiencing and recreating it on the painting. You can see maybe in the background what may be beautiful colored pieces of ribbon. And what do you do with ribbon? You maybe tie up your bad hair day. So she's enveloping a personal experience with new materials that she wanted to use. I absolutely love the colors that she used. There's lots of motion in the brush strokes that she's used in the background, maybe the ribbons, maybe, just the environment. And you can see her little dress in that beautiful kind of lemon yellow, and it's really beautiful.
It really is. A little bit of mystery in there as we're zooming in on the face of the figure. It's not real clear what's happening or what her expression might be, but I love that it leaves it open for interpretation to the person who's looking at this piece.
Absolutely. It's got an energy to it, but it's also got a mood and an emotion. So at any given day, any given time when you're looking at it, you can approach it from a different place and appreciate what you're experiencing in that moment. I love, again, the beautiful lemon dress that's juxtaposed with kind of the cobalt blues and cerulean that I'm seeing in there, and some of the ochre yellow, and it's energetic. There's a lot of depth and energy.
There really is. All right, this is Confetti Girl by Linda Kleeman. It's acrylic on canvas, measuring 24/16. Really nice size for just about any room in your house. This will fit right in there. It has a retail value of $525. You can see the current bid on your screen, and you can also see the number to call on your screen. If this is a lovely piece. If this piece is speaking to you, you want to call now, place your bid, get in the bidding. It's really fun, and you can take this beautiful piece of original artwork home. And it's got beautifully framed too. I want to just mention that. That's something that stood out to me too with the silver framing. What else can you tell us about it, Kate?
Well, it's a very elegant piece, but again, I love the mystery of who this person is, what they're doing there, what their action is with their hands, the way the hands are kind of coming together. And there's so many stories that you can create for yourself for this scene that you're in, and I love that it's expanding outside of it.
It really is. Yeah, a lot of mystery, it's just the colors, really. This is a color palette that I think would look very calming in maybe a living room over a sofa, a bedroom, because it's got those clean, I loved all the colors that you named, which are very specific colors, but it can really go in any room and just bring that sense of calm, mystery, would bring it to you. So whatever this piece means to you, now is the time to call. We have the number on your screen, and we have the current bid on your screen as well. All right. Well, we're halfway through the break, which means we're going to keep this piece open and check in over at the recap station for bidding updates.
Great bidding updates for you, everybody. You got your bells. We should all sing, "You can ring on my bell." We got lots of bell ringers right now. That's for $550 on Confetti Girl for 40C. Fantastic. Let's go to 40A, the top of this break. That's the pond. I have to tell you, this beautiful piece of art is the first time Diana Johnson has painted fish, and she knocked it out of the park. Look at this piece. We have a high bid right now for $350, and we're trying to take it all the way up to retail value of $950. This is a collector. This is a piece that could go anywhere in a home. It could start someone on their art collection, and it could all be about the magic and the mystery and all the beautiful things that we learn from the water and the sea and fish. This could be yours by picking up the phone and calling the number right now on your screen. 40B is Standing Colt, a bell ringer at $360 right now. Retails for $300, and that is awesome. Fantastic job. That is still open, by the way. Once we hit that bell ringing status, we don't close it. We keep going. And the next piece is 40C. That's Confetti Girl. And Confetti Girl just hit bell ringer status as well. And there you see it. We have a current bid right now for $550, and the retail was for $525, and it may soar well above this right now, but right now we can tell you that we are at bell ringing status. We would like to make this a bell ringing half hour. Will you join us in that challenge? Pick up the phone, call the number on your screen, as well as you can see our web address on there as well. You can follow along the art that's coming up in the next half hour. It's a great time to look through it and phone a friend and say, hey, I think you might like this piece, or it's a great gift idea for so-and-so or this person. And the next thing you know, it could be yours. You could pick it up today if you get here before, well, the next 15 minutes. It's open again tomorrow as well and Tuesday for art pickup. 40A. We have a $350 bid. Let's get this going. We need another person on the phone to take this auction on this one higher and higher. We want to take it to $400 and then all the way up to $950 if we can. But right now we're just asking for $400. Standing Colt is $360 right now. That's the highest bid right now for 40B by Robin Kaminsky. Yay! And then 40C is Confetti Girl. That's up to $550. And that retail was for $525. So we have 2 out of 3 bell ringers, and I'm sure that we're going to keep on ringing. Let's head back to see the rest of the artwork in this break with Christina and Kelly.
Some really beautiful art in this break, and it can be on your wall before you know it. The current bid is on your screen, as well as the number to call to place your bid. The piece we're looking at now is item 40D. It's called Cleo by Carol Soibelman. This is ceramic. It's measuring 9.5 by 12 by 24 inches with a retail value of $250. Kelly, initial thoughts on this beautiful sculpture?
Well, we were talking before we started filming, and it's very regal.
Very regal.
It's got a beautiful pose. It's very, very stately in its repose. I wanted to share that the artist was inspired by a visitor in her neighborhood at some point. A mountain lion was sighted roaming the neighborhood, and she was reminded that nature is ever present, and there's a fine balance in the nature ecosystem and how we live. And so she created this beautiful, beautiful mountain lion in honor of that.
What a lovely sculpture. And it's kind of got a relaxed pose. It's not walking around. It's not hunting. It's kind of looking around. But I love the intensity of that expression. What do you see when you see the expression on Cleo there?
Cleo is very thoughtful.
Very
if
thoughtful.
I was going to anthropomorphize Cleo, I would say this is a very thoughtful, ponderous cat. I love Cleo's pale gray, steely eyes.
Oh yeah, the eyes are intense.
They're intense, but they're inviting. So I think this is the perfect opportunity to get up close to a mountain lion and be safe and appreciate it. But it's beautifully done. It should not go outside. I want to talk about that. This is a sculpture that should be an indoor display only. But I love that it's created out of ceramic and it's clay, which is an element of nature. And she's created this beautiful, beautiful piece of nature.
I love that the word you used was inviting, because I think that this piece would be such an inviting piece to have in your home, maybe in an entryway as somebody enters or on display, because it's such a, not only is it inviting, but it's also like a conversation piece. So guests in your home would just be drawn to this sculpture and start to talk about it.
It's very much a conversation piece, even if you've got, have a dinner party, or even if you've got young children. It's a way to talk about nature. It's a way to talk about art and incorporating both. Again, I love the length of the sculpture. It's rather long, 12 by 24 inches, and it's just absolutely beautiful. It was completed in her studio. It's ceramic with glazes, and it's made from commercial ceramic clay and glazes, which she's gathered over the years. And she took classes at Folsom Lake College. And I wanted to point out that she's a local artist. She's learned locally, and she's incorporated nature into her work.
Right. I'm really glad you mentioned the length because it's a good size. It's almost the size of a real cat if a real cat was laying out. So it's quite large and a really beautiful piece. Again, it's item 40D. It's called Cleo by Carol Soibelman, ceramic with a retail value of $250. You can see the current bid on your screen right now, as well as the number to call if you'd like to come take this big cat home with you and have it in a place in your home that really speaks to you. I love sculptures because there's just so many different things or places you could set it in your home. And just as we talked about, invite people in to talk about it and talk about the nature and this particular piece of art.
Absolutely. And it's three-dimensional art. So you can enjoy it from any angle, wherever you put it in your home or your work or your office. Again, those solemn gray eyes are just pulling me in. It's kind of like the Mona Lisa of cat sculptures. And good, I don't say that lightly, and I mean it. It's just very serene, stately, and I love it.
And regal, as we've said. All right, we're going to keep this item open for you to continue bidding on, and we're going to move on to our next item. Our next item is item 40E. It's called Ileton by Randy Wan. This is a mixed media. It's measuring 32 by 26 by 5. It has a retail value of $400. This is such a neat piece, Kelly. I mean, it just pops when I look at it.
I love his work. He is a past contributor to the art auction, and his work is just it's so elemental, it's so vibrant, and I want to share a little bit about his inspiration for his work and his process. His work is inspired by observing nature and living in the Central Valley. He's also inspired by his own Chinese descent. It's a contemporary interpretation of Chinese bird and flower paintings, and the work's title is based on a local town in the Delta area called Ileton. He goes out, basically what Randy does is he goes out and he collects different materials, these branches, and he takes found material back to his studio and creates these little ceramic birds. So he takes found material from nature, uses ceramics, and creates more nature, and then he builds this frame around it. And what I really love about this, one of the many things I love about it, is that these birds are breaking the plane of, so to speak, the canvas. So you've got this bird right here that's kind of popping out a little bit more. So it's very three-dimensional. He's painting with found material in a way.
Oh, that's so neat. I love how he collects items from nature to turn it into art. And as we get closer on the birds, each bird looks a little different. They're in a different position. So how does that draw your eye around the piece with the birds in there as the focal points?
Well, it's just it's also a narrative piece. So these birds are here as this, a friendly flock of birds and one of them's getting ready to take flight here. There's another taking flight here. There's a couple that are perched. They've set in for the night. So also what I love about this, wherever you hang it, because there's no back to it, you've got these beautiful shadows that are showing up from wherever the light in the room's going to hit it. So again, it adds more depth, and it's a very moving piece.
Really lovely piece. It's item 40E, Ileton, inspired by that place in the Delta. I was wondering about that, by Randy Wan. Mixed media measuring 32 by 26 by 5 with a retail value of $400. The current bid is on your screen, as well as the number to call. This is such a neat piece to hang in your house. And like you said, you can get different shadows depending on what time of day, where the sunlight's hitting, what light's hitting on this piece. You're going to get a different look at it any time of the day.
You're going to get a different look. If you're somebody who likes to move your art around throughout, the tenure of it in your home, or a different colored wall is going to have a different effect.
Oh, the color of the wall.
Different color of the
absolutely.
wall is going to have a different effect. Positioning of the light in the room, however it's approaching it. And again, I would just want to point out that it's jumping out of the painting. So it's not a painting. I keep calling it a painting because it's just so vibrant.
Right.
But he really is painting with ceramic and found materials, and he's assembling it and creating this vignette of nature for us.
If you're a bird watcher, a nature lover, maybe you have a birder in your family, what a neat gift or item to have in your home, your living room, study. There's a lot of different places you could put that. I think I'd be that person moving it from wall to wall, trying to see where the different shadows go on. All right, so we're going to keep this item open for you to continue bidding on it. We're going to move on to our next item. Our next item is item 40F. It's called Bowing Queen, what? By Alexandra Yakovleva. This is oil on canvas, and it's measuring 36 by 48 with a retail value of $1,100. Well, first of all, that title it makes me smile. Bowing Queen what? What can you tell us about it, Kelly?
So I'll talk about the title and the inspiration of, I'm going to read my notes. Alexandra, who also goes by Sasha, which is a nickname for Alexandra, she was inspired by the idea of roles that chess pieces play on the board. And we all know that the queen is the most prized piece on the board. She says the queen is the most powerful and strongest piece in the game of chess. She says, in quotes, there are also queens in our modern world, and they certainly don't bow. However, in her painting, she does have this queen taking a bow because she wants to bend the rules and expectations. She's twisting the normal plot to flip the standards just to imagine the impossible or maybe the unnecessary. So you do have this queen that's bending in this chess world.
Oh, that's so neat. I want to take a second to point out how large this piece is. You can tell in relation to how we're standing. It's a 36 by 48, so a really good size to hang on a really big wall. What a focal point statement piece this would be in your home or in your office. Can you talk about some of the colors and why that draws you in so much?
There's such vibrant colors, and I love the contrast that she's chosen. She works in what she calls as a segmented abstract style. It's a style in which she's painted in the last 3 years and continues to explore. She likes to segment out different portions of it and create different depths of feel and emotions. Back to the title of it, I want to point out, she goes, it has a statement and an exclamation point to serve as a surprise and a question representing disbelief. So even the title of the piece, Bowing Queen, what? And I think that opens up a conversation for anybody who's enjoying the painting.
Absolutely. It's definitely a conversation starter. And I think you mentioned the segmenting or the lines. Can you talk about what the artist is doing? Because it draws your eye to different parts of this painting the more you look at it.
Well, for me, what I'm experiencing with definitely the black lines, I'm seeing a chessboard that is also bending.
Interesting.
In its environment. So not only is the queen bending, but the entire world of this chess world is bending. And a lot of things we approach in life sometimes is a game of chess. And the rules are, you know, sometimes there to be broken. And so she's broken a lot of rules with this bending chess queen and, you know, in some ways, this chessboard.
Absolutely. This is item 40F, Bowing Queen what? That's such a fun. By Alexandra Yakovleva. This is oil on canvas measuring 36 by 48. Again, that really big, powerful size with a retail value of $1,100. The current bid is on your screen, as well as the number to call to take this piece home. You can have this in your home or office within a matter of days. What a lovely statement piece, ready to hang, ready to have people come in and say, Bowing Queen, what? What else can you tell us about it, Kelly?
Again, the size that you talked about, it's such a statement piece. I love the colors that she's used. There's a lot of energy and movement in the piece with the black lines that she's got going through. The crown, obviously, the queen is in this bending motion, and it's beautiful. And energetic.
Really energetic. Thanks so much, Kelly. Well, we're ending the end of this break, which means that now is your final opportunity to bid on the art featured in this half an hour. Let's check in over at the recap station for an update while you pick up that phone and get involved.
Great piece of art. Okay, thank you so much, Christina. And let me go through real quick in our final minutes of the figurative break. And we want to hear those phones ringing. So pick up the phone, call the number on the screen. I'll zip through the pieces you just saw, then we'll go through the whole break, okay? All these pieces are open for you to bid right now. And we've got some great pieces here as well. Item 40D is Cleo. That's by Carol Soibelman. This is ceramic measuring, look at there, bell ringer, yay, 9.5 by 12 by 24. Retail value is $250. We're already at $425 for this piece, which is fantastic. Thank you so much for this beautiful Cleo, Carol Soibelman. It's beautiful. Item 40E is Ileton by Randy Wan, and this piece right now is a beautiful piece of art. Those are birds that you see in that branch. It is a value of $400. We have a bid for $200 on Ileton, Randy Wan's 40E. And 40F is Bowing Queen, what? By Alexandra Yakovleva. And this is oil on canvas measuring 36 by 48, a beautiful piece of art. Retail value is $1,100. We've only got a bid for $150. Let's get the calls coming in on this piece and get those numbers climbing. Again, that's Bowing Queen what? And it is by Alexandra Yakovleva. Okay, You hear those phones ringing? That's what we need, and we want more of those because that means that ultimately more of you are connecting with the arts, and we love that. Let's go back to the top. Item 40A is the pond. There you see it right now. It has a bid of $525 and a retail of $950. A gorgeous piece of art by Diana Johnson. Item 40B is Standing Colt. That's at $360 right now, above the retail, which means it's a bell ringer, which is fantastic, and keep calling for this piece. They're all open. Item 40C is Confetti Girl. I love this piece of art. It's at $550, another bell ringer. Way to go, Linda Kleeman. Thank you so much. And way to go to the person who won this piece by being the high bidder. You could outbid them by picking up the phone, though, and calling right now. Item 40D, again, Clio is at $425, which is great. Ileton is at $225. And there you see Cleo. Isn't Cleo just adorable? There is Randy Wan's piece for Ileton. I want to point out real quickly that this is mixed media. You see that beautiful branch there? And those birds are absolutely exquisite. You see 5 or 6 birds in that beautiful piece of art. Each of those could be a piece of art in and of themselves. It's a gorgeous piece. I've seen it. Also, I would like to jump to the next piece, which is 40F, and it's Bowing Queen What by Alexandra Yakovleva. This is oil on canvas, measuring 36 by 48. It's a nice size piece of art, and we have a bid for $150 on that beauty. All right, stay with us. There's more art coming up in the next half hour of the PBS KVIE Art Auction. Stay with us.
Welcome to the 41st Annual PBS KVIE Art Auction. Join us all weekend for a celebration of Northern California's visual arts. Over 270 works of art will be auctioned off to the highest bidder, and you can be part of the action by watching and bidding on your favorite artwork. View the entire collection online at kvie.org/art-auction. Then, when your favorite item appears, call 1-844-KVIE-ART to place your bid. Auction proceeds benefit the programs and services of your PBS station, KVIE. So thank you for watching and bidding. And now, let the auction begin. Bidding on items in the art auction is quick and easy to do. First, explore the collection online at kvie.org/art-auction, or keep watching PBS KVIE. When a piece of art catches your eye, call 1-844-KVIE-ART and a volunteer will assist you. KVIE accepts all major credit cards for your art purchase, and a member of our accounting team will confirm your payment within 5 minutes of item sale. Thank you for being a part of the PBS KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today. Coming up next is the landscape category. Awards juried by Leslie Toms, landscapes celebrate the natural beauty throughout our region and beyond. View all of the art featured in this year's collection at kvie.org/art-auction.
Thank you, Nate. Great cheers. Hello, I'm Rob Stewart, and thank you for joining us for this landscape break. So exciting. Here's an overview of the art that'll be up for bid during the next half hour. We have a great collection for you, and it's all right here at the web address beneath me, as well as the phone number. So pick up the phones and make them ring, because that's how you make art come into your home, by being the winning bidder. Okay, let's run through the items in this half hour. There are some beautiful pieces, including this one. 41A is Capitol Spring by Ruth Holton Hodson. This is pastels, measuring 24 by 20. The beautiful California Capitol, and it is retail value $500. And we're looking for an opening bid on this piece right now. Item 41B is Blooming Artichokes. How gorgeous. That is by Jean Hall, and this is an oil on canvas, measuring 11 by 14. Retail value is $125. It's already a bell ringer. That's great, at $200 right now for this beautiful 41B Blooming Artichokes. 41C is Palacio da Mondragon, and this is by Dick Stern, by watercolor measuring 20 by 16. Look at that piece, it's gorgeous. It is a retail of $250. We've already got for Palacio de Mondragon is, sorry about that, Dick, I really apologize. Dick Stern, this is a gorgeous piece. And we have a bid for $150 on your gorgeous piece of art right now. Let's get that up to $200. Right now on the KVIE art auction. It's a 20 by 16 watercolor. It's stunning. Item 41D is Kinderdyke Windmills by Joe Stratton. It's Kinderdyke Windmills, acrylic on canvas measuring 18 by 24. I love this piece. I think it is gorgeous, of Kinderdyke Windmills. It's $450 for the retail value. We have a bid for $350. Let's take that on to $400, and then hopefully we'll get that to bell ringer status as well. We'd love to have an entire half hour of bell ringers. Item 41E is Passing the Swans by the late Douglas Fairchild. And we would really like to thank and say that the artwork was generously donated by the Weller family. We truly appreciate that. By the late Douglas Fairchild. Acrylic on linen, measuring 36 by 48. It is a beauty. It is a head turner. I can tell you that for sure. We've had a lot of people come by and look at it. Retail value is $4,750. You could be the opening bid on this piece. Item 41F is Tranquility at Sacramento Yacht Club. How beautiful. By Maggie McGurk. It is mixed media, measuring 20 by 16. Retail value is $320, and we have a current bid right now for $125. So a very exciting half hour right now for you to get involved with, but the only way to do that is to pick up the phone, call the number that you see right here on the screen, and phone a friend and have them join you as well by finding the art they want at the address right there. Okay, the phone lines are open, so take your bids. That's what we're here to do. Let's see the art and the auctioneer and the art expert right now.
Hi there, I'm Christina Salerno, and thank you for joining us for this Landscapes collection. During this break, I am pleased to be here again with art expert Kelly Rains to discuss the artwork featured in this half an hour. Let's get started. Item 41A is Capital Spring by Ruth Holton Hodson. This is pastels. It's measuring 24 by 20 with a retail value of $500. Capital Spring says it all right there. Kelly, what can you tell us about this
Capital
piece?
Spring says it all. If anybody's ever been to Capitol Park and visited the Capitol, this really does capture a moment from spring. And I wanted to point out, I'm a pastel artist, and I'm always, I get really excited when I see another pastel artist and I get up close to see what they've done. And I just love how she's laid down the pastels and the colors and the contrasts that she's used. I want to point out the flowers are dogwood flowers.
Beautiful.
Absolutely beautiful. I can just smell the fragrance. So I love that the foreground captures, the star of the show to me is the dogwood.
Oh,
The Capitol's there as a reference point, and it's a very stately, beautiful building. But what she's really done with the composition and really putting the flowers up front is celebrating these flowers and springtime that the Capitol gets to be witness to.
I love it. You know what it does for me is draw my eye. Like, I look up through these beautiful flowers, and then it draws my eye to that Capitol, which we all know so well here in Sacramento. Maybe you work at the Capitol. This is a scene that you walk by all the time. What a great memory of that to have in your home or your office. The number to call is on your screen, and the current bid is on your screen for this piece, Capital Spring. What else can you tell us about it, Kelly?
Well, she tells me that she rarely captures buildings in her landscapes, but it's just such an iconic part of this park, this dogwood. So to me, it's you're peeking through these flowers, and you are taking a peek up at the Capitol. And you're right, your eye does travel up through here to the dome of the Capitol. So it's a great point in time that captures a place in our very immediate area. And I love the combinations of the light, almost chartreuse greens that she's got here, and the little leaves in front, juxtaposed against to the deep dark greens of the trees that are in Capitol Park.
Oh, it's so lovely. Such a colorful piece. I love the pinks. Very soft, lovely piece that would go great in maybe a bedroom or a living room. The colors just bring me a lot of peace. And I can almost picture walking around the Capitol. As you do that circle around the Capitol, you just kind of keep peeking at it from different vantage points. And I could see how the artist saw this scene and it inspired her. If this piece inspires you, all you have to do is call the number on your screen to place a bid. You will also see the current bid on your screen as well. A reminder, this is 41A, Capital Spring by Ruth Holton Hodson. Pastels, as Kelly mentioned, measuring 24 by 20. Really lovely size for, I think, a bedroom, hallway, living room, really anywhere, with a retail value of just $125. What else can you tell us about it, Kelly?
I love that she's so masterful at capturing light with the pastels. Again, back to these beautiful light green leaves. Light is just dancing off of them, and you can see the light kind of reflected through the paper thin petals of the flowers, and then it just kind of travels up, and then there's a little bit of light that's kind of in the sky. So she's really, really masterful at capturing light with her medium.
I can tell, yeah, you can definitely see wherever you look at it, you have a different viewpoint of the Capitol and the dogwood. Such a neat piece. We want to thank the artist for donating this piece, and just a reminder that all of the bids that you place today go to support PBS KVIE, your local PBS station, with all of the shows that you love. And we're so grateful for the artists for donating their talent and their time for pieces like this. We're going to keep this piece open for you to continue bidding, and we're going to move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 41B. It's called Blooming Artichokes by Jean Hall. This is an oil on canvas. It's measuring 11 by 14 with a retail value of $125. I have to say I love this piece, Blooming Artichokes, because I love artichokes. They're like one of my favorite vegetables.
I love it. So Jean shared that she chose the subject because it's one of their favorites and because it's not often painted.
Right.
So as for somebody who loves artichokes as well, this is such a great, it's unexpected it's new and it's energetic. I absolutely am in love with the blues that she's got here in this blooming artichoke. I just kind of want to take it home and live with these artichokes.
I do too. I think this would go perfectly in a kitchen as I'm preparing food. I would just see these gorgeous colors and these artichokes that remind me of California's bounty of fresh fruits and vegetables that we're so lucky to have here. And that just comes across to me in this painting of all the colors and vibrancies. What jumps out to you, Kelly?
Again, the colors are lush. There's a lot of energy in the painting and the composition. And I love that she's got one that's a little bit taller. And as your eye reads left to right, there's one that's down here too. So, not to be forgotten, they come in the pair here. And I love the juxtaposition of the blues with these deep, dark reds set on top of the dark greens. The color combinations are very inviting and energetic.
They are, and it's kind of got a softness to it too that I really love as I look at it. And lots of different places my eye jumps. The blue, obviously, but I love those pops of color in the corner as well. Can you tell me about the softness and the kind of the colors the artist chose here?
Well, she chose very soft colors. It's got a very soft kind of almost impressionistic feel, but I don't think it's very impressionistic, but it's just got that warm Monet kind of feel that you're jumping into the scene. And there's the soft brushwork with the artichokes here, but you've got these stick figures that are coming up over here. So you can see different textures in this garden. And a garden is not just any one texture or any one color. So she's captured this tiny little snapshot in what is probably a more expansive garden.
Oh, I love it. And it's an interesting perspective of artichokes too, because you don't always see them in bloom. You think of them as the kind that you would eat. So I kind of love that perspective too. As a gardener, I love this one. Maybe you have a gardener in your home who would love a beautiful piece like this that kind of brings their garden indoors. Again, it's item 41B. It's called Blooming Artichokes by Jean Hall. It's an oil on canvas measuring 11 by 14. I want to draw attention to that size because it's just such a great size that you could just fit anywhere. Kitchen, hallway, living room, really overlooking your garden perhaps, with a retail value of $125. And I love that the camera just jumped into that really close detail on that blooming artichoke right there. You can really see those colors pop, Kelly.
It's such an inviting piece, and it takes me outside, and it's also a very intimate piece. The size of it, the composition, there's not a lot of negative space around these blooming artichokes, just enough to create a scene and to create place for us. So I love that the artichokes blooming are center stage, but she's incorporated enough details to set the scene in the bigger world that they live in.
Absolutely. Well, the current bid is on your screen. We're going to allow you to continue bidding on this piece while we move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 41C. It's Palacio de Mondragon by Dick Stern. This is a watercolor, and it's measuring 20 by 16 with a retail value of $250. This is such a neat piece. I really love this one. I want to be inside of this painting. Kelly, what are your first impressions of it?
So I absolutely love it. I have the privilege of having visited Spain for several weeks. some years ago. And in this section of Spain, Andalusia, as some people might say. So he really has captured the white walls of the buildings, the adobe brick, the bright red here, and the stunning vistas that you see throughout southern Spain. So I love it just from a personal standpoint as somebody who's been there. He's really captured the feel and the essence and even the atmosphere, the bright white of the sky right here, and it fades up into the blue. It's almost like the buildings there sometimes feel a part of the sky, and he's really captured that in this painting.
Yeah, that Spanish tile filled it just jumps out to you. It's almost like you could feel a real sense of place with this. I want to point out too that it actually wraps around the side, so that sense of being in it even continues around it. Can you tell us how the artist did that as well?
So he's got the painting wrapped around this. I don't know exactly technically how he did it, but it is a watercolor painting over a graphite drawing. So I do want to point out, so he does a fine detailed graphite drawing first, and then he lays down the watercolor on top of it. So it's got more depth to it and more detail, I think, at least for me when I'm viewing it that way. It's on Arches paper, stretched over the wooden frame, so it talks to a little bit about that. But again, I want to go back to, he's capturing place so well. If you've been to Spain or you've seen pictures of Spain, or if you want to go to Spain, they really do have flowers just falling off the walls here. They have pottery everywhere, and he's got these beautiful brick footways for you to walk through, and the arches up above. So I love the composition, and he's capturing Spain and the south of Spain expertly.
Absolutely. Reminder, this is item 41C, Palacio de Mondragon by Dick Stern. It's a watercolor measuring 20 by 16 with that graphite that you mentioned, which really brings out that detail. I like that you shared that with us. What a great bit of detail that they brought out there, with a retail value of $250. You can see the current bid on your screen as well. If you've traveled through Europe, if you want to travel through Europe, wow, what an amazing piece that you could take home and have in your piece. It's almost like a photograph. Instead of having a photograph, you could have an original piece of art to either remind you of those times or bring you back to that moment or take you somewhere where you want to go. Because it really does, I mean, the amount of detail this artist has put in there between the flowers and the windows and the buildings in the back, I'm just wowed by it, Kelly.
It's beautiful. And a little bit of history about the location that he's painted. The Palacio, it was built in the 14th century by the Moorish ruler of the city at the time, and it's currently open to the public and houses the Ronda Municipal Museum. So it's a very revered place in Spain, and it's an often visited place in Spain, where people still also live and do their day-to-day activities.
Absolutely. Such a lovely piece. The current bid is on your screen, as well as the number to call. All right. Well, we're halfway through this break, which means we're going to keep this piece open and check in over at the recap station for bidding updates.
Thank you, Christina. We have some great pieces this break in celebration of landscapes. And all of these phones behind us, we are ready to make them ring. So pick up the phone. The number's right below me, and that is the number to call. You see kvie.org/art auction. That's where you can see all the art coming up for bid so that you know when to pick up the phone and call. But please call others and have them do the same thing. This quietness we hear in here, you can make that end, and you can make all of the phones ring by calling, because we want to make sure that you get the art that you want and that we feel you deserve. All right, we're going to start with Capitol Spring. It's so beautiful. Look at this gorgeous piece. Retail value is $500. We are looking for a starting bid of $100 for Capitol Spring. It is pastels measuring 24 by 20. It's a gorgeous piece of art, and it is a retail value of $500 again, and it is by Ruth Holton Hodson. Capitol Spring. Come on, let's get those phones ringing. Pick up the phone, celebrate the region, celebrate the gorgeous blossoms that bloom year-round at the Capitol. There's always something for everyone at the Capitol, and this right now could be yours to showcase the beautiful spring in your home. Okay, the next one is Blooming Artichokes 41B. This is a bell ringer, $300 right now for a high bid. That's fantastic. This is by Jean Hall. It is oil on canvas measuring 11 by 14. And we are thrilled to tell you this is a bell ringer, so keep the phones ringing and let's get the rest of these pieces up. The next one is 41C. It's the Palacio de Mondragon. And this is a beautiful watercolor measuring 20 by 16 by Dick Stern. We have a bid right now for $125. let's see, $175. The value is $250. We're very close to making this a bell ringer, the Palacio. It is just such a beauty by Dick Stern, and it is watercolor measuring 20 by 16, retails at $250. And let's get the phones going up. There's $180 now. Let's get that to $200. Let's take higher increments and get that up to the bell ringer status, okay? And let's get an opening bid on Capitol Spring. It is a beauty. And right now, if it could connect with you or a friend, show us $100 and you could get this. Yes, we got it. Okay, how about $150? We're just going to keep going. Hopefully, as we call for it, it will come in. Hey, why not just do the $500? Okay? All right, let's take a look at some of the more art and the landscape collection with Christina and Kelly.
That's right. The number to call is on your screen. And when you do, you'll be supporting PBS KVIE as well as the arts right here in our region. We're moving on now to item 41D. It's called Kinderdijk Windmills by Joe Stratton. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 18 by 24, and it has a retail price of $450. Kelly, talk to us about this work by Joe Stratton.
So the artist was influenced by visiting this location in Europe where there's these beautiful heritage windmills, as well as the windmills that are in Golden Gate Park and some that he saw on the Azores. So he and his traveling partner took a few photographs, so he used these as reference points, and it's just such an elegant piece.
It really is.
We were talking a little bit before we came on camera, and the things that I love about it, I love paintings that go beyond the canvas. So you've got this windmill here on the very left, where this windmill is so expansive that even a canvas and a frame can't contain it. So I love that detail that the artist has given us. And just the reflections that are underneath. There's a little dock here that you can go sit on, and the reflections come down. You've got a little bit of water life, this little tiny swan or duck that's over here in the water. So it's a beautiful piece with reflections, lots of beautiful moving lines from the windmill propellers, and then the lines of the landscape that's cutting the canvas kind of in half.
Wow, so much to look at. And like you said, it's almost kind of photographic quality to it, just the way it pops out and you see the reflections on it. There's so much to look. How does this draw your eye as you're looking at it, Kelly?
Well, it draws my eye because it immediately takes me to a sense of place. I love windmills personally, so it takes me to a sense of place in this nature. It's very much nature. So these structures are trying to capture nature, trying to harness nature. That's the purpose of a windmill. And nature itself seems almost very still in this moment because the water doesn't seem to show us any ripples or anything. So the mirror of the windmills are pretty still. And the only thing that really seems to be moving is this little duck that's just kind of traversing along in the pond. So to me, he's capturing a very still, serene moment in time.
I like the word serene, and that's what I get from it. And I think it's the colors, these really natural, beautiful colors that continue even to the frame, a very natural frame. And even the windmills are kind of an earthy brown. So to me, I sense a real sense of nature and peace when I look at this.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I love the colors that he used. And the colors are also enhanced by his very deft hand at capturing light. So you can even see in the water, you can see the light reflected in the water kind of near the coastline and on the buildings themselves and then into the nature that's in the foreground. It's beautiful.
It's item 41D, Kinderdijk Windmills by Joe Stratton. And I just want to take a second to thank this artist. He's a multi-year contributor donating the artwork to PBS KVIE in our art auction. And it always gives us something different. And this is definitely something different. We haven't seen a piece like this yet. So I just love that and appreciate the donation by the artist. Just a reminder that as you place bids and you bid on this artwork, all the proceeds go to benefit PBS KVIE and the programming that you love. Everything from the kids programming to the dramas to the news programming you've come to trust. All of this artwork and the donations by the artist goes to support the mission of PBS KVIE. What final thoughts do you have on this piece?
The colors and the lines that he's used, from the lines of the windmills to this coastline, I absolutely am in love with how he lays down his lines and the composition and negative space that he's used.
Absolutely. Such a lovely piece with that little duck right there, as you mentioned. All right, we're going to keep this piece open and we're going to move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 41E. It's called Passing of the Swans by the late Douglas Fairchild. This is acrylic on linen. It's measuring 36 by 48. The retail value is $4,750. And I want to mention that this artwork was generously donated by the Weller family, and we thank them very much for that donation. So, Kelly, we have to start with this piece by the size. You can see how far away we might have to shout for this one, but tell us a little bit about this piece.
Well, I want to start off with a quote from the painter. the painter wrote, "Many people say they don't know much about art. But I observe that most people have an innate understanding of what they see and what they like. The most valid statement anyone can make about a work of art is that they like it." And I'm tearing up a little bit when I read that. All I can say is, I like it. You know, I love it. So it's a statement piece. It's beautiful. He is a trained professional, or he was a trained professional photographer. And when I first saw this piece, I thought it was a photograph because it's got such a photorealistic quality to it. And I really do love that his photography and his profession really translated and informed his artistry in capturing this landscape in paint.
Absolutely. I think we use the term visual reality, and that's absolutely reflected in this. Like you said, it does look like a photograph, and the amazing details that he has between the rocks and the birds. There's so much to look at. What drew your eye first, Kelly?
What drew my eye are definitely these organic structures, or for lack of a better word, that are protruding out of the ground with such energy and purpose. It's like they will come out, they will rise towards that sky. I love the composition that he's got them all pointing towards where the sunlight's coming from, where those birds are traveling to, and where all of the clouds seem to kind of be traveling to too.
And I want to jump our eyes to the birds because our camera's jumping on them right now. And the title of this piece is Passing of the Swans. So I think as we think about that they're most likely swans passing over this gorgeous landscape, which just keeps on drawing your eye. You have the swans there, but you also have this horizon. You just keep looking and looking beyond it, which I love.
I got goosebumps. I get goosebumps every time I look at it. There's so much detail. There's cloud drift down here and these clouds over here. You can see the little tree trunks over here. It's such a soft, lush, very pastoral kind of look to it. And the way he's capturing light and the shadows of said light over in the far right of the canvas, it's stunning.
It's stunning. I want to remind our viewers, this is item 41E, Passing of the Swans by Douglas Fairchild. It's an acrylic on linen, which is interesting. And I have to draw attention to the size of this. This is 36 by 48. Really large piece. This is a statement piece that if you have on a large wall in your home or perhaps a corporate office, that is going to absolutely draw attention to a piece like this. It has a retail value of $4,750. You can see the current bid on your screen right now. And wow, Kelly, what a statement piece to own. What an amazing original piece of art by this artist.
I'm jealous of whoever gets to take this home with them because from the frame in, it's just... It's capturing this portion of the world that is so expansive and portions of it that, has stayed on the test of time and probably been here longer than any of us have been and will continue to be. And so it's a testament to landscape, to the outside, to nature, and it's breathtaking.
It is really breathtaking. The number to call is on your screen as well as the current bid. We're going to keep this item open for you to continue bidding on it, and we're going to move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 41F. It's called Tranquility at Sacramento Yacht Club, and it's by Maggie McGurk. This is a mixed media, and it's measuring 20 by 16 with a retail value of $320. This is another piece that I thought, is that a photograph or is that a painting?
Aha.
Kelly, tell me more about it.
It's both. So when I talk to Maggie, what she does is she goes out and she's got such a keen eye for capturing such great detail and interesting views. So she captures the image with a camera, and then she enhances the photograph in Photoshop, and then once she prints it out on canvas, she paints on top of that with acrylic in certain places.
Oh, wow.
So she's really saturating color a lot with her process, and really creating extra mood and sometimes tension in the work that she's giving to us. And I love the composition that she's chosen with this piece and how she's really highlighted it with this stunning, like almost molten sun color in the middle of the water that's in the sky, and just the ripples of the water. And I love the saturated colors.
I love how our camera's zooming in on that sunset right now because that's what really draws your eye. I mean, you can almost tell the sun's going down. You can feel the heat coming off the water. This is iconic Sacramento to me. And I can just picture the boats and the sunset as well. And it's wrapped around the piece, so it kind of continues if you're looking from the side as well. What else can you tell us about this piece, Kelly?
Well, Maggie's very inspired by sunsets reflected in water. And so this just really captures it. You know what time of day this is, especially
Absolutely.
in Sacramento. So it gives you a sense of place, a sense of time, a sense of environment. You can feel the water, you can hear the water rippling, and it's just really masterful done.
It is. This is item 41F. It's called Tranquility Tranquility at Sacramento Yacht Club. Tranquility is the right word. That's what we've been searching for. I feel so tranquil when I look at it. And it's by Maggie McGurk. It's a mixed media, as Kelly described, with that really unique way of making this piece of art, measuring 20 by 16 with a retail value of $320. Maybe you are a boater. Maybe you ride your boat through Sacramento. What a great piece to have to remind you of those memories to have in your home, your office, wherever you bring inspiration. Because this, to me, tranquility, that's the word I was looking for. I can see myself on the boat looking at this gorgeous sunset.
I want to go there. It's really beautiful. And Maggie is a past contributor to the art auction, so we always thank her for her art. And she's been exhibiting her artwork for over 40 years.
Wow.
So she knows what she's doing with what she's doing.
Absolutely. Such a stunning piece, and we thank Maggie for that contribution. What a lovely piece. The number to call is on your screen, as well as the current bid on your screen. What a wonderful piece of original art, an iconic Sacramento view, kind of a different view of boats, too, because it's almost like she cuts off the boats, but you know exactly what you're looking at. So I really like that composition she chose.
I love that she does this. So it's a wrapped canvas so that the image goes around to the edges.
Oh, neat.
And I talk about this a lot. I love when an artist lets us know that the scene and the setting and the story is going beyond the canvas. So it just kind of, it takes you into an intimate moment of what you know is a bigger moment. So it's really nicely done.
It really is. All right, thank you, Kelly. Well, we're nearing the end of this break, which means that now is your final opportunity to bid on the art featured in this half an hour. I'd like to thank Kelly Rains for her sharing her expertise with us as an art expert. Now, let's check in over at the recap station for an update on auction activity.
I have a lot to tell you in less than 2 minutes, okay? So let's recap the bids right now. We will start with 41D, and this is Kinderdijk Windmills. It is a beauty by Joe Stratton. Right now, this is at $350, and this will be a retail, hopefully, of $450. Right now, $350. Pick up the phone number on the screen and call that number, and you too could be taking this piece home. Okay, the next one is Passing of the Swans by the late Douglas Fairchild. And right now, we have a $650 bid. The value on this piece is $47.50. Again, we have a bid right now of $650 with several people on the phone. Tranquility of the Sacramento Yacht Club is at $200 right now, retail $320. So we're looking to get that piece up in price as well from Maggie McGirt. Thank you. Let me zip through the whole half hour real quick. 41A is Capital Spring, and that piece right now is a bell ringer. Fantastic. That's great. Went way above, too. 41B, Blooming Artichokes, that is at $375. Another bell ringer. That's great. And Palacio de Mondragon is a bell ringer as well. That's great. $375. And we want to thank Dick Stern for that piece. Okay, stay with us. We'll be right back.
Picking up your purchased artwork is quick and easy to do. Visit PBS KVIE Studios Sunday through Tuesday during these posted hours for this year's curbside pickup. For your convenience, PBS KVIE representatives will carry your artwork to your vehicle when you arrive. All purchased art must be claimed within 30 days of auction closure. For questions, location, and hours, visit kvie.org/art auction. Thank you for being a part of the PBS KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today. Coming up next is artwork from Art House Gallery and Studios. Located in the vibrant R Street corridor in downtown Sacramento, the Art House Gallery and Studios is a unique art space offering a full gallery as well as individual studios housing over 20 artists. View all of the art featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art auction.
Hi there, I'm Rob Stewart, and thank you for tuning in for the Art House Gallery and Studios break. And now here's an overview of the art that will be up for bid during the next half hour. We start with 42A. That is Late Afternoon Sunlit Oak by Sue Chapman. Acrylic on canvas measuring 18 by 18. The retail value is $700. Item 42B is Just Across the River, Study Number 2 by Jim Dark. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 22 by 28. Retail value on this beauty is $500. Item 42C is Burrowing Owl Urn by Jeanette Morrow. This is ceramic
measuring 16 by 6 by 6. The retail value is $350. Item 42D is Passage by Linda Green. We love hearing those phones ring. Oil on plaster measuring 24 by 20. Retail value is $600. Item 42E is Marble Florals by Carrie Sullivan. It's watercolor measuring 20 by 16. Retail is $300. This is a Juror's Award for still life. And item 42F is Flying with My Kite by Catherine Van Aken. And this is mixed media measuring 16 by 13 by 6, and the retail is $250, okay? The phone lines are open and ready to take your bids, so let's see the art with the auctioneer and the art expert.
Hi there, I'm Christina Salerno, and thank you for joining us for the Art House Gallery Break. With me in studio is art expert Jill Allen Stafford, who will be representing Art House today. Jill is a collage and mixed media artist who's shown her work in Sacramento since 2006. Jill, thanks so much for joining us today.
Thank you. I'm so happy to be here.
All right, let's get started. Item 42A is called Late Afternoon Sunlit Oak by Sue Chapman. This is an acrylic on canvas. It's measuring 18 by 18 with a retail value of $700. I love this piece. It's so pretty. What can you tell us about it?
It's absolutely beautiful, and I think one of the things I have to say about Sue Chapman's art in general is you can see this shadow here, backing up right by the bird over here. You can see it. She blends this purple and she keeps it a secret. We've had people come into the studio asking what she mixes to get that color, and she refuses to tell them.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah, but what really pops out here is the beautiful shadows in this piece. You can see them behind the tree, in the tree line over here, and the wonderful glow of the sun off of the leaves up here as well.
So many beautiful details, and it's an
Right.
oak, which just is so emblematic of Sacramento and the American River and all these gorgeous trees that we have in this area. What do you think of when you look at a piece like this?
Oh, well, I absolutely love it. I own one of Sue's pieces myself. But you're right, and I think she focuses very strongly on Northern California and the Sacramento region. And I think one other sneaky thing about Sue is she always includes birds in her pieces, even if they're tiny little birds. So we have 2 little crows here.
Oh, and there's
as
one
well.
in the tree.
And one in the tree.
camera captured one in the
there's
tree.
3.
Yes, there's actually 4. No, I'm seeing more.
Oh my gosh.
You can look at this painting and see how many birds you can capture. I love it. Well, if this is a piece that speaks to you, oh, it's such a lovely oak. I just love every bit about this. If this is a piece that speaks to you, go ahead and call the number on your screen. The current bid is on your screen as well. This is item 42A, Late Afternoon Sunlit Oak. I even like that title just because it's exactly what it sounds like, by Sue Chapman with a retail value of $700. You know what else I love about this is the wooden frame. Everything about this looks so natural to me. What is it that kind of gives it that natural look?
I think, well, like you said, it's the wood. You know, you have wood as the focus. You have wood outside. But one thing she does make sure to note is that she does take a lot of artistic license for what the actual color is that she's seeing, and then what she puts on canvas. They're very different things, but it's definitely her own spin.
I love it. This could be purple flowers. It could be the background. And the purple pop is really what draws your eye. Where does your eye go when you look through this painting?
Oh my gosh, I think it starts with the glow off of the bark here. You know, like
you can
it's
see
that.
The sun.
Yeah, it's that really grabs me, and then all of the shadows, everything else play with that.
And can you speak to her technique when she's painting these?
Yeah, so she's an acrylic painter, but what she does is she does. Her focus is plein air, which you go outside. She takes photographs of the area and then will go in studio and then paint it. And what she does is, instead of focusing on all the minute details, she tends to leave things out. So you see, instead of a lot of detail in the wood, you get kind of a softer focus. But I think that works very well for her style.
Oh, it's a beautiful style. It's a beautiful painting. Again, it's item 42A, Late Afternoon Sunlit Oak by Sue Chapman. It's an acrylic on canvas measuring 18 by 18, really nice square size. I could go just about anywhere in the home with a retail value of $700. All right, we're going to keep this piece open for you to continue bidding on it, and we're going to move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 42B. It's called Just Across the River Study number 2, and it's by Jim Dark. It is an acrylic on canvas, and it's measuring 22 by 28 with a retail value of $500. Another Sacramento one. I'm getting Sacramento from this one. What do you see when you look at this?
Unfortunately, okay, it's not Sacramento, though. I could see why you'd think that. This is, he did this, it's based on the Sumash River in Vancouver, British Columbia.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I had to look that one up because I hadn't seen it before. The interesting thing about this piece is Jim Dark is really known for his aerial views of art. He was a pilot, he was a naval pilot, and then also a glider pilot, and then he was a cartographer, so he did maps. So his view of art is usually looking down. This is the first piece of his I've seen where you're actually seeing across the river. Jim is an acrylic artist, and he does a lot of loose layers of paint to achieve these colors.
It's a beautiful piece. I like the perspective, the big sky, and then almost like just a hint of a river there. What kind of perspective, or where's he drawing your eye in this painting?
Wow, I definitely, like for me, it's definitely the trees on the riverbank.
Absolutely.
I think too, because it's so nice and green, it makes me think we're not in Sacramento.
That's
after
true. If
the
it was
dry
Sacramento, it'd be a little
summer.
browner,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. So this makes me feel like, even though it's kind of fall looking with the clouds and stuff, it does remind me of a nice spring, early spring where it's still cool out and nice and comfortable. This is just a really comforting piece for me.
It is. You know what I like about it? It could be any river that speaks to you. This could be a piece that you could put in your living room. Fantastic focal piece, good size bedroom. As you said, you use the word comforting to describe it to you. So if this is a piece that you find comforting and you'd like to own in your home, all you have to do is call the number on your screen and place a bid. The current bid is on your screen as well. Once again, this is item 42B, called Just Across the River Study 2. So neat that that's Vancouver, Canada. I love that.
I know.
By Jim Dark, acrylic on canvas, as you were mentioning, with a retail value of $500. You know what else I like about it? It wraps around the side, so it's almost like it continues.
Yeah, he did a great job of making sure that worked like that.
What else can you tell us about this painting?
Wow. Well, I love the greens he uses. There's this lighter green. Let's see, I'm not showing it. There's a lighter green towards the bank that really pulls your eye in. Like that nice use of light color is used as a technique to make you focus on that.
And it's kind of got a soft focus, both the clouds and that. How is that technique applied to the canvas?
Wow. Well, I'm not an acrylic painter, but I would guess that it's by doing those layers, by very thin layers of acrylic paint, where you don't see any texture in it. You just get the design in the clouds, in the water, the nice reflections there. Very smooth.
It's a very smooth piece, a beautiful piece. Again, 42B, Just Across the River Study 2. A fantastic piece to have in your home. Thank you so much to the artist for donating this. If this is a piece you would like to take home, you can have it, an original piece of art. All you have to do is call the number on your screen and place a bid. The current bid is on your screen as well. All right, we're going to keep this piece open and we're going to move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 42C. It's called Burrowing Owl Urn by Jeanette Morrow. This is a ceramic. It's measuring 16 by 6 by 6 with a retail value of $350. All right, well, this is a very exciting piece. I can't wait to learn more about this one. What can you tell us about it?
Well, okay, so this is what I love about Jeanette. There's a lot of things to love about Jeanette and her art, but she absolutely is inspired by the animals and the wildlife along the American River. And this is a burrowing owl, and I don't know if you've ever seen one in person. They're these very small, cute owls with giant eyes that prefer to nest in the ground. So you're more likely to come across them when you're out on a walk and accidentally step on them. But what Jeanette has done, she's a ceramic artist, and she makes her own glaze. And she uses wood ash from a friend's wood stove to make her glaze. And so these little designs here, the glaze again was with the wood ash, but it does mimic the patterns of that burrowing owl that you're going to see out in nature if you happen to find one.
Oh, it's lovely. We're going to turn this a little bit so you can get a sense. There's gorgeous designs on every side of this urn. So no matter what angle you're looking at it, as we kind of turn this really slowly, you can see a different design on each side. Which I absolutely love.
And what I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Well,
yes,
I was just going to say what I think is as we go, on each side, you can look. These are symbolic of the wings. They represent the wings. I think that's why there are different patterns on it. In the back, there were some downward.
Let's go back to the back.
Downward triangles, and that would be like the tail.
Oh, I
And so I think
that.
that's what those symbols, that's what those etchings are doing.
Oh, I love it.
The other thing, what I really appreciated about this piece specifically is Jeanette was looking at this bird and the shape of owls in general. And I don't know why she was thinking of it, but she thought that's also, they're similar in shape to urns. And she wanted to see what would happen if she merged the two and made an owl. That's an urn.
Absolutely. And I
Right.
want to say this is usable. You can take the top off if you want to go ahead and reach it up. We'll very carefully demonstrate.
Okay.
No. You got it?
Okay,
There we
yes.
go. There we go. Okay, so the top does come off. This is a usable piece. It's actually 3 pieces. We have the top, and we have this middle, and then we have the base, which is set it on. So this is a usable piece that you can open up. 3 pieces of art. It's absolutely gorgeous. I love it. This is something quite a unique piece to have in your home. What a amazing conversation piece to have. And as you walk around it, there's just different things you see every time you turn around. Again, it's item 42C, Burrowing Owl, Urn by Jeanette Morrow, ceramic, measuring 16 by 6 by 6, a pretty good size. This is would be a really dominant piece on a shelf or an entryway, hallway, mantelpiece, absolutely above your fireplace. Really a lot of pieces you could place this with a retail value of $350. All right, well, we are going to keep this piece open, and we're going to go back over to the recap station.
Okay, thank you so much, Christina. And you could have a beautiful piece of art from this break on your wall before you know it, but you need to bid to win. The phone number is right here on the screen, and our volunteers are ready right now in the studio to take your calls. Let's go through the pieces that we've just shown you and show you where they stand right now with our bids. And look at this. 42A Late Afternoon Sunlit Oak by Sue Chapman has blown it out of the water with $1,200 right now with the high bid. Retail for $7, so we're way over that bell ringer status, which is great. 42B, just across the river, study number 2 is almost there. It's at $450. We want to take this up to $500 to make that a bell ringer as well. And 42C, Burrowing Owl Urn, that's a bell ringer as well. $425 right now for Jeanette Morrow's piece. It is fantastic, and it is 3 pieces right there in one to make that Burrowing Owl Urn. Also, Jim Dark's piece right now is at $475, which is 42B. Let's get that up. Yes, it's a $500 call right there, which is a bell ringer, everybody. So all 3 are bell ringers. Okay. All of that means that we are able to bring you the programming that you deserve and enjoy. And we want to make this half hour a bell ringer challenge, which means we want to make a bell ringer on every single one so that we can hit our goals, so that we can bring you the quality programming that you have come to expect from us, and we are privileged to bring that to you. Okay, we are going to keep those pieces open and head back over to the rest of the art in this half hour with Christina and Jill.
All right, the number to call is on your screen, as well as the current bid for our next item, which is 42D, Passage by Linda Green. This is an oil on plaster. It's measuring 24 by 20 inches, and it has a retail value of $600. What a neat piece. Jill, what are your initial thoughts?
Well, I'm a huge fan of Linda's work anyway, but there's something about the way she puts the oil on plaster together that makes it so soft. And again, I'm going with texture. As you can tell when I talk about art, I love smoothness and this texture, but she has a beautiful spiral in the middle, and that soft natural shape is kind of set off by these lines surrounding it. You can see that she has used plaster underneath and then put oil in, and then she creates her design on top of that, and I think it's very effective that way.
What an interesting method, because you don't normally see oil on plaster. Is that kind of an unusual technique?
Yes, and I've had the luxury of being able to watch her do it, and she's just, it's flawless. It's amazing. It's so much fun to watch.
It almost looks like brush strokes or something. It's got a really nice kind of chunky look to it, yet it's very smooth.
Yeah.
It's a really interesting texture, and I love how your eye just goes straight to that spiral. Passage, are we looking at a passageway? What are you seeing when you look at this piece of art?
I mean, gosh, for me, one of the things that Linda talks about is that she's really inspired by erosion. by natural erosion, so both by the environment and by weather. And so I think for her, maybe passage is referring to that, like a passage of time and what happens to objects over time. What I really want to say about this piece, though, those colors are absolutely gorgeous. That nice orange and coral you see right now.
Yeah, the camera's panning in on some really amazing detail in that color. Wow.
Right, with the blues and then the yellows. It really draws your eye in. And I think it does help to reinforce that spiral shape, too. When we go back out, we'll be able to see that. But, yeah, just beautiful work.
This is a beautiful piece. Item 42D, Passage by Linda Green, oil on plaster, measuring 24 by 20 with a retail value of $600. I just want to remind our viewers that we only have a short window of time to place a bid on these items. Once they close, and you might miss out on an amazing piece of original art that you could have in your home. So if you are interested in a beautiful piece of original art like this one, you want to call right now. You don't want to wait. You want to get in on the bidding. It's really fun, super fun. So if you're interested, place a call, place a bid. The current bid is on your screen, and you could have a piece of artwork like this in your home within a matter of days. Something like this could go in really any room. I mean, there's living room, bedroom, hallway, study, office. I mean, really, because it's just what it says to you,
Absolutely,
I think.
absolutely. And she did, I mean, just to be clear, she did base these off of seashells. So she did.
Oh, neat.
She found
now
seashells.
I see this.
Yeah.
Yes.
She found seashells, and the design is loosely based on that. But that wasn't her inspiration.
Wow. You can, now that we're panning over it again,
Right.
I see the seashell. You know what I love about art is that every time you look at it, you can almost see something different.
Absolutely.
So whatever this says to you, whatever this speaks to you, pick up your phone, call the number on the screen, place a bid. You don't have much time. All right, we're going to keep this item open, and we're going to move on to our next piece. All right, our next piece is item 42E. It's called Marble Florals by Carrie Sullivan. This is a watercolor. It's measuring 20 by 16 with a retail value of $300. Ooh, and I'm very excited to announce this is a juror award for still life. We have an award winner. Yay, this is very exciting. Okay, Jill, what can you tell me about this piece?
I think this is such an effective piece, in part because of Carrie's composition. You can see here in each corner, you have these green kind of like fronds that draw attention to these beautiful flowers. And this is again a still life, and that's what the award is for. And what a still life is, it's an arrangement of plants or other objects, fruit, that contrast with a harder surface. And so you have these lovely floral designs on these other, like these vase elements. And then the other thing Carrie did very, very well here is she marbled her watercolor very well. And she did that on purpose with these containers.
Oh, neat.
Those are natural textures that she absolutely loves. And so she conveyed that very well.
You know what I love about it, too, is there's a lot of white space, too. Can you tell me how she's using the white space in this particular painting?
Well, the white space definitely stands to make the other images in it pop.
It does.
But what you will see throughout this piece, and you can see it here, is the little paint splatters throughout. And earlier, I was talking to another art viewer about this, and that she asked, why do artists do these paint splatters? And a lot of time it is to help add texture to a piece. It makes it a little more interesting to the eye. And I double checked with Carrie, and she said that absolutely is with her what she did. And that watercolor is so loose that she feels safe doing something fun like that to the piece.
I love that.
Yeah.
If our camera pans up to the larger flower, you can see that there's a lot of the splatter on the larger flower, so it almost draws your attention upward as you're looking at the vase and the flowers. There's so much to look at this piece, Jill.
There really is,
I
yeah.
really love it. It's a lovely piece. There we go. Now we're panning up. You can really get the full sense of it. This piece, again, is item 42E. It's called Marble Florals. Well, there's that marble we were just talking about by Carrie Sullivan. Gorgeous watercolor, an award-winning watercolor, I want to remind you, 20 by 16 with a retail value of $300. Such a neat piece. I could picture this in a kitchen. It's got that kind of bright, sunny feel, maybe overlooking your garden. Maybe you're a gardener, you love flowers, somebody in your life loves flowers. You know, Christmas is coming up. Now is the time to pick up your phone, call the number on your screen, and place a bid. You can also see the current bid on your screen right now, and you can take home an original award-winning piece of art. Well, additional thoughts, Jill?
I'm just really proud of Carrie. She hadn't put any art in anything before, And her first time doing it, she wins an award. It's
Oh, we
just
love that.
astounding. It's just astounding.
And we're so grateful for Carrie for donating the
Yeah.
art as well, all to go support PBS, KVIE, and the programs you love.
Absolutely.
All right, we're going to keep this item open, and we're going to move on to the next piece. Our next piece is item 42F. It's called Flying with My Kite. It's by Catherine Van Aken. This is a mixed media. It's measuring 16 by 13 by 6 with a retail value of $250. This is fun. Jill, and there's a lot you can tell me about this one. Okay, where do you want to start?
I love this piece. Well, okay, the thing that really caught me first were the spots and the repeating pattern of the dots. So you have your rider with the brown spots on the pants. You have the Appaloosa with the spots on
let's
his...
turn this so we can see.
Hey, there you go, on his flank. And then this amazing kite. This is so...
Wow.
I'm like, I have too many words and they're all coming out. Catherine generally doesn't work with paper or mixed media. She either does glass work or ceramics. And so she was inspired by this homemade paper in her house. We'll go a little bit there and we'll see it on the kite. Let's see. There we go. Anyway, and she said, you know, it was just so beautiful and it was just perfect for what she was trying to convey, that she made this kite. She made it a mixed media piece instead of just plain ceramics. I do know, too, that Catherine was inspired by COVID and not being interact with other people. You know, there was a period where we were stuck indoors, and she said, so this to her really represented the freedom of interacting with other species and being able to get out and feel free. And this it's so light, you know, it's such a happy piece, and it really is joyful.
It really is. Yeah, you can see there's just pure joy on both the horse and the rider, I think. I don't know who's happier in the situation.
Right.
And a kite, that's just an added bit of fun.
Yeah.
But this is such a joyful piece. If something like this would bring you joy, pick up the phone, give us a call, place a bid. The current bid is on your screen as well. You can see that it's on a kind of a pedestal. So this is something, again, we were talking about mantles, countertops, entryways, maybe a fun kids room item. Maybe you are a horse lover or someone in your family is a horse lover. What a great little piece of original art that you can have to honor that hobby. What else can you tell us about it, Jill?
She also did an amazing job with the little lines of the horse's mane. She just so much fine detail in this piece. Let's see if we can turn it a little bit here and see his face. You see his nostrils, his eyes. She did a great job.
That horse has got a great expression right there. You can turn it
also
directly
happy.
to camera right there, looking right at us.
Yeah.
And this piece does come with the two pieces, with both the horse and with the base as well for display.
Right.
Really neat piece. Okay, again, this is item 42F. It's called Flying with My Kite, for obvious reasons, by Catherine Van Aken. A mixed media measuring 16 by 13 by 6, a really great size. You could put that anywhere, with a retail value of $250. If you're interested in this piece, the number to call is on your screen, as well as the current bid. All right, well, we're nearing the end of this break, which means that now is your final opportunity to bid on the art featured in this half an hour. Now, let's check in over at the recap station for an update on all of the artwork.
Okay, thank you so much, Christina. And just a few minutes remaining in this break, which gives you enough time to pick up the phone and call in to win a piece of art featured in this collection. Let me run through these pieces for you. We are having an exciting half hour. We're almost at a bell ringer break. I'll tell you why the almost in just a second. We begin with a 42D Passage by Linda Green. It is oil on plaster, okay? Measuring 24 by 20. Retail value is $600. Right now we have $325. We are trying to get that up to $350, and then we will keep the auction going on that piece. It is a spectacular piece of oil on plaster by Linda Green. 42E is marble florals, and guess what? It's a bell ringer. That's fantastic. Carrie Sullivan is the artist, watercolor, measuring 20 by 16. And the retail value is $300. This is the Jurors Award, by the way, for still life, so we're thrilled to see that as a bell ringer as well. Item 42F is Flying with My Kite. I love this piece of art by Catherine Van Aken, mixed media measuring 16 by 13 by 6. And look at there, it's also a bell ringer at $400. which is fantastic. That's 42F. The way to get involved in the auction is to pick up the phone and dial the number that you see right below the art right there. That is how you call, get involved, phone a friend, have them do the auction with you, and stay up to date on the pieces coming up in the next half hour and even longer by going to kvie.org/art auction. All of our volunteers here are waiting patiently to speak to you and to keep things rolling. Okay? They're all here, so we really appreciate having you here. Let's go through all of the half-hour pieces, okay? You ready? 42A, late afternoon sunlit oak. That is a high bell ringer right now at $1,200. Retail is $700, and this beautiful piece by Sue Chapman is a home run. Thank you, Sue. 42B is just across the river, study number 2 by Jim Dark. Acrylic on canvas, and look at there, $675 is a bell ringer. Value $500, but clearly valued to so much more for someone watching. Also, 42C is burrowing owl urn. That's a bell ringer as well. $425 is the current bid. Value $350. All of these pieces are still open. Just because they're bell ringer doesn't mean they're closed. Also, 42D passage. Let's get this one up. It's at $350 right now. We're calling for $400. We're going to auction this out right now live. $400 for this wonderful piece called Passage by Linda Green. Oil on plaster. We got $375. Can we get 4? $400 is 24 by 20 is the size. Retail is $600, so this is a fantastic piece of art. The artist really wants us to hit the retail because that is exactly what it would be selling for in a major gallery. And right now, we are that major gallery, bringing it to you. But in return, you get art and the programming that you deserve and that you need from PBS KVIE. $375, let's get to $400. Okay, 42E, marble florals is at $325. That's a bell ringer. This is great. $300 is the retail. That's your Jurors Award for Still Life. And also, 42F is Flying with My Kite by Catherine Van Aken. Love this piece of art. It is mixed media, 16 by 13 by 6, and a bell ringer at $400. I love that. Can we go back to Passage and talk about this one a little bit more? I really want to get this going, okay? 42D, it's at $425. Come on now. This is Passage by Linda Green. It's oil on plaster. That's rare. Let's get this up to $450. Can we get $450? Come on. We're at $425. Let's get $450 and take this all the way up to the bell ringer status. Can we do it? I know we can. Who all's on the phone for this piece? 1, 2, 3, 3 people. If y'all just keep going up to 600, we'll get it there. Come on. 450. Can we get 450 for Passage? Can we do it? Sure. Okay, sure we can. 450. But it takes someone making that bid. So there's 3 people on the phone right now, at least for this piece. So it is going to climb. If you would like to take it on up to the bell ringer status, we would be greatly appreciated. That would be $600, okay? So these pieces are all going to move fast. You have about 3 minutes or so to decide. Stay with us, and we're going to leave it right there and continue in just a moment.
Welcome to the 41st Annual PBS KVIE Art Auction. Join us all weekend for a celebration of Northern California's visual arts. Over 270 works of art will be auctioned off to the highest bidder, and you can be part of the action by watching and bidding on your favorite artwork. View the entire collection online at kvie.org/art auction. Then, when your favorite item appears, call 1-844-KVIE-ART to place your bid. Auction proceeds benefit the programs and services of your PBS station, KVIE. So thank you for watching and bidding. And now, let the auction begin. Bidding on items in the art auction is quick and easy to do. First, explore the collection online at kvie.org/art auction, or keep watching PBS KVIE. When a piece of art catches your eye, call 1-844-KVIE-ART and a volunteer will assist you. KVIE accepts all major credit cards for your art purchase, and a member of our accounting team will confirm your payment within 5 minutes of item sale. Thank you for being a part of the PBS KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today.
Coming up next is artwork from Sparrow Gallery. Located in Sacramento, Sparrow Gallery is in the heart of the R Street corridor on the first floor of Art House. A curated gallery, Sparrow provides an exhibition space for emerging and established West Coast artists, showcasing painters, sculptors, and more. View all of the art featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/artauction.
Good evening, I'm Rob Stewart, and we're so glad that you're here. Thanks for joining us for the Sparrow Gallery break. And now here's an overview of the art that'll be up for bid during the next half hour on PBS KVIE. 43A, we're in block 43. 43A is Synthesis by Diane Poinsky. Photo encaustic, measuring 25 by 37, framed by archival framing. Retail value is $13.50. Item 43B is The Fury by Michael Schaefer. This is mixed media, measuring 30 by 30. Retail value is $2,500. Item 43C is Look at America by Jill Allen Stafford. Mixed media, measuring 18 by 24 by 1.5. Retail value is $650. Item 43D is Yosemite Valley Sunset, and Look at That by Sandy Delahanty. This is watercolor, measuring 18 by 36. Retail value is $2,100. Item 43E is Reflection by Bill Henry. It's acrylic on canvas, measuring 24 by 24. Retail value is $550. And item 43F is One Heart and a Patchwork of Dreams by Randy Brennan. Mixed media, measuring 30 by 30. Retail value is $3,500. This is your Jurors Award for Contemporary right there. Okay, the phone lines are wide open. Now let's see the art with our auctioneer and our art expert.
Hello again, I'm Christina Salerno, and we're back for another 30 minutes of auction fun, this time featuring artists from Sparrow Gallery. I'd like to welcome back art expert Jill Allen Stafford. Thank you so much to discuss the artwork for this half an hour, starting with a look at this beautiful photo encaustic. Jill, take it away.
Okay, this is a fantastic example of photo encaustics by artist Diane Poinsky. Diane's been a photographer for over 30 years, and what the process is for photo encaustics is you glue the photograph, you print it out on a cotton paper, you apply it to a wood panel, and then once it's set for about 24 hours, you, or in this case Diane, paints hot wax in multiple layers over a piece.
Wow.
Yeah. And so,
a lot of steps.
Right, right. And so there are multiple layers of wax. But the other thing about this piece, which you may be able to tell based on the nice ginkgo leaves and then the color blocks, she also does layers of photography in Photoshop to achieve these looks. But each image, every line, every little line on here is based on a photograph she's taken. Even here with the texture, that's possibly a sidewalk or a side of a dumpster, curbside. Everything is an inspiration to Diane. And these ginkgo leaves are absolutely gorgeous. This yellow pops so well against the blue and gray.
Wow.
Yeah.
What I love about our auction is you learn new things all the time, like how these encaustics are made.
Right.
I want to remind our viewers, this is item 43A. It's called Synthesis by Diane Poinsky. It's a photo encaustic, as we've been talking about, measuring 25 by 37, beautifully framed by archival framing with a retail value of $13.50. And it's a really large piece.
Mm-hmm.
What a fantastic statement piece. Really draw your eye to your home. And such nice colors. I could see this going with just about anything. Can you talk us a little bit more about the colors that she chose here?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, ginkgos in nature do tend to be this color. She probably did make them pop a little bit. That's part of the process, though, as well. When you're doing encaustics, you really amp up the color when you print it out because the wax functions as a way to soften the colors and makes them much softer, again, softer, and just gives it kind of a surreal, dreamy feel as well. But yeah, the yellows and blues with the orange.
With the orange pop.
Absolutely gorgeous work.
Our camera just caught that orange pop. And I love the little The lines that you talked about, these black lines that we're capturing as the camera pans over, what an interesting layered approach she takes to that. What else can you tell us about this piece?
Well, as you can also see, she uses, after the piece has the wax layers on it, she will then use pigment sticks, and then you can see them throughout here. There's little etchings of color, little pops of color. She uses pigment sticks on top, and that also gives it more texture, and it gives you more interest to the eye.
Is this typical of her style?
Absolutely.
Lovely.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it. Photo encaustic. Again, item 43A, synthesis Diane Poinski, a photo encaustic. What an interesting original piece of art to have in your home. Really a conversation starter, I would say, to have a piece like this in your home or in your office. All you have to do is call the number on your screen. The current bid is on your screen now. Just a reminder, these items close quick. So once they're closed, that's it. So if you're interested, you want to get on the phone and you want to get in the bidding, and you can have this piece in your own home or office within a matter of days. We're going to go ahead and keep this piece open for you to continue bidding on, and we're going to move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 43B. It's called The Fury by Michael Schaefer. This is a mixed media, and it's measuring 30 by 30 with a retail value of $2,500. The Fury. I feel the fury of the sea when I'm looking at this. What do you see, Jill?
That's absolutely it. That is what Michael was trying to convey. This piece was based on a black and white photograph of a storm hitting the North Atlantic coast.
Wow.
And he just does such an amazing job conveying that explosiveness of the ocean, especially in these areas. You can just feel, I see it and I can visualize what it sounds like, how loud it is, just with the visual motion he's used here. The other thing is he's used so many different items in this piece. It's a true mixed media piece. These are bathroom tiles. He has pumice stone and black sand from beaches. So he's absolutely drawing everything together to make this piece work.
Oh, I love that. Our camera is panning into that detail right there, but you can really see these different tiles and real thick texture on this piece. I love that. I can feel the cold, as you said. I can hear the thunderous ocean and the cold. And there's also a lighthouse up in the corner as well. Wow, what an interesting photo. Is this typical of the artist's work?
Well, it is. He varies. He has two different styles, but this is very indicative of this style of his. He really likes conveying the power of Mother Nature, and it really is a statement of how much is changing with the climate, and it does bring more, it seems, explosiveness to our environment. But yeah, amazing job with this piece.
He really did. You can really feel the emotion of this one. You almost feel the movement of it.
Yeah.
And I think that mixed media really brings out the movement of it because you almost want to reach out and touch those elements. What an amazing piece. Again, 43B, The Fury by Michael Schaefer. This is a retail value of $2,500, a mixed media piece. The number to call is on your screen, and the current bid is on your screen as well. Wow. If this beautiful piece speaks to you, you want to call now, you want to get in the bidding. These pieces go quick. Something like this will go so quickly, and you want to get in the bidding now. The number is on your screen, and the current bid is on your screen as well. Additional thoughts, Jill?
It's fantastic. It really is. He donated a piece last year as well, and it was one of those that brought in $1,000 as a final bid.
Wow.
So did really well, and so I imagine this year it will too.
It will go fast, and it'll go quickly, so you want to get in on it. And before we move on to the next piece, I do want to point out this amazing little lighthouse because it's such a neat little detail. It's almost like a beacon of hope in an ocean of fury or something.
Right.
So there's always something to find in a piece of art, whatever it says to you. You want to get on the phone, you want to call now, you want to get in on an amazing, beautiful piece of original art just like this one. All right, we're going to keep this piece open for you to continue bidding, and we're going to move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 43C. It's called Look at America, by Jill Allen Stafford. We happen to have an expert right here. This is mixed media, measuring 18 by 24 by 1.5 with a retail value of $650. Jill, you are the expert, the artist, the one and only is right here to tell us all about this painting.
Yes. Okay. Well, how to start? All of the imagery in here they are original cutouts from vintage magazines.
Oh, cool.
These vehicles are from magazines from the 30s and early 40s. In case you're a car buff, that one is a Chevy, this one is a Ford. But even more so, all of the paper underneath these pieces are all vintage elements. I had a family of hoarders and collectors of vintage things, and when they passed, I got them, and I thought, you know, I'm a collage artist, I think I better use this stuff.
Wow.
And so even though you can't see, the background will have receipts and magazine pages from things that were my family's. And so this piece, I think it kind of tells the story of America, and in that we have the history underneath it. And the title of it is Look at America. And I think for me, going through all these vintage documents and the vintage magazines is seeing how much of a car culture we are.
Right.
I mean, it's just so wrapped up in who we are as Americans that I think it was just really fun seeing that it's still something that happened in the past. It's still here. And I love the way these guys look.
Oh, it's so cool. Congratulations on this piece, because I think it's so cool. And it's really kind of like a piece of nostalgia.
Absolutely.
So for our folks out there who this triggers memories of their happy, teens or 20s, would we call this mid-century, I would say?
Yeah, close.
Yeah. So this is such a neat place. This is such a neat piece to have in your home, office, man cave, woman cave. There's a lot of places we could put this place. All of your caves. Yeah, this is such a cool piece. All you have to do is call the number on your screen and place a bid. And I like the colors too, because you chose some really pretty muted colors, but the cars really pop.
Yeah.
Tell me about what you were thinking when you designed this.
I wish I could tell you. When I make things, I just go by gut instinct.
Okay.
So as I'm playing with it, maybe the shade below was not a shade I liked, and I thought, I need something more. And I never know what it is until I'm done. And then I'm done, and it's right for that piece.
And you said you were inspired by some items that you found in a family home. Is this a series of pieces, or is this the one that really spoke to you?
No, I have so many family documents that all of my current work has elements of all of these vintage documents that I've gotten from my family.
Wow,
Yeah.
it's a beautiful piece. Congratulations on it. It's
Thank
item
you.
43C. It's called Look at America. You can see why. Again, America in Our Cars. We love it, by Jill Allen Stafford. Mixed media, measuring 18 by 24 by 1.5 with a retail value of $650. If you'd like to place a bid on this item, the number to call is on your screen, and the current bid is on your screen as well. Great piece, and thank you so much for donating it to the art auction. We appreciate
Of course.
it. All right, well, we're halfway through this break, which means that we're going to keep this piece open and check in over at the recap station for bidding updates.
Okay, thank you so much. And you just heard it from Christina and Jill talking about this great artwork from Sparrow Gallery. So let's review the bids that we have right now. And we're looking for some opening bids as well. 43A is Synthesis right now. We have a high bid of $350. The retail value on this gorgeous piece by Diane Poinski is $1,350. Again, we have a bid for $350. Let's get that up to $400. And in increments, we will keep going. We want to make this a bell ringer break. 43B is the Fury. We are looking for a starting bid at $350. This is a very nice $2,500 piece of art by Michael Schaefer, mixed media, measuring 30 by 30, the perfect square size. He shows internationally, highly collected around the world. Again, this is 43B. We need an opening bid on this. Don't stare at it for too long. Pick up the phone, call the number on the screen, or go to the web address that you see on there as well and see the art coming up and have someone join you. This piece right now, again, we need a starting bid of $350. We have an entire room filled with volunteers who are ready to take your call. Call the number on your screen, and let's get the Fury happening by the fury of the phone banks. And only that can happen when you pick up the phone and call the number, okay? So let's get that one moving. Look at America, 43C by Jill Allen Stafford. We're at a high bid right now for $275. Retails for $650. You heard Jill telling the moving story of all of the pieces of her family that are intertwined in this beautiful piece. It is mixed media, and the sizes on this piece are 18 by 24 by 1.5. And it retails for $650. Again, we need an opening bid on the Fury for $350. Do we have it? We shall see. We're trying to get an opening bid on the Fury. All the money goes to PBS KVIE to support the programs that you enjoy and that you rely on. PBS KVIE is your station for arts, entertainment, education, and inspiration and news, and we are here for you. Steve, one more time, buddy. Okay, 43A is synthesis. $13.50 is the retail. We have a high bid for $350, and we also have another bid just came in for the Fury for $350. So both of those pieces right now are at $350. There you see the Fury by Michael Stafford, a gorgeous piece of art on your monitor and screen right now. And I'm sorry, Michael Schaefer, and that's mixed media measuring 30 by 30. And it is a beautiful piece. 43C, Look at America, that's at $275. So all these pieces are moving and getting action. Will that include you? Only you can tell by picking up the phone. Now let's head back to Jill and Christina for more from the Sparrow Gallery artwork.
If you're looking for some artwork that celebrates the region, we have an exciting collection this half an hour. The piece up for you could be right here. Up next, we're looking at item 43D. It's called Yosemite Valley Sunset by Sandy Delahunty. This is a watercolor measuring 18 by 36 inches and has a retail value of $2,100. Jill, wow, what a beautiful piece. What strikes you right away when you see this?
You know, this piece is overwhelming in its beauty for me. I love Sandy's work. You know, the orange shadows along the base of the mountains. Just looking down the Sacramento Valley, the Yosemite Valley. Yeah. Absolutely beautiful. Sandy has been, I have to brag about her. She has donated an art piece every single year that KVIE has been doing an art auction.
Oh, thank you so much, Sandy.
So, yeah, she's an amazing woman. And her technique, she's a watercolorist, but she does what's called a watercolor pour. So what she does is she masks off different parts of the paper. She draws it on with a masking liquid and then pours liquid watercolor over the entire piece. And she does it over and over and over again, which is what makes her so successful in getting these just beautiful colors. So she can, you know, take a mask off of one and it'll be just lightly lighter. It'll be a little bit lighter than the one right before it. But she's just done an amazing job, and this is incredible, especially if you've been to Yosemite, you know exactly where she was standing when she when she saw this image.
I was going to say that. When I saw this piece, I thought, I know exactly where that is. We've all stood there and taken pictures, but wow, what an amazing interpretation of it's an interpretation of a view that we've all seen and we all know and we all love, and you get to take it home and you get to have it in your home to remind you of those moments with your family, standing in one of the most beautiful places in the world that we're so lucky to have within our backyard. So this is a piece that speaks to you, and it's such a good size too. I mean, it's a really nice large size. If you are a Yosemite lover, a hiker, nature lover, this is the piece that you want in your home. This is the statement piece that's going to hang over your sofa or your mantle, because it is stunning. And all you have to do to take this piece home in a matter of days is call the number on your screen, place a bid, get involved in the bidding. It's quite fun. The current bid is on your screen right now, and this piece will go. Yosemite Valley Sunset, and we're so grateful to Sandy for donating. As you mentioned, she's done this multiple times. All of the artists who donate for the proceeds to go to benefit PBS KVIE. What else can you tell us about it, Jill?
These purples here, they're so effective at relaying what time of day it is. You know, you can see the shadows right under here. I believe that's Half Dome in the background. I'm not an expert though on that region, but it's just the shadows are just beautiful, and they really make this piece.
She's a masterful watercolor artist. You can tell she really has control of what she's painting here. And I have to say, this is probably, as the camera pans over, my favorite part, because you get all these purples and yellows.
Yeah.
Wow. Can you talk a little bit about the colors that the artist chose there?
Well, yeah, and so these are complementary colors, orange and purple, so they work very well together in nature generally, but also they're very pleasing to the eye as well, and just stunning. And I love that pop of the waterfall there. Yeah.
We can't leave this piece without mentioning
and there's
the
the
iconic waterfall right there. You have every bit of Yosemite with us. All right, well, we're going to keep this piece open for you to continue bidding, and we're going to move on to our next piece. All right, our next piece is item 43E. It's called Reflection. It's by Bill Henry. It's an acrylic on canvas, and it's measuring 24 by 24 with a retail value of $550. Okay, talk about pieces of art that pop. This one pops. You can see it all the way across the studio. Jill, what is it that stood out to you about this piece?
Well, I mean, so like the first thing that caught my eye were these purples. You know, he really loves to use bold, you know, just bold shapes and the colors as well. And what's funny is this piece was inspired by his aunt relaying a story about a family reunion on the coast of Ireland. I would have assumed green and browns, right, green and browns, but he chose these colors because they just really speak to him, and he loves choosing colors that are just unexpected. As you can tell, the reflections in the water definitely relay what other colors are playing in this piece. You can see the purples and the oranges and the lovely shades of blue.
Oh, that's so cool. I love that the camera is panning in on this kind of center area, the reflections, because that's what draws my eye. You go to the purples, but then, wow, amazing detail right there in the middle. And Ireland, I wouldn't have guessed that. But this could be really anywhere. It's up to your imagination, because I think this is a very fun, imaginative piece.
Oh, yeah.
Jill, what else can you tell us about it?
Well, there's also a lot of fun up here in the white. There's a lot of texture in here, and that I've noticed he plays a lot with as well. You get some planes of color that are like kind of a flatter, no extra texture, but then you have this nice pop with these just great different, I'm not sure what he used, if it was plaster or, you know, some kind of medium, but it is amazing. And then these little homes, they're just so cute, and yeah.
And
really
there's
nice.
more detail here with the squares inside of the top mountain, which is really interesting. And you were mentioning the medium.
This purple, yeah.
Right. This is an acrylic on canvas, and it's again measuring a 24 by 24, item 43, Reflection by Bill Henry, with a retail value of $550. This 24 by 24 is a great size because this could go in any room of your home, and wow, that is going to make a wall. That is going to draw attention. It's going to be a statement piece. You're going to have people walking over talking about it, and what a neat piece to have in your home or office. The current bid is on your screen, and the current number to call is on your screen as well to take home this piece, item 43, Reflection. All right, final thoughts, Jill.
Well, William does a really great job of repeating shapes as well. So you're going to see a lot of triangles and actually just a lot of triangles in here. It breaks down quite a bit, but he makes it flow very well. It feels very natural.
It does.
And how it comes across.
I love how you look from top to bottom, left to right. Your eye goes everywhere, and you find a new detail every time. Fantastic. All right. Well, we're going to keep this piece open for you to continue bidding on it, and we're going to move on to our next piece. All right, our next piece is item 43F. It's called One Heart and Patchwork of Dreams by Randy Brennan. This is a mixed media. It's measuring 30 by 30 with a retail value of $3,500. And we have another award winner here. This is a juror award in contemporary. So that is super exciting. Congratulations, Randy.
Yeah, great job.
I know. What can you tell us about it, Jill?
Oh, I love this piece. This is going to really tell on me. But when I was looking at it earlier, there's this nice smooth blue at top, and it's dripping. And
oh, yeah.
The first thing I thought of was ice cream. I mean, this is crazy. But Randy's inspiration in making this piece was finding old toys of his from his childhood when he was clearing out a storage unit. And so I don't think it's too far to reach that you would be thinking of fun things from childhood. And for me, that's ice cream. What I really love about this, I mean, there's so much to talk about in this piece, but he has a nice nod to surrealism with a hat similar to Magritte. And what I like is his repetition of form. You do have the drips from the light blue up here, as well as these lines down from the hat. You have these nice panels. The piece is broken up into squares and panels, much like a comic book. And then you have this character down at the bottom, this little race car driver, and he goes across his panel into the other panel. So I kind of like that effect. It's very cool. It's very fun pop art. Yeah, beautiful piece, really
Definitely.
stunning.
Pop art. This would look fantastic in like a mid-century modern home.
100%.
Really any kind of home, because wow, it brings not only a pop of color, but interest too.
Yeah, yeah.
Your eye just goes in a circle from image to image and doesn't stop. What an imaginative piece. Wow. And can you talk about some of, he just chose such interesting imagery. We're
He
panning
really
up to a
did.
light bulb and there's a heart. What do you make of all the different images that he chose?
Well, I just realized that there's more of the repetition here. Like he does like repeating lines and stuff. And there you go. There's some more in the light bulb. Wow. Maybe the anatomical heart. It's about love and the childhood memories. But it's fantastic.
It is called One Heart and Patchwork of Dreams. So that's a pretty good explanation of what
So
we're
there you
looking at
go.
right now. So there we go. It's item 43F by Randy Brennan. I want to remind our viewers, this is a juror award in contemporary. That's a really big deal. This
Yeah.
artist was awarded this by his peers for best in contemporary with a retail value of $3,500. Mixed media, as we've been talking about, pulling all those different elements in with a beautiful size, 30 by 30, that could go really in any room in your home, be a statement piece, an investment piece for your home. If you'd like to get in the bidding, the number to call is on your screen. The current bid is on your screen as well. You do not want to miss out. We're nearing the end of the break, so once these items close, they close. So if you want to have this piece in your home within a matter of days, you have to get on the phone and call now. They go so quickly, and they go and go and go, and then they're gone. So we want to make sure you don't miss out. And Jill, do you have any final thoughts on this beautiful piece?
What? I think one thing to mention is that Randy was in a show with Mel Ramos. Mel has been featured all over the world. He's a stunning pop artist. And so just the fact that Randy has been in shows with artists of that caliber tells you what his caliber is as an artist. This is a piece you really should get. It's amazing. It's a beautiful piece, and it's wonderful.
It is.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we're nearing the end of this break, which means that now is your final opportunity to bid on the art featured in this half an hour. I'd like to thank Jill Allen Stafford for sharing her expertise with us as an art expert during this segment featuring Sparrow Gallery artists. You can see Jill's upcoming exhibition on October 8th at Sparrow, where she'll be showing with Diane Poinski, who we also featured on this segment. Now let's check in over at the recap station for an update on auction bidding.
Thank you so much, Christina. And I love talking to our phone bank of volunteers and hearing the excitement from you when you call in and you place that bid or you're the winner. Who knows? Only happens if you pick up the phone and call the number on the screen. Keep those phones ringing. And when you do, you are helping making our programming continue and possible, as well as bringing home the best art that you can find this weekend right here from PBS KVIE. Okay, we are just a few minutes to go in this half hour, so I want to run through this entire half hour. We'll start with the pieces you just saw, the second half of it, if you will. 43D is Yosemite Valley Sunset, and this is by Sandy Delahanty. It's a gorgeous watercolor measuring 18 by 36. Retail value is $2,100, and we have a bid right now, as well as multiple people on the phone. We have a bid at the highest for $600. 43E is Reflection. We're at $275. Let's get that up to $300 and toward our retail of $550. The next piece is 43F. Right now, we have more than one caller on, and the numbers are coming in fast. One Heart and a Patchwork of Dreams is at $550 now. That retail is $3,500. I got to zip through this whole half hour real quick, okay? You ready? 43A, Synthesis, is at $350. You see it on your screen. Retail value is $1,350. 43B is The Fury. It's at $475. That retails for $2,500, so it is climbing. Look at America is 43C by Jill Allen Stafford. That's at $275. Retails for $650. Let's get these numbers up to bell ringer status. Yosemite Valley Sunset is 43D. It's on your screen right now. It is at $700. We're calling now for $750. We have a live auction on that one. I'll jump into Reflection. Is at $300 right now. 43E. And 43F, One Heart and a Patchwork of Dreams, $650. Stay with us. There's more art coming up next in the PBS KVIE Art Auction.
Coming up next is the Homage to Wayne Thiebaud category. Curated in his honor, this segment explores artwork highlighting the style and influences of the late Wayne Thiebaud. View all of the art featured in this year's collection at kvie.org/art auction.
Hi there, I'm David Lowe, and we are back with more art. Thanks for joining us for this segment honoring the late Wayne Thiebaud. Some amazing work ahead, and here's an overview of the art that will be up for bid this half hour. Item number 44A is Cupcake in the Sky with Diamonds by Robin Slakey. It's a ceramic piece measuring 21 by 21 by 6. Retail value is $750, and it's looking for its first bid. That can be you. Item 44B is Delta Spring, number 2 by Miles Herman. This is oil on canvas. It measures 30 by 48. That's a substantial size piece there. Retail value is $5,600, has that opening bid of $1,000. Item 44C is Marshmallow Fudge Cakes by Clay Voorhees. And this is an oil on wood panel measuring 18 by 24, has a retail value of $8,000, and we're looking for an opening bid there on 44C. Item 44D is Lot of 2 Cakes and a Plated Moon Pie by Jeff Nebeker. And this is a ceramic measuring 6 by 5. There's actually 3 different pieces that you can see there. Retail value is $300. Item 44E is Bending Toward the Bay by Bob Miller. It's an acrylic on board measuring 19 by 23 inches, and it's framed by archival framing. Has a retail value of $700. And the last item in this half hour is 44F. It's Wayne Thiebaud Free to Fly. It's by Larry Crabb. And this is oil on canvas measuring 34 by 24 inches. Its retail value is $1,500, and as you can see, it's already a bell ringer, but it doesn't have to stop there. All right, the phone lines, they're open. Our volunteers behind me, they're ready to take your bids. Let's see more art with Doug and Colleen. There's an opening bid on
recognition
44C.
of the late Wayne Thiebaud. All works this half hour have been curated as a tribute to Wayne and his enduring impact on the arts community of our region. During this break, I'm pleased to be here with our art expert, Colleen Schulman. Colleen holds a Master of Science in Arts Administration and has had various roles in art fundraising, including a recent participation on the board of directors of the Arts Council of Napa Valley. Colleen is also on the staff here at KVIE as the Chief Philanthropy Officer, and we welcome her today. Thank you so much. Let's get started with our homage to Wayne Thiebaud, and we have this first piece, 44A. It is Cupcake in Sky with Diamonds by Robin Slakey. It's a ceramic measuring 21 by 21 by 6, and it's got a retail value of $750. So, Colleen, tell us a little bit about this very fun piece.
Oh, Doug, this is fun indeed. This is such a whimsical piece, and I absolutely love it. It is a cupcake, as you can see, generously iced on a sky blue plate.
Yes.
And as we zoom in a little bit, the name suggests it is among stylized clouds, and there are some acrylic diamond-like gems in the piece, so it literally is a cupcake in the sky with diamonds.
It is so clever and so wonderful. And one of the things I enjoy most about art, particularly things that are sort of unique, is that something like this could sit on a table, could hang on a wall. It doesn't necessarily need to be in a frame. But tell me a little bit about the technique.
Absolutely. So this artist actually has been a teacher in the region for more than 30 years, and she's worked in a variety of media. As you do as a teacher, you're using all the various materials that you would teach your students about. But this is a media that I see often with her work, and it is ceramic. This lovely, I would call it either a plate or a platter. As you mentioned, you could absolutely have this, on a wall, on a table. Some ceramics, I know some folks regionally collect ceramics, put them outside. This one I wouldn't recommend putting outside. I think it needs pride of place on the interior of your home. And the artist did say that this was inspired by a Beatles song. So again, the name Cupcake in the Sky with Diamonds.
Right.
She did say it took a few years to get it right. She said, just like a fine wine, it needed to age a little bit. I guess, you might say you need to let it be.
Right. Oh, so cute, Colleen. And you can actually see the diamonds in there. Well, or not real diamonds, but you never know. It can be anything you want. It's sequins, but it's one of these pieces that I would have in my kitchen. But of course, you could have any place. I've got great art in our kitchen, and it's fun and it's interesting. What mood does this inspire?
You know what? I just love the whimsy and the excitement, and who doesn't love a delicious cupcake? You know, if you put this in your kitchen, I guarantee you're going to want to make cupcakes all the time.
Right.
This particular artist, for those that don't know her very well, she does say that she has a lot of fun and that she likes to smile when she's making these pieces. And so I really think that comes across in the style of her work and this particular piece.
Understandably so. This is 44A. It's Cupcake in the Sky with Diamonds by Robin Slakey. Ceramic, 21 by 21 by 6. It's got a retail value of $750. We're going to keep it over. We're going to move on to 44B. And this is Delta Spring number 2 by Miles Herman. This is an oil on canvas measuring 30 by 48. It's got a retail value of $5,600. Miles Herman, incredibly well known, amazing artist, and collected by some of the finest collectors I know. We're lucky to have a piece of his in this auction. Tell us a little bit about this piece.
Absolutely. Well, we have a wonderful Delta scene, which is a pretty common image for this artist. His work often features the regional landscape here in the greater Sacramento Valley, and he often begins working in plein air, but then takes it into the studio. You know, the nature of oil paint, this is oil on canvas, can get a little challenging outside, particularly this large. But I really love that while the artist was born in Los Angeles, studied in San Francisco, lives and works here in Sacramento, and his artwork really reflects what it means to enjoy the landscape around us.
It does. And if you're thinking about getting a gift for somebody, if you're thinking about the holidays, a birthday, a wedding gift, maybe something for your home office, since many people have decided to move home post-COVID, this would be absolutely fantastic. Where would you put something like this?
Oh, pride of place in a living room, somewhere where you're going to see it and really kind of contemplate it. And what I love about this really is the more you look at it, the more you start to see this really wonderful blurring between realism and expressionism in this work. And the differences here are, you know, really you see with unidealized views, careful brush strokes, true representation of image. You know, you see kind of the detail that's happening in the foreground here. But then as you're going into the background, it's becoming a bit more abstract. The brush strokes are more exaggerated, and it's showing more movement. And the whole purpose of this is really to evoke feeling and an emotional response. And I bet you have one to this piece.
Well, I mean, I don't have any works by Miles Herman. I wish I did. I'd like to bid on this one, actually. But I'm here, and I won't be. So again, this is an homage to Wayne Thiebaud. So you see his influences here, right?
You absolutely do. You know, I think a lot of what Wayne taught when he was teaching at UC Davis and at Sacramento State was this notion of slow looking and really looking and seeing something in the various lights and ways that you only get by spending time in a place. And for me, looking at this is Delta Spring. You know, I get that sense that we are sitting in the springtime. You have some of the verdant tones in the grass in the front. You have kind of a lighter, you know, more gentle sky because the sun's not in its prominent position as it is in summer. I just really love this piece, and I think that, you know, when I saw it for the first time, it made me immediately think of Wayne Thiebaud.
Well, it is one of a kind. It's 44B, Delta Spring number 2 by Miles Herman, oil on canvas measuring 30 by 48, a value of $5,600. The numbers on your screen, you don't want to miss out on this, one of a kind. You don't want to wake up tomorrow morning and think, had I just bid an extra $100 or an extra $200. We're going to keep it open and move on. I have to say, Colleen, I'm really enjoying working with you. You have made a lot of this art so much more interesting to me, and I'm sure our viewers as well. Let's talk about 44C. This is Marshmallow Fudge Cake by Clay Voorhees. This is oil on canvas, actually oil on wood panel measuring 18 by 24. It's got a retail value of $8,000. Let me just start off by saying that he had a piece last year that I bid on and I did not get, and I kicked myself for not doing it. So for all those people that are looking at this thinking, I wonder if I should bid on it, it's not going to be here tomorrow. So now is your opportunity. Tell us a little bit about Clay.
Absolutely. Well, this is still life with delicious depth. There are 2 cakes here with frosting. It's oil paint, but it truly looks like frosting. You could dip your finger in it.
It really does.
Enjoy
It's so
it.
interesting,
I would
Colleen.
put this in your kitchen, Doug,
Yeah,
honestly.
absolutely. Yeah.
But you feel like you're at the bakery seeing the last 2 cakes for sale.
Right.
You know, you're going to miss out if you don't hop in and get that in line. But this artist employs texture to bring the work to life, and you can really see that, you know, in the striations of the cake. It looks like, you know, it's combed just like a baker would comb it. It's very, very thick and luscious.
It is a real showstopper, and he shows in galleries all over the country, particularly down in LA. In fact, I called the gallery owner after last year's auction, seeing if I might be able to acquire a piece. I wasn't successful. So that should be a message to anybody that's watching. If you're serious about some really fantastic art, once again, an homage to Wayne Thiebaud, this is really your opportunity. Talk to us a little bit about Clay Voorhees' influences.
Sure. So he did study with Wayne Thiebaud, which is certainly no surprise based on this image that we're looking at right here. And you can see that influence reflected in some of the characteristic components. First of all, the desserts are lined up in a really straight line on a very, very straight surface, which is very much Wayne Thiebaud. But what I really want to point out is kind of this blue shading behind each of the cakes here. This is something you see a lot in Thiebaud's work, and the term for it art historically is halation. And halation is basically spreading the light to form a glow around the edges of an object. And in this case here, instead of doing that with, say, black or really dark tones, there's a variety of colors in here, primarily blue, but you see a little bit more depth of light. And I really enjoy that because I think Thiebaud was quite a master of light, depth, and really creating that within his works. And I think Clay's done a very good job of incorporating that in kind of an homage piece.
Well, you can have an original Clay Voorhees piece in your home tomorrow. But we need to hear from you right now. The number's right there on your screen. It's not going to be here tomorrow, but it could be in the back of your car tomorrow when you come and pick it up. We need to hear from you now. We're in the final moments of the KVIE art auction. It's really been an honor to be with Colleen. You're so insightful. And you made a comment at the very beginning that it does actually look like frosting. And it's fascinating that it is just amazing oil on canvas. Do you have any final thoughts?
You know, just that I have somebody at home. Hopefully they're bidding on this piece because I don't know if I can let you go home with it, Doug.
Well, who knows? You never know. All right, we're halfway through the break, which means that we're going to keep this piece open and check in over at the recap station for bidding updates.
Okay, you've just seen the first 3 works of art from this break honoring the style and influence of Wayne Thiebaud, and we want to hear from you. So call the number on your screen to keep the bids going. Here we go. Let's do a quick check in item 44A. This is Cupcake in the Sky with Diamonds by Robin Slakey, and you can see that it has a bid right now of just $175. I say just, because now it actually just went to $200. That's great. Let's have a bidding war. That's what an auction's all about. It has a value of $750, so we're well below that. Let's make that one a bell ringer. Item 44B is Delta Spring number 2. This is by Miles Herman, and you can see right now has a high bid of $1,700, and you can be the winning bidder if you call in and end up being the last one to make a high bid. It's right. Let's see $1,850 right now, but you got to pick up the phone and call with your bid of $1,850. And then item 44C is Marshmallow Fudge Cakes, and you saw that last with Doug and Colleen. And right now has a high bid of $2,500. Let's see a high bid right now of $3,000. Pick up the phone. That's still well below the value. What's going to happen is you're probably going to end up with a few other people on the phone. You're going to need to call, make that bid, stay on it, and let's get that one to be that value of $8,000. Would love to ring the bell on that one because, of course, that means that the artist sees that value recognized, and all of the money goes to support all the programming that you love right here on PBS KVIE. So we're going to check back in. Item again, 44A, it's Cupcake in the Sky with Diamonds, has a high bid of only $200 right now. Again, I say only $200 because you can make that go up and possibly take that home as early as tomorrow by being the winning bidder. Item 44B, Delta Spring, has a retail value of $5,600. Again, we're looking for next bid to come in at $1,850. That can be yours if you pick up the phone and call the number on your screen. And then right now, the current high bid for item 44C, Marshmallow Fudge Cakes by Clay Voorhees is at $2,500. Again, well below that value there. We're going to keep these open. Most pieces normally stay open for about 30 minutes, and you can jump in right now, okay? Let's check back in now with Doug and Colleen.
All right, we're back for the second half of this break inspired by Wayne Thiebaud. Up next, we're looking at item 44D, Lot of 2, Cakes and Plated Moon Pie by Jeff Nebaker. This is a ceramic multi-piece set. The size will vary dependent upon the arrangement, and the work has a retail value of $300. Colleen, this is a really fun series of sculptures.
Isn't it great? I love this trio of ceramic desserts, and I got to tell you, the moon pie, I'm immediately drawn to the moon pie. When's the last time you had a moon pie?
It's been a while. In fact, I'm not sure I've ever had one, but it looks delicious here, and I could eat it right off of this display.
Absolutely. Well, I'm really thrilled to see this artist in the auction. He's been making contemporary food sculpture, totally is a thing, for more than 40 years, and this is the first time he's in the KVIE art auction.
Is that right? Really?
Absolutely.
I have a couple of pieces by Jeff Nebaker, pieces of cake. They're on my mantle.
Oh, how fun!
I mean, they're really, really fun. He is just very, very creative, but I didn't realize he's not been in the KVIE art auction.
I was
we're lucky
surprised
to have
by that
him.
too. Yes,
Tell
we're
us a little
thrilled.
bit about what we're seeing here.
Well, right here, so you can actually see a lot of influence because you may not know this artist is also a pastry chef. Surprise.
I think I knew that, actually. Our viewing audience may not have known.
Definitely. He's been employing pastry tools in the creation of his work, and so the frosting literally looks like frosting because it's actually being piped using pastry tools. And so I just love the intricate nature on the cakes. It really is like somebody went in and very carefully, frosted that cake for that loved one that they're making in the kitchen. He uses suggestive and sensual food presentation to convince you to ponder the subject matter. And as you can see, there's a lot to really take in here.
It is really something. And see, I'm trying to turn this around so you all get this great visual, a different perspective. There are 3 separate pieces, a value of $750. And I presume the Lazy Susan comes along with it, but who knows? It does not. But you can put them separately or you can put them together. It's just a really sort of fun. You can do it like we do it at home, where we've got them on the mantle in our living room. So tell us a little bit about Jeff and what you know about him. He lives here locally. He's collected widely. I know he's got pieces in the Crocker Art Museum as well, in the gift shop and other places.
He does. I actually first encountered his work in a museum gift shop at DeRosa out in Napa, the little cakes, and now I see him everywhere. And you mentioned the Crocker. I want to mention that he was actually part of one of the recent shows there for the Candy Store, which really delved into the history of funk art and all that history that started kind of at UC Davis and really incubated here in the Sacramento region. What you can see here is that influence both of funk art but also nut art. And a quick note about nut art. So some of our viewers may or may not be familiar with the painter Roy DeForest. He's credited with coining that term, nut art. And it's really an approach to art embracing humor and eccentricity. And I think you can really see that on full display here. Particularly, I love this little tableau on the moon pie of the 3 cats.
I know, the 3 cats. Can you see the 3 cats? There we go. Well, we're going to keep this open. We're going to move on, Colleen. We're going to move on to 44E. It's Bending Towards the Bay by Bob Miller. This is acrylic on board, 19 by 23, framed by archival framing, a value of $700. Very special piece.
Absolutely. Well, here we have another Delta scene evoking that ubiquitous style of Wayne Thiebaud. And, earlier in the break, we were talking about how he would encourage students to really slow down and consider, that you're seeing that might look unremarkable. How might you be able to really see it and make it remarkable? And I think the artist is really conveying that as you get that feeling driving along the Delta and surrounding farmland, it often looks the same, not so much in this piece.
And I, of course, love how Dee from Archival Framing framed this and then put the interior blue to draw things out. But it's like the framing really, really adds to the painting. Sometimes, I think framing can detract from it, but this really, really adds an element to this piece.
It does. And I want to tell you a little bit about our artist here. He was born and raised near Modesto on a peach farm, attended San Jose State studying what was termed then commercial art and what we now think of as design as a major. And you can really see in this work, it's almost selling you on the place, in essence. You see the vivid color of the water, that verdant green, but also this stylized orange happening in the fields. And I wonder, based on, you can see in here the different shadowing that's happening from the trees and where the sun is. Maybe that's more the sun reflection. It is more ideal, more stylized than some of the other works that we've seen in this break. And I love, love, love the softness of the trees by contrast to the hard lines of the farmland.
I love the blue. There's just so many things that I love about this piece. And of course, Bob Miller is so well known, and it's so great to be able to have a piece of his in this auction. So this is 44E, Bending Towards the Bay by Bob Miller. It's an acrylic on board measuring 19 by 23, framed by archival framing. The value is $700. Sometimes the value, though, I find is really in the eye of the beholder. I will pay whatever it takes if I'm really, really interested in something, at least if I can afford it. This is just such an amazing California master. Do you have some final thoughts?
I do. You may not know that just like this artist, Thibault also started in commercial art. He was actually a sign painter. And so I love that parallel between this artist and where he got his start and getting that influence from Thibault. And I want to leave you with one final thought. You talked about the value of the work. You might not know the artist's first work was a landscape he painted on the side of an old wooden peach crate.
Is that right? Amazing. Well, the number's on your screen. The last bid is on your screen. We need to hear from you. We're going to keep it open. And Colleen, let's move on to 44F. This is Wayne Thibault, Free to Fly by Larry Crabb. It's oil on canvas measuring 34 by 24, a retail value of $1,500. Once again, an homage to Wayne Thibault. Tell us a little bit about this.
A true homage. Doug, I looked at this in an image, and it wasn't until I actually came and looked at it in person that I could appreciate everything happening right here. So you have, two canvases in essence. You have one that it doesn't have a frame. This is actually a painted frame on canvas with pie, literally Boston creams taking off into the stratosphere. And so anyone taking this home, you can put that additional pie right close to it. You can put it across the room. You can really have a lot of fun with this
love
piece.
that. I honestly, Colleen, I've not seen anything quite like this. So it's very fun. And you're right. That, when you look at it, even here, it looks like it's got a frame, but it's painted.
Yes.
Fascinating. Again, it's a value of $1,500. You see the number on your screen. It really evokes so much of Wayne Thibault. This is Wayne Thibault, Free to Fly by Larry Crabb, oil on canvas measuring 34 by 24, and then this other little piece up here, a value of $1,500. Again, all for KVIE. We can't do it without your support. This is unique, one of a kind. You don't want to wake up tomorrow and think, I wish I would have bid. This would be so great to have in a kitchen, you're right, but it could really go any place. It'd be great as a gift, part of the special portion of this whole art auction that we've got going on. Do you have some final thoughts?
I do. What I really love about this is you see some of the signatures from Wayne. It is the Boston cream pie, which many folks viewing will probably recall the work in the art collection of the Crocker. It is rows and rows and rows of Boston cream pies. What I like here is that they're no longer in a formal row capacity. They are just leaving and departing off of the canvas. And I think as we talk about, this break being a true homage to Wayne Thibault, I think Wayne's legacy really transcends the canvas, it transcends borders, it transcends art historical time, and that's really depicted in this one-of-a-kind, truly special piece.
Right. And for those who are watching that are not aware, Wayne Thibault recently passed away, and at 100 years old.
101.
101, a prolific painter, and obviously well-known internationally, and it's so nice to be able to have this homage to him. Again, something very, very special. Larry Crabb, is he a local painter?
He is. He's actually, Wayne's longtime tennis partner.
Oh, I was going to say that it's so interesting you should mention that, because I was going to sort of throw that in, that I knew Wayne played tennis deep into his 90s. I didn't realize this was his tennis partner.
He did, and Larry's also been heavily involved with the Wayne Thiebaud Foundation. And one of the things that he conveyed to us is that he's really not looking to profit personally off of Wayne's style. This is a true homage, and this isn't something that you can go to Larry and ask for another work. This is a truly special piece that, if you're not getting it tonight, you're not going to get one like it.
And a wonderful donation to KVIE. Well, we're nearing the end of this break, which means that now is your final opportunity to bid on the art featured in this half hour. And I'd like to thank our art expert, Colleen Schulman, for sharing her expertise with us during this homage to Wayne Thiebaud. Now let's check in over at the recap station for an update on the art auction bidding.
Recap, Doug, no thanks, I don't wear them. All right, just a few remaining moments in the break, and let's review the bids. Let's start with item 44D. It's Lot of 2 Cakes and a Plated Moon Pie. That's by Jeff Nebeker, and has a retail value of $300. You can see, guess what? That's a bell ringer. Let's see Kenny come in there. And that means right now that we have got more than double the value on that one. Okay, but it's not going to close yet, because you have time to call in and make that bid if you want to bring it home as early as tomorrow. Let's look at 44E. That's Bending Toward the Bay. It's Bob Miller. That's also double the value right now. That's fantastic. We love it. It's bell ringer status. But again, it can continue to go higher. If you want it, you've got to call right now and make that bid. And then 44F, that is the Wayne Thiebaud Free to Fly by Larry Crabb, also a bell ringer. But I've got one more thing to say about that. Larry is so generous, he said, if someone comes in and is a bell ringer, which you are, the person right now is the winning bid, Larry is going to offer to reach out and talk a little bit more about Wayne. As Colleen and Doug mentioned, he played tennis with him. He was a friend. He also served on the board of the Wayne Thiebaud Foundation, and he'd love to share some stories. If you're the winning bidder, we'll connect you to. Okay, now let's look all the way back at 44A. That's still open. It's Cupcake in the Sky with Diamonds. Has a high bid right now of just $225. And I say just $225 because, look, the value is $750. Don't kick yourself in the morning and say, I should have called. I should have just made that bid for $250 or $300. Call right now, the number on your screen, before that one closes. Then we have item 44B. It's Delta Spring number 2. Right now it has a bid of $3,500, but you can move that up and possibly be the person that gets to take it home tomorrow or whenever you want to come pick it up. And you just have to make that bid, though. Call the number on your screen. And then 44C is Marshmallow Fudge Cakes by Clay Voorhees, and you can see right now that's been moving up. It started out, didn't have a bid as soon as it came on the air, and we're at $2,900, but that's below the value you see of $8,000, and you can make that happen by calling. There's a few people right now who are waiting for the other person to make a bid, but guess what? You get to swoop in too. Make a phone call right now of the number on your screen and tell them you want to bid on item 44C. Let's actually keep going on 44D. That's the Jeff Nebeker piece. Again, holding right now at a bid of $800. I'll bet you that person's on the phone saying, oh, I can imagine where it's going to go, and I don't want it to go any higher. But, you know, we like more bids all the time, so you can make that happen by making that phone call. 44E is Bending Toward the Bay. Has a current high bid of $1,600, but again, there is room for you. But remember, you've got to move quickly, because when these pieces, they come, they go, we're moving on to other ones. You've got to make it happen. And then 44F, I just mentioned, let's go back to that. It's the Wayne Thiebaud Free to Fly. And again, it's an homage piece. Don't expect to see that again. Has a high bid right now of $1,650, but there's still room for you if you want to call in and make that bid. All right, stay with us. There's more art coming up in the next half hour of the PBS KVIE Art Auction.
Coming up next is the Collector's Corner. This category features regional, national, or internationally known artists and award winners. View all of the art featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/artauction.
I'm David Lowe, and thank you for joining us for the Collector's Corner. It kicks off our final hour of the 2022 PBS KVIE Art Auction. Now, here's an overview of the art that will be up for bidding during this next half hour. Item 45A is Twyla by Jennifer Pochinski. It's oil on canvas, and it measures 16 by 20 inches, and it was framed by Archival Framing, and it earned an honorable mention in this year's framing competition. Has a retail value of $2,800, and I can't wait for you to learn more about that so you can make your bid. Item 45B is The Last Little Bit by Patricia Altschul, and it's oil on board, measures 20 by 16 inches, has a retail value of $2,000, and waiting on that first bid. You can go ahead and call right now, or just stay tuned and learn a little bit more about it. Item 45C is Dunedin Sunset. It's by David Lobenberg, and it's a watercolor, measures 20 by 27 inches, and it was framed by Choice Framing, has a retail value of $1,850. Item 45D is Sunflowers by Pat Mahoney. It's oil on canvas, and it measures 20 by 24 inches. That has a retail value of $2,400, looking for its first bid. Item 45E is Rice Fields Sacramento by Pilar Menendez, and it's oil on canvas, and it measures 36 by 48 inches, and that has a retail value of $6,000. Again, looking for its first bid here in the collector's corner. And then the last piece that we'll be talking about during this half hour is item 45F. It's Boba's Fight by Robert Simmons, and it's charcoal, measuring 28 by 29 inches, and it was framed by Choice Framing. Has a retail value of $3,000, and we're looking for that bid to come in. All right, let's get our collector's corner started. The phone lines, they're open. They're ready to take your bids, and let's see the art with Doug and Jill.
Hi there, I am Doug Elmitz, and welcome to the final hour of the 2022 PBS KVIE Art Auction. This is the Collector's Corner, and we've got some incredible artwork available for you to bid on right now. Now, during this break, I'm pleased to be in the studio with PBS KVIE's Art Auction Curator, Jill Estroff. Jill selected all the work that you're seeing here throughout this weekend's auction, and there are going to be some real stunners. Jill, it's great to be with you.
Yes, we had such a good time last year. I'm
We
excited
did.
about this year.
We are. Well, this first item is 45A. It is Twyla by Jennifer Paczynski. It's an oil on canvas measuring 16 by 20, framed by Archival Framing, and this earned this year's honorable mention in the framing competition, and it's got a value of $2,800. So, Jill, tell us a little bit about this beautiful painting.
What I really love is the way the light bounces from her face to the flowers, and it just sets up this great motion. Jennifer Paczynski is just an amazing painter. She showed at Dolby Chadwick in San Francisco and also at Bisagottogaro, and now she's moved to the East Coast to teach there. So we are really lucky to snag this.
Well, it is beautiful. The colors are pretty dynamic. And, you know, one of the things that I don't know if you can see on camera, but you can certainly see in sort of the perspective we have, was the depth of the paint. And it literally comes off of the canvas. How does that all sort of worked out?
Yeah, she really uses a lot of paint, and her brush stroke is so expressive. And you get so much information just with a bit of movement there. I kind of love the way she glows among these dark colors.
And the framing is absolutely gorgeous. So this was done by Archival Framing. A longtime volunteer here at KVIE, Dee Oldham, did this framing, and it won honorable mention in the framing. And what I really appreciate in this is the interior matting of this.
Yeah, she's really picking up these red tones.
Right.
I love that. That was such a clever choice, and one I might not have thought of. If you're familiar at all with the Bay Area figurative painters, you might recognize that Jennifer's a big fan of Richard Park, or rather David Park. And she's created her own approach, though. You can really tell a Jennifer Paczynski painting. I'm so lucky I've collected her
Oh, is that right?
from early days, and I'm just such a big fan. She was our figurative juror last year.
Oh, really? I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
Well, this is 45A. It's Twyla. It's by Jennifer Paczynski, as you mentioned. You've been collecting her. Again, it's oil on canvas. It measures 16 by 20, so it's a really just sort of a perfect size for any location. Framed by Archival Framing. It's got a retail value of $2,800, and the bidding is right there on your screen. You can call the number on your screen. You can also go on to kvie.org. We need to hear from, obviously, everybody now. We come to count on all of our listeners and our TV watchers to bid now, bid high, bid often, but we need to hear from you now.
Absolutely. And I asked Jennifer why she chose this subject matter. She said that Twyla was the mom of one of her daughters, and she was struck by the youth in her voice. And Jennifer's not from here, but she just feels like California folks have this eternal youth about them, and she tried to capture that in the painting, and I really think she did.
It is a beautiful painting. Well, we're going to move on to 45B. This is the last little bit. It's by Patricia Ann Schull. And it's oil on board, measuring 20 by 16. It's got a value of $2,000. Again, something that is really fantastic. Patricia Altschul is somebody who's well known to the KVIE art auction for sure, well known certainly throughout this region. But tell us a little bit about this painting.
Well, I just love the luminous quality. I was able to select it. She let me into her studio, and I was intrigued by all the vintage photographs that she has, that she works from. You can see it sort of has this timeless quality. I love the way the composition just fills the whole frame, and the yellow and the blue. It's a beautiful piece.
It does. It literally sort of jumps off of the canvas. I love that it's painted on board. Right? And which is sort of interesting and unique. You can see on the sides a little bit of the paint. Very, very unique. So this is valued at $2,000, which certainly should become a bell ringer. The numbers on your screen. We need to hear from all of our listeners now. If you're thinking about maybe buying a gift for somebody for the holidays, what better gift than something like a beautiful piece of art? Could you tell us a little bit about her technique, Jill?
Well, she's very much inspired by Morandi and Bonnard, and I think you could see that in the way that the colors just kind of pulse with her brush stroke. There's lots of layers that really make it kind of vibrate, and that's one of the things I love about it. I also asked her what inspired it, and she told me that there's a poem that reflects on a Vermeer at the Rijksmuseum in Amsterdam, and the idea of it is that as long as this woman in the Vermeer painting is still pouring the milk, that the world can go on. So I just thought that was so poetic, I had to share it.
And definitely poetic for the times. So this is item 45B. It's the last little bit by Patricia Altschul. It's oil on board. It's measuring 20 by 16. So once again, just a really perfect size to be placed any place. The retail value of $2,000. We want to make sure that this is a bell ringer. Do you have some additional thoughts, Jill?
Just that there's a serenity about this piece and in her expression, and I just fell in love with it when I saw it, and I was just delighted that she would give it to KVIE.
Well, and we want to thank all of the artists and the people who have framed the works and the families who have donated some of these works, because we couldn't really do this without the support of everybody in this community coming together for PBS, KVIE, and this art auction is the largest art auction any place in Northern California certainly since Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and we want you to be able to bid on this. And I'll say that if you don't bid on it now and you miss it, you're going to really regret it tomorrow, and trust me, that has happened to me on more than one occasion. So we're going to keep this open. We're going to move on to 45C, and this is Dundon Sunset by David Lovenberg. It's a watercolor measuring 20 by 27, framed by Choice Framing, and it's got a value of $1,850. And I will just say that David Lovenberg is such a great guy. He has painted actually a watercolor of my wife and me, which we have in our bedroom. And the things he does are just so incredibly reflective of the situation, and I'm a huge fan. So anyway, Jill, tell us a little bit about this.
Well, I particularly like Dunedin Sunset. I'm from the Tampa Bay area, this is where that was painted when he was doing a watercolor workshop there. And one of my favorite things about it is how this light sort of skips to the foreground. And he's such a virtuoso in watercolor. It's not easy to get all these different layers and to just create this vibrant scene. I love how it's just enough information that you know this is a couple standing together watching the sunset.
That's, you know, such an interesting point, Jill, because you can see there's a family there, there are couples there. If you're looking to escape maybe the reality of your situation, well, what better place than to escape it into a beautiful David Lobenberg watercolor? And, you know, this was done in Tampa Bay in Florida, which is interesting. I didn't realize you were from Tampa Bay.
Yeah, we moved to Sacramento in the 80s.
Well, good choice. We're lucky to have you. This is beautifully framed, beautifully matted. This is your opportunity for a David Lobenberg. And let me tell you that you will not regret it. This is certainly one of a kind. And the current bid is on your screen, the number's on your screen. We need to hear from all of our listeners now. If you're out there, you're thinking about it, now's your opportunity. You don't want to wake up, as I said before, you don't want to wake up tomorrow thinking, I wish I would have bid on it. Do you have any additional thoughts, Jill?
Just that it's not that easy to capture the setting sun, and he's done it in a way where you really see the light and the way it's reflected, and just sort of this wet on wet for the clouds. It's just, I admire anyone who can work like this in watercolor. It's not easy.
It's true, and you know, I've noticed that it's almost three-dimensional too. And it's vibrant. The colors are great. This would be a wonderful gift for somebody, maybe for an office. A lot of people are working from home now, post-COVID. What a beautiful way to decorate your office with some original art. Do you have any additional final thoughts for technique before we move on?
Well, just that his technique is so prized. He's a wonderful teacher. Many of the artists watching will have taken his portrait class. And
in fact, my wife did take a class from him, and he's obviously a really interesting personality in and of himself, but a great teacher. So once again, this is 45C. Dundin Sunset by David Lobenberg. It's a watercolor measuring 20 by 27, framed by Choice Framing. Again, absolutely beautiful. Retail value of $18.50, and we need to hear from you right now. All right, now we're halfway through this break, which means that we're going to keep this piece open and check in over at the recap station for bidding updates.
And when you call, you're going to be connected to one of our volunteers behind me. And we've had a lot of people helping us out over these past 3 days, and we want to thank them. They're volunteering their time to talk to you. They're giving to KVIE. It's your turn to be able to give as well by making a bid. So thanks to everyone who's been helping us out, all of our volunteers. We're so thankful. All right, you've just seen the first three pieces up for bid in the collector's corner. Now it's your time to call and win this amazing art. Let's review the bids. Item 45A, it's Twyla, and that's Jennifer Pochinski, and that was oil on canvas, has a value of $2,800. Someone right now I know is super happy to have that bid of just $350. It has the bid of $2,800. It has an honorable mention frame from Archival Framing. That is a tremendous retail value, and I would love to see you call in right now so you can take that home. Look at that piece. Imagine where it's going to go in your home or office. Item 45B is The Last Little Bit by Patricia Altschul. It's an oil on board piece. Retail value of $2,000. You can see the winning, or the high bidder right now, sorry, not the winning bidder yet until we close those. The current high bidder is sitting at $700, but let's have a bidding war. That's what it's all about. And Patricia is a widely collected artist, and this is a chance for you to either get your first, or hey, maybe you already have some of her pieces and you want to get more, but you have to be the winning bidder. So call the number on your screen right now. Item 45C is Dunedin Sunset, and that's by David Lobenberg. It's a nice watercolor, and he's well known for his watercolors. I actually have one of his pieces that I picked up at the KVIE art auction one year, and it's an original, and now is your chance to have an original by David Lobenberg. Value is $1,850. The current high bid is only $600, right? We need you to call right now. This is how it works. If you haven't made a bid yet these last 3 days, all you have to do, call the number on your screen, have a major credit card ready. That's all it takes. Tell them which number you want to bid on, which item. Tell them how much you want to bid. Stay on the phone. Pieces close in about 30 minutes or so. You're going to be, fighting with some other people on it because everyone loves this art, but you can be the one who takes it home. Isn't that great? 45A, let's check it real quick. Twyla has a high bid of $750, but you can call right now and jump in line and be that top bidder. 45B, the last little bit, has a high bid of $700. But again, there is room for you. Call the number on your screen right now. Don't regret it in the morning. And item 45C, Dunedin Sunset, high bid of $650, but it's waiting for your bid right now to update. All you got to do is call, and that high bid can be yours. All right, number, it's on your screen. We want to hear from you. Let's see some more art with Doug and Jill.
All right, the number to call is right there on your screen, as well as the current bid for our next item, which is 45D, Sunflowers by Pat Mahoney. This is an oil on canvas measuring 20 by 24 inches, and it has a retail value of $2,400. Jill, what a beautiful piece by Pat Mahoney. As I was just mentioning to you, I have a couple of paintings by Pat Mahoney. I'm a huge fan. She is just an amazing artist. Tell us a little bit about this piece. We are really lucky to have her in this auction.
We are, and she was kind enough to let me choose it. One of the things I just love about it is all the underpainting that makes everything pop. The orange under the blue, and as you move in closer, these abstract brush strokes, you know, there's just so much movement and life. And these flowers literally look like they're moving in the breeze. She's just a fabulous painter. I'm a big fan too, although I'm not lucky enough to own one yet.
Well, you certainly can if you have somebody bid on your behalf. But I'm sure there are a lot of people out there in TV land that are eager to be able to bid on this, because I will say she's incredibly collectible. Her pieces increase in value. I just know that from my own art work. So this is sort of like this investment opportunity here at KVIE, and the quality of her work is just
it's
fantastic.
Gorgeous.
It really
it's
is.
Gorgeous.
The framing is really beautiful. I love how it's sort of floated inside this sort of natural wooded frame, not to distract.
That's so you don't miss. It's a favorite with artists so that you see all the work. It's not covered. Sometimes frames can overlap some of the painting, but most artists prefer this. But you might not know that Pat has, in addition to showing at John Nitsoulis, in the 80s, she actually showed at the Alan Stone Gallery in New York City, where Wayne Thiebaud got his start. So Pat has been a wonderful painter for a very long time, and we're just so lucky to have her work.
So this is, once again, just a beautiful painting. It's called Sunflowers. It's 45D. It's by Pat Mahoney. You see the phone number to call on your screen. We need to hear from you now. Oil on canvas, measuring 20 by 24, so it's a good size. The value is $2,400. I'm sure this will be a bell ringer.
A bidding war.
A bidding war. And as I often say, if you've bid on this, don't hesitate to bid against yourself, because once again, it's all for KVIE. The artists, the framers, everybody has donated their time so that we can raise the money necessary to, buy the TV programming that people come to count on 365 days a year. Any additional thoughts on this?
Yeah, just that this strong diagonal that she has going keeps your eye in motion on the canvas. And that's something that you really look for. It keeps work dynamic and something that you never tire of looking at.
Where would you put something like this?
Oh gosh, over the mantle.
Yeah, I know.
It's a mantle painting for sure.
It is, and I think that something on a really large wall, just this, would
Gorgeous.
Look fantastic.
I do too.
People sometimes, I think, don't really know where to place art. Well, wherever you place art, it's going to look great. We actually move art around in our house just so we have it as a different perspective.
Right.
Well, we're going to keep this open, and we're going to move on to 45E. This is Rice Fields, Sacramento. It's by Pilar Menendez, and it's oil on canvas measuring 36 by 48, and it's got a retail value of $6,000. It's a big piece, really, really fantastic. Wow. Jill, tell us a little bit about this.
Well, it's so bold and dynamic, and Pilar is new to the KVIE art auction, but not to art collectors, because she's shown at Elliott Fouts Gallery. And one of the things I just love is how this horizon is just kind of floating near the top of the painting, and the reflection of the clouds below kind of in contrast to this really bright, bold blue. And it's such an iconic image of the rice fields.
This is really a celebration of the region. And if you know somebody who loves the concept of Sacramento in their home, what better way to do it than this? And this will be such a fantastic gift if you're thinking about maybe something for an office, something for maybe the holidays coming up.
It would brighten any room.
Absolutely.
And Wayne Thiebaud was her teacher. I'd like to point out these blue shadows. She studied at UC Davis Fine Arts, and just her color choices. She later went on to study in Spain with a contemporary artist, and he just noted how she would use these oranges and blues together. And it's really a masterful piece. It's gorgeous. I'm so happy she came to the auction this year.
She studied with Thiebaud, she studied internationally. Again, this is the collector's corner. This is your opportunity, really, sort of at the end of the auction, to get some of the most important pieces that you possibly can get. Once again, this is Ricefield's 45E, Sacramento, obviously, by Pilar Menendez, oil on canvas, measuring 36 by 48. It is a substantial piece.
It's gorgeous.
It is
it makes
really
a
fantastic.
Statement. It makes a statement, and I like how she works both from photographs, inspiration, on site. You know, she just brings it all together in this gorgeous work.
She does. You know, as you know, Jill, collecting is my passion. I love art. This is something that I would love to have, certainly in my collection. To be able to have the opportunity to collect art through the KVIE art auction is such an easy way for people to do this. So we encourage you, if you're watching, if you're thinking about bidding on something, it is so easy. All you have to do is call the number on your screen. The current bid is on your screen. We need to hear from you. Now is your time. Believe in KVIE, and you really get some fantastic art. Any final thoughts, Jill, about this?
Just that it's so iconic, and it's really lovely. Also, I meant to mention she's won numerous awards, and she's been shown at the Art Foundry and at the Crocker Art Museum. So this is really a renowned artist, and it's just wonderful to add her to our collection this year.
Okay, well, we're going to keep this open, and we're going to move on to 45F. This is Boba's Fight by Robert Simmons. It is a charcoal measuring 28 by 29, framed by Choice Framing. Once again, we want to thank Choice Framing for their generously donating all this framing. The retail value is $3,000. This is really, really something special, both the framing, the matting, but the charcoal and the shadows. Tell us a little bit about this artist and this piece.
Well, Robert Simmons came to us new last year, and he won in the figurative, and you can see why. He really is able to create a dynamic piece here. And he said that Boba's Fight is about a little boy who has to fight for everything, that the oversized gloves represent strength. And Robert knows a little bit about that. He had to forego an art scholarship to help raise a young family, and but he kept drawing. And I think you can see, he says one of his influences was Norman Rockwell, you know, in the pre-internet area, or era rather. And anyway, I love his work. He's so accomplished.
This is, and he's a past award winner.
Yes, he is.
Yes. I looked at this initially a little while ago, and I thought, wow, this looks like a photograph. And in fact, it's not. It is
Yes,
charcoal.
he does work from a reference photo, but he also, you know, adds his own feeling to it. And he uses graphite and charcoal because he loves the rich tones and the values he can get. So that's his favorite medium to work in.
And what a great gift for somebody. So this is 45F, Boba's Fight by Robert Simmons, charcoal measuring 28 by 29, framed by Choice Framing, and a retail value of $3,000. The frame and the matting in it of itself is something that's particularly special. And I think that sometimes that gets lost on collectors and people that are looking at art, because framing does, with certain pieces, make a difference.
Oh, it's gorgeous because they've picked up these subtle tones in the matting, and it's such a handsome piece. It's really, really accomplished.
So obviously you don't want to miss out on this opportunity. This is one of a kind. Once it goes, it's gone. You don't want to wake up tomorrow and think, I wish I would have called, wish I would have bid. Bidding is just so simple. And the current bid is on your screen. I will say that I have tried the next day to bid on things only to find out that it was too late, and I've kicked myself. The number's on your screen. The bid is on your screen. We need to hear from you now. And it's all, as I said, Jill, for KVIE. We've got just a couple of minutes left, a couple seconds left, Jill. Give us some final thoughts about this.
Well, just that he's one of a legion who has an art teacher to thank, because when he went in high school in LA, his art teacher allowed him to work at an art gallery where he became connected and did, was exposed to so much more art. And he's also won awards with the Fairfield-Suisun City Visual Arts Competition. So not just with KVIE, but we're so happy that he found us.
Sounds great. Well, we're nearing the end of this break, which means that now is your final opportunity to bid on the art featured here in this half hour. Now let's check in over at the recap station for an update on all of the artwork.
We are loving seeing this collector's corner. We are having such a great time in the studio, and our volunteers, they are waiting to take your call if they're not already actually on the phone with a bidder right now, but they could be on the phone with you. You've seen all of the pieces 45A through 45F, and they're going to be closing pretty soon. We are down to the final few minutes of the break. So now it's your time to pick up the phone. Cast your bid, okay? Here's a recap right now of the Collector's Corner. We're going to start, though, with 45D, which is Sunflowers by Pat Mahoney. You can see that's a bell ringer. It has a current bid of $2,400, and we are wanting another bid right now to come in on Sunflowers. 45E is Ricefield, Sacramento by Pilar Menendez. And you can see that has a bid of $1,950, well below that value though. Someone is gonna be so excited. That's 36 inches by 48 inches. You saw it earlier. That is a substantial sized piece, and it is gonna look amazing wherever you put it, whether it's in your home, your office, maybe you're even gonna get it for a loved one. That is a fantastic piece that can go in your home, but you have to be the highest bidder. Don't kick yourself in the morning because you didn't call. Item 45F is Boba's Fight by Robert Simmons. And again, that's a charcoal. I mean, we're looking at this going, that looks like a photograph. No, it is charcoal. It is spectacular. And right now, you can start that bidding by calling right now, but you've got to be the one. Pick up the phone. Don't delay. Don't wait for someone else. If you like that piece, you've got to have it, okay? We actually have a bid right now, 500. See, while you were waiting to pick up the phone, it's going to climb. But don't worry, you can still get in on the action. Now let's go all the way back to item 45A. It's still open. That is Twyla. Has a high bid right now of $1,000. What that means, of course, is there is room for you, but you've got to call. Item 45B is the last little bit, has a current high bid of $700. And again, we're looking for a couple other people to come in and get that close to that value or even higher. Help us make a bell ringer right here. You're going to be happy about acquiring a piece of art. We're going to be happy. The artist is going to be happy that that value was reached because they set that with the goal of KVIE receiving those funds. And they want that to happen. Of course, I want that to happen. And I'm sure you do too. But you got to pick up the phone. Item 45C, let's check back in at that. Dunedin Sunset, that's the watercolor by David Lobenberg. High bid right now is $850. That's moved up in the last couple of minutes that I've looked at it. So that means there's a little bit of bidding going on. But there's still room for you if you're not one of those people who is on the phone right now. But you've got to call. We actually just got 900. So that's going to move, and it's going to keep moving up. Pick up your phone, call the number on your screen. 45D is Sunflowers by Pat Mahoney. And that one, of course, you can hear it behind me. That's a bell ringer, but it doesn't mean that it has to stop. We can keep raising that, and we've had some pieces go for well above retail, and that's a great thing when that happens. Item 45E is Ricefield, Sacramento, and that is currently well below that value of $6,000, but we do have a bidding war on there, but there's still room for you. We have phone lines open. We're waiting for your call. All you have to do is say, I want item 45E. It's so simple, and you're going to be able to get in on the action there before that closes in just a few minutes. And then item 45F, Boba's Fight. Again, that is a charcoal drawing, has a current bid of $500, well below that value of $3,000. And of course, that person right now who's sitting at $500 is really excited, hoping that you don't call. But you know what? We need to see 650. Pick up the phone and be the one who says, I like that piece too, and I know where I want it to go. All right, stay with us. There's more art coming up in the final half hour of the PBS KVIE Art Auction.
Coming up next is the Collector's Corner. This category features regional, national, or internationally known artists and award winners. View all of the art featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art auction.
All right, we are back for the big finish. This is it. It's the last half hour. I'm David Lowe, and the last half hour of the 2022 PBS KVIE Art Auction has begun, and it's going to be ending soon. During this half hour, we're going to be showcasing 6 more amazing works of art in the Collector's Corner. Here's an overview of the work that is coming up. Item 46A is Golden Glow, and this is by Jin Wang. It's oil on canvas, measures 14 by 14 inches. Retail value of $5,800, and we are looking for a starting bid, which could be you. Item 46B is Maya with Memory Maps and Mermaids by Maya Peoples Bright, and it's a mixed media measuring 18 by 24 inches. That has a retail value of $6,000, and again is waiting for you to make the first bid. Item 46C is Seascape with Figure by Bruce Levitt. It's acrylic on canvas, measures 16 by 20 inches, has a bid already of $400, and it has a value of $500, but we are going to be able to see that one keep moving up. Item 46D is American River Towards Folsom by the late Earl Bowley, and it's oil on canvas measuring 17 by 21 and a half inches. Actually, it's 22 and a half. You saw that right there. Retail value of $2,500, and this artwork was generously donated by the artist's family. Item 46E is Flashing by Chris Dobert, and it's oil on canvas measuring 33 by 48 inches, and it has additional framing support from Archival Gallery, and has a retail value of $3,200, waiting for the first bid to come in. And item 46F, it's Home Vineyard by Gregory Kondos. It's a lithograph, and it measures 34 by 42 inches. It's framed by Skyline Picture Framing, has a current bid of $2,150 towards that value of $3,500. Okay, the phone lines, they're open. Our volunteers, they're ready to take your bids. Now let's see the art with our guest auctioneer, Doug Elmitz, and PBS KVIE's art curator, Jill Estroff.
Hi there, I am Doug Elmitz, and welcome to the final half hour of the 2022 PBS KVIE Art Auction. It's another round of the Collector's Corner, and I'm back with PBS KVIE Art Curator Jill Estroff. Jill, just 5 pieces left, so let's get started. The first one is 46A, Golden Globe by Jin Wang. It's an oil on canvas, 14 by 14, a retail value of $5,800.
We are so thrilled to have Jin's work back in the auction this year, and his work is almost sculptural. You can see the thick application of paint. It just glows. What I particularly love about this piece, Golden Glow, so aptly named, because it looks as if he captured it at the time we call magic hour, either dawn or dusk. And the way the light is hitting the treetops and the cars and the building, he's just so masterful at that.
And his works are in collections all over the world, in embassies, in museums, in homes like mine. As I mentioned, I have so many pieces of Jin Wang's art, and it is absolutely fantastic. And you can too. You can have this incredible piece. I will say that the value of $5,800 is, I wouldn't say a bargain, but on the other hand, it's a pretty good opportunity to get an amazing artist at a reasonably priced value. And you were talking about the application of this art, Joe, which I think is something that is so interesting. I mean, that in and of itself is so fascinating.
You can see that in one brush stroke, there's so many different colors. Right. This is a painting that you would just keep looking at and sort of see something different every time. it's really a wonderful, wonderful thing. He came from China in the mid-'80s. He studied with the best at City College and then UC Davis. He worked with Fred Dahlke and Wayne Thiebaud, and he was influenced by them, but clearly made this his own.
I once went to his house, Jill, and I was stunned by the amount of art that he had. He had almost 1,000 paintings there.
Wow.
All that he had collected. It was just fascinating. He is a world-class artist right here. Fascinating personality, so much energy, so engaging, and it is your opportunity to be able to get this piece. And this is, once again, as we've talked about, one of a kind. You're not going to see this anyplace else. It is absolutely original. It is beautifully framed, and it's one of these things where it stands alone wherever it is.
And what's so interesting about this is that he would also paint with others in our collector's corner. He would paint with Earl Boley, whose work we're going to look at. He would paint with Pat Mahoney. And so I just love the idea of this community of artists doing that. He actually is in New York now, and this painting is of the Hamptons. But when I looked at it, I thought it was Southern California because of the hills, the light on this almost a missions-style building. It really could be anywhere.
Well, we don't want you to miss your opportunity for an original Jin Wang. Now is your opportunity. The number's on your screen. The value is $5,800. We're going to move on to 46B. This is Maya Peoples Bright. It's called Maya with Memory Maps and Mermaids. It's a mixed media measuring 18 by 24, and it's a value of $6,000. It is so wonderful. Tell us a little bit about
Well,
this.
I love Maya's work. She is so playful, and this self-portrait is so thickly textured, and there's so much imagery there. I mean, you can see mermaids, you can see octopi up here, you can see so many different things, and also the globe to kind of evoke her memories of travels and that kind of thing. It's very playful, as is Maya, if you've ever met her.
I've not, but I'm familiar with her, and she is, as we've talked about, all the people in this this selection of art that we're talking about are really well known nationally, internationally. It would be great for anybody that's watching now to be able to get a wonderful piece by Maya's, and we're lucky to have it in the auction. Some additional thoughts?
Yes.
Doesn't she show in Los Angeles as well?
Yes, she's known all over. She's a contemporary of Robert Arneson and William T. Wiley. She was one of the few women artists in the Northern California funk movement. And she's 80 years young, and she's still producing these amazing images full of creatures and really her love of life. She's in collections at the Manetti Shrem, the Crocker, and the Cincinnati Art Museum. So she is really a world-class artist.
And now it's your opportunity. It's your opportunity to be able to not only bid on this, but potentially get it. It's so easy. All you have to do is pick up your phone, bid on it. The number's on your screen. The value is $6,000. Again, let me talk to you about it. It's 46B, Maya with Memory Maps and Mermaids by Maya Peoples Bright. It's a mixed medium measuring 18 by 24. This would be such a fun gift for somebody. You know, the holidays are coming up. Maybe you have something that you want to place in your own home. Do something for yourself. Now's your opportunity. Tell us a little bit more about her technique.
Well, I just wanted to say that it really embodies her playful spirit, but you can see so much thick application of paint and the glitter and the, iridescent colors. It's just, and if you've met her, you know this smile is real. I mean, that's Maya to a T.
Well, it's beautiful. Thank you very much for certainly donating this to the KVIE auction. She's a longtime contributor to KVIE, which is so generous, as is Jin Wang. I mean, we feel so lucky, Jill, to be able to do this. This is so unique for PBS stations any place in the country. And give some final thoughts about this.
I just first saw Maya's work at the Candy Store Gallery when I first moved to this area. I was able to write about it for the Bee. And I just fell in love with her work at the candy store, and it just is so special for me all these years later to have to be able to talk about it now.
Well, fortunately, you were here and you know a lot about it. We're going to keep this open and we're going to move on to 46C. This is Seascape with Figure by Bruce Levitt. It's acrylic on canvas, measuring 16 by 20, a value of $500. Oh, this is great. I feel like we had a piece maybe last year by him as well. I don't recall.
Oh,
He's
yes.
I think a longtime contributor. I remember it being somewhat similar in terms of color. It's really, really fantastic.
Yeah, we had a river landscape. This is a bit of a departure for Bruce, and I really love the direction he's going in. This very strong, the diagonals and the strong composition, it's a little bit new for him. I love how the trees on the hillside seem to be just blown back from the ocean, and he really evokes the feeling of being at the coast quite well. These clouds and just the changing atmosphere, that's what drew him to wanting to do this image.
Well, if you've got posters on your walls, now's your opportunity to get a really fantastic, wonderful piece of art.
Where we all start.
Yes, we all start there. We all start with velvet pictures of Elvis, but now is your opportunity to get some wonderful art. And I know so many people who I've introduced to KVIE in the art auction who've always wanted to collect art or buy art, but they weren't sure how to do it. And I always say, you know, go to the KVIE art auction. It's an opportunity not only to help great PBS TV, but it's also a great way to acquire really fantastic art. The number is on your screen. The current bid is on your screen. Tell us a little bit more about this.
Well, I just wanted to tag on to that there's really nothing quite like owning original art. And even when I worked at the Crocker many years ago, I had framed Matisse posters myself. I really didn't become an art collector until I was painting. And then, as all artists will tell you, you want to own other people's art to inspire you on the walls. And Bruce's art would definitely be a great find for any artist or any non-painter who just wants to be inspired by the way there's sort of this lone figure who seems like she's sort of struck by some sunlight here, even though it's very atmospheric and it's changing, the scene is changing.
I often wonder what's going on in paintings, and particularly here. What is it that she's looking at? What is she thinking about? That's one of the great things about art, is it evokes emotions and thoughts that, you know, people don't really even realize they have. Well, this is 46C. It's Seascape with Figure. It's by Bruce Levitt. It's acrylic on canvas, measuring 16 by 20. And again, it's got a really great value of $500. I'm sure this will be a bell ringer. We want to hear from you. Do you have some final thoughts about this?
Yeah, just that there's no question about the direction of light. I love the way he achieved that with the values and the purple shadows going this way, and you want to be in this painting. At least I do. I always want to be by the coast.
I'd like to, yeah, absolutely. I would like to be in that painting too. But here we are in the KVIE studio. All right, well, we're halfway through this break, which means that we're going to keep this piece open and check in over at the recap station for bidding updates.
And we're having a lot of fun taking your calls, your bids on investment art. See how loud they are? There we go. That's right. They are waiting for your call to come in and try to get to be the winning bidder on some investment art. So we're halfway through this last break, and now it's your opportunity to take home an amazing work of art. And here's a recap real quick on the first three pieces. Item 46A, it's Golden Glow by Jin Wang. You can see it has a current high bid of $2,300. That just moved. That's fantastic. There's multiple people. So, hey, if you're on the call right now, I want to show you something. Compliments of Jin Wang and Archival Gallery. We have this book. It's over 200 pages, and it's a bunch of Jin's artwork through the years. I can't open up all, but you can see there's just a lot of the work that he's done. It's fantastic. That's going to go to the winning bidder, okay? We're going to give it to you when you come and pick up that piece. But you have to be, I'm going to hand this off to, thanks, Alice. We're going to give that to the winning bidder. And again, a retail value of $5,800 on Golden Glow. It has a high bid right now of $2,400. Again, that's moving on up. So the winning bidder gets that piece of art and the book. Item 46B is Maya with memory maps and mermaids. Has a retail value of $6,000 and a high bid right now of just $500, which means there is plenty of room for you. And when I say you on this one, I mean multiple callers, because let's make that one go up quickly, and that's going to happen with multiple calls. She is a California master, a lot of history there. We've already talked a lot about the candy store, the funk movement, all of the parts that Maya's been involved with. It's a chance for you to have some investment art from a very well-known artist in Maya Peoples Bright. And then item 46C, Seascape with Figure, and that's by Bruce Levitt. And you can see that right now, that is a bell ringer. We've got a current high bid of $800, but it doesn't have to stop there. Actually, we now have 850 I saw come in, so that's gonna keep moving up. We're gonna have a lot more fun here in the studio taking your calls, but you know what, right, we have to do right now? Head back to Jill and Doug for the last 3 pieces of art in this year's collection.
Up next, we're looking at item 46D, American River Towards Folsom by late Earl Boley. This is an oil on canvas measuring 17 by 22.5 inches and has a retail value of $2,500. Now, Jill, this was a generous donation to KVIE, and it's such a lovely piece. Tell us a little bit about it.
Well, I love everything about this piece. The choice of putting the horizon up so high that allows the eye to just go back to the, it just draws you in. And the choice of yellow up here making sort of the blue and purple pop. And for those of us who love the American River, we can just look at this and know exactly where he's painting.
And he was a contemporary of Jin Wong. And I might also say that we want to thank the family of Earl Boley for generously donating this to KVIE. We can't thank you enough. The value is $2,500. It's floating in this frame. Beautiful, beautiful painting. Tell us a little bit more about his technique and...
Yes, the layering of the color really lends the vibrancy. You see these pops of orange in the front, and just the red, and maybe some unconventional uses of color, but it feels real. You look at it, the way the reflections are just sort of smeared in here. And I like to think of him painting perhaps with Pat Mahoney and Jin, because he was part of that group we were talking about before. They love to paint together, and I think you can kind of bounce off of each other and learn from one another when you paint in a group.
So do we know, Jill, if he enjoyed painting the region?
He did, but he loved to go to France and travel, and his widow Susan Lath put together a fabulous book of his work that I'm lucky enough to refer to because we have some other works in the collection that we hope to bring out toward the end of the year. But he loved to paint here, he loved to paint internationally. He was just a painter's painter, and I have seen the large amount of work that he has left us, and it's just gorgeous.
Well, again, this is item 46D. It is American River Towards Folsom by late Earl Boley. It's an oil on canvas measuring 17 by 21.5. It's got a current retail value of $2,500. You see the number on your screen. As I say every year, 365 days a year here at KVIE, we bring you non-commercial, non-violent, always age-appropriate TV. And we do that by having many opportunities to engage with the viewing audience. And this is one of those, the largest art auction in Northern California. And you can do your part by bidding on a beautiful piece like this. Maybe you'll be lucky enough to take it home, one of a kind. Any final thoughts, Jill?
Just that the vibrancy is really incredible, and it's a 16 by 20, which means it could fit into almost any collection, but it would add such a luminous quality to any wall in your home. It's a gorgeous piece.
Can you imagine somebody giving this to you as a gift? I mean, wouldn't that be great? All these works are ready to hang. So you come down to KVIE, it's not like you're going to have to reframe everything. It's ready to roll. We're going to keep this open. We're going to move on to 46E. This is Flashing by Chris Daubert, and is oil on canvas measuring 33 by 48 with additional framing support by our friend Dee from Archival Gallery, a retail value of $3,200. This is big, this is significant. masterful work. Take it away,
It
Jill.
really is, and we're so lucky to have another piece by Sacramento City Professor Emeritus Chris Dobert. It's a monumental painting, and I do have to thank Dee for this beautiful black frame. I think it works perfectly with everything, but the name could refer to so many things. Flashing, is it these little bits that we see? As some of us get older, we see floaters in our eyes, and Chris is no exception, and he's tried to sort of create what we actually see when we look at something. Flashing could also refer to the metal. It's the kind that's used in roofing, or just the vibrancy of the painting. And to get this effect, you can't see it. It's not immediately apparent, but he's got all the things firing in your eyeballs from using primary colors in the underpainting.
I'm looking at it, and I'm seeing it from a different perspective than the viewing audience is, and I'm fascinated by it. It's sort of three-dimensional, certainly from my vantage point, but you see so much. There is so much going on in this painting.
Right, and I did ask Chris, is there a spiritual meaning to the spiral? And he said the idea that there is no beginning and no end is a very ancient concept, and that he did have that in mind. And for me, the texture of this just kind of gives it a whole feeling, kind of a glowing feeling.
Do you know what the process is? What process he uses?
Yes,
to create this?
yes, I do. He happens to take hundreds of photos just to get a true sense of it, but then he'll paint from the actual image. In other words, he'll work out the problem of the composition through the photographs, and then when it's time to paint, from life.
Okay, well, this is item 46E, Flashing by Chris Dobert. It is an oil on canvas measuring 33 by 48 with framing support. Thank you, Dee, from Archival Framing. Retail value, $3,200. We want to make this a bell ringer, one of these beautiful pieces that can only be gotten here at the KVIE Art Auction.
He's collected all over. He's in museum collections. He's really a renowned painter.
We're lucky. We are lucky to have this piece in our gallery here. The bid is on your screen. We need to hear from you now. We're going to be moving on, but any additional thoughts, Jill?
Just that he's prized by collectors all over, and he works in other media, but I think he's really given a 3D feel to this.
Yeah. It's fantastic. Well, we're going to keep this open, and we're going to move on to 46F. This is Home Vineyard by Gregory Kondos, the famous Gregory Kondos, who recently passed away. This is a lithograph, 34 by 42, framed by Skyline Picture Framing. Retail value, $3,500. I will just start off by saying that I have a couple of pieces by Gregory Kondos, and the price of his pieces just, continues to go up and up and up. And now's the opportunity, if you're watching KVIE, to get this as a beautiful piece for your collection. If you're getting ready to start one, what a great way to start it. But Jill, take it away. Let us know a little bit about it.
Well, it is a lithograph. It was by this beloved artist. He was a mentor to many, but it's really classic Kondos. The original was done in 2002, and the image really makes good use of these lines of cad red and orange. You can really see what he's done to make the blue and the other colors pop. And even though this is very loose and abstract, we have no difficulty understanding that, that that's a vineyard.
Yeah. And his work is very, very distinctive. If you see something like this, you know that it's done by Gregory Kondos. Highly, highly collectible in galleries and collections all throughout the world. Don't let this one slip by. We need to hear from you now. The number's on your screen. The most recent bid, current bid, is on your screen. Some final thoughts here, Jill?
Well, it's a little different for him. He's using this cool palette in the sky to kind of give the eye a resting place, but then you kind of go back to the focal point just off center. It really keeps the eye moving around the painting, and we've all driven by this, but somehow these exaggerated colors just seem to reflect our California sunshine in a way that only Kondos could do.
Well, the viewers at home, we want you to look at the detail of this piece. Imagine having this in your home. Imagine collecting it for yourself or giving it as a gift. But remember, imagine that it's all for KVIE. This is one of the best ways for us to raise money, to be able to provide the programming that you come to count on 365 days a year. We need to hear from you now. The number's on your screen. The most recent bid is on your screen. Look at the depth, the beauty. Gorgeous framing. The frames on each one of his pieces are all natural, it seems to me, so that it doesn't detract.
It, yeah.
Exactly, it enhances it, but it doesn't detract from the painting. We want to thank Skyline Framing for generously donating the framing for this.
And so many painters have been influenced by condos. There's just so many that have tried to emulate, and I think you'll even see some of that in our works in this collection. Right. They really stand out.
Well, we are nearing the end of this break and the end of this year's art auction, which means that now is your final opportunity to bid on the art featured this half hour. And I'd like to thank PBS KVIE Art Auction Curator Jill Estroff for sharing her expertise with us. Jill, you're great in selecting this year's entire amazing auction collection. It's been a pleasure, Jill. And now let's check in over at the recap station for the exciting final moments of the 2022 art auction.
Back at the recap station for one final time because we are in the final few minutes of this year's art auction. If you want this art, you have to call us right now. There's going to be no other time. Just about 3 minutes left to go. And here we go. Let's do a quick recap of the three pieces that Doug and Jill just talked about. 46D, American River Towards Folsom by Earl Boley. And you can see that right now we have a current bid of $1,000. That means there's still room for you, but you've got to pick up the phone right now. Going over to 46E is Flashing by Chris Taubert, and that is well under the value. And that, again, is an investment piece. It's part of our collector's corner, highly collectible artist. And right now, again, that person with the $800 bid is thinking, yeah, this is fantastic. But of course, we want to be able to bring in the most possible for PBS, KVIE, and all the programs that you love. So you need to pick up the phone and make that bid. And then item 46F, Home Vineyard, is the Gregory Kondos piece that Jill and Doug just talked about, and you can see that is so close to a bell ringer status. We're seeing those bids come in. You can jump in on the action, though, because we still are open for a few more minutes on all of the pieces. That's right, all of the pieces. So we're going to go back to the top. 46A, let's check in with the Jin Wong piece, and that is Golden Glow. If you were not able to see that in person, we had the collection up for about a month, and you could come to KVIE and see it. If you didn't see that, you are missing out. You can see it actually on your screen, how much oil there is, how much layers, how much depth. Depth. It is amazing. And you would love to have that in your home or office. Has a current high bid right now of $3,400, well below the value, again, of a highly collectible artist. 46B is Maya with Memory Maps and Mermaids, and right now the high bid is $1,900, again, below the value of $6,000, which means plenty of room for the bidding to continue. Again, highly collectible artist, part of the Candy Store, the Funk Movement, so much else, and you can have that piece in your home as early as tomorrow if you set your pickup there. We actually just saw high bids of $2,150 coming in, so again, that piece is on the move. Don't let it get away from you. 46C, Seascape with Figure, and this is Bruce Levitt, and guess what? It is a bell ringer, and that is not stopping. It's going to keep going. Basically, it's a double bell ringer. We just don't have the graphic to be able to show you, but that piece is still open for your bidding as well. Let's see what happened in the last few moments with 46D, American River Towards Folsom. High bid currently standing at $1,000, and that's going to be going away pretty soon when we close these, so you can still jump in on the auction at $1,000. It'd be $1,100 to you if you call in right now. 46E Flashing is at $800, and then 46F Home Vineyard is $3,300. So you got to call in and make that happen. And so 1-844-584-3278. If you haven't called yet, make it your first bid. If you have bid, this is your chance to get some collector's pieces, some investment pieces. You've probably seen all the other artwork throughout the last 3 days. We've saved some of this for you as part of the Collector's Corner. Okay? That's it, though. We've reached the end of another year of the PBS KVIE Art Auction. I'd like to thank our art auction sponsors. Their support goes a long way to making this event possible. You can see them right there on your screen. We greatly appreciate all of them. And to each of our incredible artists who participated, thank you for being so generous with your donations of art this year. It was an incredible collection, and we are so proud to showcase your artwork. And to our volunteers, our continued appreciation for everything you do. And of course, I also want to recognize her. It's Jill. It's Jill Astroff, all of our staff for the hands-on deck effort. And again, Jill Astroff, this is second year of being the art curator. We really appreciate it. You did it again, 276 pieces. Absolutely amazing. And of course, big thanks to you, all of the bidders, buyers, and viewers this weekend. Thank you for making a difference for your PBS station, KVIE. And if you're the winning bidder, enjoy your new art and have a wonderful evening.